ins offene Freund, zwar glänzt ein weniges heute nur herunter, und eng schließt der Himmel uns ein. Trüb ist's heut, es schlummern die Gäng und die Gassen. Es scheint, als sei es in der bleiernen Zeit, denn nicht mächtiges ist unser Singen, aber zum Leben gehört es. Trommeln noch auf die Schwalben immer einige doch, wehe der Sommer im Land. Möge der Zimmermann vom Gipfel des Dachs den Spruch tun, wird so gut es gelang, haben das unsere getan.
The New Behemoth and the Old Limits of Liberalism. Chapter 1. Delusion of World Sovereign and the Pious Wish of Immanuel Kant. Now a sublime noble figure, bearing an imperishable sorrow, sank down from on high to the altar, and the dead all cried, "Christ, is there no God?" He replied, "There is none." Each whole shadow of the dead, not only their breasts alone, shook, and one by one they were ripped apart by their quaking. Christ went on, "I traversed the worlds, I ascended into the suns, and soared with the Milky Ways through the wastes of heaven. But there is no God. I descended to the last reaches of the shadows of being, and I looked into the chasm and cried, 'Father, where art thou?' But I heard only the eternal storm ruled by none, and the shimmering rainbow of essence stood without sun to create it, trickling above the abyss. And when I raised my eyes to the boundless world for the divine eye, it stared at me from an empty bottomless socket, and eternity lay on chaos and gnawed it and ruminated itself. Shriek on, discords, rend the shadows, for he is not." Quote, end. Jean-Paul, Speech of the Dead Christ. End of quote. Jean-Paul, Speech of the Dead Christ. Protestantism is the immediate religious expression of the fact that there is no world sovereign in the face of the sovereignty of capital. But only in its Western form did it become the basis of a political revolution that was ultimately able to bring this realization to the whole world. With the founding of the United States of America, the Christians who emigrated from Europe approached Judaism insofar as they turned its ideology of the chosen people, which made it possible to withstand persecution without emigrating, into the ideology of the chosen land, the country of immigration. The more this country ultimately promoted the capitalization of the world, the more it renounced world domination. Having emerged from colonization itself, it broke with the principle of colonization and carried out the ultimate separation of sovereign and capital in the unity of sovereign and capital. In other words, the USA was the precondition for this, the condition for the possibility of thinking of the capital relation as always being the same, detached from the respective form of state, and at the same time holding on to the fact that the state is only the other side of the capital relation. The revolution in France was apparently more radical. In its extreme consequences, every transcendence is broken with in favor of humanity and nation. Catholicism turns into atheism, but retains Catholic traits. It aims at the whole in the sense of politics, the establishment of a nation as God's representative on earth, as the representative of humanity. This pope is Napoleon, who only summons the real pope in order to crown himself emperor, l'empereur, of the French before the pope's eyes and thus make it clear that he did not intend to deal with the other monarchs as equals. The prerequisite for this was the coup d'état and the direct appeal to the people, who were to be crowned sovereign along with l'empereur. Plebiscites confirmed the new constitution, Napoleon's appointment as consul for life, and the hereditary nature of his imperial dignity. The new sovereign thus realized what is already inherent in the constant change of constitutions, the tendency to sublate mediation. Hannah Arendt elaborated on this in her book on revolution. She sees in both the American and French revolutions the need for an absolute that gives validity to man-made law. In America, however, a clear and unambiguous distinction was made between the origin of power, which lay below in the people, and the source of the law, which was set above, as it were, in a region, however transcendent, while the deification of the people in the French Revolution was the inevitable consequence of every attempt to derive power and law from the same origin. Quote, historically, the French Revolution differs in nothing more principled from the American Revolution than in its unanimous assertion that the law is the expression of the general will, as stated in the Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen of 1789. Nothing of the kind is to be found in any of the great documents of the American Revolution. 1994, 236f. The transcendence attributed to the law in the American conception of the state, which is based on certain forms of Protestant religiosity, effectively prevents the substantialization of the people or the nation as a community of faith or dissent. What is understood as the unity of the population can only ever be seen as a multitude of people grouped together in organizations and institutions, accustomed to exercising their power according to certain rules and within the framework of laws. The founding fathers of this revolution thus understood the people as a multiplicity, imagining it to be the infinite diversities and differences of a multitude that was awe-inspiring precisely in its plurality, ibid. They were only equal before the law. In contrast, Hannah Arendt sees the French concept of the people of the state more as an expression of compassion for the poor. The revolutionaries who conquered the state hallucinated the plebeian masses as immediate sovereigns. They were not conceived as a mass of people grouped together in organizations and institutions that differed from one another, but as a substance of the nation that was identical down to its smallest parts. As equals, they were themselves the law. What Arendt is hinting at here was reflected in Article 21 of the Constitution of 1793, for example, according to which society owes it to the unfortunate citizens to nourish them, whether by providing work or by securing the existence of those who are unable to work. But this shows the newfound humanity in the fact that the Constitution sought to forever override the biblical "he who does not work shall not eat," which was to make a career for itself again under socialism, but in exchange it swapped collectivism for the right to work, which ultimately promoted that career. The American Constitution, on the other hand, which is valid once and for all, so to speak, states that the new sovereign is concerned with securing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, in which alone the natural and inalienable rights of the individual exist and in which all men are to be regarded as equal. In principle, the question of the world sovereign has already been decided here. The right to work, which appeared to the Jacobins as justification to work tirelessly with the guillotine, disappeared again in the French Constitution of 1795, which also shows a certain approximation to the pre-stabilized separation of powers, the checks and balances of the United States, in the division of the convention as the legislature into two different chambers. But ultimately Napoleon Bonaparte emerged as the true heir to the right to work, insofar as he was the first to strive for real full employment on the battlefield, and with the Code Civil not only emancipation, but also a petty and narrow-minded regulatory mania broke through which could triumph in the authoritarian nation-state. Even during the economic crisis that began in 1810, Napoleon's authority remained unchallenged, especially among the lower classes of the population, farmers, craftsmen, and workers, while the main beneficiaries of his regime, the industrial bourgeoisie and the new aristocracy, began to turn their backs on him. With the declaration that the French people were the friend of all peoples, a hitherto unseen national campaign was launched across European borders, combining liberation and conquest. Sovereignty was enforced as a principle against everything that was still reminiscent of the claim to universal rule by the Emperor and the Pope, as if the new power from France was a final confirmation of Machiavelli, Bodin, and Hobbes, but only to sublate it again in its own universal rule. Napoleon was able to impose capitalization and the Code Civil in one go, at the same time as he set his sights on something like political world domination. Before taking up arms against Russia, he proclaimed, 3 more years and I will be master of the universe. Paris was to become the capital of the world. Nothing is more characteristic of these ambitions to become master of the universe than the fact that Napoleon wanted to put them into practice through the continental blockade against England, and failed precisely because of this. For if the system of the continental blockade was to hit England effectively and ultimately bring her to her knees, Napoleon would have to attempt to close all the continent's coasts to British trade, a task of Herculean proportions that would constantly provoke new conflicts and ultimately lead to the imperial overstretching of French rule. The emperor is mad, completely mad. He is ruining himself and us all, complained the minister of the Navy Decrès in private in 1808. The madness of the world sovereign always arises in the fight against free trade, which the British Empire stood for at the time. This is followed by a forced retreat into one's own nationalism, which is constantly recharged with the resentment of every defeat. The nation appears here like the Son of God, who descends to the unhappy citizens to sacrifice himself for them. But just as Napoleon also spread the civil code in Europe through his military campaigns, in which the right to work was contested by property and thus prevented the collectivization already inherent in that law, so long as he did not practice violence for its own sake, he was bound to fail. This failure reveals the rationality of Napoleon's policy. As he himself said, he felt driven towards a goal that I do not know. When I have reached it, one atom will suffice to prostrate me. Quoted in Fournier 192.9, 1175f. Caught up in his ideas, Napoleon ultimately understood the goal of becoming ruler of the universe as a means of creating the humanity promised by bourgeois society. Exiled to St. Helena, he wrote that although Waterloo had wiped out all his military successes, what could not be wiped out by anything, what would remain forever, was his Code Civil. So it was in his spirit, but of abysmal irony, that in 1814 he could be declared deposed by the two recent chambers that still remembered the older constitution, the Senate and the Corps Legislative, and finally found asylum with the British. In contrast, U.S. policy takes on the characteristics of a messiah who is not prepared to sacrifice himself. It is not based on the right to work, but on the right to competition, the pursuit of happiness. In the longer term, this allows the USA to become active in world politics in a different way. Thomas Jefferson already called for open seas and free trade. At the latest since its entry into the First World War, the USA replaced Great Britain in this respect and was able to assume the role of hegemon, a leading power, in the name of free trade far more decisively than the colonial empire from which it originated. Without actually wanting to and without necessarily knowing it, it was thus destined to be the opponent of everything that was stirring as a delusion of world sovereignty. We must prevent the domination of the world, said Franklin D. Roosevelt said about Hitler in a conference with the Senate Military Affairs Committee at the beginning of 1939. This hegemonic power, which has been prepared in many respects by British policy and is then accompanied by it, only ever sees itself as destined for one thing: to create and maintain the conditions for the accumulation of capital as extensively as possible, but without itself taking over rule anywhere other than in the USA. This also involves the contradiction of advocating free trade geopolitically and repeatedly violating it nationally and economically. The spread of legal security and the movement of goods by this hegemon is no longer dependent on feudal absolutist forms of sovereignty, which still played a role in the Commonwealth. The sovereign, who had shaken off these forms in the American Revolution, thus proves to be significantly more flexible and independent of the respective circumstances of the foreign country in the longer term, in which he seeks to gain and maintain influence after military intervention not through dynastic diplomacy and population policy measures, but through the exchange of goods, and later assisted by the Secret Service. U.S. policy has always understood war only as the preparation and restoration of such influence. Marx necessarily referred to this power when he criticized Hegel. He saw in the North American Free States, or at least in a part of them, the completed political emancipation, hence the infinite fragmentation of religion in North America. It already outwardly takes the form of a purely individual affair. This political emancipation is, however, a great step forward. It is not the last form of human emancipation at all, but it is the last form of human emancipation within the existing world order. It goes without saying that we are talking here about real, practical emancipation. MEW 1, 351f. 356. A few years later, Marx could therefore not help but welcome the coming American interference in Europe, even if the most powerful representative of the West could by no means replace the necessity of revolution for him. MEW 9, 236f. The break with Hegel, with German philosophy par excellence, is expressed most immediately here. While Hegel hopes that bourgeois society will finally be pushed back into itself by the state in the United States of America as well, Marx sees in its expansion the course of Western civilization, which, although it cannot overcome Eastern barbarism, will push back the deification of the sovereign practice therein, the people's state in people's minds. In this sense, Marx criticized the pedagogical ambitions of German social democracy. Education of the people by the state is quite reprehensible. To determine by a general law the means of the elementary schools, the qualifications of the teaching staff, the branches of instruction, etc., and, as is done in the United States, to supervise the fulfillment of these legal regulations by state inspectors, is something quite different from appointing the state as the educator of the people. Rather, the government and the church should be equally excluded from any influence on the school. MEW 1930, however, insofar as he places all his hopes in the strengthening of the working class, it is no coincidence that Marx adopts Hegel's prognosis with a different sign. The state had been abolished in a bourgeois manner in North America because the class antagonisms there are only incompletely developed, The class collisions are each time covered up by the withdrawal of the proletarian overpopulation to the West. The intervention of state power, reduced to a minimum in the East, does not exist at all in the West. MEW 7. 288. From this it could be concluded ex negativo, with the end of the possibilities for expansion in the West, class struggles intensified everywhere, and so here too the strengthened working class would have to provoke a strengthening of state power on a European level and in French or Prussian-German form. The fact that things turned out differently, that with the opposite economic expansion to the East, on the European continent, something of the original American relationship to the sovereign was preserved, even if it really did strengthen, and that this society still had no need for an organic state, in the consequent bourgeois sense, makes it possible to fully appreciate the progress of the completed political emancipation that the young Marx had noted. If Marx understands the world market as the encroachment of bourgeois society upon the state, MEW 42 188, then the USA is the state whose sovereignty has taken immediate shape in this encroachment. Its foreign policy oscillates between intervention and isolation. It constantly intervenes where it appears necessary for the defense and development of the world market, and withdraws again voluntarily or by force in order not to harm the world market as well. It is precisely in this that he makes it unmistakably clear that the true world sovereign can only ever be the capital relationship. But at the same time there is always the misunderstanding that he himself is the world sovereign, as long as the capital relation is not understood. This misunderstanding naturally takes different forms in the USA than outside. The friends of the United States cherish the expectation that this hegemon, as the world's policeman, could finally ensure eternal peace. Since such hopes cannot be fulfilled because it is only a hegemon, i.e. a state which, in the face of the world market which it has in mind like no other state, must always make policy in its own interests and therefore at a certain point conflicts with the projected general interest of the community of nations, the friends often join the enemies who assume that the hegemon rules the world. Because it cannot rule it, they begin to hate it, projecting onto the USA the negative world sovereign and making it politically responsible for everything they find reprehensible about the capital relationship. This is how the great Satan is created. The fact that the USA does not rule the world like a colonial state is only an indication to its enemies that the Jews are behind it, and the less the USA can be equated with the world's prevailing capital relations, the more the anti-Semites' fantasies flourish. The anti-American projection is based on the anti-Semitic concept of the world conspiracy. The latter is the concept that the anti-Semite has of the world market. It was Abraham Lincoln who described the USA as a nation for the world. The USA's entry into world politics took place after the final formation of sovereignty in the Civil War, because the sovereign is only fully formed when serfdom and slavery have been abolished. This is why Montesquieu wrote, "The law that permits slavery violates the fundamental principle of every society." Global political involvement was always justified by the fact that only through political and military intervention could the nation's own trading interests be safeguarded. And as the economic potential of this nation developed so dynamically, these interests soon really affected the whole world. "The world must be made safe for democracy," said Woodrow Wilson. The reasoning immediately began to shimmer as soon as the necessary form of political force was not emphasized. In this, Wilson differed from his Republican predecessor Theodore Roosevelt, who had no illusions about the question of sovereignty and stated at all times that a powerless rule of law not backed by power was just as damnable, or even more damnable, than power without it, as in a letter to Hugo Münsterberg in October 1914. "A milk and water righteousness unbacked by force is to the full as wicked as and even more mischievous than force divorced from righteousness." End of quote. Whether righteousness or democracy, what was meant were conditions based on treaties. The only question was who could guarantee treaties in international relations. Theodore Roosevelt, at any rate, rejected the alleged effectiveness of international law. In 1908, he accepted the occupation of Korea by Japan because Korea was incapable of defending itself and no other state or association of states was prepared to take over its defense. To be sure, by treaty it was solemnly covenant that Korea should remain independent. But Korea was itself helpless to enforce the treaty, and it was out of the question to suppose that any other nation would attempt to do for the Koreans what they were utterly unable to do for themselves. Quote end. The Republican Roosevelt was no longer president when the First World War began. He spoke out in favor of the immediate entry of the United States into the war alongside Great Britain and France, because he recognized the danger that the USA's sphere of influence was threatened by Germany's expansionist ambitions. The Democrat Woodrow Wilson, on the other hand, followed other principles, and the illusions associated with them made him hesitate for a long time to lead the USA into the war. It was no coincidence that he came from a party that originally had its home in the southern states and still mourned slavery for a long time. Once the step was taken, however, Wilson developed his concept as an immediate reaction to the catastrophic policies that had emerged in Europe, which showed ambitions to encompass the world. He had based his decision on German lawbreaking and the threat to American trade and security. At the same time, he gave a moral justification by declaring the war a crusade for democracy and a war to end all wars. Quote, "We are glad to fight thus for the ultimate peace of the world." In fact, however, the USA entered this war in order to prove then and in the future that it would not simply end all wars, but every world war, regardless of which disaster policy unleashed it. According to Hannah Arendt, the American concept of a just war is not necessarily what the US president is talking about, a war to end all wars. It is just to intervene against the breach of treaty beforehand, whereby it always requires a clear danger and threat in order to pacify the world. At the end of such a war, however, there is the establishment of an international organization that is intended as an adequate response to the politics of catastrophe and always tends to ideologize peace. The victorious powers simulate a world sovereign that has emerged from the World War. Instead of a balance of power, there must now be a community of power, not organized rivalries, but an organized common peace, said Wilson in 1917. And the more the power of the victors wanes, the more the successes and failures of these organizations reveal that such a supranational state to end all wars does not really exist, but only a balance of terror, which is, however, capable of taking on a permanent organizational form and can function as a regulative principle for a limited period of time. Franklin D. Roosevelt argued even more contradictorily than Wilson. Roosevelt. He did not necessarily speak of the war to end all wars, but described the Second World War first and foremost as the world's greatest war against human slavery. However, he sometimes glorified the forthcoming founding of the United Nations as the creation of a globally valid legal order, a cooperative peace that makes spheres of interest obsolete, promised economic security, social set moral security in a family of nations, and yet could only justify the organization itself from the well-understood self-interest of the great powers, and very correctly understood it as a war alliance to be developed, thus deriving it from the victorious struggle of the USA against National Socialism. He thus merely held out the prospect of an organization which the peace of the world will be preserved and the forces of aggression permanently outlawed, and left little doubt that it would have to be supported by the victorious powers of the war that had just ended, the three most powerful nations, who were to jointly deploy their military forces in the form of an executive committee as the policemen of peace. Roosevelt could have read in Hegel that the enemy against whom they were to be deployed was the condition for their unity. So even if a number of states make themselves into a family, this association as an individuality must create a contrast and create an enemy. But fortunately there was the Soviet Union, and so Roosevelt's successors did not waste much time in creating the necessary opposition and founded NATO. The contradictions of US foreign policy reproduced something of the impetus of the New Deal that had preceded it. After all, Franklin D. Roosevelt is known to have gained sympathy by misunderstanding promises of happiness made by bourgeois society, which cannot be realized in it, as the rights of the individual, as expressed in the slogan, "Nothing to fear." It was no coincidence that he proclaimed his Second Bill of Rights in the same annual message to Congress of 1944, in which he apostrophized the World Organization to be founded as a family of nations. As in a reference to the French Constitution of 1793, it speaks of the right to useful and remunerative work, except that the wording is somewhat more pragmatic and prosaic. The right to a useful and remunerative job in the industries or stores or farms or mines of the nation. In reality, this supposed right served merely as a temporarily applied instrument to preserve the foundations of a constitution that denies it and knows only of a right to competition, which, in case of doubt, Roosevelt himself also placed above all else as respect for the right of man to govern himself, respect for the right of self-government. The contradictions of US policy could only be resolved in post-Nazi Germany and, as such, were given constitutional status. There is no real wavering of a sovereign as in the USA, where Woodrow Wilson succeeded Theodore Roosevelt and Obama succeeded Bush Jr. The contradictions of German ideology and politics only ever express a single tendency, which now also determines European politics. It amounts to the undermining of Western sovereigns. In contrast to the Weimar Constitution, the preamble of the Basic Law refers to God, conscious of its responsibility before God and mankind, inspired by the will to preserve its national and state unity, and to serve the peace of the world as an equally entitled member of a united Europe. The German people has now adopted its constitution, Federal Law Gazette, May 23, 1949. Instead of tribes, as was the case in Weimar, the individual federal states are referred to a certain reference to the constitutional understanding of the Western Allies is unmistakable. Unlike the first article of the old Constitution, in which state authority emanates from the people, the first article is now intended to ensure what this authority may not violate. Human dignity is inviolable. It is the duty of all state authority to respect and protect it. However, the Basic Law spreads the veil of German culture over what this dignity consists of. The allusion to Kant is mendacious, since according to Kant's understanding, which reflects modern contractual relationships, dignity refers to the autonomy of the individual who can decide for the morally good or bad. According to Kant, however, it is precisely this dignity, which comes from the intelligible, that cannot be violated by political power. The word contains an older, pre-critical layer of meaning that gives rise to all the associations of German ideology, the dignity of the feudal ruler, which can be conferred through personal relationships of dependence. A dignity that is only the reverse of honor has always been opposed in German ideology to the relationship of contract and capital that went beyond it, while the Weimar Constitution already stated, "The freedom of the person is inviolable." On the other hand, the articles on community life in the Weimar Constitution blatantly contradict Kant's metaphysics of morals, as married life is not primarily viewed as a contractual relationship, but as an institution for the propagation of the nation. Marriage, as the basis of family life and the preservation and propagation of the nation, is under the special protection of the Constitution. This direct purpose was abandoned in the Basic Law, see Article 6. The Basic Law alludes precisely to this in order to disguise the true meaning of civil society, which is mentioned by name in the American Constitution, the pursuit of happiness translated into political economy, competition as the fundamental right of the individual in civil society, which in turn created the individual as a subject in the first place. This right is sublated in human dignity, in which the right to work resonates, as the dignity that the state has to provide for. In this respect, Article 12 on the freedom to choose an occupation has been, and is often interpreted in a way that a capitalist-oriented commentary on the Basic Law must prevent. However, the interpretation in terms of the right to work is indirectly supported by Article 14 of the Basic Rights, which can also be found as Article 153 in very similar wording in the Weimar Constitution. Property obliges. Its use shall at the same time serve the common good. This restriction of competition by the common good, in which it is left open whether this common good should serve competition or competition should serve the common good, has its counterpart in the restriction of sovereignty at international level, which also clearly distinguishes the Basic Law from the American Constitution. The Weimar Constitution already took the ideology that accompanied the founding of the League of Nations into account in a diffuse way in Article 4. The generally recognized rules of international law shall be regarded as binding components of German imperial law. The Basic Law not only strives for clarity, but also envisages and aims to integrate Germany into a European Union. The Federation may by law transfer sovereign rights to intergovernmental institutions, and, in order to preserve peace, the Federation may join a system of mutual collective security. In doing so, it shall consent to restrictions on its sovereign rights which bring about and secure a peaceful and lasting order in Europe. Article 24. This is an almost literal return to Hans Kelsen's legal positivist delusion. The primacy of international law is formulated as Article 25. The general rules of international law are an integral part of federal law. They take precedence over the laws and create immediate rights and obligations for the inhabitants of the federal territory. The subject addressed in the Basic Law is not only recognizable as the people of the Nuremberg Laws and the Wannsee Conference by the fact that it is inspired by the will to preserve its national and state unity in order to keep silent about the extermination of the Jews with international approval and to build the new state on it. The will that inspired it when it was still victorious returns in the higher purpose that it believes it must place alongside national and state unity in order to commend itself to the international community as purified, to serve the peace of the world as an equal member of a united Europe. The conjunction between state unity and the service of peace is a lie that exploits the weakness of the West and presupposes that the liar himself believes in it. The subject does not respond to the old unstate of National Socialism with the concept of Western sovereignty, but by once again assuring itself of the reserves for the creation of general chaos and by envisioning the possibility of a new unstate. The Basic Law is the perfect synthesis of Hans Kelsen and Carl Schmitt. Quote, "The problem of state building, as hard as it sounds, is solvable even for a nation of devils, if only they have sense."
Immanuel Kant.
A private citizen who fears the laws that threaten him can be without morals and still be a good citizen. But a prince without morals is in any case a monster. Montesquieu. The originality of Habermas's inexhaustible text production lies solely in the fact that it seeks to conceal the absurdity and the delusional, as it still emerged openly and provocatively in Hans Kelson's legal positivist view of international law, through the pretentious academic tone and laboriously formulated neologisms. In this, he perhaps believes himself to be closest to Kant, to whom he so emphatically refers, and from whose critiques his theory is in truth as far removed as Agamben's is from Hobbes' Leviathan. Kant still used the French Revolution to demonstrate what sovereignty means. Habermas is now only the ideologue of the European Union, who turns his eyes away in horror from the neoconservative, enlightened politics of the USA and shamefacedly from Israel, which has always been resolute. Kant, however, knew that states are internally in a lawful but externally in relation to each other in a lawless state, and in this awareness he said, "There shall be no war, neither that which is between me and you in the state of nature, nor between us as states. For that is not the way in which anyone should seek his right." Quote, end. In other words, he was aware at all times that in the lawless state it can only be a matter of mere ought. We must act as if perpetual peace were a thing of possibility, and work towards the establishment of it, and that constitution which seems to us the most suitable for it, perhaps the republicanism of all states, one and all, in order to bring it about and to put an end to the unholy warfare, towards which, as the chief end, all states, without exception, have hitherto directed their internal arrangements, and if the latter, as far as the accomplishment of this purpose is concerned, should always remain a pious wish, we certainly do not deceive ourselves by adopting the maxim of working incessantly towards it. For this is a duty, but to suppose the moral law in ourselves fraudulent would produce the revolting desire rather to dispense with all reason, and to consider ourselves, according to its principles, thrown into the same mechanism of nature with the other classes of animals. Quote, end. It is a desperate objection to the no less desperate insight of Hobbes, who described the state as an artificial animal, and anticipation of Hegel's formulation of the spiritual animal kingdom, which was aimed at bourgeois society insofar as it subjugates the state. Kant notes that it is precisely here in the relationship between states that the intelligible character, freedom, threatens to emerge as a pious wish, that it therefore remains a mere ought, as Hegel later expressed it. In this relationship, the law can only be a regulative principle of action, no more but also no less, because the states are not individuals, and their relationship to one another can only be derived indirectly from that of the individuals. This is where the political uncertainty arises that also characterizes the famous treatise on perpetual peace and has confused many. In it, Kant quite unexpectedly relativizes the hope for the world republic, which would realize international law and could eliminate the lawless state between states, by now retreating to the concept of a mere League of Nations after all. For states, according to reason, there can be no other way to get out of the lawless state than by giving up their wild, lawless freedom, making themselves comfortable with public compulsory laws and thus forming a state of nations, which would ultimately concern all the peoples of the earth. But since, according to their idea of international law, they absolutely do not want this, the positive idea of a world republic can only be replaced by the negative surrogate of a war-repelling federation to stem the tide of hostile tendencies. Quote, end. States and peoples are ascribed inclinations and a certain will as if they were individuals. The confusing thing is, Kant is obviously only able to express his doubts that states really act like individuals, i.e. like citizens who are just as subject to a sovereign as they are able to see the law covered by him, by describing the behavior of states like that of individuals. Thus he also considers the right of peoples against each other, as if it were that of individuals, who should not merge into each other, so far as they constitute so many different states, and should not melt together into one state, because many peoples as a state people would constitute but one people, end quote. However, the negative surrogate of the League of Nations appears questionable again from the point of view of the definitive article on hospitality, which Kant adds, according to which originally, no one has more right to be in one place on earth than another, and therefore a stranger may only be turned away, if it can be done without his destruction, quote, end. If this definitive article were implemented in practice and the destruction of the foreigner were the criterion, it would mean nothing other than the abolition of the state, at least as long as states in a lawless state and those in a lawful state existed side by side. Max Horkheimer's late texts on Marx Today and the Planet as Our Home show that this is an ambivalence that cannot be easily resolved even by Marx's critique. With Schopenhauer, Horkheimer sharpens this critique even further and says that humanity at the highest level has no need of a state, while at the same time imploring its citizens and politicians that democracy requires the will to bring its own state to serve the establishment of right order to the best of its ability, both internally and externally at home and in the world, end, only to conclude that home should be the planet par excellence. Horkheimer finally abolishes the separation of the state order into internal and external, so that solidarity arises which is in accordance with the human situation, that all, from whatever part of the earth they may come, are finite beings united by one goal: to fight suffering, to live in freedom, to recognize the truth and to realize it to the best of their ability, end. The difference to Kant, however, is that his own concept of enlightenment is only really taken at its word by Horkheimer and thus presupposes at all times and under all circumstances that only the individual can make use of his own intellect and be in solidarity, that only single individuals can know themselves to be united by the common goal of combating suffering, living in freedom and realizing the truth. The whole problem of Kant's writing, however, lies in the analogy between peoples and individuals, states and citizens. Kant constantly tends to transfer the hope that he places solely on individuals, when he speaks of the exit from immaturity and takes the self-thinking of each individual as the starting point, to the states and imagines the perpetually free association as one of states or peoples, because he also knows that a legal state outside the states must not, like that from which a state arises, be founded on coercive laws, and cannot, even where he shies away from the consequences of his own hope. This problem becomes apparent. And the fear of the possibility of a world sovereign has hardly ever been expressed more succinctly than in this famous treatise on perpetual peace. Only this passage is often overlooked. Quote, "The idea of international law presupposes the separation of many neighboring states independent of each other. And although such a state is in itself a state of war, unless a federal union of them prevents the outbreak of hostilities, yet even this is, according to the idea of reason, better than the fusion of them by one power overgrowing another and turning into a universal monarchy, because the laws lose more and more of their force with the increased extent of the government, and a soulless despotism, after having extirpated the germs of good, finally falls into anarchy. This, however, is the desire of every state or of its head, to place itself in this way in a permanent state of peace, so that it may rule the whole world wherever possible." Quote, end. Kant apparently seeks refuge from this threatening possibility of the amalgamation of states, in which the laws lose more and more of their force, in the nature of peoples which he sees preserved by religion and language. But nature wants it differently. It makes use of two means to keep peoples from mixing and to separate them: the diversity of languages and religions, which, although it leads to mutual hatred and a pretext for war, nevertheless, with increasing culture and the gradual convergence of people towards greater unity in principles, leads to agreement in a peace that is not brought about and secured, like that despotism in the churchyard of freedom, by weakening all forces, but by their balance in the most lively competition between them. Quotation, end. Once again, Kant projects the possibilities initially assigned to men onto peoples, and religion and language serve him to imagine these peoples as individuals. Basically, however, when Kant speaks of people, he is talking about the owners of commodities. This becomes clear when we read the following passage. "It is the spirit of commerce which cannot exist together with war, and which sooner or later takes possession of every people. Because of all the powers means, subordinate to the power of the state, the power of money is probably the most reliable. States see themselves compelled, admittedly not exactly by moral impulses, to promote noble peace and, wherever war threatens to break out in the world, to ward it off through mediation, as if they were therefore in constant alliance." Quote, end. By speaking of people and not of commodity owners, by making the status of people in bourgeois society disappear, Kant loses the ability to see them as individuals at all times and not to confuse them with peoples. The spirit of trade, however, takes possession of the people sooner or later, but in any case as a compulsion of the individual, who feels compelled to produce and sell goods, or even to carry his own labor power to market. So reliable is the power of money, which no one escapes. In other words, the spirit of trade only takes possession of the states through the individual owners of goods, who must see to it that their goods and chattels and their wages are safe. Ultimately, then, it is war again that produces the commercial spirit of the states, and the commercial spirit of the states themselves consists in nothing other than those mediations of which Kant speaks, in the contracts between them. All other commercial spirit is again only the spirit of individual owners of commodities. Kant makes this difference between state and citizen disappear by speaking of the people. What moves the individual citizen suddenly becomes the motive of a people with which he identifies. This gives rise to the absurd but widespread idea that the promotion of trade ensures peace. It corresponds to the optimism of the Enlightenment, and yet, by speaking of the people and no longer of the individual, It also betrays the Enlightenment, whose optimism got hold Ephraim Lessing knew how to justify differently, namely in terms of the individual and not the fatherland, as if nature had intended more the bliss of a detached concept, such as state, fatherland and the like, than the bliss of every real individual being. End quote. U.S. policy in the immediate aftermath of the First World War was often seen as an attempt to put the writings on perpetual peace into practice. Karl Kautsky, Eduard Spranger, and Karl Vorlander, for example, thought they recognized Kant's conception in Wilson's speeches. However, the fact that she also realized their ambivalence was often interpreted by German ideologues as half-heartedness. President Woodrow Wilson initiated the League of Nations and formulated it as a positive idea in Kant's sense when he proclaimed, "What we seek is the reign of law, based on the consent of the governed, and sustained by the organized opinion of mankind." In this way, Wilson wanted the ominous right of self-determination of peoples, to which Lenin also referred, to be realized. His Secretary of State Robert Lansing, on the other hand, spoke of world sovereignty and thus seems to stand in a certain contrast to the president himself in that he made the question of force an issue and also favored the amalgamation and soulless despotism that Kant had rejected with disgust. There must be a certain body of individuals possessing a physical might sufficient to compel obedience by every member of the human race throughout the world. Such superior physical might constitutes sovereignty, and since its only limit is the earth, it may properly be termed world sovereignty. Quote, end. But the United States of America did not join the League of Nations, which it had initiated itself. Doubts obviously prevailed. There was too little confidence that the rule of law could ever be established without the backing of a sovereign, based only on the consensus of the governed, and so this sovereign withdrew from the self-created peace project, in the only slightly conscious urge to preserve its own ability to act, which meant that the United States had to withdraw from the League of Nations. This, however, gave rise to the idea that became virulent after the Second World War, namely the idea that the USA was the sovereign power that, standing outside the law and governing other nations, was able to guarantee this law international law. The delusional aspect of Hans Kelson's conception, which sought to correspond to the founding of the League of Nations in legal theory, consists in the fact that it seeks to completely eliminate the ambivalences of Kant's argumentation. It is thus at the same time the most consequent expression of a general tendency to suppress the question of sovereignty, which has prevailed in the entire theory of the state since the end of the 19th century and is already evident in Hugo Preuss, decades before Kelson. He called for the concept of sovereignty to be eliminated from the dogmatics of constitutional law, and Hugo Crabbe, 1906. Hermann Heller always recognized this in his detailed critique. Never has the depersonalization of the legal worldview been more radically carried out. Never has the fundamental problem of every normative science, the problem of norm and individuality, been more radically denied. Quote, end. But only the pure doctrine of law, as Kelson represents it, then creates the perfect suggestion that the theory of the state has finally awoken from the long sleep of the 19th century, startled by the nightmare of the First World War, rubs its eyes and admits with astonishment. Immanuel Kant's pious wish has long since become reality, or always has been, the states just don't know it yet. One sometimes gets the impression that Kelson has not really read either Hobbes or Hegel in the original. In any case, the subject of his criticism are the theories from the later 19th century, those of George Jelinek, Heinrich Treppel, George Lawson, and others, some of which, however, refer to Hegel's philosophy of law. The fact that he is not familiar with Hobbes becomes clear from a polemical remark to Lawson, in whose theory the state becomes a truly grotesque mythical creature. Half legal order, half natural thing. From the theory of violence, Lawson could then draw the conclusion that the state that prevails between states is a completely lawless state. He expressly describes this state as a state of nature. Quote, end. In view of the drastic way in which Hobbes and Hegel diagnosed the irrevocable relations of violence between states, this unmasking of an epigone like Lawson seems somewhat out of place, especially as Kelson is not afraid to put an exclamation mark behind the monstrosity, which Hobbes still took for granted, that a political relationship could be a state of nature. But this positivist, unlike others, has understood Kant insofar as he also raises the question that now really leads beyond Hobbes and Hegel, namely the question of how such an irrational state of violence can be rationally understood at all. But since the relationship between the states conceived as facts of violence wants to be understood, since this relationship is given up as a problem to any knowledge, an order between the states finally arises again. Only that this order is a natural one, i.e. the causal legal order of nature, which, as between all facts of being, also establishes a connection between the facts called state. It is therefore more than a mere image, more than an accidental comparison, when Lawson is urged to the assumption that the problem of establishing an order between two states is, to a certain extent, a problem of mechanics, and downright asserts, two states stand opposite each other like two physical forces. Quote, end. Kelsen himself, however, rejects the idea that the relationship between the states, understood as facts of force, could not only be incomprehensible, but rather that the same question arises here in the negative that Kant brought to consciousness in the positive in the moral imperative. And so, while we do not grasp the practical unconditional necessity of the moral imperative, we do grasp its incomprehensibility, which is all that can be reasonably demanded of a philosophy that strives to the limit of human reason in principles. Quotation, end. It is therefore quite logical that Kelsen later referred to his theory as a pure theory of law, for it really falls short of the critique of pure reason and actually pretenses to adopt a pre-critical standpoint. Carl Schmitt's polemic then made clear how urgently the critique of the pure doctrine of law is needed. Who misses it with even greater intent? The idea of sovereignty must be radically suppressed. It says in 1920 in Kelsen's book on The Problem of Sovereignty and the Theory of International Law, and it sounds like the greeting message of an anarchist lawyers' association to the First League of Nations Assembly. According to Kelsen, international law and state law have the same source in the form of legal principles. The way in which they came about and how they are reproduced naturally remains outside the legal perspective. Since they spring from the same source, both international law and state law are equally objective, genuine law. It follows, however, that there can be no difference between their subjects in this respect either. Equated in legal sociological terms as human behavior, states and individuals have become completely identical in Kelsen's theory. International law and state law merge into one another, and the subject of the one can also be that of the other. Kelsen also asserts the invalidity of the thesis that only states, but not people, are subjects of international law. Just as the citizen as a point of attribution has no body, so the state has no territory. Kelsen denies that the concept of the state can be determined by territorial sovereignty. It may sound like a bad joke what he has to say against the conventional truism of state theory that only one state can be the holder of power on one and the same territory, but this is precisely where his intention becomes immediately apparent. Kelsen argues that two states very often develop their power on one and the same territory. Think of a battlefield, for example. End quote. It is out of the question that a territory must first be conquered so that the sovereign can rule over it and guarantee that the rule of law applies. But space and time reappear as soon as it is a question of the world state, which Kelsen projects into international law, needing a territory in order to rule its subjects, the states that do not have one of their own. If one assumes that there are several states side by side that are territorially delimited from one another, then an order is necessary that carries out this mutual delimitation and must therefore be imagined above the national orders, international law. Then, however, it is no longer only the community designated as state that dominates or exists on the territory of the state, but, at least, also the community constituted by international law. Quote, end. Kelsen puts rule under quotation marks. This geometry of the total legal phenomenon, which Kelsen set himself as an ideal early on, this entire construction of his theory, from the logical principle of the legal proposition to the concept of human behavior, is thus there to disregard the relations of force between states. For Kelsen, the legal nature of international law does not actually result from the absence or non-absence of the coercive element in these norms, but in principle already from whether international law and state law can be understood from one and the same, namely from a legal point of view, quote, end. As a result, the moment of compulsion for the relations within the state ultimately disappears. The sovereign, who alone is able to guarantee the legal order between the owners of goods, is really completely displaced. The pure theory of law, which dissolves the concept of a state distinct from law, is a theory of the state without a state, and the concept of sovereignty, insofar as it does not denote the exclusivity of the validity of the positive legal order, and is therefore identical with the positivity of law, is only a truly tragic mask, behind which claims to power of the most diverse kinds are concealed. End quote. The analogy between citizens and states, individuals and peoples has always underpinned all conceptions of international law or international law. Ideology criticism, however, has to show where mere analogy is declared to be identity. While Kant, for example, still hesitated to regard states simply as citizens, which made him himself vacillate about the prospects of eternal peace, the neo-Kantian Kelsen completes the identification and erases everything that still recalls a difference, a non-identity, between the lives of physical human beings and the existence of their coercive political apparatuses. He speaks of human behavior, which is the case both in the politics of states and in the actions of individuals. The attempt to differentiate between state law and international law according to the difference in the object of regulation must fail for logical reasons. One must never lose sight of the fact that ultimately it is always only human behavior that forms the object of legal standardization. Even the duties and rights of the state have no other content than human behavior, just as the actions of the state are only human actions, related to the unity of the legal order, attributed to this state, the personification of this legal order. Quote, end. It is therefore impossible to see why the state's legal order should not be able to define human conduct as intended, which can be interpreted as the content of a duty of the state towards another state or which is the same thing, legally constructed, like the content of any norm of international law, end quote. The concept of human behavior serves to completely abstract from the human individual, and yet to feel thoroughly humanistic, viewing everything only from a human point of view. It is the idealistic expression for human material or the permanent bad sociological conscience of the pure theory of law. Assuming this, it makes no difference whether an individual acts or a mass of individuals, whether the individual reflects on himself or the state on its momentum. Whatever comes into the view of the pure doctrine of law can on the one hand be legally related to the point of attribution, on the other hand sociologically written off as human behavior. However, it is the principle of the legal approach to refrain from the individual in favor of the legal person, i.e. the point of attribution. And in this respect, the pure doctrine of law has truly brought it to this point by making the state and the individual identical. But Kelson's argumentation concentrates at the same time with aplomb on considering the state as a person, indeed on bringing it into play as the actual legal person. Since absolutely every duty or entitlement statuted by the legal system can be construed as such of the state, every fulfillment of a duty or assertion of an entitlement can ultimately be attributed to the state. There is also nothing to prevent the state from being recognized as the legal person katexicon. There may be nothing legally preventing it from being seen as a legal entity, but what urges us to catechize it as a legal entity? Kelson is not only concerned with the fact that international law and state law should be understood from one and the same, purely legal point of view, but the legal point of view turns out to be a means of asserting the primacy of international law. It is the world sovereign, which should not be named, and is based on the assumption of an authority that stands equally above all states, delimiting their spheres against each other, subordinating all states equally and thus placing them on an equal footing, quote, end. The authority that is assumed has no monopoly on the use of force, but is merely a point of reference, and this is placed before the astonished students by the university professor. Such a world ruler owes his incognito to a synthesis invoking Kant, which allows the transcendental subject to return as a jurist who must be able to accompany my every thought, and replaces the metaphysics of morals with the statutes of an imaginary international peace conference. The point of reference is set so that the state order, above which the international legal order stands, can no longer be described as highest, no longer as sovereign, even vis-a-vis its own subjects, quote, end. The world sovereign, as Kelson construes it in international law, can only exist if there is no sovereignty. The argument is therefore aimed at this. The assertion that only one state can exist within one and the same territory presupposes sovereignty as an essential characteristic of the state. Quote, end. But if an order standing above the state order is presupposed as valid, then where the state in question exists, to take the spatial view as an aid, this higher order also dominates. Indeed, strictly speaking, only this higher order as the highest, for the state order derives its validity from this order that is superior to it and therefore delegates it, ibid. It is precisely what is strictly speaking wishful thinking. As Kelson asserts at the end of his 1920 book on the problem of sovereignty and the theory of international law, it is not merely a matter of a legal construction, although the correct insight in terms of legal theory can also remove many an obstacle to the development of law, but of revolutionizing cultural consciousness. He now also openly states that the world state is the goal of all his considerations and places his work in the tradition of Kant's writing on perpetual peace. The idea of the sovereignty of one's own state has hitherto stood in the way, whether rightly or wrongly, of everything that aims at shaping the international legal order into an organization based on the division of labor, what aims at the establishment of special organs for the further development, application, and enforcement of international law, what aims at the further development of the international legal community from its state of primitiveness into a civitas maxima, also in the politico-material sense of this word. As an infinite task, however, such a world state must be set as a world organization for all political striving. Quotation, end. With this conception, Kelsen also clearly opposes the Western notion of sovereignty and law, which is often overlooked. Indeed, the meaning of his arguments is only fully revealed in this difference, as it is held here against the unity of sovereignty and law brought forth in both the American and French revolutions, a unity that does not exist in international law according to its own self-understanding. This sovereignty as the unity and uniqueness of the legal order means the exclusion of other sovereign legal orders, and it follows from the primacy of the state legal order over the international legal order that one transfers the unity function to one's own state legal order, which only international law is entitled to, by making one's own state the middle and high point of the entire legal system, in order to ultimately create the desired unity in the expansion of one's own state. Legal order. Although the unity of the legal order is also established by the primacy of national sovereignty, there can be no doubt that the idea of a society of equal communities is incompatible with this consequent construction of a primacy of the national legal order based on the theory of recognition and self-commitment. If the attempt is made to maintain the appearance of a coexistence of several states through the idea of mutual recognition, this appearance can easily be destroyed by the realization that this reciprocal recognition means nothing other than the constant change of the legal point of view, the unity of which, however, is precisely the essence of legal and all knowledge. Quote, end. The policy that Kelsen had in mind should lead beyond this coexistence and realize the unity of the legal standpoint in international law. Kelsen must have seen the fact that the USA did not become a member of the League of Nations as a setback. Above all, however, he explicitly identifies himself as the legal founder of pacifism. In the primacy of international law, the concept of law is accomplished both formally and materially. Law becomes the organization of humanity and thus one with the highest moral idea. Quote, end. It is precisely one of the main functions of the idea of a legal order that stands equally over all states, made possible only by the hypothesis of the primacy of international law, that the territorial areas of application of the individual communities must be regarded as legally demarcated from one another, and indeed demarcated in an objective manner, so that violent interventions and encroachments, so that the expansion that forms the essence of imperialism, appears to be unlawful. The legal unity of mankind, which is only provisionally and by no means definitively divided into more or less arbitrarily formed states, the civitas maxima as the organization of the world. This is the political core of the legal hypothesis of the primacy of international law, but it is also the basic idea of pacifism, which is the antithesis of imperialism in the field of international politics. Just as for an objectivist view of life the moral concept of man is humanity, so for an objectivist theory of law the concept of law is identical with that of international law, and for this very reason is at the same time an ethical concept. Quotation, end. At the end of his 1920 essay on the problem of sovereignty, it becomes clear that Kelsen also wants to go beyond the liberal conception of the individual. He falls under the spell of collectivist ideas, but he still expresses this in the spirit of liberal progressive thinking. Social consciousness has, in its development from the individual to ever wider circles, not yet burst the barriers of the nation and the national or otherwise limited state, not yet expanded into a consciousness of humanity, but there is no doubt that strong forces are already working in this direction. Quote, end. The imperfection of the transitional state in which Kelsen sees humanity is reflected in the contradictions of the theory of international law, which, in an almost tragic conflict, strives on the one hand towards the height of a world legal community established above the individual states, but on the other hand remains trapped in the sphere of power of the sovereign individual state. End quote. However, just as the subjectivism of the natural law theory of state contracts was overcome with the idea of the sovereignty of man, and thus the objective validity of the national legal order was put beyond doubt in Hobbes and Hegel's terms, the state of nature within the state could be eliminated, the subjectivism between the states would also cease, and, with the overcoming of the dogma of the sovereignty of the individual state, the existence of an objective order of nations, or more correctly world law, a civitas maxima, independent of all recognition, and standing above the individual states, would prevail. It is as if Kelsen, with the great pathos he lends to the talk of the moral idea and cultural consciousness, is trying to drown out what is actually inhuman in a doctrine that formally amounts to crossing out the individual human being. For it liquidates the potential for enlightenment that all theories of the state have possessed since Hobbes, insofar as they did not start from communities of faith and peoples, but from the individual and only wanted the function of the state and the law to be determined in relation to this individual, i.e. the owner of goods. The community of equal states, on the other hand, as Kelsen sees it constituted by international law, subordinates the individual directly to the community within the state, because the latter, as the subject of law, is not only placed on an equal footing with the individual and identified as a people, but also becomes the actual legal entity. Equality and diversity of peoples thus take precedence over equality and diversity of individuals. Anticipating the ideology of multicultural coexistence, the legal theorist sees in this priority of the community over the individual one of the few truly valuable and undisputed components of modern cultural consciousness. For the equality of states is only possible as an order which mutually delimits the spheres of application of the individual states by preventing encroachments of one into the sphere of the other, or at least by linking them to certain conditions that are the same for all. A legal order that regulates the mutual conduct of these communities by means of norms that are the same for all, and which in principle excludes any legal added value of one state over the other when shaping the special legal relationships between the individual states. End of quote. Legal surplus value. This is how Kelsen describes the progress that the Western form of government represents compared to the recent or newly created authoritarian forms, and thus imagines the West as capitalists and the peoples facing it as the proletariat. This West wants to appropriate the surplus value, but the people's socialism that Kelsen wants to establish will know how to prevent this. Hans Kelsen thus worked consequentially against himself. Within the state, he advocated, not least in his work as a constitutional lawyer, the rights of the individual and the separation of powers, but the generalization that he undertook to justify them, and in the name of the positivity of the rule of law on the outside, in international law, in turn deprived these rights of all foundations. The NSDAP had only just been founded, and a legal scholar had already projected the justification of the appeasement policy in international law, which could be applied as soon as that party conquered the German state. When the time came, the primacy of international law in Kelsen's theory was also overturned. In 1938, while fleeing from the Nazis, the revision took place. With the collapse of the League of Nations, according to Kelsen, the possibility of a choice between the interpretation according to the primacy of international law and that according to the primacy of state law shifted to the disadvantage of the former. The primacy of international law presupposes the existence of a certain minimum content and a certain minimum effectiveness of the norms of international law, which, however, are no longer given. Kelsen considers it possible that even international law disappears altogether and resorts to a strange half-measure. He admits a weakness of the pure theory of law, which emphasized the logical and epistemological side of the problem too one-sidedly. This does not turn into a critique of the pure theory of law. Kelsen was still too happy in the role of the one who had completed the formalization of Kant's philosophy. The concept of sovereignty must be radically suppressed, so that the state can appear as the catechized legal entity. After the First World War, Kelsen saw this as the field in which the decisive debate of the present would take place, and it was here that his logical opponent awaited him, Carl Schmitt. Kelsen once proudly remarked that the federal constitution of the Austrian Republic, to which he had contributed significantly, had eliminated any possibility of imposing a state of emergency with Article 149, paragraph 2. This precaution was about as important for the further fate of the Republic as Kelsen's personal commitment to the free exchange of opinions when he campaigned for Schmitt to be given a professorship in Cologne, where he himself taught. Not only was his colleague soon to do nothing for him when he lost his position in 1933 as a result of the law for the restoration of the professional civil service, but Schmitt also launched an anti-Semitic campaign in which Kelsen, now identified as a Jew, became the main enemy of German legal doctrine. This opponent seems logical, however, because he had once started from almost the same premises. In his 1914 essay on the value of the state and the significance of the individual, Schmitt explicitly invokes Kant, not only to counter the materialist objection that the presupposition of all goods, all activity, all fulfillment of duty is only individual human beings. The concrete physical human being must be there before there can be any talk of anything else, quote, end. The objection fails to recognize the opposition and the incompatibility of the abstract with the concrete, and also commits the logical error of allowing empirical presuppositions to decide on value, thus the error of the grossest materialism, for which the brain is more important than thinking, because without the brain there is no thinking, which can then be continued ad infinitum to other conditions such as good digestion and its conditions such as the supply of a certain quantity of nutrients and their preconditions. A value can never be gained in the process. Quote, end. Law and state are ultimately brought to identity, as with Kelsen. However, Schmitt formulates a concept of power beyond the law, a negative concept of power that bears the traits of immediate personal forms of rule and is tinged with anarchism. If there is to be a right, then it must not be derived from power, for the difference between right and power cannot be bridged per se. No one will call the opinion of a single person a norm. It is part of the nature of the norm that it applies independently of the individual in the philosophical sense. For the norm there is no individual who could constitute it by perceiving it, but if the opinion of the individual cannot constitute a norm, neither can 10 or 100,000 individuals, because the sum is not able to rise above the nature of the summed up by its own power. Quotation, end. It can be seen that power functions here as a synonym for the individual, whereby Schmitt devalues the meaning of the individual in line with Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Only that, unlike Hegel, he does not want to acknowledge any self-movement of the spirit that could lead from mere opinion to concept, and to norm and judgment. For him, the only thing that results from what is mine is the sum of opinions in democracy, which he obviously rejects. A force beyond the individual is needed, and this force is the state. It is the subject of law in the most eminent sense of the word, and it mediates the power of the individual with the law, but in such a way that the individual must disappear into it. Schmitt sees the significance of law in this and can thus justify the primacy of law and proclaim that supreme power can only be that which emanates from law. The law is not in the state, but the state in the law. Quote, end. In 1914, Carl Schmitt apparently did not yet know a state of emergency. To be more precise, the state of exception is treated as a problem of judicial practice. It is not yet a political state. The judge, as Schmitt understood him before 1914, could perhaps already be understood as the germinal form of the dictator. This is how Schmitt himself saw his early writings in retrospect. But his decision is still made without exception within the boundaries of legal practice set by the Wilhelmine state. Like the sovereign, whom Schmitt later enthroned as the hero of the state of exception, the judge does not decide according to subjective criteria, but rather according to the whole. But this whole is still determined differently. The exception is not yet delimited. Another judge, according to Schmitt, would have to decide in the same way. His decision would have to be predictable and calculable. The judicial decision is correct if another judge would have decided in the same way. End of quote. Of course, there can no longer be any talk of such comparability, which includes generality, in the case of the dictator or sovereign, especially since Schmitt is still not prepared to consider the states in their relationship to one another, but only ever defines the state itself or the individual state in isolation from the others. Here, too, Schmitt is not far removed from Kelsen. Against the prevailing theory of legal interpretation, according to which the activity of the judge consisted in subsuming cases under the positive law, and the positive legal correctness of his decision was founded in the law itself, Kelsen objected that there was per se no method characterizable as positive legal, according to which, of several linguistic meanings of a norm, only one could be distinguished as correct. Just as correct laws cannot be obtained from the Constitution through interpretation, correct judgments cannot be obtained from the law through interpretation. The necessity of interpretation arises precisely from the fact that the applicable norm or the system of norms leaves several possibilities open. For this reason, obtaining the respective norm for a particular case in the procedure of law enforcement is a function of the will. The application of the law is not knowledge, but an act of the will. Like Kelsen, Schmitt also speaks of the individual as a point of attribution, but while Kelsen uses this formulation in the legal tradition, Schmitt's tone and expression already show a peculiar fixation. He no longer loses sight of the body of the individual. The concept of the point of attribution is used like a weapon to mortally wound the physique of the individual. In this way, the entire scale of expression of law and the rule of law is projected in the early writing, just as in some war actions of the German and Austrian military after 1914, a development is already anticipated that leads from Wilhelmine Germany to National Socialist Germany. Schmitt formulates abbreviations of terror. Torture and the destruction of the body are already contained in the imperious lust with which the nullity of people's bodily existence is presented and painted. From the correct realization that no individual has autonomy in the state, the order is derived almost compulsively to not represent the superfluousness of one's body in the social conditions where it originates, but to execute it on the body itself. The bodily concrete individual is, if contemplation does not rise above material corporeality, a wholly accidental entity, a heap of atoms blown together, whose shape, individuality, and singularity are none other than those of dust joined into a column by the whirlwind. Quote, end. Schmitt's view, however, only rises above material corporeality in order to make the concrete individual appear exactly like this, as something that can be turned to dust at any time. For this, it requires law and the mediator of law, the state. The aestheticizing formulation that Schmitt has to resort to exposes the fact that the state and the constitutional state are only a means to an end for him. The end is to reduce the significance of the individual to such an extent that he can be destroyed at any time. Hans Kelsen uses the abstraction of the point of attribution to identify citizens and states. In a certain sense, he thus soberly ratifies what Schmitt boasted in exuberant terms before the World War when he wrote, "The state seizes the individual and incorporates him into its rhythm. It is therefore always a question of a remelting of the individual, of a reshaping in an area, not of an abstraction of mere details of the individual, nor of a constriction of the natural person or a freedom within the framework of the laws, which would be imposed as forms of imprinting on a naturally given content. Quote, end. However, Kelsen speaks of human behavior, in which citizens and states become interchangeable, while Schmitt seems to fix this abstraction, which spirits away the individual in the state itself. But this is only the last snapshot of Wilhelmine legal philosophy. In truth, Schmitt is concerned with divine behavior which is reflected in the rhythm of the state, and understood in this way, the rhythm can hurl individuals into nothingness, even without the state, if religious consciousness is strong enough. There are times of mediocrity and immediacy. In these, the devotion of the individual to the idea is something natural to man. There is no need for a tightly organized state to help the right to be recognized. Quote, end. Although the young Schmitt appears as an advocate of mediocrity and sees himself in harmony with Hegel's philosophy of the state, he nevertheless presupposes an idea of law with the absolute idea, which, unlike Hegel, he wants to see located solely in the religious horizon, detached from the state, which the state itself does not create, but only preserves, marring. What is revealed in Kelsen as the idea of the world state remains completely obscure in Schmitt, but the aestheticizing language, which relies on immediacy, does not bode well. The manifest and yet indeterminate religious reference gives this kind of state theory a freedom that basically leaves all options open. When Schmitt then responds to Kelsen's problem of sovereignty with his political theology, he is by no means turning against the origin of Kelsen's argument, which is based on the relationship between the state and international law, but rather against its result, the denial of the sovereign. He actually puts aside the whole issue of international law, reserves it for later, so to speak, and enters the stage of the constitutional law debates of the 1920s with the gesture of a resurrected Hobbes with the sentence, "The sovereign is he who decides on the state of exception." The state of exception, however, refers to nothing other than the state of nature that breaks into the state itself, as it is indispensable between states according to Hegel. In other words, the relations of force unleashed within the state, which know no restraint on the outside. Dam's original formulation of the state of emergency in state theory was also a state of siege. In Schmitt's previous work on dictatorship, the connection is still clear. War against the external enemy and suppression of a riot are used identically here, and the concluding chapter deals explicitly with the state of siege. For the time being, however, Schmitt only wants to talk about civil war, which must be quelled with the help of the sovereign. The authority proves that it does not need to be right in order to create law. 1996. 19. The idea of law cannot be realized by itself. This is because the decisive situation is not about concepts, but about concrete application, about who decides in the event of conflict what the public or state interest, public safety and order, loose salat public etc. consists of, quote, end. Thus a sovereign is needed, whether this is a monarchical or dictatorial ruler or a democratically elected representative. The only important thing about such authority from this all-important point of view is that it is able to stand outside the normal legal order. It is responsible for the decision to suspend the Constitution in toto, and this decision is required by the state of emergency, a state that cannot be synthesized according to the applicable legal principles. In contrast to the early writings, the state is no longer simply within the law, because the sovereign stands both outside and within the legal order, quote, end. In certain respects, Schmitt thus also seems to have a different concept of law. The Wilhelmine constitutional state could break down. Supreme power can now not be only that which emanates from the right. In the dictatorship, Schmitt still describes this exceptional state as a normal state. Law is a means to an end to the existence of society. If law is unable to save society, then force intervenes and does what is required. That is then the saving act of state power and the point where law leads to politics and history. More precisely, however, it would be the point at which law reveals its true nature and the attenuations of its purely utilitarian character, which are perhaps themselves approved for reasons of expediency, cease. War against the external enemy and the suppression of internal rebellion would not be exceptional states, but the ideal normal case in which law and the state unfold their inner purposefulness with immediate force. Quote, end. Schmitt merely repeats in a more agitated tone and without elaborating what Jelinek and Lawson, whom Kelsen believed to be refuted by his writing, had long since explained. Jelinek saw the decisive criterion of the state as the right to issue binding norms on the basis of its own rights, and understood own rights to mean legally uncontrollable rights. Whoever is entitled to it is legally irresponsible in its exercise. His theory of the state states, the essential characteristic of the state is the existence of state authority. State power, however, is not further derivable ruler power. where a community is able to exercise rule over its members and its territory by original power and with original means of coercion in accordance with an order peculiar to it, there is a state. Quote, end. But what Schmidt cuts away when he says, sovereignty is supreme, not derived ruler power, is Jelinek's actual definition. State power, which knows no higher power above itself, for it implies that this power, knowing no higher one above it, knows a greater or lesser, equally independent one beside it. The attempts to divide sovereignty according to its direction must be regarded as unsuccessful. Every state that is entitled to supreme power under constitutional law is consequently independent under international law. Quote, end. It was above all the American Civil War that made Jelinek aware of this concept of sovereignty, which he sought to fix in legal terms. The sovereignty of a state, insofar as this concept has legal value, is not a measurable fact that depends on a greater or lesser degree, but a legal consequence of its existence, and thus depends only on the fact that it rules over a territory and the people in it and is recognized by the other powers as a self-entitled member of the family of states. End.
Quote.
As unclear as this juxtaposition of rule over the people and recognition by the family of states remains, and as clear as the attempt to portray the relations of force between states as familial disputes and to presuppose goodwill to be faithful to the treaty, Jelinek still knows that a concept of state power can only be formed if the relationship between the states is not disregarded, even if this determination is the limit of comprehensibility, because in the final instance it is a matter of relationships that elude reason. Jelinek attempted to somehow control this irrevocable irrationality and subject it to reason, which drove Hobbes to lengthy biblical exegeses and Hegel to a gigantic philosophical construction, with a simple doctrine of self-obligation. Exclusive obligation through one's own will is the legal characteristic of the sovereign state. Sovereignty is therefore the characteristic of a state by virtue of which it can only be legally bound by its own will. Quote, end. Jelinek, for his part, now suppresses the fact that it can also release itself at any time by presupposing, so to speak, a good will, or rather, like Kelsen, but without realizing it, assumes the primacy of the contract. The state is therefore competent, i.e. free, by concluding the contract, but it is incompetent, i.e. bound by the contract concluded. Quote, end. Jelinek thus opposes the denial of international law, which for him consists in this self-commitment of the state by treaty. Basically, the will of the state, which commits itself, is Jelinek's backdoor for the world sovereign, just as it was left by the world spirit in Hegel. And it is not surprising that he thus also misses the concept of the sovereign's domestic power and directly anticipates Kelsen's theory. Quote, a difference between the actions of the state and those of the organ can arise, however, if the organ of the state does not observe or exceeds the legal limits set for its activity, but then it is no longer an organ of the state in the disputed sense. If a prince commits an unconstitutional act, only he himself is acting, but not the state, whose will cannot be expressed here. Quote, end. In Hegel's case, it is indeed the state that still acts, but this state is not real because it does not correspond to its concept set by the spirit. A bad state is one that merely exists. A sick body also exists, but it has no true reality. A hand that has been cut off still looks like a hand and exists, but without being real. True reality is necessity. What is real is necessary in itself. Quote, end. But under the concept of mere existence, Hegel also justifies the bad state. Every state, one may declare it bad according to the principles one has, one may recognize this or that deficiency in it, always has, if it belongs in particular to the developed ones of our time, the essential moment of its existence in itself. But because it is easier to find defects than to comprehend the affirmative, one easily falls into the error of forgetting the inner organism of the state itself through individual aspects. But the ugliest man, the criminal, a sick and crippled man is still a living man. The affirmative, the life, exists in spite of the deficiency, and it is this affirmative that is at issue here. Quote, end. This is precisely where Carl Schmitt comes in. When the state transgresses those boundaries and commits such an act, the sovereign proves itself in it. Political theology makes the connection between the power over the citizens and the relationship between the states disappear. It suppresses the fact that the decision of the sovereign is not created out of nothing, but from this relationship, i.e., is possible under its preconditions alone, and it does so that this power appears all the more radiant and the concept of sovereignty gains the religious meaning that Schmitt, in contrast to Jelinek, is after all aiming for. Only in this way can he construct a false continuity as the object of his criticism, the last representative of which he names in Kelsen, a line that begins with Locke and was directed against the Leviathan from the beginning. Quote, To Locke's doctrine of the rule of law and the rationalist 18th century, the state of exception was something incommensurable. The lively awareness of the importance of the exceptional case that prevailed in the natural law of the 17th century was soon lost again in the 18th century, when a relatively permanent order was established. For Kant, the law of necessity is no longer a law at all. It goes without saying that a neo-Kantian like Kelsen knows nothing systematically about the state of emergency. Quote, end. Only in this way can Schmitt make the reduction of the state to the moment of decision, that is decisive for everything else, to a pure, non-rationalizing, and non-justifying absolute decision, i.e. created out of nothing, end quote. Political theology thus also appears as a reduction of Hegel's philosophy of right to its paragraphs 278 and 279, where it says, in a state of necessity, however, whether internal or external, it is sovereignty, in whose simple concept the organism existing there in its particularities merges, and to which the salvation of the state is entrusted with the sacrifice of that which is otherwise justified, where then that idealism comes to its peculiar reality. Quote, end. In sovereignty, however, Hegel only sees the truly absolute final end of the state, in which the abstract, insofar groundless self-determination of the will, in which the ultimate decision lies, insofar as here too, even when he speaks of the state in the singular, he does not disregard the state of nature between the states, except that he does not derive sovereignty from the state of nature, but conversely the state of nature from sovereignty. But because their relation has their sovereignty for its principle, they are in this respect in a state of nature against each other. Quotation, end. But it was not only necessary to abstract from the relationship between states in order to find the existentialist standpoint in politics. Hegel's philosophy of law still sought to establish the balance between sovereignty and the legal mediations in which that otherwise justified consists. Its interest was to stabilize the state after the revolution in such a way that these mediations could not become indifferent. Here Schmitt turns Joseph de Maistre theory of sovereignty against Hegel, for this theory of counter-revolution consists of nothing other than indifference to any kind of mediation. In this it is directed against the French Revolution just as much as it merely continues one of its tendencies. In this way, it plays Rousseau's concept of equality against itself and in this respect has little in common with its Catholic origins. On the contrary, de Maistre's enthusiasm for Islam indicates what has survived here of the power of mediation that once emanated from the Catholic Church. Through it, a people becomes, in an instant, a marvelous giant who roams the universe with the sword in one hand and the Quran in the other, crushing empires in his triumphant advance, so that 20 prostrate nations bow their heads under the peaceful scepter of Harun al-Rashid. It is completely irrelevant what unites or divides people in view of the fact that there is this marvelous giant and miracle worker who alone makes the decision. In de Maistre's work, they simply grow together as a society. Since they do not enter into a contract, Leviathan appears as an immortal god from whom everything originates. Let us get used to seeing society exclusively as the expression of divine will. Society, then, is by no means the work of man, but the immediate result of the Creator's will, whose intention was that man should become what he has always and everywhere been. Quote, end. By suspending all mediations that once characterized the Christian faith vis-a-vis Islam, de Maistre is left only with the tautology of the divine will, which can then also be understood as nothingness. Political theology, as Schmitt understands it, reads Kant and Hegel through the eyes of de Maistre, admittedly under the pressure of the experiences of the First World War and the unrest that followed. This is how the reduction of the state to an absolute decision created out of nothing comes about. There is not much left of the conceptual bluster that is often registered in political theory under the buzzword of decisionism, if only a single thought is given to the fact that such a decision created out of nothing, which does not have to relate to the other states at all, structurally presupposes these states, just as the money that is spent on a commodity that requires a decision to buy it, which likewise comes out of nothing, presupposes capital. Assuming, however, that this capital is an understandable context, the decision can also be derived from it. Assuming that the relations between states are accessible to reason, state power can also be derived from it. So when Schmitt says that the sovereign creates and guarantees the situation as a whole in its totality, because he has the monopoly of the final decision, then the existentialist turn in the theory of the state becomes very clear. In History and Class Consciousness, George Lukács demystified Hegel's concept of totality to the extent that he recognized in it the commodity form that had become total. The next step would have been a critique of the state, which Lukács rejected when he followed Lenin's party, that understands the sovereign as the authority that creates and guarantees the capital relation as a whole in its totality. But this sovereign only exists in the plural, or rather, as a relationship between states. And only as such a relationship, and that means with Hegel, natural relationship, i.e. relationship of force, does the sovereign embody the utilization of value. For Schmitt, however, the situation takes the place of capital and totality becomes its variable. In this way, the sovereign can be isolated, detached from the context of other states. There is nothing on earth but the sovereign and the decision. The people are merely the material in which this decision is reflected. However, insofar as they can and may identify with the sovereign, they themselves move into the position of the sovereign. But this requires of them that they understand their own bodies as mere material and are willing to sacrifice them for the sovereign. In German, however, this willingness is called das Volk or the Volksgemeinschaft. And indeed, political theology ultimately allows the relationship between states to disappear in the concept of the people, to the same extent that this people is granted the status of a sovereign. For the people is defined as those who may identify with the people without contradiction. End quote. What is called the people is the embodiment of identification without contradiction, identity without non-identity, the embodiment of nothingness, from which the absolute political decision is to be created. Thus, the mortal God disappears into the immortal, the state into the people. And in the state itself, Schmitt is ultimately only interested in a certain power to which the sovereign has always claimed a monopoly. His ability to demand readiness to die and readiness to kill from members of his own people. End quote. The fact that Schmitt speaks of his own people already shows that he thinks of the state as identical with the people, and that he sees its only task as enforcing the absence of contradiction, the pure identity, the nothingness, the pure concept of the people purified of everything. It is not the state that is primary for Schmitt, as a superficial reading of political theology might reveal, which would like to place this teacher of constitutional law in the tradition of Hobbes. Rather, his concept of the state presupposes, as Schmitt then clarified in 1932, the concept of the political. However, the relations of violence between states are only articulated in appearance by this specifically political distinction, the distinction between friend and foe. Friend-enemy distinction, like law itself, is only a means that serves to place the concept of the people before that of the state and to prepare the fundamental distinction that is then made in the new edition of the concept of the political in 1933, that between Germany and the Jews. The decision that has to be made out of nothing here is about whether the otherness of the foreigner means the negation of one's own kind of existence and must therefore be warded off or fought against in order to save one's own way of being, quote, end. In this, Schmitt is entirely in line with the interpretation that Heidegger had given to the concept of the political in his Hegel seminar of 1933-34. Quoting Schmitt, he emphasized that the self-assertion of the historical being of a people constituted what was actually political, from which the friend-enemy relationship was also derived. However, Heidegger and Schmitt also agree that this self-assertion always presupposes the persecution and destruction of the internal enemy. The enemy is the one and everyone from whom an essential threat to the existence of the people emanates. The enemy need not be the external one, and the external one is not even the more dangerous one. In any case, it is important to cultivate and increase constant readiness towards this enemy, and to launch the attack over the long term with the aim of complete annihilation. End of quote. With Hobbes' Leviathan, the opposite is true. It has nothing to do with the political status of a people organized in territorial unity, as Schmitt now defines the state. For Hobbes, it is not the people but the individual that is the starting point for all political thought and action. And in his view, what makes the individual identifiable and equates him with others is not his membership of a people, but the ability to kill given to each individual as an individual, combined with the equally ubiquitous urge to accumulate power. This alone forces individuals to enter into contracts with each other, which then gives rise to the monster, the Leviathan. For Schmitt, on the other hand, the political becomes one with the people. It is not the state but the political entity that is primary, whatever this entity may be. Once it was the religious idea, now it is the people, as Heidegger says. A state is only by becoming the historical being of the beings called people. Quote, end. This unity is subordinated to the sovereign, and thus a counter-sovereign, Manfred Dahlmann, is actually projected. The sovereign, as the one who decides on the state of exception, becomes the state of exception that decides on the sovereign. In Schmitt's work soon after 1933, this state is no longer called the state, but the Reich, or Grossraumordnung, or Nomos. The seemingly emphatic reference to Hobbes was only an ephemeral figure of argumentation, a means to an end, just as for Schmitt the state is only a means to the end of destroying the individual. The political theologian declared himself the advocate of the sovereign in order to abolish the sovereign. He takes the side of Leviathan in order to enforce Behemoth. In his 1938 essay on Hobbes' Leviathan, he finally made the renunciation of Hobbes official and prepared for war against England and the USA. In the Weimar Republic, Hermann Heller had presented perhaps the most comprehensive critique of the pure theory of law. However, the fact that he was unable to gain any real distance from Schmidt's political theology was to its detriment. At first it seems as if Heller was merely secularizing elements of this theology, just as a social democrat or socialist must do in order to arm himself against the bourgeoisification threatened by Kelson's liberalism as well as against the enemies of democracy threatening from the right. First of all, it is remarkable that he uses the concept of sovereignty where Schmidt prefers to suppress it, in questions of international law. Heller defines sovereignty as that decision-making unit which is not subordinate to any other effective universal decision-making unit. End of quote. In this respect, it is a historical category. The Middle Ages are not familiar with a monistic territorial sovereignty association similar to the modern state, which incorporates and subordinates all decision-making authorities on its territory to a central decision-making unit. Quote, end. Consequently, we can only speak of international law as long as there are at least two universal and effective territorial decision-making units. In this sense, Heller also considers the League of Nations and its institutions such as international jurisdiction and arbitration. One may imagine today's nation-state or a future civitas maxima, but in any case it is certain that the state of society achieved requires a positive legal order whose positivity and legal certainty is inconceivable without the absolute unity of the territorial decision. Quote, end. It follows from this that the active submission of the state to any norm of international law must be legally construed as a free decision of will, and this also means that no state is compelled under international law to establish diplomatic relations or conclude any treaties. It is not the League of Nations that is the universal decision-making unit, but the state, not international law delegates sovereignty. But the state delegates certain powers to the League of Nations through its acts of will. Quote, end. On this basis, Heller saw through the ideology that was spreading in connection with the League of Nations and which Kelsen put in a nutshell like no other. A kind of power resentment almost led to underestimating the systematic significance of the lack of coercion in international law again. But in no case should it be ignored that, unlike in domestic law, it is decisive whether a sovereign state or several sovereign states use their power to positivize the rule of international law. The Hague Court thus remains a particular decision-making authority, whose lawmaking is only positive because it derives its authority from the sovereignty of the states, and whose substantive jurisdiction is also based only on the treaty agreement of universal decision-making units. It was the competent international court itself that spoke of this principle in an opinion concerning the Russian-Finnish dispute over Karelia. Only war can ultimately decide what is right and what is wrong. War is therefore the actual sovereign between the states, and as such it can, if necessary, decide on the existence of its citizens, i.e. the states. Heller recognizes a kind of legal untruthfulness in the literature of international law and speaks of a special jargon, a cant, which for more or less laudable purposes, and by means of all kinds of terminological or logical tricks wants to make invisible that hole in international law at whose abyss the warning sign should stand. International law offers every subject of international law the possibility of getting rid of all its legal obligations towards another subject of international law by completely annihilating the latter. Quote, end. Like Carl Schmitt, Hermann Heller takes Hegel's definition of the sovereignty of the final decision as his starting point, but he seeks to avoid the consequence that it has in Schmitt as a pure, non-rationalizing, and non-justifying absolute decision, i.e. one created out of nothing, by speaking of decision-making unity or territorial decision-making unity, so as not to give the impression that the decision could really be created out of nothing. With Max Weber's definition, the state is the human community that, successfully, claims the monopoly of legitimate physical force within a certain territory. The territory, belongs to the characteristic dash. He hopes to have a counterweight to Schmitt's theology. But nothingness catches up with him, just as it caught up with Weber himself, because the question of territory is inextricably linked with that of the people, in order to be able to establish any connection between the reproduction of individuals and the state. Law is not understood as the form of the capital relation, but as the will and purpose of the social order of being, and this order of being can only appear concretely in the concept of the people. Everything that cannot be grasped with juridical categories, the non-identical, is thus substantialized in the people. This is also why Heller prefers to take Jean Bodin as his starting point from the outset rather than Thomas Hobbes, since the latter does not focus so much on the individual, and Heller can therefore speak of an individuality of the state that already introduces the concept of the people. What could in truth have established the formal decision-making unit, the critique of political economy, is deliberately omitted because Heller rightly sees here the fundamental hostility to the state that he does not want to accept in Marx. For Marx and Engels, The state was always only the reality of an immoral idea, namely the necessary evil of the class state, which was destined to disappear with the end of class rule, just as national segregations and antagonisms, in their genuinely Manchesterian view, were destined gradually to cease with the development of the bourgeoisie, with freedom of trade, the world market, the uniformity of industrial production. End. Heller thus regarded Marx and Engels with their Manchesterian views as the forerunners of a cosmopolitan bourgeoisie, which he wanted to fight on the basis of a people whose national sentiment has been most seriously wounded, a people that he still saw at the beginning of the 1930s at the head of the European International of Nations, which would otherwise all sink to the level of white slave colonies of the Americans in the shortest possible time. End quote. Like Otto Bauer, he sees Germany's world historical task in realizing the idea of a true socialist Volksgemeinschaft between the Bolshevik East and the capitalist West. The most real German power politics at present is social policy. Let us muster the strength to make the socialist idea exemplary for the world, and we will rule in the spirit of Fichte as a people of humanity like no other. Quote, End. For Heller, the nation is not a transit point to a cultureless mishmash of humanity, but the fate-bound form of life in which we alone can and want to cooperate in the supranational purposes of humanity. End quote. Heller has to summon up the utmost nationalism because he can only imagine these supranational purposes of humanity, the civitas maxima, in the form of a state, as a unitary state and world sovereign, as a planetary universal and effective decision-making unit, which would then transform all international law into state law and be sovereign in the most eminent sense. The fate-bound form of life of the nation is then the only means of preventing the cultureless mush of humanity. However, the fact that for Heller the question of where coercion, which distinguishes constitutional law from international law, should come from, has no meaning as soon as only this form of life remains, points to the fact that, despite all consideration of questions of international law, he did not explain sovereignty from the connection between states, but ultimately from itself in the sense of Schmitt as a pure, non-rationalizing, and non-justifying, i.e. absolute decision created out of nothing. While according to Kelsen, who assumed that every state is a constitutional state, the Hitler state should also be described as a constitutional state, Heller, who like Kelsen was expelled from Germany, should actually have regarded the new order as a pure absolute decision of that fate-bound form of life of the people. Only those who understood that the power of judgment in politics and the determination of the state is rationally possible only from the individual and not from the people, that the unreasonableness and incomprehensibility of the sovereign should also be expressed, and that any positivity of law for the individual is void if no sovereign state can guarantee it, only they were now able to understand what National Socialism was and what its relationship to the Western form of government was. What intellectuals such as Walter Benjamin, Franz Neumann and Otto Kirchheimer or Leo Strauss and Erich Voegelin were once able to discover in Carl Schmitt's writings before 1933 was therefore only a certain trace, which he laid down almost against his will and was no longer able to completely blur. Not all of them followed this trail back to the political philosophy of Hobbes, but in any case it meant reopening the question of sovereignty. Benjamin not only owed his understanding of the political dimension of the German Baroque tragedy to this trace, it also helped him to see through the pioneers of the Wehrmacht for the next war, who had gathered in the volume Krieg und die Krieger, War and Warriors, published by Ernst Jünger in 1930. In the individual contributions, which also include Jünger's comments on total mobilization, Benjamin recognizes an unrestrained transfer of the theses of l'art pour l'art to war. The mysticism of the death of the world, celebrated therein, cannot be traced back to Hobbes' concept of sovereignty, but rather exposes a deceptive maneuver. According to Benjamin, the forces that Jünger represents prolong the very failure of state power that they themselves lament, and ultimately drive it to immeasurable proportions. The formations, which at the end of the war stood ambiguously between order-like comradeships and regular representations of state power, soon consolidated themselves as independent stateless piles of lansquenets, and the captains of finance of inflation, for whom the state as guarantor of their property began to become questionable, appreciated the offer of such piles, which, through the mediation of private agencies or the Reichswehr, could roll in like rice or rutabagas at any time. The present document still resembles the ideologically phrased advertising brochure of a new type of mercenary, or rather condottiere. Quote, End. The image of such mobs that Benjamin truthfully projects here of Weimar conditions, insofar as they already carried the Third Reich within them, does not in fact correspond to the Leviathan, which has to prove itself as the guarantor of property, but rather to the Behemoth, the permanent gang and civil war, which no longer guarantees the life of the owner along with the property. However, according to Leo Strauss in his discussion of Carl Schmitt's concept of the political, the right to secure one's bare life is an inalienable human right in Hobbes, i.e., a claim of the individual that precedes the state and determines its purpose and limits. Hobbes differs from educated liberalism only in that he knows and sees what the liberal, civilizing ideal has to fight against. Not merely against corrupt institutions, against the evil will of a ruling class, but against the natural wickedness of man. End. Unlike Benjamin, Strauss is far from questioning this anthropologizing view. He is not interested in the fact that certain social conditions created by the original accumulation of capital are fantasized as an eternal human substance. But the precision with which he contrasts Hobbes' argument with Schmidt's at least reveals that the war of all against all, the state in which man is a wolf to man, cannot be a matter of wolves in a pack. With the definition of the state of nature as given by Hobbes, it is possible to recognize precisely where Schmidt deviates from Leviathan, without him revealing it himself. The polemic against liberalism that Schmidt develops is determined by and through the representation of the state of nature in the concept of the political, whereas Hobbes proves to be the founder of liberalism precisely in his representation of the state of nature. For Hobbes it is the state of war of individuals, for Schmidt it is the state of war of groups, especially of peoples. And for Schmidt, it is part of the nature of the political association that it can demand readiness for death from members of its own people. The reference to this central point in the concept of the political conversely enables Strauss to understand Hobbes' political philosophy, which essentially demands a conditional obedience, namely an obedience that is not in contradiction with the salvation and preservation of the life of this individual, for the safeguarding of life is the ultimate reason for the state. End. In a letter to Schmidt from 1932, he insists on distinguishing between authoritarianism and nationalism. It sounds as if Strauss wanted to quickly win over his academic patron to a new right-wing movement directed against National Socialism. Erich Voegelin received Schmidt's writings in a similar way at this time, 1936, albeit not with a Zionist orientation, but rather with a Christian, statist ideology, when he turned away from his teacher Hans Kelsen to favor the authoritarian state. Voegelin, 1997. Voegelin's later political philosophy, which, like Strauss's, exerted considerable influence on the U.S. neocons, demonstrates the same ability as Strauss to learn from the West and reflect on the possibilities of U.S. American conditions. However, when Voegelin gave his lectures on Hitler and the Germans in Munich in 1964, the situation of 1933 returned when he said, "Under certain circumstances, one cannot object much to an authoritarian organization. If, for example, a politically underdeveloped people, let us take the Pakistani case, is not ripe to function democratically, it will be better if an energetic gentleman rules authoritatively. Therefore, from the point of view of justice, for example, there could be no immediate objection apart from legal and tactical arguments, if there were also something like an authoritarian leadership in Germany under certain circumstances. The prerequisite, however, would be that the authoritarian leadership does not consist of National Socialists and Communists and other ideologues, but of people who live in a classical Christian conception of what justice is. Then, under certain circumstances, an authoritarian form of organization can even be better than a democratic one in which the majority consists of a bloc majority of communists and National Socialists." End of quote. Thus Strauss, who had just received a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation for his project on Hobbes, encouraged by Carl Schmitt's expert opinion, wrote to Karl Lowith from Paris on May 19, 1933, "The fact that Germany, which has become right-wing, does not tolerate us, does not mean anything against right-wing principles. On the contrary, only from the right-wing principles, from the fascist, authoritarian, imperial principles, can we protest with decency, without the ridiculous and pathetic appeal to the droits imprescriptibles del home, against the Messine evil." End. With the phrase mesquine mischief, Strauss is aiming at the extremism of the center and the anti-authoritarian elements of the National Socialist movement. In this context, we are reminded of Sigmund Freud, who in the same year sent Mussolini his correspondence with Einstein, published as a book under the title War im Krieg. With the personal dedication, "From an old man who recognizes the cultural hero in the dictator." In this correspondence, Freud objected to Einstein's view of power and law, which simply offers the sheer illusion of the world's sovereign, according to which states should simply create a supranational organization, a legislative and judicial authority to settle all conflicts arising between them, and assume the obligation to submit to the authority of this authority. "It is a mistake in the calculation," replied Sigmund Freud, "if one does not take into account that law was originally brute force and still today cannot do without the support of force." End of quote. Both Strauss and Freud already know where the new barbarism has found its real home, and they recognize how ridiculous the appeal to a supranational authority and the inalienable human rights is once the persecution of the Jews begins here. In contrast, Strauss relies on right-wing principles, which he understands as fascist in a very specific sense. In his view, they alone make it possible to keep liberalism in check so that it does not give rise to the Messine evil that triumphs in Germany. There is no reason to grovel, not even to the cross of liberalism, as long as a spark of Roman thought still glows somewhere in the world. And even then, better the ghetto than any cross. Quote, end. He had already been able to glean something of that triumph from Schmidt's concept of the political. He agreed with him in the anthropologization of social conditions. The ultimate foundation of the right was the proposition of the natural wickedness of man, and Strauss wanted to commit himself to this right. It was his view that man is evil by nature, therefore he needs domination. But domination can only be established, i.e. people can only be united in a unity against other people. The tendency towards isolation, and thus the friend-foe grouping of humanity, is a given in human nature. In this sense, it is destiny. Strauss vaguely perceives that Schmidt wants to elevate this condition of state rule to its purpose and insists on a clear hierarchy in the sense of Hobbes. But the political understood in this way is not the constitutive principle of the state of order, but only the condition of the state. This hierarchical relationship between the political and the state, however, does not, I believe, emerge sufficiently in your writing. Letter to Schmidt, September 4, 1932. And here, in the end, there can no longer be any common ground. Strauss must take note that the deviation from Hobbes' theory, which Schmidt does not point out, amounts to the ultimate contradiction, because it makes the readiness to die and kill the highest meaning of the state, whereby this meaning only unfolds through a distinction between friend and foe, as Schmidt understands it in contrast to Hobbes, namely as a relationship between groups and peoples, not between individuals and states. Suspicion has already been aroused by the fact that Schmidt speaks of malice, which is not to be understood morally, with an unmistakable sympathy. However, this sympathy is nothing other than the admiration of animal power. It noticeably repels Strauss, because what is admired here must by no means be regarded as an advantage, but as a deficiency, a neediness, namely as a need for domination. The dangerousness of man discovered as a need for domination can only be appropriately understood as moral badness. As such it must be recognized, but it cannot be affirmed. But then what sense does the affirmation of the political have? Quotation, end. The affirmation of the political in Schmidt is, as Strauss now recognizes, the affirmation of the state of nature. Schmidt opposes the affirmation of the state of nature to Hobbes' negation. The state of nature is the status belli par excellence. The affirmation of the political as such is the affirmation of the struggle as such, regardless of what is being fought for. In this indifference and neutrality, Strauss sees a liberalism with reversed signs. Quote, end. Schmidt gains no horizon beyond liberalism, from which alone liberalism itself could be saved. The concept of politics, as Schmidt defines it, only reverses the signs of liberalism. But what it really means to reverse the signs of liberalism was only made clear by Germany's development after 1933. Leo Strauss, who found refuge in the USA, understood this thanks to his orientation towards the Western principles of politics and his unbroken affirmation of Zionism. Looking back, he understood the Weimar Republic as a democracy without the sword. In addition to his clear-sighted commentaries on Hobbes, Spinoza, and Machiavelli, he largely withdrew from questions of Jewish and Greek philosophy. His esoteric work was sufficient to inspire neoconservative concepts that are still evident today in political debates about the course of the USA. Compared to the imminent criticism that Strauss made of Schmidt, the diagnoses of critical theory on the development of the authoritarian or totalitarian state seem almost unspecific. On the one hand, they adopt the self-portrayal in Nazi propaganda and, on the other, follow the Marxist theory of monopoly capitalism and imperialism. Herbert Marcuse, for example, wrote in 1934 about the struggle against liberalism in the totalitarian conception of the state, that it was liberalism itself that generates the total authoritarian state from itself, as its own perfection at an advanced stage of development. The total authoritarian state brings the organization and theory of society corresponding to the monopolistic stage of capitalism. Quote, end. What Marcuse does not perceive in Schmidt's theories and the ideology of National Socialism is the affirmation of the state of nature within the state, the war of groups that identify themselves by ethnicity. He does not regard Schmidt's friend-enemy relationship as a declaration of war in a civil war of Aryans against non-Aryans, but rather as the usual reactionary enthusiasm for war, as a contemporary existential formulation of the fact that war is the father of all things, end quote. At the same time, Marcuse knows what is new about National Socialist politics. The separation of state and society, which the liberalist 19th century had attempted to implement, is abolished. The state takes over the political integration of society, and the state, by way of the existentialization and totalization of the political, also becomes the bearer of the actual possibilities of existence itself. The state does not have to answer to man, but man has to answer to the state. He is completely at its mercy. Quote, end. But what does existentialization and totalization of the political mean other than that the state can only take over the integration of society through its own disintegration? That the separation of state and society is abolished by the competition of capital groups and the supply of goods turning into the competition of willingness to die and kill. This has to do with the fact that Marcuse is still trying to save Heidegger's being and time in a materialistic way here. Only then did the setback occur and Heidegger brought into play the fatefulness of the people, instead of taking a closer look at the historical situation of the subject, addressed by being and time in terms of its material factuality. Quote, end. Marcuse can only construct a contrast between National Socialism and German existentialism because he wants the early Heidegger to be understood as a mere continuator of Kant. He obviously cannot recognize that even the subject in being and time is not the individual but the fate in which he is to perish. The event of fateful existence is conceived from the outset as an event of the community, of the people. So it is perhaps more than a mere intrigue in the competition for Horkheimer's favor when Adorno calls Marcuse a fascist prevented by Judaism in a letter in 1935. Strauss' precise philosophical criticism of Schmitt's theory was only to be confirmed by Franz Neumann's analysis of the Nazi state, right down to the last sociological fact collected here. The affirmation of the political, which this liberalism put into practice with reverse signs, not only implies that it is no longer possible to speak of law and order in the Third Reich, although thousands of calculable technical rules are available, quote, end. Neumann doubted that a formally or functionally unified sovereign political authority still existed in Germany at all. He understood National Socialism as a process in which precisely this authority was dissolving. He spoke of the extreme formlessness to which this state was drifting, which as a result could no longer be described as a state at all, but rather as gangs whose leaders were constantly forced to make up after disputes. According to Neumann, National Socialism no longer had a unified apparatus of coercion. It broke down into several political powers, which struck all the more brutally because their relationships were not institutionalized, but were merely carried out personally. This personal unification, which is to be established ad hoc, can no longer be understood as a unity in the sense of a state, whether democracy or dictatorship. National Socialism was a non-state, an anarchy, and a chaos. There is no need for a state standing above all groups. The state may even be a hindrance to the compromises and to domination over the ruled classes. But if the National Socialist structure is not a state, what is it? I venture to suggest that we are confronted with a form of society in which the ruling groups control the rest of the population directly, without the mediation of that rational though coercive apparatus hitherto known as the state. This new social form is not yet fully realized, but the trend exists which defines the very essence of the regime. Quote, end. As much as it propagated itself as totally unified, in truth, National Socialism was pluralistic in the most fatal way, in the words of Adorno, who appreciated Neumann's insights. The formation of political will was produced by the haphazard competition of the most powerful social cliques. Society, incapable of reproducing itself any longer in free movement, breaks apart into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, the opposite of that reconciled diversity which alone would be a humane state. Quote, end. In the sense of Neumann's analysis, the term counter-sovereign, coined by Manfred Dahlmann, makes it precisely visible that this political power is not simply another form of sovereignty, but in the last instance always negates sovereignty, in the insane desire to immediately take the place of capital itself. This includes, on the one hand, the dissolution of the monopoly on the use of force through the lawless rule of the rackets and, on the other, the creation of projections of the world sovereign in various forms. While sovereignty cannot be embodied by a single state, be it itself hegemonic like the USA after the Second World War, but always by the states in their relationship to each other, because only in this way is it able to guarantee the utilization of capital. The counter-sovereign absurdly claims precisely this singularity, in the name of which it dissolves the unity of individual monopolies of force, in the Near and Middle East through the belief in the worldwide Ummah of the faithful, which in jihad puts an end to the states of the unbelievers, in core Europe through the hardly less religious idea of a power based in international law and international community, which is on the immediate verge of installing itself as eternal peace. One's own delusion is concealed by accusing the USA and Judaism of illegitimately possessing what one rightfully claims, world power. Although Manfred Dahlmann believes that Germany is interested in taking over the current role of the USA, and even describes the USA itself as a world sovereign, he nevertheless gets to the heart of the matter when he says, the relationship between sovereignty and counter-sovereignty is like that between production and destruction. This diffuse barbaric multiplicity finds the appropriate concept of the state less in apodictic formulas, such as the jurist Schmidt could set, than in the rhetorical questions that Heidegger shook off the cuff in the tried and tested manner at the Hegel seminar. We now want to speak of the state from the other side, from us, off the cuff. Where is the state today? The state, the expression is ambiguous from the outset. Is it our state, that which is now becoming? Or do we mean the state at all? Every state, insofar as the state is historical? Are we talking about the various states and forms of state? The state? What does that mean in general? We see that the very question of the state is unclear and confused. If we ask about our state, where is it? Today, nobody knows who the state is. A state becomes, i.e., we believe that it will become the state of this people, so that everyone really knows in his own way what the state is. But what does being the state is mean here? We completely lack the concepts. Everything is confused. Quote, end. The diffuse barbaric multiplicity possessed a single unifying principle: to conceal it and yet suggest it is the whole point of Heidegger's art of questioning the mass murder of the Jews. And the weakness of Newman's study of National Socialism lies in the fact that it has little more than an inkling of this. But Newman knew enough to side with Leviathan. If society breaks apart as it did in the Third Reich, only the sovereign in its Hobbesian sense can help to contain the barbaric multiplicity, end the unity of annihilation and civilize society again. Like Leo Strauss, Newman managed to flee to the USA, where he eventually joined the Secret Service. However, in his book Behemoth, which he had completed shortly before, he explicitly mentions the version of the Jewish legend according to which Behemoth and Leviathan kill each other. Then the day of justice has come. But Franz Newman has not explained what this legend means for the analysis of international relations any more than he has explained what significance should be attached to his own commitment to the U.S. sovereign. Neither Newman nor Strauss traced the problem of sovereignty back to the point at which Hans Kelsen solved it in a fatal way, namely by dissolving it in international law so that Carl Schmitt could appear as the savior in need who would bring democracy the sword. Newman had developed a critical concept of sovereignty like no one else in the first years of emigration and in the debate with Schmitt, and without this concept he would not have been able to grasp the breakup of bourgeois society into that barbaric multiplicity, i.e. the unstate of National Socialism. He saw through the fact that Carl Schmitt had deliberately assumed a false continuity of bourgeois state theory in order to be able to oppose Hobbes to liberalism as an anti-bourgeois thinker. He corrected it in the light of the antinomy that Schmitt's political theology had apparently made clear to him, the antinomy of sovereignty and law. In doing so, he implicitly directed himself against Kelsen's repression of sovereignty. Just as the state, in which laws but not men are to rule, is based on two elements: on force and law, on sovereignty and freedom, so there is also no bourgeois theory of law and state in which force and law are not affirmed, even if the emphasis placed on both elements varies according to the historical situation. Even where it is maintained that sovereignty must develop exclusively from competition, even there, in truth, lawless force is demanded independently of competition. Quotation, end. Although Newman understands that Kelsen's Rein Rexleer has placed itself outside this tradition because it completely resolves the antinomy of sovereignty and law from the side of the law, he does not make the point of view the object of criticism under which alone this break was possible, namely the point of view that international law and state law are equally objective, genuine law, that there can be no difference between their subjects, that states and individuals must actually be regarded as identical. Thus, in Behemoth, Newman also failed to define what was to be done against National Socialism on an international level, the terms for what he himself did when he joined the U.S. Secret Service. On the one hand, he recognized that Nazi international law policy, by denying that states possess sovereignty, destroys the last element of rationality in international relations. On the other hand, he judged rationality in these relations in the same way as the rationality that is possible between the citizens of a state. If every state is sovereign, all states are equal. As a legal category, equality is of course imperfect and unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, it prevents the abuse of international law for imperialist expansion. End of quote. However, he did not ask himself before which authority the states can all be equal, but apparently presupposed a world sovereign that can consist of nothing but this claimed rationality. Thus, Newman criticized the fact that English and American international lawyers raised the question of just war in the face of National Socialism. In particular, he quoted the then Attorney General Robert H. Jackson, who in his speech to the International Bar Association on 27/3/1941, he said that this century had long since swept away the basis for the claim that all wars are equal and that all belligerents have a right to equal treatment, adding with peculiar irony, this new theory should actually be quite acceptable to German legal philosophy. Newman is surprised that it is not, but that it is now being criticized by a National Socialist like Carl Schmitt, with the oldest and most pronounced rationalist arguments there are. But Newman is not puzzled by the fact that Schmitt would never have used these arguments in the case of civil rights within the state. And suddenly, in view of the beginning of the war, the Marxist argues almost like Hans Kelsen. Hardly any other element in our civilization is so exposed to contempt as international law. Every generation has seen how it has failed as an instrument for organizing peace. Quote, end. A theory that rejects the universalist claims of international law has the obvious advantage of appearing realistic. But this is a fallacy. To abandon universalism because of its failures is like rejecting civil rights because they help legitimize and veil class exploration, or democracy because it conceals boss control, or Christianity because churches have corrupted Christian morals. Faced with a corrupt administration or justice, the reasonable person does not demand a return to the war of each against all, but fight for an honest system. Likewise, when we have shown that international law has been misused for imperialistic aims, our task has begun, not ended. We must fight against imperialism. Quote, end. The German translation reinforces this tendency. Instead of is like, it reads Dasselby, whereby the analogy between civil rights and international law already appears to be an identity, and instead of honest system, in which an echo of Hobbes can still be heard, Rechtschaffen system. To abandon universalism because of its defects would be the same as wanting to discard civil rights because they legitimize and help conceal class exploitation, democracy because it covers up the rule of the bosses, or Christianity because the churches have undermined Christian morality. In the face of a corrupt administration of justice, those who are sensible do not call for a return to the war of all against all, but fight for a righteous system. If we have shown that international law has been abused for imperialist ends, our task is not finished either, but has only just begun. We must fight against imperialism. Quote, end. The invocation of universalism becomes a phrase when it is no longer understood that its shortcomings are to be determined quite differently, depending on whether it is to be asserted for civil rights within the state or for the relationship between states. That it is not the same to assert it within the state or in relations between states, for example in the name of a just war, because between states there can only ever be a universalism of Leviathan, that is, reason and equality in the midst of unreason and inequality, a righteous system between monsters. Newman obviously shies away from conceptualizing the war to be waged against Hitler's Germany because he continues to cling to the old one of imperialism. He changed little in this respect even after 1945. Hannah Arendt is different. Turning against Schmitt, she gets to the heart of what constitutes U.S. policy, regardless of the phrases that may accompany this policy. Add Schmitt's polemic against just war. The American concept of just war is essentially determined, not a war to end wars or a war to make the world safe for democracy, by the criminalization of aggressive war as an attack, as a breach of peace and treaty whereby, according to the Anglo-Saxon view, the breach of treaty weighs more heavily than the breach of peace. If one blurs this issue, as Schmitt consistently does, one has turned treaty and peace into a causa justa, which they are not. Only when peace is ideologized, i.e. detached from reality, so that a clear danger and threat is no longer needed to pacify the world, does it become a causa. Quote, end. Everything depends on understanding the clear danger and threat posed by a country like Nazi Germany in good time. Arendt is not afraid to generalize this knowledge as far as future dangers and threats are concerned. The prospect of future military strikes in the name of freedom is not taboo for her. There can be no just war, but there can and must be wars for freedom. Only freedom has anything to do with violence. There can be no talk of justice in a war, because this presupposes that people can weigh up whether the suffering of the war is commensurable with its content. But this is impossible. Quote, end. And so, in this short passage from her 1952 diary, Arendt makes a complete break with the ideology of international law. Justice can only exist within the law. But every war takes place outside the law, even a defensive war, in which I am forced to transgress the framework, the fence of the law. Quote, end. Hannah Arendt formulated these insights in her discussion of Carl Schmitt's book on the nomos of the earth, which was published in 1950. In it, he only continued his polemic against the doctrine of just war, which he had begun during the Second World War, and he continued to regard U.S. policy as its protagonist. The writing can even be read as a synthesis of his lifelong struggle against the West. Deprived of the Führer and thus of the guardian of the Nuremberg laws, he finally returns to the old European international law, as he wants it to be understood. By now justifying this law once again, it becomes quite clear that his old insights into the connection between sovereignty and law, which he seemed to convey in his writings on dictatorship and political theology, were none at all because they had no concept of law. In any case, Schmitt now openly contradicts the deniers of international law. From Hobbes and Leibniz to Kant, all famous authors claim that states live as moral persons under international law among themselves in a state of nature, that is, that the bearers of the ius belli, without an institutional common higher authority, stand opposite each other as sovereign persons with equal rights and equal justice. This may be regarded as an archaic state, but by no means as one without rights. Quote, end. But Hobbes, Hegel, and Kant understood it precisely as such a state without real law, except that they regarded law and justice as the same thing. Schmitt, on the other hand, invokes a different law, an anti-universalist one, which he ultimately understands as a nomos, as the immediate form in which the political and social order of a people becomes spatially visible. It is therefore inevitable that several different international laws, differentiated according to Grossraum, emerge instead of a spaceless, universal international law. In this bottomless international law, Schmitt sees the expression of an infiltration by the free movement of capital and labor, incessantly spinning the anti-capitalist delusional system further, above, below, and next to the state political borders of an apparently purely interstate international law, the space of a free, i.e. non-state economy, which was a world economy, spread, penetrating everything. Quote, end. But he does not give up hope that this non-state economy and the political universalism embodied in the USA will fail, and that the Earth will not be transformed into a combination of raw material storehouse and aircraft carrier, that it will rather be possible to find the Earth's realm of meaning, and that it will be the peaceful who possess the Earth. Such ideas go back to Fichte's closed commercial state, which was once directed against Napoleon's belligerent spread of the Code Civil. Only with Rudolf Gehlen and Karl Haushofer do they take on geopolitical dimensions, but it is part of their peculiar dynamic from the outset that those peace lovers who only ever want the disentanglement of world trade and the self-sufficiency of their smaller or larger geopolitical area, so that there are no more reasons to wage wars, are at the same time those who, in the manifest crisis, are aiming for total war against the total enemy, a war which, because this enemy is everywhere, encompasses the whole Earth, which is supposed to be divided up. That therefore, to use Schmitt's words, a pre-existing, unalterable, genuine and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war. End quote. In National Socialism, the nation was already defined first and foremost by the fact that it resisted the globally dominant Jewry. Hitler wrote, within this great herd of denationalized colonial territories, a single independent state could still bring down the whole work in the last hour. If even one state remains in its national strength and greatness, the Jewish world satrap empire, like every tyranny in this world, will and must succumb to the power of the national idea. Quote, end. This is the starting position in Mein Kampf, which then concludes with the words that Germany must become the master of the earth by cultivating its best racial elements. The greater space order followed on from this. Like the entire racial ideology, it too was only the pretext for imagining the world conspiracy of Jewry, which was what mattered. Hitler promised very early on that the Nazi movement would very soon transcend the boundaries of today's narrow nationalism, and efforts were underway in the SS during the war to eliminate the word nation from the National Socialist vocabulary altogether. All projections of a new economic order, whether on a national or Grossraum basis, were merely embellishments of the destruction of what had always been the total enemy. The dishonorable rule of money, which Alfred Rosenberg identified with the counter-race and the enemy of nations, must inevitably strive for world domination through world debt. A racial organic demarcation on the globe, however, just as inevitably means the end of the international gold currency, thus the end of Jewish messianism, as it has almost been realized in the rule of the world banks and is to be completed in the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem. Rosenberg, 1942. National Socialism set its world sovereign and its idea of world pacification against the ruthless state idea of the 19th century and the global economic hollowing out by finance, as an organic organization of peoples, which was to ensure political rule over the globe. By contrast, the Grossraumordnung of Islam, which has now inherited the legacy of Carl Schmitt, consists of the House of War and the House of Peace, a division to which the racial organic division, for example the discrimination of blacks, which is certainly adopted, is also subordinated. Against the faithless state idea of the 19th century, i.e. the separation of church and state, Islam sets world pacification through the political rule of the Ummah over the globe, and the jihadist tenor in New York and Mumbai demonstratively points to the global economic hollowing out by finance. But Rosenberg and Hitler are only being revived and quoted approvingly in the Arab countries. Giorgio Agamben and Enzo Traverso prefer to stick to Heidegger and Carl Schmitt, and Tariq Ramadan speaks of a culture of difference. The only important thing is to mobilize against universalist law and Western capital in order to eradicate the individual in the collective. Once again, it was Hans Kelsen who removed all legal theoretical obstacles from the path of the peacemakers who had total or holy war in mind, even if he certainly did not want to admit it. In his commentary on the UN Charter, which he published in 1950, he criticizes precisely those internal structures of the organization that still retain the character of a wartime alliance created by sovereign states, and as a further development of the alliance against Hitler's Germany. Franklin D. Roosevelt once understood the UN to be a further development of the alliance against Hitler's Germany. Kelsen takes consequent aim at the Security Council. He objects to the fact that coercive acts can be applied here at free discretion and urges that these coercive acts, which are purely political in nature, be transformed into fully legally regulated coercive acts. Only then would the concept of sovereignty be radically displaced and the world sovereign could finally be established. However, the European Union is the first to enter, and with it Jürgen Habermas, who, in the personal union of Kant and Kelsen, brings together the pious wish and the wish to repress and, as the German ideologue of the world sovereign, also moves into the empty chancellery of the world spirit, on whose balcony he announces the following to the assembled nations. The Security Council must bind itself to justiciable rules that generally determine when the UN is entitled and obliged to intervene. Habermas, 2004. The speaker himself demonstrated how this works when he decided to vote in favor of the war in Yugoslavia and against the war in Iraq. The world organization would already be a community of peoples and nations in one if it were finally regarded as a community of states and citizens. States cannot be completely dispensed with, but only because, regardless of what happens to their citizens internally, they can advance the peace order externally. The reference to the state actors does justice to the strong position that these, as the driving subjects of development, will retain in a global legal and peace order. Heidegger still said, "The state is the driving force in the events of the peoples, insofar as state is nothing other than the spirit of the people." While, Habermas continues, the reference to the individuals refers to the actual holders of world citizen status. Quote, "End. The adulteresses and homosexuals in particular may feel that they are the holders of this world citizen status, for whom stoning and the gallows await because of the strong position of the state actors, even if Tariq Ramadan advocates a moratorium on executions. This proclaimed constitutionalization of international law points, according to the high speaker on the balcony looking into the distance, rather than in the direction of a world republic monopolizing violence, in the direction of a peace and human rights regime sanctioned at supranational level, which, with a progressive pacification and liberalization of world society, should create the conditions for a world interior policy functioning at transnational level without world government." Quote, "End." Or to quote Karl Kraus, "In the direction of the creation of general chaos." Analogous to Heidegger's famous Care, the National Socialist Spatial Theory, which Carl Schmitt projects at the culmination of the Second World War, extends the anti-Semitic paradigm from abstract Jewish law to the universal, bottomless order of the Allies. The fact that he cites Jewish authors such as Hans Kelsen for this is almost a superfluous marker, for everything he had previously written about Kelsen's theory of law now returns in his depiction of the Western Allies, whose image can hardly be distinguished from that of Jewry, and here too he initially only formulates the theory for Hitler's policy, who said of the USA, "half Judaized, half neglected and all based on the dollar," cited in Compton 1968-15. However, Schmitt, in contrast to Heidegger, hardly attaches any significant importance to the Soviet Union, which was allied with the West. He certainly sees it as having been crushed by the German Wehrmacht by 1942. The order that he finally paints like the devil on the wall in the middle of the German War of Annihilation points beyond the Cold War. It is the Pax Americana. If he appears to be the first critic of globalization in this respect, he nevertheless seamlessly ties in with the ideas that people in Germany had about the West, and especially the United States, long before Hitler. We are dealing here with a bourgeois society without a state, at least without the state as it was conceived in Germany. The fundamental character of this strange polity, according to Hegel, consisted in the direction of the private man towards acquisition and profit, in the preponderance of particular interest, which turns to the general only for the sake of its own enjoyment. There are, however, legal conditions, a formal legal law, but this legality is without righteousness. And so the American merchants have the evil reputation of being protected by the law to cheat. Just like the Jews, added the German popular prejudice. In fact, in Hegel's system, North America relates to Europe in much the same way as Judaism relates to Christianity. It is integrated into the dynamic system as an essential stage, a preliminary stage of the transition to reconciliation, which then constitutes Christianity and true sovereignty. North America could only be compared to Europe when the immense space offered by this state had been filled and bourgeois society had been pushed back into itself. Only then would the need for an organic state arise. The North American free states have no neighboring state against which they would be in a relationship such as the European states have among themselves, which they would have to observe with suspicion, and against which they would have to maintain a standing army. While Hegel sublates the contradiction between East and West, Europe and America, Alexis de Tocqueville holds on to it. In his book on democracy in America, he recognizes that modern bourgeois society, which he sees as particularly well developed in America, offers unique possibilities for the establishment of despotism. At the same time, however, he senses something of the fact that these possibilities could be realized precisely in Europe when, after his return from the United States, he perceives how much most of our princes had already made use of the ideas, sentiments and needs which this social order had given rise to in order to extend their sphere of power. 2001, 340. But even Tocqueville could not have foreseen that the way in which the sphere of power was extended in America and Europe would differ greatly. After all, sovereignty in North America did not develop according to Hegel's principles, i.e. according to the same need for an organic state as in Europe. On the contrary, bourgeois society, even after the conquest of the entire area in the West and the extermination of the majority of the Native American population, did not allow itself to be pushed back into itself. On the contrary, with its legality, it set out to override sovereignty in Europe to a certain extent. This is also where it differs from the Napoleonic campaign, that its starting point is Western, a pure country of the bourgeois revolution, as Adorno says, in which this revolution has not only successfully penetrated, but forms the precondition of society as a whole, a country whose real basis has been to carry out and establish society in the consequent bourgeois sense. Its spread of legal security and the movement of goods is no longer dependent on feudal absolutist forms of sovereignty. The sovereign, who had shaken off these forms in the American Revolution, thus proves to be significantly more flexible and independent of the respective circumstances of the foreign country in the longer term, in which he seeks to gain influence after military intervention not through dynastic diplomacy and population policy measures, but through the exchange of goods and, later, intelligence services. U.S. policy has always understood war only as a preparation for such influence. It has therefore rightly seen itself as different from the sovereignty of European powers from the outset, so that an encounter on the same level does not even seem to be an option for it. This was also what worried Hegel. This world spirit could no longer be embodied in the figure of the ruler or in the spirit of the people. It questioned sovereignty in a new way without actually renouncing sovereignty itself. The USA thus pursued the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law in its practical, capitalist way. Marx necessarily referred to it early on. He saw in the North American free states, or at least in a part of them, the completed political emancipation, hence the infinite fragmentation of religion in North America. It already outwardly takes the form of a purely individual affair. This political emancipation is, however, a great step forward. It is not the last form of human emancipation at all, but it is the last form of human emancipation within the existing world order. It goes without saying that we are talking here about real, practical emancipation. As a victory over the slaveholding society of the South in the Civil War, the first expansionary push of this emancipation still took place on American soil. Marx, who welcomed it emphatically, also judged the coming American interference in Europe not without sympathy. He saw it as an interference of civilization in barbarism, but the most powerful representative of the West could by no means replace the necessity of revolution. The revolution that will overthrow the Rome of the West will also overcome the demonic influence of the Rome of the East. The break with Hegel, with German philosophy per se, is expressed most immediately here. While Hegel hopes that bourgeois society will finally be pushed back into itself by the state in the United States of America, Marx sees in its expansion the course of Western civilization, which, although it cannot overcome Eastern barbarism, will nevertheless push back the deification of the sovereign practice therein, the people's state in people's minds. However, insofar as he places all his hopes in the strengthening of the working class, it is no coincidence that Marx adopts Hegel's prognosis with a different sign. The state had been abolished in a bourgeois manner in North America because the class antagonisms there are only incompletely developed. The class collisions are each time covered up by the withdrawal of the proletarian overpopulation to the West. The intervention of state power, reduced to a minimum in the East, does not exist at all in the West. From this it could be concluded ex negativo. With the end of the possibilities for expansion in the West, class struggles everywhere would intensify, and so here too the strengthened working class would have to provoke a strengthening of state power on a European level and in French or Prussian-German form. The fact that things turned out differently, that with the opposite economic expansion to the East, on the European continent, something of the original American relationship to the sovereign was preserved, even if the latter really did become stronger, and that this society continued to have no need for an organic state, in the consequent bourgeois sense, allows us to appreciate the progress of the completed political emancipation that the young Marx had noted. Another revolutionary from North America in 1848 wrote, "There are governments but no masters. What in Europe is called anarchy only with horror exists here in its most beautiful bloom." However, Carl Schurz, who made this statement, advanced to General of the Northern States and finally to Senator of the United States in just a few years. If this career is not seen as a contradiction to that anarchy, then it has to do with the U.S. form of political emancipation, with a certain relationship between the U.S. citizen and the sovereign. But those who know no better than to submit to a master to the point of self-sacrifice, unless they themselves become one, and who fear nothing worse than anarchy, still distinguish for some time between the two enemy images that make this submission palatable to them and demonstrate this worst, between the country without a sovereign and the people without a country, between the counterstate of the USA and the counterpeople of the Jews. In fact, anti-Americanism, which in Europe was initially only cultivated by the ruling strata and classes, only took hold of broad sections of the population once they knew they were in agreement with their state as a people's state. There is no better indication of this late spread than the overwhelming success of Karl May's Wild West phantasmagoria in German children's bedrooms. See Ripplinger 2003. America is a really existing country and it is far away. Unlike in the case of Judaism, which is a people without a country and therefore very close, people usually pretend to have once thought a lot of this country, but are ultimately disappointed, and the disappointment grows to the same extent that its superior productivity becomes apparent. In contrast to anti-Semitism, from the very beginning it was all about the confrontation with a major state power, about international competition. This country, from which one turns away in disillusionment, perhaps also because one has not dared attempt to emigrate there, now offers various possibilities for projection. On the one hand, European citizens identify with the expelled and murdered Indians or the initially enslaved, then discriminated against blacks. On the other hand, they see the Americans themselves as a cultureless people through their everyday dealings or sexual intercourse with Indians and blacks. Nicolaus Lenox, the first great America weary from Europe, empathizes with the Indians in his poems. "The robber brood has left us nothing but a deadly bitter hatred in our hearts come, you children, come, we want to die," at the cost of importing the romantic fetishization of sovereignty into his letters. What is being created in America is not a culture that has emerged organically from within, but a bottomless culture brought in violently and rapidly from the outside. What we call fatherland is here merely a property essence. The American knows nothing, he seeks nothing but money. He has no idea. Consequently, the state is not a spiritual and moral institute, fatherland, but only a material convention. However, as Lenox states in the postscript, the real purpose of his stay in America was to make the best possible use of his wealth and to invest his money profitably and safely in the New World. Friedrich Nietzsche, on the other hand, sees the American hunt for money as the result of a mixture with the Indian. It is an Indian-like wildness, peculiar to the Indian blood, in the way the Americans strive for gold. In everything that the American wants, the Indian comes to light. C.G. Jung also believes the Negrid attributes in the American soul are also relevant, such as his laughter. The gait, the swaying hips of American women come from the Negro, the American dance forms are Negro dance, etc. Jung's idiosyncratic description from the 20s already reveals that that distant land seemed to have come threateningly close. Initiated by the international interdependence of capital movements and finally provoked by the unrestricted submarine warfare of the German Reich, the United States had already entered the First World War as one of the economically most powerful countries. From then on, the projections of Uncle Sam and Shylock not only came closer together, but interpenetrated. But they did not become identical. Shortly before the unleashing of the greatest possible resistance, i.e. the establishment of the Third Reich, it was said that the Jewish work of subversion would only meet with the least possible resistance in the USA, Brockdorf 1929-11. Finally, one of its best-selling authors writes that in the early expansion phase of American imperialism, the era of Theodore Roosevelt, relatively few Jews had determined the face of America. Only the World War favored them to such an extent that they succeeded in infiltrating the financial oligarchy, and with the presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt, they would finally have been able to establish themselves in America. Roosevelt's presidency, they finally came to power, which is also proven by the Jewish ancestry of the president's family. However, the anti-American image of the enemy also developed much more discontinuously here than it appears from this perspective of the Second World War. Franklin D. Roosevelt was still praised by the Germans in the first half of the 1930s as the new leader of the Americans. It was believed that a development towards an authoritarian state was now also on the horizon there, which would ultimately pursue a different racial policy. And some of Roosevelt's statements, taken in isolation, seem to confirm this. In 1933, for example, his book Blickvorwärts was published in Berlin, the first chapter of which bore the title Umwertung der Wert, Revaluation of Values, borrowed from Nietzsche. It was only when the American president spoke out clearly against National Socialist policies that the anti-American fantasies were reactivated, only to merge almost completely with the anti-Semitic enemy image. Later added to the delusional consciousness of German and European citizens, the anti-American projection remains intrinsically dependent on hatred of the Jews. The anti-American takes note of social reality and real politics precisely where they concern Jewry. If Roosevelt had pursued a different, hostile policy towards the persecuted Jews in the longer term, and if the situation of Jews in the USA had even been changed in the direction of the Nuremberg laws, a different image of America would probably have prevailed in Germany and an alliance with the United States would have been genuinely sought. Conversely, the anti-American projection on the German left in the 1960s and 1970s returned to its old form alongside the reasonable and urgently needed protest against the Vietnam War, insofar as the fact that the USA also supported Israel was now given the greatest importance, thus completing the equation of U.S. imperialism with the Nazi policy of extermination. Jean Amory tried in vain to impose a clear disjunction at precisely this point and wrote in June 1967, "What is the point of condemning American imperialism in this context? It exists, or, to put it more precisely, the American policy of warlike use of force certainly exists in Vietnam, where it manifests itself daily in the ugliest way. But this U.S. policy of violence has nothing to do with the Middle East crisis." This interdependence of the anti-American projection on the anti-Semitic projection not only points to a different historical context, it also has to do with the content itself, with what is being projected in each case. As Dan Diner notes, the USA is destined to be responsible for the expansion of a borderless bourgeois society. And Ludwig Marcuse already wrote that America is a suitable scapegoat because it is everywhere. But it is there in a different way to the Jews, who, in the consciousness of the anti-Semites, are also everywhere, but whose real diaspora is fantasized as a secret world conspiracy. While they are chosen to embody abstract wealth money, where it appears sinister and unreal to the anti-Semite, the USA is regarded by the anti-American as the only real existing society in which money alone rules, as a society without an actual state, without a state supported by the common good, as a country of unlimited competition. Instead of the sovereign, there is merely a sheriff who only intervenes when there is another dead man in the saloon. What Marx says about the world market could very well serve the anti-Americans as a definition of the USA. The encroachment of bourgeois society over the state, MEW 42, 188. Of course, there can be no doubt that the USA has always been a society with state sovereignty. From the simple legal act of every exchange of goods within society to the expulsion and extermination of the Indian population, the state is in its element here as elsewhere in the world, to maintain the conditions for the accumulation of capital. Only here, and the anti-American projection is attached to this, the citizens have a different relationship to sovereignty, or rather, here they have a relationship to it at all, they do not simply coincide with it by invoking origin and descent. Hannah Arendt even saw this as something like the archetype of the council system. The astonishing fact that the Declaration of Independence immediately produced a veritable fever of constitutional enactments in the 13 colonies shows abruptly how much an entirely new concept of power and authority, and entirely new ideas of politics in general had already taken hold in the New World before the outbreak of the Revolution. Those who obtained the constituent power were the regularly elected representatives of constituted communities. They were elected from below, not appointed from above, and if they adhered to the old Roman principle that all power rested with the people, this was not a fiction to them, and the people to them was not an absolute, the nation enthroned above the laws and above all temporal authority, but a present reality. For them, the people was a mass of people grouped together in organizations and institutions, accustomed to exercising their power according to certain rules and within the framework of laws. Arendt also points out that the bourgeois theories of the state, especially those of Locke, are inconceivable without the impression that American conditions made in Europe early on. It has often been emphasized how immeasurably much America owed to the idea of the social contract, but it has been overlooked that this idea was realized long before the Revolution by those colonists who had not the slightest idea of any theories in these matters. On the contrary, the situation seems to be exactly the opposite, namely that the Americans did not adhere to theories, but that European theorists oriented themselves to facts established in America. Whereas in the French Revolution, law, which was related to all humanity as something reasonable, went hand in hand with national identification, without, however, being sublated therein as in Germany, whereas here the real mediation of law could be exaggerated at any time by the unreal immediacy of descent, ghostly continued existence of the dynastic principle. In the American states that had become independent, the sovereign was understood from the outset only as the guarantor of contracts, as a necessity to secure the exchange of goods and property rights comprehensively, by all means and against any challenge, and refrained from ascribing to it a special quality, a substance of its own, a body of the people. It remained a formal legal law, as Hegel says, legality without righteousness. In revolutionary Europe, it was unclear from the outset how far the homogenization of society could go. The state that enforces it is one that potentially interferes everywhere. In the revolutionary USA, on the other hand, homogeneity was causally limited to abstract law. The state established itself here as the power that allows the greatest diversity through this homogeneity. This relationship to the sovereign has a long history, as Hannah Arendt also makes clear. Insofar as the colonial pacts did not refer to any royal power from the very beginning, it was as if the revolution had only had to liberate this original power of concluding treaties and enacting constitutions, which had manifested itself in the primordial beginnings of colonization. The uniqueness of the colonies of North America, their decisive difference from all other colonial ventures, lay in the fact that the emigrants from England insisted from the outset on constituting themselves in these civil bodies politic. In addition, these political citizenships did not actually govern and were not projected on the model of a state apparatus, for there was no distinction between rulers and ruled. This is evident from the simple fact that the people of the settlers united in them were to remain the faithful subjects of England and the English king for more than 150 years. These peculiar organizations were in truth what were later called political societies, and their great importance for the future lay in the fact that a political space had been formed in them in which power and the claiming of rights was possible without the possession of sovereignty or even the demand for it. Ibid. However, and here Arendt clearly idealizes early North American society, an own American sovereign was indispensably needed when one broke away from the old English one, except that here a clear end-means relation was constituent for the consciousness of the citizens from the outset, the sovereign as a precondition of the contract. Violence, however irrational in its exercise, in the last instance bound to the rationality of the exchange relationship. The fact that the law was able to gain significance and independence, in Horkheimer's words, its own nature and power of resistance, in a completely different way than in the countries from which people emigrated, is thus fundamentally linked to the situation of a country of immigration. In a country that, when the formation of the European nation-states was already complete, received growing masses of new immigrants, the right to live in it could not, as in Europe, be derived seamlessly from the place of birth, descent from a family and affiliation to a particular religion. In this literal sense, the United States could not become a nation. Here, the individual citizen, in his capacity as a citizen, does not see himself primarily as part of a context of procreation and birth, but as a member of a context of institutions. The freedom of becoming a citizen without having to pay the price of assimilation. This is how Hannah Arendt understood the decisive value of U.S. citizenship for her. Of course, this in no way excludes the possibility that the same citizen, in his capacity as a private citizen, places great value on his ancestry, and like every racist, naturalizing productivity, seeks by all conceivable means to distinguish himself from fellow citizens classified as inferior, here as a white or WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, above all from the formerly enslaved blacks. The ideology of European nationalism has not been completely broken with in the land of immigrants, but in the immediate relationship between the individual citizen and the state it loses its supremacy as an internal, unifying force. More clearly than almost anywhere else, this ideological distancing from the state, which seems to be the most advanced in U.S. society, shows that it is law that synthesizes citizens, not origin and descent apart from the wealth distributed by the invisible hand. Religion has already had to take a back seat and is therefore more privatized than elsewhere. However often the president may invoke God, there is no state religion in the true sense of the word. For the young Marx, this was precisely a sign of complete political emancipation, and he quotes de Beaumont approvingly. In the United States, there is neither a state religion nor an official religion of the majority, nor the primacy of one cult over another. The state is not concerned with any of the cults. For Hegel, however, this is not a good sign. Everyone, it is said from this point of view, can have his own worldview and therefore also his own religion. Hence the disintegration into so many sects. The church is not something that exists in and of itself, that has a substantial spirituality and external institution, but the religious is made up as it sees fit. Everything that Germans and Europeans consider to be substantial, that has become the quintessence of identity in the course of their nationhood, religion, birth, race, is thus made up as they see fit, but not the law itself, which is what allows it to be made up in the first place. Thomas Jefferson famously said that nothing is immutable except the inalienable rights of man, which are inherent in human nature alone. Whoever replaces human rights with the rights of the citizen has a useful definition of North American conditions and U.S. ideology. The anti-American projection, on the other hand, turns the historical difference, which has been reflected in a different political relationship to law and sovereignty, into the negative that must be fended off. In doing so, it actually pursues the negative substantialization of the pure doctrine of law. If the latter wants the state to be limited to law and sovereignty to be suppressed, the anti-American has long said that this is precisely what has already become reality in America. The USA is seen by him as a state without a sovereign, a state reduced to law as part of business. Like business, law can be extended to any area. It is universal. That is why the Americans also appear universal to Europeans. They only need the law to be able to do business all over the world, and that is precisely why they set up the League of Nations and later the UN. The law is bottomless. For the North American state developed in a different way from that envisaged by Hegel, and America's European enemies note with consternation that this strange polity has no borders, but now covers the earth. Instead of finally pushing back civil society into itself, it expands it beyond all borders, but this only succeeds because it continues to reduce the state to a formal legal code, legality without voluntary public spirit, without self-determined sacrifice for the state. Since the First World War, it has been constantly emphasized that Americans are inherently lacking in soldierly virtues. Hitler's General Staff Officer Adalbert Weinstein spoke contemptuously of an army without pathos. And so American politicians soon have the reputation of being mere businessmen who now operate worldwide and can cheat anywhere, protected by the law. The U.S. state appears as a violent businessman and nothing else. This is the point at which Uncle Sam can be perhorrist as Shylock at any time, even though, unlike Shylock, he not only has money but also weapons. The USA was able to assert itself through all conflicts, thereby proving its sovereignty. The doctrine of pure international law, however, remained as impotent in the face of anti-American ideology as the real League of Nations was in the face of the Third Reich. It contains no truth itself, in contrast to Franz Neumann's dialectical theory of law, which reflects the experience of those persecuted by the Nazis just as much as it owes its impetus to contact with the Anglo-Saxon world. Hans Kelsen, however, who had already developed the most consequent conception of a non-dialectical theory of law before 1933, rather anticipated the dominance of the human rights ideology in the Cold War and the hypostasis of the UN as a world state in the present. The experience of the decline of the Weimar Republic and the persecution by National Socialism could do little to affect the pure theory of law. Because he understands law as a structure that is to a certain extent presupposed by reality, Kelsen is able to literally conclude his doctrine with international law as a kind of future perspective. International law is, as he wrote in 1934, not yet developed, still in a primitive stage. It is only at the beginning of a development that the national legal system has already covered. There is still far-reaching decentralization. There are still no organs for the creation and implementation of legal norms that are based on a division of labor. The formation of general norms takes place by custom or by contract. But this empirical state of development is meaningless for the pure theory of law. The only essential point is that international law is in itself already subordinate to the sovereignty of the individual states, even if no centralized authority exists yet and the world policeman has not really come into action. This systematically prevents the simple realization that this so-called international law does not exist as law at all. The recourse to the fantastic unity of the people in the German expression for international law is not accidental. To camouflage the constitution of state rule, the real relationship between law and sovereign, the word people was virtually invented, and the Germans are masters at it. In truth, what is called international law can only ever be a convention, just as the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Prisoners of War was correctly called a convention, the result of a mutual threat between states and solely there to be used, to put it even more clearly, instrumentalized by the sovereign power of individual states, one or more, coordinated by international organizations. If this does not happen, it does not exist, or only as a figment of the imagination in the minds of international law experts and UN officials. And those who find it politically inconvenient then speak indignantly of a breach of international law. International law will only ever be a technical means to achieve political ends, however much the ends may differ. As little as there can be a world sovereign, so little, conversely, can there be an international law which, like national law, could possess its own nature and power of resistance. The pure legal doctrine of the past and the human rights ideologues of today, both of whom equally displace the sovereign, only ever want to see the underdeveloped state of this law in what constitutes international law. It is still little more than the technique of self-help, from which the development of the national legal order also started. The juridification is only just beginning. The primacy of international law is necessarily the keystone of Kelsen's edifice. In it, the dissolution of the dogma of sovereignty is to be reflected in practice. The state, whose concept can now be defined in terms of the international legal order, is thus a relatively centered partial legal order that is not subject to international law, with a territorial and temporal scope of application limited by international law, and a claim to totality limited only by the reservation of international law with regard to the material scope of application. Understood in this way, the individual state as a legal entity is released from the absoluteness in which sovereignty thinking freezes it. In this way, the doctrine of law removes an almost insurmountable obstacle to any technical development of international law, to any attempt to further centralize the international legal order. By ensuring the epistemological unity of all law by relativizing the concept of the state, it creates a not insignificant prerequisite for the organizational unity of a centralized world legal order. However, the dogma of sovereignty is not really dissolved, just as the state cannot really be relativized as long as it exists. Thus, sovereignty also returns in Kelson's pure theory of law, concealed behind the category of effectiveness, as the legal principle of positive international law. According to this, a coercive order that is not subject to international law must be regarded as a legitimate, i.e. binding, legal order, or, in other words, the community constituted by such an order must be regarded as a state in the sense of international law for precisely that area for which this order is largely complied with. In other words, effectiveness alone legitimizes the enforcement of a coercive order on a particular territory. The question of when something is legitimate in the sense of international law is decided, as in Hitler's Mein Kampf, by sheer success. This anticipation of a training program for UN bureaucrats, which formally proves to be compatible with every successful seizure of power, is now countered by the anti-Semitic constitutional law expert and first critic of globalization with the substantively determined greater space order. For Carl Schmitt, the Soviet Union practically no longer existed, which meant that manifest anti-communism also lost much of its significance. The Western Front gains all the more. Schmitt sees the United States as an accelerator against its will, which ultimately only serves the cause of the Germans. The great theme of the present World War, says Schmitt, lies precisely in the opposition to such a universal world power and its claim to world order. Against the universalism of Anglo-American world domination, the idea of an Earth sensibly divided into continentally connected Großraum has prevailed. There can be no controlled world economy. Every attentive observer has noticed the self-contradictions that have long afflicted the Western Hemisphere and that have grown so astonishingly since the beginning of the imperialist era, since 1898, that the idea of a new world order coming from there seems grotesque as the suppression of sovereignty in the face of law, which Kelsen, as the most consequent representative of an enlightened doctrine of the state, pursues. In contrast, Schmitt favors the depotentiation of the idea of law, the absolute subjugation of the legal order to the sovereign, as practiced in the Third Reich, an anti-capitalist upheaval in the German spirit, only capable of drawing boundaries to what Schmitt understands by capitalism. For the imperialist reality of an economic claim to world trade, which Schmitt finds grotesque, includes limitless, universal intervention. The interests of world capitalism compel an omnipresent, ubiquitous policy of interference and non-recognition, which presumes to give or refuse Washington's place it to any change in the situation occurring at any point on Earth. The government in Washington does not act as the sovereign of the world, but as a body that merely reacts to the violation of the law. In Kelson's words, it executes the coercive act that is provided for in the law itself and whereby only the conditional fact is qualified as injustice, the conditional fact as law, in a contemporary word, as a world policeman. Years earlier, when England still seemed destined to become the leading power of universalism, Schmitt had already projected the horror scenario for the Germans. That modern technical development, especially of the Air Force, would overtake state war, that the Air Force would suffice to keep the earth in peace and order, so that state wars would cease of their own accord and finally only civil wars, police actions or sanctions would remain. Now it is clear that it is the USA that is taking on this role. They are covering the entire Earth with a system of air bases and proclaiming an American century of our planet. Now that the last of these global lines, the line of the Western Hemisphere, has turned into a borderless global interventionism, a completely new situation has arisen. Against the claims of universal, planetary world control and world domination, a different nomos of the Earth is defending itself, the basic idea of which is the division of the Earth into several Großraum filled with its historical, economic, and cultural substance. Just as he was always able to derive his decisionism from the exception to the rule, Schmitt, now thinking beyond the defeat of Germany, relies on the fact that the Earth will always remain larger than the United States of America, and that it is still large enough today for several Großraum in which freedom-loving people know how to preserve and defend their historical, economic, and spiritual substance and uniqueness. All the differences between German and U.S. ideology result in a different relationship to the crisis. Anti-Americanism, long brewed in Germany and now brought to the whole world in the War of Annihilation, shows itself as a delusional reaction to a society that behaves, and is able to behave due to a unique geopolitical situation, as if there were no threat of a total state of emergency within bourgeois society, as if there were no real crisis in itself that could not be dealt with by the conventional means of business and law, none that could lead the sovereign to transform the law into a technical means of enforcing certain political goals, Newman, more precisely, to enforce the political par excellence as a readiness for nothing, for death and for killing, as the supreme instance, Loweth. The fact that this sovereign also possesses the ability to constitute himself and others as killable life does not yet mean that this precondition of his already becomes the decisive political. If the great crisis does break out and the state, as elsewhere, is forced to intervene massively in the sphere of circulation and to act as a major consumer with growing deficit spending. If we could speak here too of a state subject of capital, Heinz Langerhans, that begins to organize the internal market, regulates prices, and at the same time regulates international trade relations in a new way, the U.S. citizens are not already transformed into Volksgenossen. The areas of responsibility that the sovereign has to assume in order to continue to guarantee the exchange of goods and property rights, the utilization of value, are only temporarily expanded. This provisional state subject of capital only forms a bundle of temporary measures to maintain the conditions for the automatic subject of capital under unfavorable conditions. Law is transformed into a technical means of achieving certain short-term economic, or later military goals. Once these have been achieved, its technical function is superfluous. It does not enter into the political structure of the state, does not change the relationship of the citizens to the authorities. And the president knows that he will have to justify himself to Congress, as Lincoln did in the War of Secession, for every measure he has to take on his own authority. In other words, because they are only economic or military goals, the law is always also the end. It does not lose its power of resistance and own nature in relation to the political. Thus, the decision for the New Deal was not a decision for the sake of the decision against the law for the sake of the law. It did not mobilize a willingness to do nothing. It was the mere determination to do something to restore the conditions of exploitation. As this exploitation is fundamentally recognized as an end in itself, not infrequently still as originally, in the name of God, with F.D. Roosevelt, however, more in the name of freedom and democracy, the status of law also remains untouched. U.S. ideology thus corresponds roughly to what Karl Kraus generally expects of the sovereign. For us, politics is only a method of getting on with life so that we can get to the spirit. We abhor a policy which, in order to neglect the latter, mistreats the former. We are satisfied with one that is honestly willing to restore that and leave everything else to ourselves. We want it to be free, and since we could be, those who have never been bound by content come and want to rule us. They have set themselves up as a world court and yet have nothing but the curse of perpetuating evil to execute. However, U.S. policy finds the real state of emergency in other countries with which it trades, and its soldiers come to end it with as few casualties as possible for themselves, and if this condition is met, with as few casualties as possible for others in order to restore the normal course of business. To a certain extent, this is their regulative principle and is immediately complained about in public when, as in the Vietnam or Iraq wars, torture by GIs occurs. This policy, like no other power and with all the means of the sovereign, realizes the law as the form of rule over the world, which is nothing but wealth because it is in perpetual production. The interests revolve around this production, not immediately around any raw materials, be it oil, which has become indispensable, because the only factual chance of permanently appropriating wealth lies in its utilization, not in the soil. What can be pursued as a strategy of U.S. policy over centuries is based on interests mediated in this way. In contrast, the hypostatization of the crisis for the duration of eternal Germany is set. The sovereign, who decides on the state of emergency, is enthroned as an end in itself, but exploitation as an end in itself is thus no longer recognized. The state subject of capital perpetuates itself in every Volksgenos, because law is absorbed into the technical means to the only political end, which itself can only be invoked as a pathological projection, for the purpose of persecuting and killing all Jews. This is also the crisis theory of the Germans, because North Americans have the state merely to create legal certainty for their and others' business, because they do not have the state as a substantial content, do not revere and internalize it as an expression of their common sense, they are incapable of true total politics. For a strictly economic interest, a will interested in wealth and profit, is not sufficient for this only one that, like National Socialism, develops the urge for omnipotence out of powerlessness in the face of crisis. As such, it is also satisfied if it only destroys, but only then is it truly satisfied. Thus, with Jean Amory, torture must truly be understood as the essence of National Socialism. In it, the Third Reich realized itself in all its density. The Hitler follower had to torture, to destroy in order to be great in bearing the suffering of others. This inner readiness for unconditional annihilation only wants to take note of what appears to it as concrete. It ignores the abstract conditions of law and utilization as a matter of principle. And with the appearance of the concrete, it is ideologically best camouflaged: blood and soil. For the United States, however, unable to speculate on omnipotence in the feeling of powerlessness, which can only ever be a determination to nothing, unwilling to go beyond the law for the sake of this determination, violent interventions to establish political unity must always be indicated, if not imposed, from outside. They appear as an accelerator against its will, Schmidt, which pursues resounding crisis solutions without inner conviction, but out of external necessity. The world policeman cannot redeem the world, and that is what is held against him. At first glance, it was merely the willingness to part with the civilizational achievements of the bourgeois age more easily than other nations that enabled Germany to become the accelerator of its own volition. According to Wolfgang Port, the concepts of the greater sphere demonstrate above all the will to break with the world market, which had finally tended to dissolve all local restrictions and liberated people from their unconditional dependence on the natural living conditions they had found. Only on the world market could free competition unfold universally, the force that was to act as an automatic regulator of production in the sense of an unlimited progress of the productive forces and bring about an ever-increasing exchange of goods. World trade includes worldwide travel, the free exchange of information and the mobility of the commodity of labor, also known in the terminology of fascism as the mixing of peoples, uprooting, or alienation. The world market is the epitome of this, against which resentment in Germany has never really disappeared. But in this willingness to break with the world market, there was a certain idea of redemption from the outset, that one would rather be dead than not be a slave. The substance that the Germans opposed to the bottomless, imperialist universalism of the Western Hemisphere, which had become ubiquitous, was the down-to-earth and bloody freedom of the victim, the freedom to sacrifice oneself so that torture and mass murder would become an end in themselves. In this all contradictions are eliminated, in this the Grossraum concept goes all the way. This can be noted and yet not understood, just as the actions of the Germans can be derived from specific traditions, but by spreading extermination through the Grossraum as the cause for its own sake, they leave every tradition behind. 2 years after Carl Schmitt's reflections on the last global line, Theodore W. Adorno, who had once again found protection behind this line when those freedom-loving people struck out, wrote, "What the Germans have committed is beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, the consciousness that wants to withstand the unspeakable sees itself repeatedly thrown back on the attempt to comprehend, if it does not want to subjectively fall prey to the madness that objectively prevails." This also applies to the concepts of sacrifice and self-sacrifice. They cannot explain National Socialism because they refer to limited actions. Their totalization in the name of Germany is the incomprehensible, which no scientific analysis can make comprehensible, which can only ever be captured anew, be it in the image of the Twilight of the Gods or the Zeppelin. While they were winning everything, they were already raging as those who had nothing to lose. At the beginning of German imperialism stands Wagner's Götterdämmerung, the enthusiastic prophecy of its own downfall, the composition of which was begun at the same time as the victorious 70s war. In the same spirit, 2 years before the Second World War, the German people were shown a film of the sinking of their Zeppelin in Lakehurst. Calmly, unperturbed, the ship follows its course, only to suddenly plummet vertically. If there is no way out, the urge to destroy becomes completely indifferent to what it never quite distinguished, whether it is directed against others or against its own subject. Some quotes, "The market has a price for everything, but the market itself has no price." Financial Times Deutschland. Germans' money is currently invested in a logical riddle. Frankfurter Allgemeine of October 8, 2008. When the sky falls, all sparrows are dead. Mao Zedong. Forecasts are difficult, especially when they concern the future. This good sentence is said to have come from Mark Twain, even if the financial press cites it as its seal of approval. We only cite it to point out the ontological difference, and not the discursive difference between information and concept. The concept of capital has been present in Marx's Capital since 1867. To want to read it off the DAX every hour and comment on it in the ARD Brennpunkt, that is, to want to undercut the real time of capital socialization, i.e. to accept the sovereign's lead, is to give him the lead in the defense against chaos. It goes without saying, then, that the far too many footnotes in the following do not offer anything for further discussion, but only illustrate what is reasonably self-evident: the absurdity of capital. Everything else is also called, in left-wing German, taking up the interests, picking people up where they stand, etc. pp. The revolution will not be a collective cab, however. Nevertheless, the society of total competition is in a panic, it will disintegrate and destroy itself. It is still unable to reproduce the condition of the possibility of its own existence out of itself. The fully autistic self-reference of capital, the unleashed accumulation for the sake of accumulation, the plus-making, Marx, slips into the historical minus, breaks down in itself, and precisely because the sociality of the individuals as subjects is based solely on the generalized exclusion of all by all, which, precisely in the forms of value, money, capital, creates the total inclusion, i.e., the social synthesis of all through all, i.e., the social synthesis as fully negative. This is certainly paradoxical. The unconditional social unity in the form of totalized atomism. A paradox, however, that takes on material force in money and appears as a logical riddle, FAZ. In the panic, the false society becomes aware of its own absurdity, albeit in an even crazier form, a form that promises to treat the bankrupt calculation of the economy by means of the madness of politics, but actually seeks to surpass it. The form of a paranoid sovereign who invokes the triumph of the will over the capital constraint and thus stirs up precisely the fear of chaos, whipping up the flight forward therein and thus provoking on the authoritarian state, on the state of emergency, i.e. on the originally fascist state, i.e. to the originally fascist situation. For nothing else is the price of the market than the politically enforced sacrifice of individuals by means of the monopoly of violence to life and death.
CF The Classic Studie bei Joachim Schumacher, Die Angst vor dem Chaos.
Über die falsche Apocalypse de Bergertums, Paris 1937, Frankfurt A.M. 1978. The gradient of emotions indicates the storm before it arrives. An imageless, nameless expectation of doom prevails, into which all negative collective feelings enter. It is first pent-up fear, then pent-up hatred. Ibid, page 231. The image of chaos has long been there and ready, although the political sovereign has so far only spoken of it through the flower. The redeeming name, the slogan, the solution word is money, the Jew, Wall Street, in short, and in German, Israel. A Nazi publication visualized this in 1935. It showed the Reich Finance Minister Rudolf Hilferding, SPD, grinning as he sat in front of a mountain of banknotes in 1929. The caption reads, "The Jewish Reich Finance Minister Dr. Hilferding's Semitic work. The Aryans had the paper, but the Jews had the money and the value. It should be the state that heals the bankrupt identity of value and money, not, as the economists, state socialists, and other ideologues proclaim, by treating a crisis of confidence in which individual rational behavior can lead to collective irrationality, but by publishing the delusion of calculation itself, elevating it to a duty and setting it as the new immediacy." Olaf Gersman, It Won't Work Without the State, in Welt am Sonntag, October 12, 2008, editorial. The irony of the Frankfurter Allgemeine announcing the installation of a new Cross of Honor for bravery, on page 1 on the same October 10th as it announces the state guarantee for capital is objective. Without the Iron Cross, sacrificing others is no fun, it would be service without merit. Cf. also www.faz.net/Aaron Cruz. Economists are worse than children. Sheila Bair, head of the U.S. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, qualified for this job by writing 2 children's books on the sensible handling of money, FAZ, October 1, 2008. The sovereign knows as little as its ideologues what money, what value, what capital, what even a monetary transmission mechanism is supposed to be, and the metaphors plundered from nature that pretend to provide the public with a concept of the matter are nothing but the rationalizations of absurdity that have become lies, which they themselves must believe. Earthquakes on the stock markets, drought on the money markets, hurricanes over the commodity markets. FAZ of October 10, 2008. The question of why the ominous value cannot be transmitted by telepathy is never asked anywhere. Only then would the mantra be true. Economics is known to consist of at least 50% psychology. FAZ of August 6, 2007. If the economy, on the other hand, consisted of at least 50% neurology. Mount Vesuvius erupts. In Pompeii, volcanologists argue whether the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is to blame. The ideology of capital disguises itself as a legitimate opinion, but its pluralism is the self-disguise for totalitarian propaganda, for the social oath of delusion, the analysts at work. The analyst is the enemy of the analyst, and the fact that the job somehow sounds like a cyst is charming. It's like a natural disaster, says George Pious, sales analyst at Ford. In the FAZ of October 4, 2008, you should sit quietly in the cinema when it's burning, because the inferno is waiting outside. One more superfluous chapter from the storybook of the lesser evil. Apart from the panic unleashed by capital, apart from the sheer chaos threatened by the state, there should be nothing more than nothingness per se. When the economic experts say that the financial system can currently be compared to a human body in which all the organs retain the blood they have just accumulated and release only a little into the circulation, then behind the miserable concept of money as the blood of the economy lies the threat that blood will and must flow in order to lock society into the capital relationship. The louder, the more insistent the propaganda of citizens' trust, as the anthropological basis of capital becomes, the more father state empowers itself as the guardian of the common good, as the force with which the consensus will be enforced. Once again, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. The impending collapse of capital should not be a reason to doubt the fundamentally beneficial effect of the market economy. Anyone who does so anyway should emigrate to North Korea before being deported elsewhere. And the Welt am Sonntag notes, if we need anything in the current crisis, it is not market diagnostics, but a new metaphysical boost of confidence.
Thomas Schmidt, Die Krisen der Freiheit und der Wunsch nach Regression. In Welt am Sonntag N Grad 41, Oktober 12, 2008, Hovefer. Sie wird Bost schuld bi Understot in A Psychoanalytikal Sense.
Capitalism is like the church. As long as everyone is as devout as the sheep, the profitable miracle of the transformation of South Tyrolean peasant blood into the fusel of Christ will take place. The skeptics, agnostics, and critics have to get out so that the new love of the state can take root. Before the Antichrist communism can come, before the best of all forms of life, the social market economy with free enterprise, is given the long-deserved dressing down. FAZ of October 8, 2008, Editorial Father State, by Reinhard Müller. According to Stern, the state is doing everything it can to prevent systemic bankruptcy. Stern number 42, October 9, 2008. All it really has as the donor of last resort, and the ultimate authority is the power to dispose of life and death, i.e. the decision on what is not worth living. The rather steep thesis that the state, as a state, cannot go bankrupt says only that the sovereign will make out its enemy if the cleansing of the market, FAZ of October 4, 2008, fails. Who are the Stalinists? Where are they? It is the blunt threat of violence, fascism and worse with which the state and its public are rushing to the aid of capital. Or the temptation. In any case, the propaganda of trust creates the legitimization for letting go of state power. It's not just that, as always, there is a fervent agitation against U.S. capitalism, which, according to Der Spiegel, is a degenerate capitalism out of its kind, whereas in this country, in the time-honored market economy, value and countervalue, wages and performance, risk and responsibility belong inseparably together. We have known for 75 years what species-appropriate capitalism is, namely that public benefit comes before self-interest, that property obliges, etc., etc. Rather, it is precisely in the ludicrous distinction between value and money, between, as the financial press whines, the book value on the one hand and the purchase price on the other, between subjective and objective value, which finds its unity in the socially authoritarian form of money as the totalized self-mediation of capital, that the separation between capital function and empirical being really comes into its own. Nothing should be allowed to live that does not do justice to its capital function. The gentlemen always talk so pompously, i.e. in economic terms, when they quite disinterestedly demand the fair price. When, according to the Handelsblatt, they rail against the prices on the market distorted by the crisis. What is meant, however, is that the individual who is incapable, who even refuses to play his role as the functional monad of capital, is denied life itself by the state.
Gabor Steingart, Die Enthemmten.
The beginning of the end of American capitalism, in Der Spiegel N degree 40, September 29, 2008, the tabloids second that greed and megalomania prevail on Wall Street, leading our financial system, i.e., in this ideological dream language, our blood, into the abyss, i.e., pouring it down the drain, Stern number 40, September 29, 2008. As stated in the FAZ on September 30th, money and credit are something like the bloodstream of the economy, and banks serve as pumps. Furthermore, people like to talk about American excesses, as in the Süddeutsche Zeitung, 27/28, 9, 2008, while real Germans, i.e. German Social Democrats, echo the demand of their comrade Gordon Brown. We want to create a capitalism that serves the people, not as their master, Die Zeit number 41 of 1, 10, 2008, which fortunately is as easy as the Volksgemeinschaft bites on social market economy today. Everything else is, as Helmut Schmidt likes to say, predatory capitalism, i.e. profit-drunk euphoria. Die Zeit number 40 of September 25, 2008. In any case, one thing is crystal clear. With its excesses, the USA has taken the rest of the world hostage. Süddeutsche Zeitung, September 29, 2008 for how can it be that everyone wants a house, a roof over their head, when their creditworthiness dictates that they sleep under the bridge. This American dream is the German nightmare. The equality of all that bears the mark of humanity means nothing against the obligation to be willingly compared in terms of capital utilization. You are nothing, capital is everything. Such emergency wisdom comes casually as a proverb. When the earth shakes, at some point no one will count the shaking houses, or as the blatant threat of economists. Nobel Peace Prize winner Muhammad Yunus is convinced that there is an entrepreneur in every human being, that the capitalist must be operated out of the flesh, that the real individual only acquires the right to breathe according to his capital function. This is the peace that goes with the Nobel Prize, i.e. the bitter humanism of microcredit and the newspaper report. Bangladesh's beggars demand minimum alms. In other words, punish 1, educate 10, Mao. In other words, shoot every 10th person summarily in the interest of the general peace of the country and regardless of their specific guilt, as the fascist jurist says against Voltaire, whom Leonardo Sciascia has appear in his novel Power and its Price against the criminalist, the positivist, whom Lino Ventura plays. This is the actual dialectic of nominalism and metaphysics, of obduracy in the empirical and brutality in the whole, which is the essence of bourgeois capitalist knowledge. Mediation, the third, is dogmatically presupposed and therefore barbarically executed. This goes beyond reason and is the evil miracle. But that doesn't matter because one will never want to have come to reason. The state, both the quintessence and the transcendental of the capitalist mode of production, dictates accumulation for its own sake as the nature of man from the very beginning. This naturalization is the racialization of capital through itself, and the ideal capitalist is a person who is genetically programmed to discover risks, even those that we do not yet know exist. Surplus value and profit are supposed to be what man as manager of capital has to have in his urine. Surplus is race. The inverted society has to be and remain anthropology. The rigid division of the empirical from the capital functional human being is the and of a crisis solution that will spread even further as explicit hatred of Jews, because it is already inherent in the selection of the financial economy from the real economy, which ultimately demands the elimination of grabbing from creative capital. Who will be the first to say it openly? Breaking the bondage to interest. Who will speak from the soul of the Germans and give them the solution? Will it be Frank Schirmacher in tomorrow's editorial in the Frankfurter Allgemeine, who wrote yesterday that only the state can now decree that something, and not rather nothing, exists, which is the as yet unreal strategy of the Nuremberg laws? Will it be Oscar Lafontaine, his pencil sharpener Jürgen Elsasser, who denounces the predators and locusts of the financial system in Neues Deutschland and is of the striking opinion that Lenin is right, because the development of capital drives of its own accord towards socialist forms of socialization, when it would be historically appropriate to say, towards National Socialist forms. But no new Germany as long as the old one is not used up. Somewhere, in all the papers, there must be a value. But the highest value would be a new history for this society. Writes the FAZ on October 8, 2008, i.e. a history that experiences its Black Friday for the very first time and is allowed to naively and spontaneously give in to its compulsion to repeat itself as a Pentecostal experience, as it did back then. That is why the journal does not write about the leader they so bitterly miss, but about leadership, which is supposed to show the way out of this world civil warlike state. FAZ of October 11, 2008. The real children's FAZ, Gremlisa. The Süddeutsche Zeitung likes to translate leadership as leadership strength, October 7, 2008. In order to get the Roosevelt to where it can find the Hitler. All right? Or will one of the scribes of the left-wing populist Junge Welt der, who drilled in anti-Zionism, have always held the thesis, firstly, there is enough money, secondly, the money belongs to the people, thirdly, the people are the state, fourthly, and so, the state, that's us? In other words, all the money was always there, of course. The class character of society is also reflected in when this money is not there, and when it appears in abundance and how and where it is used. Winfried Wolf, The Financial Crash continues. An interim assessment of the crisis with 3 lessons. In Junge Welt, September 26, 2008, the fact that money in itself is neutral, but not, according to Marx, the tangible and quantifiable form in which class society is represented, escapes the apologists of socialist money, Karl Kautsky, as well as the fans of the thesis that capital is for society what a walker is for disabled elderly ladies, a friendly prosthesis, for the good of all. Capitalism in itself is not bad, but it needs to revive one of its roots, responsibility, says Richard Herzinger of the Axis of Good, Jüdische Allgemeine, October 8, 2008. Whatever the outcome of the race between the state fetishists of right and left, the diagnosis made by the Council Communist Paul Matic in 1933 is once again confirmed. the old workers' movement lost the last semblance of revolutionary phraseology and showed with disgusting clarity that its reactionary form was the form of its reactionary content. Here it was shown that the old workers' movement was nothing more than a part of the capitalist machinery of exploitation, i.e. German labor front in waiting, indulging in status larmoyance about the justice gap, as well as, furthermore, in demanding fair wages for good work because, says IG Metall, we are worth more, etc. etc. The state of the whole people sends its regards, and with it the exploitation of self-administration. This litany, this delight in the Tibetan ideology mill proves that every anthill has more sense and understanding, more reason and spontaneity than the whole of bourgeois society, especially that of the Germans. You can tell that the ants are smarter and hopefully happier by the fact that they don't gawk at mention bei Maischberger on ARD or in The One Who Wants to But Can't, how they deal with the question, are we now threatened with the big bankruptcy? That they don't have to read the Handelsblatt, Wirtschaftswoche, Financial Times Deutschland or Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, that they have no factories, no money and no German army, that their entity is not a state of capital, that their queen doesn't make government declarations. This was the case on October 7th. According to the program magazine, Ingrid Otto, bank victim, Frank Lehman, ARD stock market expert, Fritz Voigt, farmer and banker, Joachim Lamby, stockbroker, Rudolf Hickel, economics professor. An ant would have switched off perplexed shortly before the announcement. The weather on TV is presented to you by the financial experts from Commerzbank in response to the implicit threat that without banks there would not even be any weather. That just proves the reasonableness of ants. They would describe the fact that their cluster is supposed to be an ant colony as a projection. But they have no category for this, and it is none of their business. Their luck may lie in the fact that their nature is immediate and not the capitalized society of the Germans, formed into a murder collective by Nazi fascism, which has become their second and more compulsive nature. Because the ants cannot think, the concept of ideology as the socially unconditionally validated, generalized lie is alien to them. For if they could only think, they would jump out of the window at the demand for capitalism for the people or headlines such as Day of Truth in Gold. But before that they would insist that the truth about a false society cannot be its glorification, but only its abolition, that the problem of mediating theory and practice has nothing to do with investment advice. The society of the spectacle, on the other hand, marvels at its own ruin and catastrophe according to the stock market barometer, like the buffaloes who are happy that the sovereign guarantees the certificates they hold on the risks of their own ruin. However, this is where the comparison ends, proving to be a far-fetched analogy. For the Germans are as vicious as no ant could be in their most sadistic dreams. They do, however, believe that their folk state, as the social heir as well as the actual legal successor to Nazi fascism, possesses the supernatural quality of dictating the seamless unity of value, money, and capital. The state's responsibility for the money it spends is self-evident in case of doubt. The FAZ of October 10, 2008 states, because money is the foundation of the state. But not even if the state took the fetishism of gold as the intrinsic and authentic value seriously, would there be the ominous backing of money by the real economy. On the other hand, since 1800, the national doctrine of the state was of the opinion that money was the blood of the state, according to von Stahl, for example, which, at least by implication, means that blood constitutes the value of capital. Because it cannot yet say this, the FAZ prefers to take a seafaring approach. In a sea of uncertainty, the state is the last lifeline, October 10, 2008. But when its Schirmacher revels in the orgy of destruction, FAZ of September 18, 2008, of the financial markets, you can hear what really moves the elite, fear of the steel storm, i.e., heroic realism, according to Ernst Junger. And they believe this because the capitalizability of human beings has become second nature to them as a result of the mass murder they carried out against the Jews under the friendly dictatorship of their sovereign. This mass murder is supposed to be the pledge of the perpetual identity of their capitalizable life force with money and value. Mass murder must have taken the crisis of capital off their hands for the next 1,000 years, must have ennobled surplus value and profit into nature. That is why they are not bothered by the fact that their preachers themselves do not know what this is supposed to be, value, money, capital, that they vacillate with breathtaking speed between the at best vulgar psychological and in any case steep thesis that on the one hand money is based on trust and is essentially virtual in nature, and on the other hand that money is ultimately gold, and therefore actually of a nature removed from society. An authentic value, intrinsic value, and intrinsic value. The news item Vatican increasingly invests in gold, Frankfurter Allgemeine, September 29, 2008, makes it clear where the journey is heading. As Ratzinger says, money is nothing, but it is more correct to say nothing. The breathtaking and breakneck oscillation between a subjective and an objective definition of what value, what money should be, between definitions that are as diametrically opposed to each other as they are internally necessary, and the hysterical chatter of the public is nothing other than this vacillation and oscillation, which in no way serves an enlightenment that would be anything other and more than just that. Investment advice dash. In the final analysis, this is the method of depriving people of any remaining reason, i.e. the production, distribution, and circulation of an ideology that is intended to make people mad to the exact extent that they want to be mad. This fanatical chatter in particular shows that the ideology of the false society is not a dogma to be believed, but an opinion to be discussed. Pluralism is obedience to totality. In this, ideology defines itself as the production relationship of panic, which is supposed to protect against chaos. The pinnacle is reached when the FAZ headlines its economic commentary, "Marx is right," to then foist the thesis on him. The speculator is a highly emotional being with animal instincts, FAZ of September 21, 2008, which is followed by the criticism of Marx that he advocates a labor theory of value based on the erroneous assumption that only work on things creates value. Die Zeit, N degree 43 of October 16, 2008. Because money is the crucial point at which capitalized society acts out its most extreme contradiction as if it were a dictatorial unity, it appears as the most tender subjectivity and merciless objectivity at the same time. Hunger is no reason for production. Max Horkheimer, 1939. On the one hand, money is an object of psychology. On the other, it behaves like lightning. It may be a shy animal, but it is as unerring as a tsunami. So what to do? The Frankfurter Allgemeine recommends strengthening the idea of ownership. That is even less than nothing at all, because as Milva already knew, thoughts are free, they are like shadows, who wants to guess them? We recommend the revolutionary self-devaluation of humanity through a stateless and classless world society, i.e. the unity of the many without coercion. That sounds helpless and impractical, and it is, but it does not lie. We confess how much we appreciate the size of the Marxists who wish it still existed. The ruling class, when there are only functional monads and German citizens temporarily entrusted with capital productive tasks, who were once supposed to form the local faction of the international proletariat, but absolutely did not want to. That would be nice, even if it were in Neues Deutschland. For it is with deep satisfaction that one reads headlines such as, "Financial manager in California kills himself and his family," that the coming downfall of capital is anticipated in the nervous breakdown as a suicidal rampage of some far too few of its functionaries. That's not so bad, it's just a pity that the majority of capital's character masks are not so sensitive that one could hope for the Schirmachers, Ackermans, and Merkels. The schadenfreude of the communists has to be kept secretly and collectively silent, because what the future will bring was already reported by Die Welt in September. During the distribution of alms to the poor in Indonesia, 22 people died. Dozens were injured in the crush for the food parcels. Most of the victims were elderly women. Several thousand people crowded in front of the house of a wealthy businessman in Pajuran in East Java as he was distributing parcels to the needy. The crowd jammed at the entrance to the house. The people in the front row were pushed against the bars, where they were crushed. The parcels were worth the equivalent of 2.25 euros each. The main thing is that the superfluous are dead and gone, even if it is, somehow, i.e. humanly, a pity for them, according to the Frankfurter Allgemeine of the day after tomorrow. But what is the run on a bank against the destruction of the banking system anyway? What is it against the abolition of money? The abolition of the sovereign? What is the criticism of the FAZ against the immediate, irrevocable termination of any subscription to ideology? What is enlightenment now? The cleverest of the propagandists say, all the money is safe until someone wants it. But why would anyone want it when it is so safe? The Germans' money is currently invested in a logical riddle. And if the stupidest of communists were to reply, that is none of my business, for it is not a logical riddle to be solved in the theoretical, but the social liquidation of capital as the self-enigma of mankind, Marx, then yes, then the damned story could end well. Only with the use of good money can the prosperity potential of the free market be exploited. Bad, i.e. inflationary money, on the other hand, is a collective evil. Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung of July 21, 2008. Retailers dread Christmas. Financial Times Deutschland from September 18, 2008. It's about nothing more or less than trust in the social order. Angela Merkel, FAZ of October 8, 2008. The currency, trust. Das Parliament from October 13, 2008. Lead story. The revolution from above is not yet at an end. FAZ of October 14, 2008, lead article. The market and competition are the most efficient form of charity. Frankfurter Allgemeine of June 23. As we all know, business is at least 50% psychology. FAZ of August 6. Because the essence of a domino game is that every domino can fall, no matter how far it is from the first domino. FAZ of August 21. Everyone as an individual has long suspected what society by no means wants to know. That the propaganda that we live in a world that is certainly and admittedly very questionable, but nevertheless the best possible of all worlds, just a little more green electricity and fair trade plus buy and aid, animal welfare and Amnesty International has been built on quicksand. Everyone knows that the capitalization of society has long since reached an intensity that only allows progress as an escape from the total collapse of all reproduction, i.e. as a switch to catastrophe, and this is made visible precisely by the energy that the public invests in repression, denial, and splitting off. The first run on a bank since the Great Crisis of 1929 reveals that naked fear lurks in the cellar of certainty about the future, ready to turn into panic at any moment. Everything is wrong, even according to the financial press. The machines are suddenly running amok because the veil of the market is being lifted, the financial markets are in turmoil, and a hurricane of fear is breaking loose. This fear, or worse still, the fear of fear that is rampant everywhere, leads people to prefer to commit suicide out of fear of death, and to anticipate the social fate that their very own mode of production has executed on them. Society, in its inversion, has produced, according to Marx, a religion of everyday life, which consists in the personification of things on the one hand, and the objectification of the relations of production, on the other, i.e. in fetishism carried out on all sides. This everyday religion swears by money and capital as the collective unconscious of society, its driving force, and it teaches humility before the market. On the one hand, earning money and using money are a mere matter of course and second nature. On the other hand, it is not understood how money makes it possible to compare different sensual use values, to make them calculable and to express them in a unity which, as society, makes them identical. The fetish of money, especially its form of movement, the capital fetish, creates a homeliness that arises from the habit of pure functional pleasure. He who pays creates. A familiarity that promises to heal the solitude that arises from general competition. This sits on the horror like the cork on a champagne bottle. The language of the press in which this disaster is expressed is like that. It babbles between evocation of nature and voluntarism. The mortgage flu virus is raging, a veritable storm surge is coming. There is a drought on the credit market, and in general, the epidemic is raging, but at the same time, market psychology is supposed to be the decisive factor, and there is a need for education, preferably by means of depth psychology, about the dangerous herd behavior among investors, who probably cannot quite live up to the model of the responsible, sovereign consumer, but rather behave like lemmings. The coercive nature of economic objectivity turns into all kinds of pseudosciences such as neuroeconomics, which aims to uncover the secret of man, in particular his economic decisions, by means of functional magnetic resonance imaging. Because we know that trust can have a positive influence on the development of an economy. Nevertheless, little is known about the development of trust. But perhaps a new investment philosophy and holistic customer advice will help. Economics is the fun that economists have at the expense of the public, and each of these apostles knows that they know even less about the economy, which is destiny, than the other apes. The Handelsblatt laughs at this. A blindfolded chimpanzee throws darts at the price section of a newspaper. The stocks and bonds he hits subsequently perform better than anything that has been meticulously analyzed by experts. Economics is the aping of man by himself. The notorious inability to make a synthetic judgment on the fundamental categories of socialization, the permanent oscillation of thought in antinomies, i.e. in assertions that are mutually exclusive and yet imply and presuppose each other, is precisely the way in which the total blindness whose name is ideology helps to reproduce the inverted society. On the one hand, perfect rationalism prevails, and the movements of capital are observed and calculated like the weather. Here it is all about a more efficient allocation of the scarce commodity of capital, by means of huge databases, powerful computers, and sophisticated risk management systems. On the other hand, says the Minister of Finance, we have to live in casino capitalism, in which people feel like small cogs in a world of anonymous speculators. On the one hand and on the other, king customer, poor sod. Anyone who still had any faith in the truthfulness of their thinking would have to go mad or schizophrenic over this. But neither the scientific economists, the school of economic weather artists according to Marx, nor the practitioners take offense at this. They trust that the social synthesis is already complete without them, that it exists in the form of money and moves quasi-automatically as capital, that the connection between commodity and money is as God-given as it is natural. Thinking has been debased to a mere opinion about the given. But the connection first of commodity and money, then of money and capital, is itself the mystery at the center of society West. How it can be that social mediation is reversed and becomes a thing, how it is possible that, in money, the general of society becomes immediate, tangible, and concrete, that society presents itself once again in itself and, in money, guarantees the general convertibility of individuals into subjects as the society in your pocket, Marx. That is the riddle par excellence for economists and their public. As long as anything goes, nobody cares, and a perfect contradiction has nothing at all mysterious for them, because their analytical mind is completely free of dialectical reason. The crisis then demonstrates that buying and selling is by no means a single fluid movement, but the central instance of mediation. As long as things go well, the hard payment dissolves into an endless chain of credits. As soon as things go badly, i.e., as soon as it becomes clear that buying and selling is by no means the pragmatic method of mediating goods and needs, that money is by no means the technical key to allocation, but rather, as a manifestation of capital, leads its own supreme life, panic suddenly takes the place of the prayers for health, and the whole world asks itself, via the financial press, where, between value and valuation, between price and fundamental value, something like true value can still be found, which could exist beyond the expression of money. And this sudden change from the credit system to the monetary system adds theoretical terror to practical panic, and the agents of circulation shudder at the impenetrable mystery of their own relations. Marx. In the panic, in the hysterical anticipation of the collapse of the inverted society, the fact that capital is an impossible mode of production is expressed without conceptualization. Then it helps less than nothing when the chairman of the Ludwig Erhard Foundation declares that capital is only a factor of production, because now, in the crisis, it becomes clear that the factor is not a factotum, for without capital, the most industrious labor remains poor. Although capital is impossible, for how could the whole be present in the whole? This is precisely why it has become real, an immediate generality that functions in a way that is as overwhelming as it is devastating. The general inclusion takes place through the total exclusion of everyone by everyone. The capital relation is based on the fact that each individual is constituted only in the form of the juridical subject and is only set as socially valid in that the self-preservation of bodies in living labor power is immediately identified with the accumulation of capital. Set in the form of the subject, the individual has to negate the species in itself. Thus, every subject is an enemy of humanity as the integral of its individuals. It reduces the species to the sum of its specimens according to the instruction of the German proverb, "One man's bread is another man's death." Especially in Germany, for the premonition of collapse of the radical separation of self-preservation and accumulation is expressed as a condemnation of speculation, to which one can already recognize who is actually meant. If speculation, the stock exchange and coupon cutting, derivatives trading, locusts and private equity are in reality only rationalizations of the capital cycle itself, accelerations of accumulation and attempts to make life easier for capital through a sophisticated credit economy, then the compatriots now believe that money not only has nothing to do with production, but is even an organized assassination, a conspiracy against life. The tabloid press agitates. Money is destroying the world. Unknown forces had planted a gigantic money bomb. According to Stern, moreover, the financial crisis was made in the USA. Seconds, Welt. How safe is our money? Asks Stern. If, fears Süddeutsche, it falls into the hands of greedy financial managers. And what might happen, asks Frankfurter Allgemeine, if instead of German entrepreneurial personalities, smart financial jugglers now determine our economic fate? Previously, during the economic boom, hard cash was a vanishing, fleeting thing, and every commodity with a price tag attached seemed to be money enough in itself. Now, in the crisis, when buying and selling threatens to fail at the barricade of cash payment, German ideology falls back on its favorite and most dangerous schema, the separation of production and circulation, on the imaginary difference between the production of goods of nothing but use values on the one hand, and the evil of interest and compound interest on the other. The crisis of big money is threatening the real economy, howls the tabloid. It is terrible how strongly the financial crisis is affecting the real economy, notes the upscale bourgeois press. This difference, which is nothing more than bourgeois society's objectively necessary false awareness of itself, already indicates the dividing line that German ideology actually likes to draw, namely between so-called creative and so-called grabbing capital, between healthy exploitation in the service of the people and the state and the locust swarms of the American nightmare. Neither the outre language of the character masks who are allowed to manage capital, for example, the chairman of the supervisory board of Deutsche Bank, is of the opinion that economy denotes a value-neutral cultural subject area, which then makes the report cleaning ladies should become cheaper bearable, nor the subtle disputations of their professors hide the simple truth that, as investment manager Bill Miller from the fund company Legg Mason tells the FAZ, you can't be right if you don't have any money. Truth and interest are two different things in the economy of capital. The separation of the so-called real from the financial economy makes it clear what kind of crisis solution is intended if the current situation turns out not to be a summer storm, but a quake, whirlpool, and conflagration. And as always, those on the left are the avant-garde on the slippery slope that has been trodden. The economist Rudolf Hickel, well liked by the PDS, attests that speculative capitalism is nothing but greed, incompetence, and irresponsibility, that it is nothing but a mess and a credit orgy, but that the real cause of the misery lies in the speculation-driven decoupling of the financial markets from the production economy, and in the inadequate use of profits for production. Is that why the left party? But production is by no means that of use values, but that of priced goods that have to realize their value, and not just at profits but at a certain profit rate. A capital that makes a profit rate of 10% is relatively devalued by another capital that makes 15%. The value, which nobody knows whether it is objective or subjective, is in any case relative. It was therefore not speculation, but extremely clever when the Irish branch of Saxon LB managed to manage capital of 20.3 billion, i.e. 888% of its equity, before the crash. If, as the professors say, the economy is predominantly psychology, then money can be nothing more than a beautiful illusion. If hard payment is required, if it turns out that only the state, as capitalist of last resort, can put money into circulation because it has the gold reserve, then the rabble calls for the strong state, for the sovereign. What makes the conception of money in its full definiteness as money particularly difficult, says Karl Marx? Difficulties which political economy seeks to escape by forgetting one of its determinations above the other, and when one is held up against it, appeals to the other, is that here a social relation, a definite relation of individuals to one another, appears as a metal, a purely physical thing apart from them. From this arises this enchanted and inverted world, whose real payday will be the revolution. For it is the particular relationship of individuals to one another as a relationship of rulers to ruled, exploiters to exploited, the quality of society as a fully negative one, that is embodied in money and capital. Some quotes. The word credit economy comes from the Latin credere, which can be translated as faith. If faith in the system's ability to function dwindles, there is a risk of a dangerous snowball effect. FAZ from September 25th. The maxim "don't put all your eggs in one basket" loses its relevance when one basket knocks over the next. Die Welt from August 9th. A spark can ignite a tumbleweed fire. Now, eat and drink as long as you like it, we've already lost our money twice. German proverb, 1949. Every fourth person is threatened with unemployment benefit withdrawal.
Süddeutsche Zeitung, November 8, 2004.
Emotional attachment to this state only arises through tangible belonging to a community that has a history. It is already difficult enough for Germans to find a positive relationship with this community of destiny.
Frankfurter Allgemeine, November 5, 2004.
No one will be allowed to withdraw.
Gerhard Schröder on Agenda 2010, Frankfurter Allgemeine, March 15, 2003.
People in Germany have a hard time. For example, Andreas S. from Lohningen in the district of Kloppenburg. Stern magazine reported on him on October 14, 2004 under the heading Hardened Souls. Andreas S. is a major in the reserve, but he no longer wants to be, because he has to play cleaner in the indoor swimming pool for €1 an hour. That doesn't mean he's too bad to be a cleaner, but he wants to be respected for it as a Volksgenossen and a good cog in the big picture. Everyone in their place. But it wasn't like that at work. He was laughed at just because he wore the olive green dress, the stigma of the state body, his dress of honor. So he quit the FRG completely and wrote a letter to the state in which he returned the Cross of Honor of the German Armed Forces and the Oderflut Medal of the state of Brandenburg. Andreas S. is so German that it cracks. Andreas S. never lay in the social hammock, says Stern. Rather, he was passionately committed to his country, to the community of solidarity. He enlisted as a regular soldier, was a company commander in the logistics force, trained 200 conscripts every 3 months, and was decorated. But now he has renounced his loyalty to the state because he no longer knows how far he can still trust the authority of the state leadership. He writes to his state, "In my opinion, this is only possible as long as the state and its representatives themselves can be understood as moral." And the FDGO media echoed the comment. The country is poor in soul, poorer than in money. This is how the German Revolution is getting into a rage. Historical facts for orientation. Work for your people ennobles yourself. Slogan of the Reich Labor Service. Labor service was honorary service to the people, was intended to level out class differences and show that the real meaning of work lies not in the merit it brings, but in the attitude with which it is performed. Keyword Reichsarbeitsdienst in Wolfgang Benz et al. eds. Encyclopedia of National Socialism, Stuttgart 1997. Current clarification. Work opportunities will be created for employable people in need of assistance who are unable to find work. This work does not constitute an employment relationship within the meaning of labor law. Section 16(3) of the Second Book of the Social Code, SGB 2, of December 24, 2003, BGBL IP 2954/2955. Money is created in the mind. ADIG investment. No one will be able to escape. Any attempt to escape is futile. The power and authority of the state are based on the sovereign disposal of life and death. Everyone knows, if he knows nothing else, that the law is only a manifestation, i.e. the showcase of sovereignty, that the innate and inalienable human rights are part of the decoration. Not in the sense that they are entirely superfluous, but in the sense that they represent an ingredient, the necessary ornamentation of sovereign self-presentation in times of successful accumulation. It is not the law that constitutes or even constitutes the sovereign, but the sovereign is the master of the crisis, Gerhard Scheidt, and of the state of emergency, which, as temporary as it is conjunctural, cloaks itself in the form of law and thus represents in itself the boundary between legality and illegality. Moreover, everyone knows that the form of law is a function of commodity and value, of money and capital. Everyone knows this even without reading Marx's Critique of Political Economy, because the cellular form of law, the contract of equal and free subjects which is supposed to exclude all violence, is built on the legal fiction of free will. A fiction which, on the one hand, is a pretense and machination like any mirage, but which, on the other hand, is assumed to be really valid, practically attributed and actually presupposed in the form of law itself, which is reinforced by violence. Real fiction of freedom, equality, and justice as well as real force in one. The power and violence of the state are founded in the total coercion of freedom, in the violence against individuals that compels them to be subjects, that forces them to exercise the legal real abstraction of free will in social practice in their own flesh. The decision on life and death, in turn, the privilege of the sovereign, founded in the judgment that the accumulation of capital executes on the individual, is based on the production of a relative and absolute overpopulation, on the production of the surplus human being, which is as necessary as it is unavoidable in the capital relation. The state, the autonomous administrator of law, is at the same time the hired procurator of accumulation. What comes across as pure self-defense at the Monday demonstrations against Hartz IV and Agenda 2010, against social cutbacks and neoliberalism, what cries for work and social justice. The project to counter the misery of the economy with the terror of the state and politics only leads deeper and deeper into the mess, into the German misery. A different policy is possible, demands the Wahl alternative Arbeit and Sozialgerechtigkeit, election alternative for labor and social justice, loosely based on attack, and Oscar Lafontaine. However, it is about abolition, not alternative use of the state. Hartz IV is only superficially economics, and Agenda 2010 rather aims to produce panic in the subject, for reasons of state and by the state. The sovereign virtually provokes the protest against the practical constraints of the economy, which is supposed to be our destiny, in order to emphasize free will against the objectivity of globalization, i.e. to put common good before self-interest. In order to work out free will and voluntarism, the delusion of autocratic decision, ever more purely, and to distill it out of society. In the last instance, free will has no substance apart from the sacrifice of the body for the political sovereign, and the body is its material pledge. The sovereign takes the test of the body and life, i.e. loyalty. Capital takes the test of labor power, i.e. productivity. And both place in it the individual as a piece of nature. Man himself, says Karl Marx, considered as the mere existence of labor power, is an object of nature, a thing, although, he adds, a living, self-conscious thing. The fact that labor power is not simply appropriated by force, but must first be mediated and purchased as a commodity, is indeed the law of capitalist socialization, the real appearance of freedom. but at the same time the misery of every individual capitalist. On the one hand, the individual is entitled to self-consciousness by virtue of being a species, but on the other hand, consciousness is only socially valid and permitted under the form of the subject, i.e., only as the thought form of buying and selling, as it arises from the strange fact that man's reference to himself, his self-reflection and his I, is only possible in the form of private property in himself as the commodity of labor power. The subject is the value form of the individual, and law is the condition of the possibility of panic insofar as it systematically places the individual under the constraint of identity. In the form of the subject, panic is always and constantly kept simmering on a low flame. But this is part of the ABC of communist social criticism. What is not part of it, at least not among German Marxists, is that the state does not sit on top of the economy as a rotten or parasitic superstructure, but is immanent to it, nor that the sovereign indwells capital as the condition of the possibility of capital itself. This left knows, even if it knows nothing else, what happens when the state abrogates the right to freely dispose of the commodity of labor power. The ABC's answer is, then there is an end to the wage gap, then the Industrial Reserve Army mercilessly squeezes workers' wages, then capital comes out of the red, the trade union goes bankrupt and the class struggle returns with the working poor, the return of proletarianism, Karl-Heinz Roth. But the real question should be, what happens if not only the right to freely dispose of the commodity of labor power, but also the subject form and thus also labor power as the social destiny of human beings is crossed out? If one eliminates the commodity form of labor power for the Industrial Reserve Army, but does not leave it to the fate of free competition, i.e. hunger, for better or worse, then one appropriates labor power to the state itself, incorporates it into the state. By using the means of Hartz IV, the state abruptly appropriates labor power as its public law private property and monopoly, by merging the Lazarus layer of the working class and the invalid house of the active labor army, i.e. the pauperism of welfare recipients, with the Industrial Reserve Army, Marx, i.e. with a mass of people who, in the perspective of capital, are physically able to work and employable, but who are socially and objectively surplus and can no longer be a reserve for any capital productive purpose. By the state nationalizing and even socializing labor power in this way, the surplus population is thrown together in a third class that stands beyond wage labor and capital, which, as a state class, is both below and therefore above all classes. This is no longer about needs, but about requirements, as Hartz IV creatively states under Section 20 SGB 3, standard benefit to secure subsistence. Ergo, about a way of life. The subject always lives in double defense. On the one hand, and in hallucinated self-defense, it is fundamentally anti-Semitic against the superhumans. On the other hand, it is structurally racist in its defense against the unhumans. This war on two fronts is its essence and its identity, and in it sets itself up as the subject of the contract, as the autocratic author of capitalist socialization. By taking massive action against its reduction to the individual in this way, it was always simultaneously aggressive towards its neighbors, the merely cared for and administered bodies. Thus, the subject lived on the moral pump of the objectified and administered human being, i.e. on the ideological borrowing of the contrast to social assistance, to the attitude to life. The transition to this was gradual, the decline was gradual. But now the continuum has been cashed in, the creeping transition from the glamorous self-importance of money disposal to the cold-hearted care of the means test and the social rate is no more, and with it the reason for the hope, however diluted, that advancement lies in the determination and willpower of the individual. This was the deceptively genuine simulation of historical liberalism with the statist means of ABM and HAG. The continuum is now replaced by the leap and the abrupt, the crash. The sovereign bids farewell to salami tactics. But by abolishing mediation and drawing an absolute boundary, the quality of the rubricated themselves also changes. The salespeople in waiting become the forced collective of the cared for, half-heartedly nurtured and provisionally fed, becoming people who are allowed to have reasonable relations with the environment. Section 20 food away from home, €10 and 31 cents. Bus, train, bicycle, €19 and 18 cents. Telephone, modem, post, €22 and 35 cents. Leisure, entertainment, culture, €38 and 66 cents per month. Stern Degree 39/2004. Unless, for the sake of the Greens, environmental relations is taken to mean therapeutic tree hugging, which is free for the time being. And everyone knows that making people superfluous by no means ends in the administration and maintenance of the body in accordance with social welfare, i.e. in feeding the poor and charity, but, as the fate of the incapacitated and psychiatrized teaches us, only with complete incapacity and incapacitation. There is nothing else in the punishment of uneconomic behavior under Section 23. Neither bourgeois nor citoyen, Hearts 4 heralds a development at the end of which is not merely the nationalization of labor power, but the political curatorship of life and death, the appropriation of individuals as bodies by the state, by the political sovereignty of total capital. It is in this twilight between the status of the still pro forma subjectivized, the de jure already desubjectivized, and the de facto objectivized that the drama takes place. This is where the panic is bred that will drive the state class in the coming collapse crisis of capital. What is returning here is not, as the ABC of German Marxism would have it, a class interest that is as capable of enlightenment as it is prompted to enlighten itself by hardship and misery, but rather the blindness forced by all means of political economy, i.e. the social energy and the elan vital of barbarism itself. This is by no means, as Marx of the German ideology would have liked the German proletariat to see it, a class whose particular misery is at the same time a protest against the generality of misery in general, but a class that will strive to heal its impoverishment through the generalization of misery. Here a class of people is created that is directly dependent on the sovereign, a class of serfs who are obliged to obey him by hook or crook as unconditionally as only the civil servants who are directly and unconditionally sworn to the state, who are rewarded for their mere loyalty and mechanical duty, removed from general competition, supported in their existence and paid for promptly saying yes, and all this only so that they will have something to lose in the collapse crisis of capital. Here, however, in the state proletariat, it is not existence but subsistence that is alimented, the attitude to life. What counts here is not the sale of labor power, which is formed on a parity basis and regulated by collective agreements, but its quasi-military, i.e. always-ready deployment, FAZ. This third class will be the momentum of the new turn towards the authoritarian state and fascisation, which necessarily precedes Nazi fascism. Even the Frankfurter Allgemeine, which longs so much for the victim and for the self-disembodiment of the subject, recognizes this in its feature section. The utopia of Agenda 2010, it says on July 29th, is the general immediacy of the third class. July, the utopia of Agenda 2010 is the general immediacy to the state. Its goal is the monad, which, freed from all too close human ties of the past, stands directly opposite the state, and the anthropology of this reform, i.e. the human type after Hearts 4, is the lone fighter who has broken off all bridges behind him and continues to do so. He lives alone in a cheap 2-room apartment, meets regularly with friends at the little shop around the corner to avoid emotional holes, and otherwise finds his mental balance in meditation courses, which help him to repeatedly make tabula rasa in his head and start anew. It goes without saying that the cultural critical verve of this newspaper only lasts so long before it is time again to praise the rascally unconcern, FAZ 7, 8.2004 of the chief economists, but at least the integration into work, section 1, is understood as a thoroughly anti-liberal recruitment measure, as the mobilization and militarization of labor for the state. This immediate connection to the state is another name for the Volksgemeinschaft, a state that can only occur after a new, anti-capitalist and therefore necessarily German revolution against all social mediation through money and law. The struggle against mediation and thus for the negative, barbaric abolition of capital is always also the struggle against liberalism in the totalitarian conception of the state, which Herbert Marcuse analyzed in 1934, is the struggle for the fact that the sovereign also has a fundamental right to irrationality, FAZ November 11, 04. However, the mediation-free integration of the individual, isolated without any reserve, into the coercive social context, whose synthesis is the sovereign, the state subject capital, Heinz Langerhans 1934, will be characterized by an even stronger emphasis on the fusion of psychocracy in its esoteric and vulgar psychological moments with the state bureaucracy, which was already present in National Socialism but had not yet been worked through. The brown-green of the alternatives, the legacy of the late 70s and the fuel of the Green Party, has mapped out this third way, which leads directly to the ideology of the third class. It is the earthy brown parts of the soul that Rudolf Barrow raved about that are now coming to the fore in the quasi-therapeutic chatter of empowerment etc. pages, i.e. the transfer of industrial psychotechnology and the cult of German taylorization, German labor front, to the forcibly democratized, still at best post-fascist Germany, now for example with the means of the so-called Bochum personality inventory. The specifically green aspect of the red-green policy is precisely to rematerialize the spiritualization of the capital relationship with the means of postmodernism into the ideology of personal responsibility, section 1, and to turn occultism from a fun pastime of post-materialistically minded student counselors and sociologists into the lingua franca of labor administration. What has long been drilled into the training and coaching measures of the employment offices, the compulsion to self-submission, according to Frank Rentschler in Exit January 2004, which is part of the psychojargon of the new emotionality, is becoming generalized. Hearts 4 is not a test of emotions or justice. Hearts 4 is the beginning of a social intelligence test. FAZ, July 9, 04. This certain mixture of existentialism, Tai Chi, tree-hugging, and Buddhism, i.e. the practice betrayal of enlightenment, which has already struck anyone who has ever entered a green alternative cultural center in Freiburg, for example, the fabric fur handwork ecology, and examined the masses of esoteric agitprop on display there. Are you ready to become a metaphysician? More details at www.metacentervienna.at. Has become radicalized into knowledge of domination. Hartz IV is also the intellectual revolution, the practice that goes with rethinking. Hartz IV and Agenda 2010 are thus the laboratory and the political production relationship of panic. This is not about the justified fear or even real fear that people, viewed as individuals, can have and must somehow overcome. Then it would be true. Whistling in the forest does not drive away the darkness, but it does make the heart lighter. That would be the Enlightenment and, as a consequence, the revolution and communism. Freedom would be the reward for fear. However, the state is much more concerned with pushing real fear into the virtual, alienating it and substituting it with the panic of blind self-preservation, i.e. making the small difference between Calcutta and Kreuzberg inconsequential and an opinion. Man, regarded by the state not as an individual but as a subject, has to short-circuit between himself as a natural thing on the one hand, and as a social being on the other, and this is the essence of panic, to install the political sovereign as the self-consciousness of his bodily need within himself. The first commandment of such distress is that it no longer recognizes any of the 10. In Panic, what Sigmund Freud's mass psychology and the analysis of the ego described using the example of the dissolution of artificial masses, especially the army, appears as a relationship of production. With Hartz IV, panic is the product of the entire operation. A panic arises, Freud wrote in 1921, when such a mass disintegrates. Its character is that no more orders from superiors are listened to, and that everyone looks after himself without regard for the others. Mutual ties have ceased and an immense, senseless fear is released. The individual thus testifies to the realization that the effective ties that had hitherto reduced the danger to him have ceased. Now that he stands alone in the face of danger, however, he may estimate it more highly. It is thus the case that panic fear presupposes the loosening of the libidinal structure of the mass. The artificial mass whose dissolution is at issue here, however, is capitalized society itself, thus the second nature, Marx, and all the fetish characters that shape thought and action according to the standards of objective ideology. In precise anticipation of the lethal crisis, the sovereign, the emergency helper of capital, transforms the real fear that arises from the dissolution of society into panic and a reserve from which the new foundation of the false society is to be made possible through its bankruptcy. The gigantic, senseless anxiety that Freud speaks of turns into panic, i.e. into murder and manslaughter, when it is banished into the form of the subject and is unconsciously yet purposefully acted out in it. Just as, historically speaking, the Freikorps and the SA were the answer to the dissolution of the Reichswehr, just as the Reichsarbeitsdienst gave the bankrupt trade unions their certificate, Hartz IV acknowledges the demise of the specifically post-fascist form of socialization in Germany and the end of the social market economy, i.e. the illusion of the third world, i.e. the illusion of the third way between capitalism and socialism, FAZ, March 11, 04, or as Dirk Herschel, chief economist of the DGB, says, the end of Rhineland capitalism, FR, July 23, 04. This does not mean that the political sovereign, as an ideal total capitalist, Friedrich Engels, has an idea or even a concept of the whole that it represents, administers, and practically executes. The self-consciousness of capitalized society, incarnated in the state, is ideology and ergo a manic compulsion to think and combine, objectively irrefutable and necessary, and therefore false consciousness. The political apex of this consciousness represents the pure publication of the social unconscious. The state does not act in the political science sense, but in the psychoanalytical sense. And because Hartz IV is not really about economics, the ideal total capitalist can have no plan, no recipe, and no program. In other words, there is no offensive of neoliberalism, except in the flourishing imagination of those who, at least pro forma and according to the schemes of popular sovereignty, consider the state to be the centralization of political free will, at least in itself and for the sake of its idea. The state is us, Ferdinand Lassalle. What it is in itself, it still has to become for us, the one people. That is the statehood delusion that drives the Monday protest. See Uli Krug and Karl Nelle in Bahamas No. 45. The polemic common among left-wing friends of the state along the lines of all power comes from the people, but where does it go? fails to recognize that the idea of popular sovereignty only recognizes free will as a constitutive element of sovereignty insofar as it is the free will of subjects interacting in the form of a contract. The individual, the material bearer, marks of the subject, is confined in a form that represents the form of a completely different content, that of accumulation. The democratic state, which thus appears to be merely the extrapolation of the contractual form for the sake of form, is in fact only the condensate of the accumulation that takes place through this form. There is no individual in this society who is able to have the awareness of the nexus, let alone the critical awareness of the negative totality. The fact that society is constituted as a nexus of subjects who, in full awareness of their purposes, reproduce the social unconscious as the anti-ratio of domination and exploitation, of sovereignty and capital strikes not only the agents of the state with blindness, but also the loudspeakers of capital, such as the BDI president Rogowski. He pretends to know exactly what the crisis of capital consists of. At best, however, he knows where the falling profit margin of the individual capitalists he presides over comes from. Because he cannot have any knowledge of the general social conditions under which capital could avoid the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, he is content to repeat the proposals of the 1929 Memorandum of the Reichsverband der Deutschen Industrie, RDI. Social peace has been bought at a high price, and that has partly brought us the problems we have today, says Rogowski, Spiegel Online, September 15, 2004. Of course he wants an authoritarian state, of course he wants deflation, and of course he hates the trade unions and the envy society. But as little as the RDI Memorandum of 1929 was able to program the condition of the possibility of the abolition of competition between capitalists and thus the sensible, i.e. Nazi-fascist use of the collective capital of the class, i.e. the state budget, the BDI is just as little able to do so. The state is not the executive committee of the ruling class, not because it cannot possibly represent the sum and integral of the wills of all individual capitalists if it is really to be the state of capital, Johannes Agnoli. Rather, the state is only an ideal total capitalist to the extent that it is at the same time an immediate ideal total proletarian. There is no other explanation for historical Nazi fascism, the cross-class, class-canceling murder collective, than the fact that the state guarantees the subsistence of the working class in the dictatorial afterlife of competition. The real sovereign is the trustee of capital and labor at the same time. The mirror game of politics, which the left and the right fight out with each other, is concentrated in the sovereign as the condition of its possibility and the mechanism of its reproduction, a game that politically takes the form of the opposition of Schmittians and Rousseauists, which economically appears as the dispute between the neo-liberals and the Keynesians. But capital, whether as capital fixe or as variable, acts on both sides of the opposition at the same time. The fact that Hartz IV is not about economics in the sense of a quasi-scientific technical production and reproduction of commodities, nor is it about the famous redistribution from bottom to top, or even about the infamous profit maximization, shows the simple question of how, in a society of perfect competition, anyone could have the awareness of the totality as the concrete, the practical knowledge of the generalizability of its particular purpose. If the capitalists really were as PDS or NPD, expropriation policy of the ruling class, Deutsche Stimme September 2004, would like to imagine it, then capital as the social totality could not exist at all. Therefore, the awareness of the social context, which is based on the free will of the people and is exercised in free elections for the purpose of national self-determination, does not increase at all in its career through the public and academia and into the top of the state, nor does it gain in scope through better information or clarity through more thorough reflection. The planned state cannot exist. Spontaneous consciousness is only purified and refined, filtered, so to speak. The stupidity of the regulars who think the ARD stock exchange idiot is great is, once in the cabinet, the philosophy of the chancellor and swears by Sir Karl Popper. The man next door knows just as much about the economy as the Wirtschaftsweisen or the business section of the Frankfurter Allgemeine, according to which the current crisis lies in the fact that people do not want to wake up from their consumer rigidity, FAZ, September 29, 2004, even though they have been given total shopping freedom, FAZ, September 20, 2004. When the consciousness of the people goes to the head of the state, it naturally does not become smarter, but all the more brutal and sophisticated because it is systematic. What Karl Marx attested to in the first volume of Capital in Economics, Vulgar Economics, also applies to political science, i.e. vulgar politics. It does nothing other than systematize and pedantize the banal and complacent ideas of the bourgeois mode of production about its own best world and proclaim them as eternal truths. Therefore, Hartz IV cannot be about economics at all. It is not the alleged plan and Agenda 2010 that are of interest. There is no interest. What does exist is the political competition of purpose-setting individuals in the common and collectively unconscious form of law. Politics, i.e. the form in which the sovereign publishes itself, basically functions no differently than the market on which capital publishes itself. It is the so-called mistakes, the malpractice of the legislative craft, and it is the unintentional and somehow unintentional that, as in Freudian psychoanalysis, reveals what is actually at stake, i.e. the production of panic. At the official head of the state, in the expression of the institutions that constitute the self-consciousness of society, that express its identity and its I, the social unconscious, the nature and drive of capitalized society acts as the automatic subject marks of itself. To put it bluntly, the chancellor does not think, thinks in him, nor does he speak, speaks through him. He is, in the strict political economic sense of the word, a character mask. At the top of the state, precisely where, according to ideology, the subjectivity of free will should be expressed completely undiminished and unalienated, the exact opposite prevails and the puppet rules. The immediate relationship to the state, the creation of the state class, can only mean the roller coaster of emotions that deprives us of any remaining understanding. It is therefore necessary for the system to chase one scandal after another, and the latest headline, Unemployed receive no money in January. Clement maintains payment pause for unemployment benefit 2-inch, Frankfurter Rundschau, July 29, 04, makes the last one far from forgotten. For unemployment benefit 2 recipients, old prefabricated buildings are ready, FAZ, July 23, 04. The more good advice is needed, big build telephone campaign. Will my daughter's wages be deducted from my benefits? Tens of thousands called. Build, December 8, 04. The more expensive it is, hearts for. Unemployment benefit 2. Social benefit? What the blurb promises. Formulated in an understandable language that any layman can handle, the booklet really does contain, namely the advice that even poorly crafted social legislation must not lead to abuse of the law, although your obligations will naturally be granted to you more quickly than your rights. Fundus soi sever et al., Hamburg, 2004. And anyway, the language, the heart's language does not reach people. Many are prepared to work hard, but they want to be addressed differently, says the Freiburg sociologist Dr. Gert Kiel, Frankfurter Rundschau, 10/9, 2004. Unsurprisingly, Kiel is not only a sociologist, but also a freelance political consultant. The fusion of bureaucracy and psychocracy has always been anticipated in sociology. The bureaucracy creates the shock, the sociological psychocratic complex ennobles it into an experience. No sooner has the headline union, work longer, take fewer vacations, SZ, August 11, 04, been printed than Norbert Blum writes in a reprint of his sermon from last year. Incidentally, human capital is the most modern form of wealth, FAZ, March 14, 03. As soon as it is reported that there is a dramatic decline in job placements, FAZ, November 11, 04, due to the conversion of the employment office into a federal social welfare office, one is reminded of the article Creating Respect for the Losers by Ferdinand Sutterludi, who actually works as a research associate at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research, SZ, February 13, 04. Adorno lived in vain. And no sooner had the FAZ advocated putting an end to the idea that everyone counts in a society and that no one should be abandoned, July 31, 04, than Schurkamp published a glossary of the present, which risks the rather postmodern thesis that the contours of the present cannot be traced back to a coherent principle of integration, to a ruling ideology or an organizing center, but are, with Foucault, only fields of possibility. Ulrich Brockling, Frankfurt 2004. This sociological psychocratic complex fits the bureaucratic shock like mockery fits damage. The production of panic relies on shock. Because the citizen knows what he himself is capable of, he trusts his state to do everything and much more. This generalized trust in politics, the sovereign's most precious resource of all, if, according to the Chancellor, our country must once again become a center of confidence, FAZ, March 15, 04, is not irritated by the shock, but rather accelerated. The shock is the nerve of panic, it electrifies and scares the subjects into a herd, turns them into a mass of the atomized. The politics that sets the shock does not make mistakes, it is the mistake, and therefore it is the system that is concerned with the mediation-free hooking of the subjects into the occasionalism of the reason of state. The production of panic ensures the Nazification of the subjects, which will then be poured into orderly and Volksgemeinschaft aggression both internally and externally by means of their nationalization in the forms of law and order. The economists of the Frankfurter Allgemeine have long known that it is not about the economy, that no one can be helped by better economic management. Rather, it is about pompously formulated from the point of view of the realistic Machiavellian view of the economic theory of politics, about breaking up the consensus corset. It calls for the elimination of veto players and the rejection of consensus at any price. What is important is conceptual clarity, strategic thinking, courage, and political leadership with visionary power. Schumpeterian Politicianism, FAZ, September 13, 04. Joseph A. Schumpeter, sociological pre-fascist of the highest order and originator of the theory of productive destruction, provides the perspective of this sovereignty. Just as the capital fixe must be morally devalued and materially destroyed from time to time, so too must the variable. Nazi fascism, the panic of the capital sovereign, was the utopia of this productive destruction, and thus of a political leadership with visionary power, as a unity of calculation and frenzy that was as steely as it was elastic. The production of panic is the distillation of voluntarism, of the political will to unconditionality and pure decision, the decision for its own sake, which is in accordance with the self-valorization of value. What has long been, and even more so since May 9, 1945, in the silent enthusiasm for Carl Schmitt, the socio-practical delusion of free will, is established as a principle. Politics is the bridge from the hypothesis of science to the imperative of decision. It is time to build this bridge. Christoph Bohr, deputy chairman of the CDU Values Commission, in his article Work for All, FAZ, May 2, 2003. The panic that the sovereign is concerned with producing occurs when self-preservation boils over, takes over and pushes aside real fear. Panic is when self-preservation collapses, when the mind is knocked over and mobbed in order to save the body. Panic is the stampede of the lemmings. Society is like a movie theater when there's a fire. Everyone rushes for the exit and kicks each other to death. Panic is when ID thinks and superego directs, when it believes it is something that counts, when the ego hopes to save itself by throwing itself into the ID. That is the panic. Seeing eye to eye with doom, in good German, fate, destiny, providence. Here, everyone knows exactly what no one understands. Panic is a kind of a muck of the invisible hand. In other words, society is an avalanche, the unleashed coercive context of false socialization and a snowball system in which, as always in fairy tales, no one is really supposed to be hit because the last ones will certainly be the first. For fear of bankruptcy, the society of subjects throws itself into the lottery with all its possessions, just to avoid being sued by Hans D. Barbier and the Ludwig Erhard Foundation for delaying bankruptcy. Delaying bankruptcy is a serious violation of a facet of the morality of the market that has been cast in legal form, FAZ, December 11, 04. That is well thought out and well said. Panic, it now goes without saying, has nothing to do with the anthropology of individuals, but everything to do with the social ontology of subjects. Panic is not a tendency of the human masses, an objective tendency of their psychological constitution. It is a political relation of production. In it, the subject is shocked into realizing how solitary and lost it is, and that there is no real mediation between the individual and the species, but only the leap of the monad into the middle of the false collective. The subject first has to practice constraint with a mind. Then, in a state of panic, it runs amok in the shell of its bondage. Homicidal lust out of insight into necessity, freely adapted from Goldhagen. To the extent that panic seizes the subject, it resorts to theory, i.e. to conspiracy theory, and to the very self-consciousness that grows from the fusion of psychocracy and bureaucracy. This adds nothing to the system of ideology as the cold order of false consciousness. Rather, it draws the rigorous consequence from it. As an attempt, as resolute as it is futile, to understand the panic according to the standards of ideology itself, this conspiracy theory must lead immediately to practice, to murder and manslaughter, i.e. to racism and anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, in more refined circles only appreciated as anti-Zionism, is the option of annihilation. Where is the legitimate criticism of Israel supposed to turn into anti-Semitism? By asking this question, as Wolfgang Benz does in his new book, Was ist Antisemitismus? Munich 2004, they know and they have already done it. Then comes the hour of the Prudentists. They strive to fix the theory, which can only exist in its practice, for themselves, i.e. as a sectarian program for which one pays well bourgeois club dues. The FAZ's advertising plantations are full of it. The economy should provide us citizens with all the goods we need for life, for the best possible life, in an environmentally friendly way and with as little work as possible. For centuries, the tool money has been necessary for this. But now an understandable economic order is conceivable in which the focus is on goods plus Geber, goods and subscription rights. More on this in Action Zukunft.
Verein zur Förderung zukunftsorientierter Forschungen from 48527 Nordhorn at www.aktion-zukunft.de.
The program to break the bondage of interest is as old as bourgeois society itself and never at a loss for new labels, be they Tobin tax or otherwise. This is the tradition of German ideology, the rebellious mania of the productive. The panic in Germany is antisemitism, in its ultimate consequence as in its first twitch. Its persistent, unkillable presence even in the state of normality is its manifestation, its potential. Education for democracy, even at state expense, is therefore pointless. Far from belonging exclusively to the so-called extremists of left and right, antisemitism is the extremism of the center itself, the all too well-founded self-hatred of subjects distracted by the delusion of self-preservation. The middle is the place where the antagonistic society finds its sociological mediation, its identity and unity, i.e. its middle class. It is the place where private property alone counts and should count as a legal right, whether in labor power or in the means of production. The false utopia of a class society reconciled within itself, which nevertheless came true in the form of law, finds its natural ground and its social existence here, on which the state, again viewed only sociologically, as the institution and apparatus that has become the alliance of wage labor and capital, has so far practically rested. For the ideal total capitalist is at the same time the ideal total wage laborer. The state is both their trustee and therefore the appointed apologist for the somewhat bold but universally certified assertion that it is labor that creates property. For this reason, the liberal bourgeois papers are essentially concerned about the abolition of the insurance principle based on performance, i.e. the abolition of the system of acquired entitlements. Die Zeit, July 8, 2004, cf. Also Taz, September 6, 2002. While for these Luddites of conviction, Marx, keeping the body alive in accordance with social welfare was always proof enough of their social generosity, and thus the people's kitchen in the manner of the famous hamburger Tafel. This left-liberal criticism, like the federal administrative judge Uwe Berlitt, only knows how to criticize the fact that the recourse to the contractual form, despite the lack of legal freedom to conclude contracts, is an abusive form by the legislator, and that this sanctioned obligation to contract violates the basic law. Uwe Berlitt, Zusammenlegung von Arbeitslosen und Sozialhilfe. In Info also no May 2003 the insistence on the contract as a form of socialization of free and equal subjects, that is, of course, beyond any dialectic of the contractual subject itself, still the best that can be expected from the bourgeois public sphere. As this best, however, it is both significant and devastating. By means of its own inherent extremes, the just milieu holds up the mirror of its self-awareness to itself, but only in order to maintain its composure, the longer, the more laboriously. You don't have to be a totalitarian theorist, but in the middle it's enough to make your skin crawl. On the left, aka Comrade Lenin, the rage of German wage labor at the effortless income. On the right, aka Brother Hitler, the organic love-hate relationship of industrial capital with the speculative stock market. And both tear the middle apart and sweep it, i.e. nothing other than the state party, itself apart, albeit in the direction of a collective policy. The first target is Israel as the geopolitical alibi, to put it mildly, of the coming domestic declaration of the enemy. The Schumpeterian politician was already an anti-Semite in the form of the politician Schumpeter. The middle class has a seventh sense and is therefore anti-American at the same time. Here you can already guess what the sovereign is up to when he creates his class. The middle class, i.e. the green that fits the red variety, has already had its day as the privileged milieu of mediation, even if it still serves it freudianistically and academically, whether in the ideologisms of civil society or postmodernism, and makes itself available to it practically, whether as a freelancer or a civil servant, and even declares itself the author of socialization. Foucault is the theoretical superstructure that fits Claudia Roth, Habermas and Neg to provide the consciousness that is tailor-made for attack. And Montefiore, and all this boils down, as always in Germany, to Martin Heidegger, the ideologist of panic. For one does not want to be a dull and passive center, a swamp in the exact sense of the marais of the French Revolution, but an author and originator, founder and mediator, enterprising, self-determined, energetic and job-active. But the center has no self and no substance anywhere. It doesn't really know what to choose and therefore takes the most intimate part in its extremes. It is both at the same time borrows where it can, takes where it can get, and it won't have done it again afterwards. This center is located exactly where the extremes build up, as their strategic axis. As a mediator, the middle is a legal fiction of merely conjunctural social existence. The discomfort with its function is written all over the face of the middle class. One notices this first in the feuilleton, whenever the annoyant question of learning from German history has to be dealt with again. Learning from history. That's what one would like, because this time learning from history means learning to win. How can the principle of defensive democracy, in the sense of the customary free-of-charge anti-fascism, be reconciled with the obsessive longing for the Schumpeterian politician? And how is this supposed to work? Political leadership without a leader. If, as with the means of Hartz IV and Agenda 2010, the contract as a form of socialization is distorted beyond recognition and transformed into its seemingly smooth opposite, the command, then the sovereign can no longer rest on anything that looks like a state contract and allows for veto players. For Germany suffers from 1,000 obstructive instances. Helmut Schmidt knows, and he also knows, that the good of the fatherland must be higher than that of one's own party. Die Zeit, May 22, 2003. The dialectic of bourgeois and citoyen snaps and manifests itself as that of self-interest and public interest. Thus, on the occasion of this year's July 20th celebrations, the Minister of State for Culture, Christine Weiss, SPD, publicly asked herself in the Bendler block why the German resistance, in particular Stauffenberg's last exclamation before the firing squad, "Long live the Holy Germany," had become so alien to her. She then says, "Today we live in a time in which we cannot hear anything about holiness without immediately thinking of hypocrisy. And we regard the state of Germany as a contractual community far removed from any metaphysics for the mutual balancing of interests." Stauffenberg's invocation of Holy Germany leads us to a completely different concept of nation and statehood. Faz, 20 de julho de 2004. But metaphysics is a must, and less than 2 weeks later, the Frankfurter Allgemeine knows to report from the celebrations of Ypres, the battlefields of World War I. The Germans cannot do exactly that. Honorably and proudly relive the war history of their own nation as a meaningful event, July 31, 2004, i.e. pre-die. To be German means, in this order, to die and to be able to die. This is the metaphysics of people who are too refined for the needs of the physical. Admittedly, the propaganda for sacrifice, for state metaphysics, against fair-weather democracy in Germany is as old as the authoritarian state, as persistent as the agitation against the RAF society, and as tireless as the polemics against the vile materialism of the calculating interested parties. But in this, the bourgeois public and its state still spoke, as it were, even if only as the executors of Nazi fascism, as the well-situated and cultivated heirs of organized de-Judaization. Learning from Weimar is a thing of the past. The defensive democracy was learned long ago, and the state of the basic law in its defense against the extremes of left and right was allowed to be wholeheartedly authoritarian and not make a murder pit out of it. The political production of panic and its social agent, the state immediate class, demonstrate that a whole new chapter is now being opened. As always in Germany, it is a question of who has the edge in the theory and practice of putative self-defense, who is the avant-garde of panic, who can be the spearhead of hysteria. No more historical reassurance, now futuristic action is being taken. So that Germany is no longer the only country where those who are successful and create value are on trial for it, according to Joseph Ackermann, Deutsche Bank SZ 22. 1. 2004, so that the exploitation of the state, Schroeder FAZ 23. 9. 2004 comes to an end, and so that sovereignty can finally begin. The return of the same old thing is entering the next loop. Some quotes, longer working hours can help everyone. The first step has been taken.
Die Welt, July 11, 2004.
What we experienced and played was Monopoly. Everything just had to look great and be plausible. I also felt like a junkie. My drug was the stock market. The CEO of Phenomedia AG, Markus Scheer, the inventor of Moorhun, in court in Bochum, accused of falsifying the balance sheet.
Frankfurter Allgemeine, November 5, 2004.
They work in the public interest, which means that their work benefits the general public. Anyone who makes use of social assistance is obliged to contribute their full labor. Isn't it unfair that someone works and doesn't keep more than someone who doesn't work? The advantages for the recipients of assistance do not lie in higher pay, at least not in the short term, but in the improvement of their social position, a strengthening of their self-esteem. Johann Eckhoff, Hartz IV MIT Ordnungspolitischem Kompass. In Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, September 4, 2004. Eckhoff is, after all, a practicing Protestant, director of the Institute for Economic Policy at the University of Cologne, director of the Institute for Housing Law and Housing Economics, spokesman of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Market Economy Foundation, and also a member of the Board of Trustees of the New Social Market Economy Initiative. The willingness to change can be felt in society. However, political leadership is required in order to bundle the forces of reform and push through the overdue modernization against the resistance of doubters. Institute for the Future of Labor Bonn. Daring the Reform Awakening. Appeal by 250 economists to political decision-makers in Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, May 31, 2003. Germany has emerged from the shadows of its history.
Frankfurter Allgemeine, September 20, 2002.
Social security has become a system of defense against disruption, even of consequent avoidance of disruption. It is the anti-market. Ultimately, the aim is to achieve a cleansing of minds. Michael Huther, Deutsche Meichen, in Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, July 8, 2004. Huther is director of the German Economic Institute, IW, in Cologne, previously chief economist at Decca Bank, Frankfurt. Unfortunately, today we have a large number of managers who don't care how many jobs are still in Germany and who have no emotional attachment to the country. The idea of patriotism also belongs in the boardroom. Laurens Meyer, CDU General Secretary, according to FAZ of November 19, 2004. The state, the welfare state too, is this voluntary mutual agreement. Franz Muntefering, SPD Federal Chairman, according to FAZ of November 23, 2004. The demand for labor is not identical with the growth of capital. The supply of labor is not identical with the growth of the working class, so that two independent potencies act on each other. The dice are rigged. Capital acts on both sides at the same time. The movement of the law of demand and supply of labor on this basis completes the despotism of capital.
Karl Marx, Das Kapital.
Critique of Political Economy. Volume 1, MEW 23, page 669. In a sea of uncertainty, the state is the last lifeline. If savers' money were no longer safe in Germany, the foundations of the state would collapse. A functioning payment system is a public good. It goes without saying that the state is responsible for the money it spends. Holger Stelzner, The Crisis and Its Consequences, in FAZ of October 10, 2008. National economics is when people wonder why they have no money. There are several reasons for this, the most subtle of which are scientific reasons, but these can be overridden by an emergency decree.
Kurt Tucholsky, Kurzer Abriss der Nationalökonomie, 1931.
The government is trying to arouse a feeling of solidarity, which should be as similar as possible to the community feeling after a natural disaster. Johannes Lighthouser, Irish Community Appeals, in FAZ of April 9, 2009. In the call for the conference on a scale of 1 to 10, how shitty is Germany? It is presented as the dilemma of communist criticism of Germany, that it does not really know whether it is dealing with aspects of National Socialist continuities in post-Nazism or with the general logic of state, nation and capital, and thus not with any German particularity. With this Gretchen question, an unfortunately ingrained but nevertheless inaccurate contrast is made between the German Sonderweg on the one hand and the general findings of the Critique of Political Economy on the other. This contrast is false and only serves to misconstrue both the Critique of Political Economy and what is rightly considered typically German. The German Sonderweg is then understood as the historical revelation of a German essence that is taken for granted. The national economy is then understood as the concrete ensemble or better, national condensate of the world market movement of capital, and the value work of the theorist ultimately consists in mediating these areas, which are substantially indifferent to each other with each other. But this mediation always already exists as a real practical negative, long before theory comes onto the scene. Just as political economy posits antisemitism as an objective form of thought, the question of what is German does not refer to a given of history or nature, but to a social relation of production in the strict sense. The Germans were never more German than on May 9, 1945, and therefore Nazi fascism was not a revelation or a revelation, but a relation of production in the most resounding sense. The production of barbarism as a qualitatively new sociality that sprang from capital in both senses of the word. Antisemitism is by no means already exhausted in initiating a practice of persecution and extermination, i.e. the so-called final solution, but was at the same time the production of the German in and of itself, i.e. the transformation of the population into the German people, i.e. its actual final redemption. The crucial question, then, is what the murder collective actually got out of it, what its motive was for committing the act, and how it eagerly, lustfully, and passionately constituted itself as something substantially new in the persecution and murder of the Jews, and how what was ultimately constituted continues in the present as the 988 years still missing from the 1,000-year Reich, and is the condition of the possibility that the crisis, as it has been celebrated for years in the black masses of national economic occultism, was and is accepted so calmly, almost stoically, by our compatriots. That is why there was no panic, because the Germans' trust in their sovereign's capacity for Nazism is unconditional. This is precisely the lasting result of National Socialism as a relationship of production. When, for example, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung asks in its New Year's address 2010 what the future of the crisis will be, the answer is that the Germans have shown an astonishingly robust state of mind in the greatest and deepest economic crisis in living memory.
Günther Nonnenmacher, Ein Jahr der Bewährung, in FAZ of January 4, 2010.
The call for the Bremen Conference even attests to a frightening lack of panic. The FAZ went on to offer insights that one might otherwise only expect to find in the writings of Hans-Georg Backhaus. All the money is safe until someone wants it. But why should anyone want it when it is so safe? Germans' money is currently invested in a logical riddle.
Nils Minkmar, Und was ist nach dem Geld passiert? In FAZ of Oktober 8, 2008.
The pivotal point is the question of the sovereign's economic competencies, i.e. whether and to what extent he is able to control the economic disaster, which is set therein as a lasting legacy of National Socialism. One of these lasting results is certainly the transformation of the proletariat into nothing but rabble and the transformation of the bourgeoisie, i.e. the supposed ruling class, into nothing but rabble. After all, this means that those who still presume to read Karl Marx's Capital as the Bible of the working class, Friedrich Engels, and therefore as a book of class analysis are already ignoring the result of National Socialism as a relation of production in this approach from the outset, in order to be able to drift around all the more comfortably in the antinomies of the ideological opened up by the capital relation itself, among other things by means of the extremely daring thesis that all value results from labor. If ideology is the unconscious but deliberate reproduction of these antinomies in opinion and judgment, then pluralism is the form of movement of such passion for opinion spread out into a whole. Pluralism has in itself become the last and highest stage of propaganda. Here there is nothing but unleashed subjectivity, which in itself petrifies the objectivity of the false society into dogma. And here opinion exercises its unrestricted dictatorship over the truthfulness of thought. By opening up that realm of freedom and communication without domination, in which every statement, every on the one hand inevitably and promptly provokes its other, opinion creates a space in which a domination-free discourse, i.e. nothing but the unconstrained compulsion of the better argument, seems to prevail. And this appearance is not at all deceptive, neither in the talk shows nor in the academic colloquia or in the business section of the FAZ. For it is the appearance of reason, i.e. that ludicrous ability to first occupy and then annul the place of criticism, where the truthfulness of thought would first have to prove itself, with the means of nothing but stupid logic. Everything is memorable. The realm of opinion is dominated by the terror of logic, and so it is already considered criticism to prove a contradiction to the other point of view. This criterion not of truth but of correctness only applied to the relationship between value and money, and then between money and capital, creates the lasting impression of a serious effort to understand while at the same time blissfully capitulating to the issue itself. One talks oneself out of one's wits and is in happy agreement with the purpose of all national economics, which Marx succinctly defined as the organization of the greatest possible misfortune for the greatest possible number. A random glance at any edition of the FAZ, for example the one from May 22, 2010, shows how it is possible to be in absolute agreement with this purpose, albeit in a constructively critical manner. Firstly, there is great concern, because whether the currency can continue to fulfill its function as a store of value is questionable. Secondly, efforts are being made to find a safe haven for the value. Thirdly, people are becoming practical, because gold benefits from its reputation as a stable investment in times of crisis. Fourthly, you remain critical, because, however, gold does not offer interest or dividends, as is the case with shares, for example. Fifthly, the VDAX news, also known as the fever curve of the German stock market, is rising to 41 degrees. But sixthly, we know all the more. There is currently no better credit in the world than that from Germany. Because in the end it is clear, but the FAZ is not yet writing this, the first cause of the stability of our currency is the concentration camp, said the leading economist Adolf Hitler in January 1943 at tables in the Wolf's Lair, when the gentlemen asked themselves how it could actually be that despite the enormous purchasing power overhang, despite the enormous state deficit, inflation had still not broken out. So the relationship between the base and the superstructure has come to an end, and in fact the superstructure is an immediate constitutional condition of the base itself. It is by no means entitled to a higher degree of freedom than the latter. For the FAZ, of course, capitulation to the cause of money is the ultimate final redemption of the capital subject by the sovereign. This can be seen in the hopeless vacillation of the definition of money. On the one hand, money, or more precisely currency, is supposed to have the function of representing value as identical with itself. According to Alfred Sohnrethel, money is the bare coin of the a priori, i.e., that from which everything is derived in the unity of subjective and objective validity. If you look at the 10 euro commemorative coin German unity, from this point of view, you will of course see the number on the front and involuntarily ask yourself, 10 i.e. quantity, but of what? 10 kilos of meat, for example, would be a clear determination, but here it simply says 10 i.e. 10 from a sovereign that is not itself qualitatively determined. The matter only becomes clear when the coin is turned over, because it contains the unit to which the money is calibrated. We are one people. Incidentally, see the chapter Money and Subjectivity in Alfred Sohnrethel's Warenform und Denkform, pages 67 to 89. In its inevitably necessary determination and appearance as coin and currency, money is constituted immediately by the sovereign, and only in this simultaneously political quality is it also only an economic object. If currency is to have the so-called function of representing value as identical with itself, then it falls, as in the talk of the safe haven, into the realm of political nautics or other sciences of the fetish.
Money is gold, c'est ça.
But on the other hand, money is a function of the self-valorization of value. In order to be money at all, to store value, it must not be identical with itself at any price in the world. Otherwise, reign NEVA plus. What now? The unconstrained compulsion of the better argument confronts the fans of the objective theory of value with those of the subjective one. The discussion is opened, the chatter breaks out. Everyone has to do their best to logically explain their opinion before it turns into its exact opposite. If national economics as a science is nothing more than everyday religion gone to the head, i.e. the metaphysics of the poker player, as Tucholsky said in 1929, then German economics is even more so. But the fact that value has no so-called functions, but represents the relationship of the false society to itself, which is as material as it is litigious, i.e. the permanent mediation of misfortune, is beyond the pale and systematically drives all discussants, especially intellectuals, out of their minds. Because the ideology of money systematically excludes the third party of mediation. The mental compulsion of the mind collapses on itself. The antinomy of thought which follows from the money riddle, Marx, must necessarily be thought, but cannot be thought at all. That the value that appears, that this self-identification appears as a relationship of immediate simultaneity of thesis and antithesis, of both as well as on the one hand, of neither nor on the other. That value constitutes logic in one as well as transcends it at the same time, that makes even the most astute bovine and the most witty idiot go mad at the compulsion to think, and that is why it ultimately surrenders itself to the last instance. The sovereign. Can we understand this? Perhaps only if the concept of ideology is not understood as an objectively necessary false consciousness, i.e. as a dogma to be reflected and confessed, but rather as the spontaneous oscillation of opinion in the antinomy. The concept of the thing would then be the abolition of the thing, i.e., the liberation from the manic compulsion to want to understand and theorize the unthinkable. This means nothing other than, the most dangerous kind of stupidity is a sharp mind.
Tus Hugo von Hofmannsthal.
Adorno continues, foolish ingenuity possesses the generality of the logical apparatus as a ready-to-use specialty. The astute come to themselves as the clever cattle, for whom the how, the mode of finding something out and sorting it according to predetermined classes of conceptualization, suppresses any interest in the matter, even if it is subjectively mediated. This is why the subtle distinction between the critique of political economy here and the communist critique of Germany, there points to a critique of political economy that is by no means driven to the last consequence, even among Frankfurt students. It is evident that for many who read Marx, the need for Marxism in theory has still not been sublimated by materialism. They want to examine, understand, and reflect on capital relations as critically as they would the operating instructions for their automatic washing machine, and unfortunately it regularly happens that the theoretical need for both the concept and the subject of critique fall by the wayside from the outset. If you ask a student of capital, who is currently on the trail of value in the left party under the guidance of Michael Heinrich or Elmar Altvater, where Marx's Capital begins, the answer is stupid. The analysis begins with the commodity form. This is the motto of the capital reading movement launched by the SDS for the purpose of left-wing pandering to the ideological state apparatuses. And with this, everything is already in the sand, in the lack of understanding of Marx's beginning, in the simple inability to read as well as in academic illiteracy. There is already the liquidation of the concept as well as the cause of critique, its substitution by theory, i.e. which is why it is unfortunately no coincidence that what fraternities are to the right, i.e. a protracted adolescence, is to some on the left a little bit like anti-German communism, a phase in which they qualify for The academic rituals of theory, i.e. for head-catching, i.e. they consume the student fodder of the Marxologist Ingo Elba, for example. To the general envy of the Marx community, he really has managed to publish a 600-page work of angst, which is useful, by the way, because it saves you having to keep your own notebooks, at the end of which there is a remarkable resume which reads something like this. Occasionally, and incidentally, if you were to get a research grant for it, you could and should say a few sentences about the phenomenon of anti-Semitism. In fact, Elba does not open the door so rudely, as page 599 of his notebook states. Finally, the very high level of abstraction should not tempt us to exclude possible practical implications and political effects a priori. In addition, the perspective of a Marx reconstruction and reinterpretation could be extended to shed light on other attempts that emerged in the 1970s and 80s to draw new insights from the reading of Marx and its combination with other theoretical approaches. One could think, for example, of Moishe Postone's attempts to make the critique of political economy fruitful for a materialist explanation of the phenomena of racism and anti-Semitism. End quote. Marx in the West. Die Neue Marx Lecture in der Bundesrepublik seit 1965. Berlin 2008. This is the German value work. This theorized Marx reconstruction excludes the concept as well as the matter of critique from the outset because it starts from capital as a system. The reluctance to think about the dissolution of the capital relation into sheer barbarism, however, results from the deliberate mistake regarding the beginning of Marx's Capital. Anyone who can read knows that the first concept of this book is wealth, not the commodity in the fascinating beauty of its elementary form, as it presents itself to the analyst for positivist carving. Unless one reads the book under the guidance of Elmar Altvater, Karl Kautsky, Michael Heinrich, or Wolfgang Fritz Haug. And in the consequence of Marx's beginning lies the specific concept of truth that is inherent to materialist critique, a concept of truth that can be summarized with one of the few good sentences ever written by Guy Debord. The truth of this society is nothing other than the abolition of this society. From this follows the specific relationship between critique and crisis instead of theory and practice, i.e. the sabotage of not only the theoretical, but even more so the political need for mediation. Whoever poses the question of enlightenment, the question of revolutionary subversion in the intelligible terms of theory and practice, has already betrayed it to politics in this false form, has replaced the criterion of truth with that of correctness. From this follows a concept of ideology not as the dogma that one has to believe, but as a constant oscillation of opinion, as something that one reproduces every day in one's addiction to opinion. In Capital, Marx develops precisely this concept of ideology in the discussion of the concept of money by confronting so-called nominalist and so-called conceptual realist or medal-list definitions. It is precisely from this that the magic of money arises, that it goes beyond the understanding of its functionary. The concept of money oscillates between the view that money is a mere sign of social convention and is ultimately based on the trust that people place in each other as German subjects, and the diametrically opposed view that money is ultimately objective gold, and thus objective wealth and real value presented in natural form. With regard to the determination of money, the national economy in the past and present is nothing other than the endless oscillation in the antinomy thus opened up, and it is precisely in this that the reproduction of ideology occurs as a process. Its decisive constituent is the theoretical delusion of logification, which naively substitutes the thing with the split-off fetishized method. And that this most dangerous kind of stupidity, the sharp mind, is precisely what is trained in the colloquia of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation and other ideological state apparatuses, is always evident when Germans discuss the question of what money actually is and what the relationship between money and the state, between capital and the sovereign is. Then the pitch-black night of antinomian thinking opens up, and all you have to do is read the educational journal Die Zeit, which has a nice series entitled Der Zeitbildungskanon, the Time Educational Canon, to find out what the sharp-witted cattle are up to. In episode 18, under the heading The Raw Material of the Economy, the question was asked, what is money? Of course, you always ask people in the field, academics, economists, and one of them is Ernst Fehr, who knows, money is to humans what cheese is to mice, a reward. Ernst Fehr can only say this so precisely because, according to Die Zeit, he has the coolest view of money of all because it is part of his profession. Fehr is a scientist. He is an economist, albeit a very unusual one, because instead of efficiency theories, transaction costs, and substitution effects, he deals with people, e.g. with what money triggers in the mind. One thing is clear. Money does not trigger thoughts, only reflexes. And thus one of the lasting results of National Socialism, the transformation of the proletariat into a rabble, the bourgeoisie into a rabble, is already taken for granted. The substitution of historical experience by a pure stimulus-reflex relationship, which the reporter explains as follows. The scientists at his institute have looked into people's brains and discovered a difference between humans and mice. If a mouse gets a piece of cheese, it is happy. You can tell because its brain releases happiness hormones. This was probably similar in ancient man. He did not feel satisfaction when he received money, but when he ate the bread he bought with it and satisfied his hunger. Modern man is different. His hormones flow as soon as he receives money. He then feels rewarded, even if his stomach continues to growl. Even if he already owns everything, like those millionaires who evade taxes for the sake of millions more. Money is no longer just a means of exchange, it has become a value in its own right. People want to own it because it makes them feel good.
Wolfgang Ochatius, Der Rohstoff der Wirtschaft, in Die Zeit, Februar 21, 2008.
That is another reason why psychoanalysis is no longer so popular. 7 years and then you are unhappy, that leads to nothing, and certainly not to big money. Another expert on the production, distribution, and circulation of ideology is interviewed, Georg Kanzet, a friendly, elderly gentleman who is pursuing an unusual project, the Money Museum. He knows all about it. Because water has a lot in common with money, it comes sloshing in, sometimes it flows away. Some people almost drown in it, others crave every drop. That's why Kanzet wants to symbolize money through water in his museum. He is asked whether it will be possible to finally understand the nature of money. Explaining the power of money, says Georg Kanzet, is almost as difficult as trying to explain God, except that nobody doubts that money exists. Strangely enough, the more metaphysical the results of this scaremongering are, the more occult the attempt to look into people's heads in order to interpret the divine power of money, the closer they come to the negative truth. But the closer the cattle come to this truth, the more occult the black mass of national economics becomes. This is precisely why the latest invocation of the sad truth employs the tools of neurophysiology. A lot of real-life problems come from our inability to deal with money, says Duke University behavioral economist Dan Ariely. Money is an abstract concept that we humans don't understand. But that doesn't matter. Kneel down, use it, and you're a believer. And so these brain researchers discover bizarre interactions between money and people. For example, discount promotions stimulate areas of the brain that are also stimulated by cocaine. Free offers can even trigger intoxication-like states. In many situations, brain-damaged people react more rationally than healthy people. This makes prices are an emotional matter, and an MRI scan shows how the limbic system became active in those who opted for the quick buck. Areas of the brain that tend to calculate soberly were trumped by this emotional center. In the end, what remains is the blessed capitulation of science to everyday religion, or rather, the upgrading of everyday religion to science, even if the neuroscientist Prof. Christian Eigner from Bonn University Hospital, co-founder of Life and Brain GmbH, has to admit that it is simply not possible to bring light into the darkness of consumer minds. Happy is he who forgets that he is already brain dead. Money is a damn thing, and when you don't know what to do, you go to the nearest expert. In our case, we are lucky enough to be able to ask someone who has fused theory and practice so seamlessly that any Bolshevik would be seriously envious. So we ask Anton Ackermann, who wrote a doctoral thesis many years ago entitled The Influence of Money on Real Economic Processes, a Theoretical Analysis.
Nota bene, theoretical analysis.
While the role of brain death in the success of academic careers, particularly in the field of postmodernism, has long been as well researched as the healing potentiation of nothing with nothing in homeopathy or the stunning eroticism of the astral body, Ackermann thankfully turned his attention to this incredibly important, but unfortunately all too rarely asked, special question decades ago. And that is why, in the midst of the crisis, the Frankfurter Allgemeine once again reviewed his doctoral thesis published 30 years ago and, despite its high regard, had to make the following critical comment. The crisis reveals that the role of money is underexposed in economic theories, especially in monetary theories. Benedict Fair, From Theory to Practice, Ackermann's Insights into Money Creation, in FAZ, February 2, 2009. Even as a radical supporter of the idea of scientific progress through the slow accumulation of facts, and their meticulous rubrification, one is somewhat disappointed that so little has been done since Adam Smith's kowtowing to the invisible hand in this not entirely unimportant question. But at least it is revealed that the ideology of money is based precisely on the fact that the condition of the possibility of distinguishing between productive and speculative, between grabbing and creative capital is already present in the existence of money. By only being able to speak of the influence of money on real economic events, the condition of the possibility of German ideology is already present in exactly the same way as Moishe Postone explicated it in his already classic essay on the logic of antisemitism. However, it is necessary to radicalize Postone's terms by showing how this antinomy between use value and a strange external abstract power in relation to capital as an automatic subject presents itself in money. It is one of the most alarming developments of recent years that the word automatic subject has become the slogan of a certain capital interpretation faction, instead of explicating it as a negative synthetic metaphor for the antinomy, especially with regard to the questions: what is the concept of capital? Where does critique begin? What is critique in exact opposition to theory? Can one even understand what is meant by the concept and matter of capital? Marx says, value, already set in the form of money as the perpetuum mobile of circulation, constantly passes from one form into the other without losing itself in this movement and thus transforms itself into an automatic subject. If one fixes the particular forms of appearance which the valorizing value alternately assumes in the cycle of its life, one obtains the explanation. Capital is money, capital is commodity. In fact, value here becomes the subject of a process in which it changes its own size under the constant change of the forms of money and commodity, utilizes itself. It has gained the occult quality of setting value because it is value. And further, as the overarching subject of such a process, in which it sometimes takes on money form and commodity form, sometimes sheds them, but maintains and extends itself in this alternation, value above all requires an independent form through which its identity with itself is established. And it possesses this form only in money. The unfolding of the representation of the automatic subject leads to the conclusion that it is by no means a cycle. Value is thus defined as something identical non-identical, which relates to the form of money as an external condition that is absolutely necessary, but in no way constitutes it, for according to its concept, it suddenly presents itself as a processing, self-moving substance, for which commodity and money are both mere forms. This is precisely what Postone's exposition of the concept of value fails to do, however, because although he comprehends the division of abstract and concrete, of form and substance, set in the commodity form, he does not grasp the polarity as a necessarily processive relationship of the identity and non-identity of capital, i.e. as abstraction in Act 2, which is nevertheless condemned to objectify itself. And that means, money is the absolutely necessary, material form in which capital can only appear, i.e. the form of its objective social validity, but at the same time money is the form that prevents it from processing, which it must therefore transcend at all costs. The medium in which processing takes place is time. The notorious Proudhonism of the leftist concept of money, which spreads to Jew hatred and anti-Zionism, could only be cured by subverting and sabotaging the social democratic propaganda against the division of capital into speculative and productive, into grabbing and creating, by showing that so-called speculation is nothing other than a profoundly and essentially capital-productive activity, because the rationalization of the circulation of money, the acceleration and shortening of circulation time represents an immediate productive service to the accumulation of capital. So not only is there not the slightest reason to rise above speculation in the name of productive labor, on the contrary, successful speculation and every hedge fund locust is just as substantially necessary and constitutive for accumulation as any assembly line work. Those who, on the other hand, agitate against the global moneyed aristocracy, such as Sarah Wagenknecht, will already know why they portray speculators as being of such a different breed than only the bourgeois revolutionaries of 1798 portrayed the cosmopolitan aristocracy. This intensification of the critique of antisemitism, however, presupposes a break with any class metaphysics of labor, a break with any interpretation that likes to portray capital as a self-portrayal of social labor, however alienated, i.e. as an alienated total worker who is somehow not in his right mind. Capital is by no means constituted, conditioned, or required by labor. Rather, labor is the form of productive human activity as it is constituted by capital, as a force of nature. Through the purchase of labor power, the capitalist has incorporated labor itself as living fermentation material into the dead formative elements of the product that likewise belong to him. The labor process is a process between things. Capital, Volume 1, page 200. Capital and value, understood in this way, are nothing other than those categories in which the negativity of society, i.e. the division of the species into master and servant and its false mediation under the egalitarian and homogeneous form of the subject, is mediated with itself and appears as nothing other than the struggle for the quantity of money. This is why Marx, where he is a materialist, rejects all social democratic fluff about the value of labor, and why his categorical judgment of the proletariat is clear, for it is the self-conscious and self-acting commodity, the human commodity, i.e. the subjectivized exchange value. This is precisely why it is essential to reconstruct the beginning of capital from the concept of wealth, not that of the commodity. For the first sentence explicitly states, the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities, the individual commodity as its elementary form, because only on this premise does the question arise. What kind of strange wealth is it that is not and cannot remain entirely with itself, that is forced to appear and present itself in the form of its own opposite, because it was produced in the social state of first divided, then falsely reconciled humanity? What is wealth in itself and in its concept other than free appropriation according to need in free time? What is wealth other than the universality of the needs, abilities, pleasures, productive forces, etc. of individuals generated in universal exchange? Why must this wealth appear in the elementary form of the commodity as the exclusion of all from wealth by all, and this general exclusion then as the total inclusion organized by means of process value in the open execution of capitalized society? Only because wealth in its nailed-up commodity form represents only the inwardly desperate poverty, the antagonist of itself. Thus, under capital in wealth there is a fundamentally self-negating moment that raises a problem of mediation. And the aim of the endless exercises in the reconstruction of capital is nothing other than to theorize the mediation of this negativity, which must necessarily appear in material form, i.e. to justify it marxistically, where there is nothing to understand, certainly nothing to regulate politically, but something to abolish. Thus, since August 1914, and even more so since the Wannsee Conference, German Marxism has become an enterprise of secession and repression that talks about class struggle instead of finally speaking of the dictates of materialist reason and demanding a decision: political economy or the rule of society over wealth. As the processual mediation of social negativity, as it is summarized in the paradoxical formulation of the automatic subject, as the overarching and self-asserting, which nevertheless can only be identical with itself in a permanent change of form, capital has only two born enemies. One is the materiality of nature, the other enemy is time per se. Any time that passes has been too much time, and that is the reason why Marx is so fond of quoting old Benjamin Franklin with his sentence about time is money, a moment that once again points to the original productive function of speculation. All accumulation can only take place in time, but every hour it takes will have been 1 hour too many. This is the fundamental dilemma, which is why Marx says in the second volume of Capital that the time of capital is, in its conception, zero time, i.e. the abolition and annihilation of all time. The more the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e. the more the circulation time equals zero or approaches zero, the more capital functions, the greater becomes its productivity and self-valorization. And in the Grundriss it says, the maximum of the utilization of capital as the continuity of the production process or the circulation time equals zero, i.e. the conditions under which capital produces, its limitation by the circulation time, the necessity to go through the different phases of its metamorphosis, are abolished. It is the necessary tendency of capital to strive to set circulation time equals zero, i.e. to abolish itself, since only through capital is circulation time set as the moment determining production time. The real time of capital consists in the tendency to set itself equals zero. It is the abolition of all time, thus also the abolition of all memory, all history, and all experience. This already establishes the social reason why it is impossible to ever gain a critical awareness of history from any politically contrived commemorations of the murder of the Jews, because the time of capital destroys its precondition, memory. In any case, everything that Marx has to say about the stock exchange and credit, about fictitious capital, and about banking follows from this socio-practical concept of the time of capital, and it can be summarized as follows: the maximum that the speed of circulation could achieve if it were to increase would be to set the time of circulation equals zero, i.e. to abolish itself. It cannot therefore be a positively value-creating moment, since its abolition circulation without circulation time would be the maximum of valorization. Its negation equals the highest position of the productivity of capital. And finally, the time of circulation only expresses the speed of circulation. The speed of circulation only limits it. Circulation without circulation time, i.e. the passing of capital from one phase to another with the same rapidity with which the term changes, would be the maximum, i.e. the coincidence of the renewal of the production process with its termination. The hatred that the left party, among others, is turning against speculation is so terrible because it is so groundless, and the propaganda that speculators have forgotten that money has a serving function is so groundless because it wants to make the Germans again who have already been around for a long time. Franz Muntefering, quoted from 25% Profit is a Moral Aberration. SPD leader Franz Muntefering on managers as gangsters, the fight for German factories and a new social capitalism, in Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung, May 3, 2009. This leads to a concept of capital that lies beyond any metaphysics of work and class. Rather, capital is a social relationship that unfolds historically into its logical concept. This is why the actual social history of capital can only be the gruesome attempt to set itself as pure zero time, i.e. to help accumulation achieve social validity through the cashing out and liquidation of all mediation as immediately as the concept changes, and its monetary, social validity and reality follows from the idea of a certain rate of profit from now on. That this historical perspective of capital is mediated by crises is evident. That the total collapse of accumulation, as it occurred in Germany in 1929, is precisely the consequence is also evident. Assuming the negative concept of capital time, it is equally clear that all economic determinations must thereby move substantially from theory to critique, in particular the view propagated not only by national economics, according to which the national economy is essentially nothing other than reproduction. In it, capital is understood as a simple cycle, while Marx, in exact contrast to this catchy ideological concept, chooses the image of the spiral. In concrete terms, the accumulation of capital dissolves into reproduction on a progressive ladder. The cycle of simple reproduction now changes and, according to Sismondi's expression, turns into a spiral. The constantly rising and at the same time narrowing loops of the spiral, the attempt of capital to bite itself like a cat in the tail and to become so identical with itself that the transformation of its own concept into immediate, mediation-free reality becomes possible, this movement, which is as absolutely necessary as it is never and never again successful, escalates in the progressively narrowing loops of a spiral, and in this describes the historical attempt of capital to become aware of its own unbeing in an empirical practical way. Here, says Marx, time shows itself to be the negative barrier of the attempt to set the circulation time of capital to zero. From this fundamentally autistic self-relation of capital, the relationship between politics and economy, between the state and money, between sovereignty and the automatic subject can be determined at the same time. If capital is this compulsiveness of processual identity, i.e. a robot programmed for the freedom of its will, an automatic fetish, Marx, aiming at nothing but the objectification of this relationship with the simultaneous reproduction of this very relationship, which is pure non-objectivity, then money alone is the appearing being that is accessible to the state in its political action. The state can only reach capital in the monetary form, i.e. in the form in which money, as Marx says, is the general commodity of contracts and presents itself as a thing that is as identical as it is material as it is legal.
In Eugen Paschukanis, Buch Allgemeine Rechtslehre und Marxismus, CPP.
109 ff. The chapter on commodity and subject and pages 134 ff. The chapter on law and state, which draw conclusions from Sommerfeld's provisions on money and subjectivity. At the same time, however, this immediately means that the state can never act in the real time of capital itself. It can never catch up with capital, it can only overtake it in the exceptional state of its monopoly of violence over life and death, and this systematically excludes all political strategies, especially Keynesian ones, for definitively solving the problem of accumulation. Only at the historical moment in which the spiral collapses, i.e. when even simple reproduction collapses and thus punishes the ideology of the cycle of lies, which it has always been, can the state overtake the capital era and, in a state of emergency, decree and enforce the unconditional validity of money as currency with the means of its absolute power. You have to actively believe in money, otherwise you have to believe in it. The first society in which this logical compulsiveness of capital became historical and practical was National Socialism. Its concept can be developed from this perspective as the relentless and necessarily futile struggle of the sovereign for the appropriation of the automatic subject as the legitimate substance and first nature of the Germans. It requires only a slight exaggeration to see in this German sovereign the certain truth of the romantic conception of the state. The statesman, according to Adam Muller's Elements of Statecraft, must incessantly mediate the national money and the metals or universal money. He must be the higher, living money, elevated above these two kinds of money. Adam Muller, The Elements of Statecraft.
36 lecture, Berlin 1936.
How this struggle of the sovereign with zero time as the total bankruptcy of capital in post-fascism is articulated in the economic journals and in the black masses of national economic occultism can be studied, as always reliably, in the FAZ. Here one suffers from the fact that the speed of light is the limiting factor of the national economy. This is really bad news, but no reason to give up the fight, because the German stock exchange wants to improve its trading connections to other stock exchanges. To this end, the geographically shortest data routes are to be used in future and equipped with the latest transmission technologies. In future, a trading order placed in Amsterdam should arrive in Frankfurt in 3.3 milliseconds. The stock exchange had already announced in August that it would optimize the connections to London in such a way that trading orders would be transmitted from one trading venue to another within 5 milliseconds. Trading transactions in Frankfurt now only take 0.7 milliseconds from the customer order to final confirmation. The connection to Paris should only take 4.5 milliseconds and the connection to New York a maximum of 40 milliseconds. For more and more market participants, the extremely high trading speed is of fundamental importance. The battle is on. Every broker is trying to set up their computer as close as possible to the stock exchange, because it is clear that in algorithmic trading, which attempts to bring the time of capital to zero, even empirically, the one who has the millisecond advantage has the edge. Every millisecond counts in trading, because otherwise the expected reaction occurs before the computer has reacted. IAT, which is based near Hamburg, has therefore set up 30 high-performance servers directly at the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. The securities order takes about 1 millisecond per 100 kilometers. We lost about 10 milliseconds to Hamburg and back. That's too much. At least there is still a panic button if the algorithms are programmed incorrectly. So this is what the company and the hedge funds is deliberately and obtusely staring at as speculation. Nothing more and nothing more than the attempt to empirically and practically set capital time, which they believe to be 0 to 0. And if, to everyone's blessing, it is the computer that calculates the price neutrally and transparently, then it doesn't matter that a human being would be overwhelmed in this battle for the time advantage. But unfortunately, the human face of the stock exchange is now missing, which doesn't matter either. Because finance is a very direct, visible manifestation of spiritual forces, and it is in fact the unconscious that slows down the flow of money. The ideological obsession with the cycle of capital, as it is used in the occult rites of German national economics and the political practices that follow from it, therefore immediately denotes both the appearance of the sublation of capital into nothing but barbarism and the conscious appropriation of its results. Otto Witt, the new founder of the Hessische Landesbank in 1947, summarized the lesson of fascism in his founding speech as follows. Can the circulation of goods in a modern monetary economy be designed in such a way that it corresponds to the natural circulation in a moneyless economy? As far as this is possible, money becomes pure settlement money. It becomes neutral. Neutrality is the ideal borderline case. Although there is still talk of the mysterious something of money, it is clear that the natural cycle is the overarching purpose.
Otto Veit, Deutsche Geldpolitik, Frankfurt 1950, p. 128 f.
In the way in which National Socialism drags itself along in the language of politics and national economics, the phantasm of the cycle, as senseless as it is ideological yet evident, is indispensable as in the talk of entrepreneurship committed only to the common good in the speech by Otto Kohler, the former federal president of the money cycle, which is the lifeline of the economy. Kohler also said, "We also want to rediscover the value and dignity of work. That is the lesson of our history. Labor, capital, and sustainability belong together. With us. And everywhere." And then there was something else that nobody had denied. The Germans have something to offer in dealing with the crisis, even if it is only the unforgettable declaration of the most senior of all economists back in the wolf's lair. The fact that it is the common good that takes precedence over self-interest is not only laid down in the famous basic law, it is also the self-evident official end result of the simple fact that, the greater the humbug, the more scientific the experimental arrangement, as no less a personage than the law professor Dr. Rolf Sturmer from Freiburg attested. Rolf Sturmer from Freiburg attests when he states, as a result of many years of painstaking research, in the past, German society preferred a socially integrated entrepreneurship that was motivated not only by profit creation, but also by an entrepreneurial ethos in the service of the general public and the workforce. The natural cycle refers to a social relationship in which individuals not only have to merge with their function as capital-owning and capital-functioning subjects without residue, but absolutely want to merge. In order to reconstruct the transformation that takes place here, it is necessary to understand Marx's determinations of the fetish character not only, which is catastrophic enough, as the representation of society as quasi-nature and therefore an ant state, but as the real naturalization of the social which individuals must desire of their own free will. The as-if of fetishistic fiction becomes tangible first nature. How individuals are constituted as subjects can be read in Marx. As subjects of circulation, they are first of all exchangers, and the fact that each is set in this determination is precisely their determination. In fact, they only appear as subjectivized exchange values, that is, as living equivalents, as equals. As such, they are not only equal, but there is not even a difference between them. As subjects of circulation and production, individuals are set in absolute, indiscriminate homogeneity and identity, and they have to satisfy this fictio juris, which is also, as criminal lawyers like to say, a fiction necessary to the state. As such, they are the natural material of the state. The inventor of this definition, the lawyer Eduard Kohlrausch, was awarded the Führer's Goethe Medal for this in 1942. However, this subject status assumes an identity of the individual as the private owner of themselves, which is not at the disposal of the subjectivized individuals, but is at the mercy of accumulation. They are therefore constantly on the hunt for their identity, exposed to the identity compulsion. And here, too, it is necessary to go beyond Moishe Poststone's account in determinate negation. For Poststone's failure to grasp the antinomy created by the commodity form as a necessarily processual relationship is repeated in his definition of the subject form. It must therefore escape him that the racialization of the subject is not a relapse to pre-capitalist determinations, but the triumph of repressive egalitarianism, i.e. the unfolding and radicalization of precisely the equality of right to wrong by the equals, the attempt of the subject to practically execute the negative truth of repressive comparison, which is already set as quasi-natural in the subject form, in order to finally reorganize itself as a 100% race. Only this against a certain tendency among Frankfurt students to ontologize the West in such a way as to make us forget that Hitler saw through the untruth in liberalism like no other citizen, that Nazism represents the perfect self-criticism of liberalism. And because Post-1 systematically misses the self-negating determinations of processive value, he ends up having to define Auschwitz, the social purpose of the German Revolution, as a factory for the annihilation of value, instead of deciphering the mass murder as the insane attempt of astute cattle to liquidate the paradoxical, inherently incomprehensible identity of capital as an automatic subject and to reify it as a fixed quality, as an attempt by the Volksgemeinschaft murder collective to incorporate capital as a natural property, i.e. to solve the money riddle by elevating G to the essence of Germanness. He actually gives an intelligible definition of counter-reason as such. Because the murder collective was inspired by the delusion that the secret of endlessly successful accumulation was quasi-genetically incorporated in the Jewish counterrace, so that it would require collective robbery murder to tear this secret from the Jews and incorporate it into the Germans, because it constituted their negative utopia to transform themselves into the capital fetish, and present themselves as pure automatons. Therefore, the attempt to bring about the 1,000-year Reich of the definitive abolition of all mediation and the self-presentation of Germanness as the automatic fetish par excellence could only result in the barbaric unity of intellectual dictatorship and apocalypse. In this perspective, National Socialism was nothing other than the subject's attempt to racialize itself in order to immediately appropriate capital as a natural property, i.e. to realize its natural right to accumulation that is as endless as it is crisis-free. This is precisely the also pleasure profit that the collective reaped from the persecution mania and mass murder.
See only. Wilhelm Utermann, Krisenfreie Wirtschaft, Stuttgart, Berlin 1939. End Hans-Georg Kaiser, Das Wunder der festen Preise, Stuttgart, Berlin 1941.
This was the history of National Socialism as a relationship of production, the reason why the Germans were never more German than on May 9, 1945, the reason why they will never be able to forget the absolute transcendence of their history until the emancipation of the Germans into human beings, Marx, finally succeeds in a revolutionary way. It is this surpassing of any kind of mediation in the murder of the Jews that has since been worked through or recapitulated full of longing. The public discourse about the Nazis not only resembles a never-ending eulogy, when, for example, the FAZ laments that Hitler strengthened the self-confidence of ordinary people and honored their work. The sense of the common good, of which the state is the bearer, was reawakened. But this discourse is nothing other than a self-discourse on the possible fulfillment of Hitler's legacy. It is his political testament of April 29, 1945, which has been worked through ever since, his last will to declare total war on international Jewry and its helpers, and, in return, to weld together anew in the German state the Volksgemeinschaft, which is as cross-class as it is class-dividing, i.e. the murder collective, that is to say, the murder collective. In other words, the murder collective should rise up in false preventive self-defense against the fact that the peoples of Europe are once again regarded only as share packages of these international money and financial conspirators. Political Testament of Adolf Hitler of April 29, 1945, documented in Joseph Goebbels' Tagebücher 1945. Die letzten Aufzeichnungen, Hamburg 1977, page 534 ff, and thus hatred of the Jews has become notorious not only as anti-Semitism, but necessarily as anti-Zionism. The complete fusion of individuals as bodies with their social subject function has taken place. The German utopia had already once been a reality. This is the reason for the universally observed absence of any panic and hysteria in the greatest crisis of capital since 1929, the reason why the conformist revolters, for example of the movement against the Stuttgart train station grave, can sing blissfully identically and to the tune of Freude Schöner Götterfunken. We are the people, we are. The money. The basic trust in the sovereign is unbroken, if only it weren't for this government. It goes without saying that petty bourgeois socialism, like the fixed idea of good money, is at the same time subscribed to the delusion of popular sovereignty. Where there are political parties, each finds the cause of every evil in the fact that its opponent is at the helm of the state instead of itself. Even the radical and revolutionary politicians seek the cause of evil not in the nature of the state, but in a particular form of government. Marx, Critical Marginal Notes to the Article of Oppression, 1844. In MEW 1, page 401. This thinking in the form of the state leads to the delusion of the world sovereign, i.e. to the active hope for the extermination of Israel. This leads to a further determination that follows from the reading of Marx, if it takes the subtitle of capital first by its word, then finally by its concept. For when Marx speaks of the commodity, he has not only an economic elementary form in mind, but the commodity is an economic object only insofar as it is, and can only be, an immediate legal political object and is set by the sovereign as unconditionally valid. All political determinations are immediately at the same time economic determinations and vice versa. There is no relation of, here, certainly no derivation of the superstructure from the base, but the capital-like doubling and transformation of the relation of domination and servitude that underpins all human prehistory into politics and economics, law and money, sovereignty and capital. And just as the commodity necessarily decomposes into commodity and money, opening up the antinomy that is reconciled by the automatic subject in a way that is as lasting as it is obtuse, so the commodity guardian, the legal subject, decomposes into the antinomy of bourgeois and citoyen, the synthesis of which is the sovereign in the form of negative reconciliation, as it first appears in the form of the soldier, baroque killing energy, unconditional readiness to kill and be killed. Thus, the decision of life and death in the last instance. The form of the subject, as defined by the Declaration of the Rights of Man, contains, as Jean-Jacques Rousseau noted earlier, precisely this. The citizen is no longer a judge of the danger to which he is to expose himself at the demand of the law, and if the prince has said, "Your death is necessary to the state," he must die, since it is only on this condition that he has hitherto lived in safety, and his life is no longer exclusively a boon of nature, but a gift of the state, conditionally granted to him. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, The Social Contract, Stuttgart 1980, page 39. The shortcoming of Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy of law is precisely that it criticizes the state only in relation to society, not simultaneously in relation to the world market and the competition between states. Cf.
My Artikel Subjektform ist die Uniform, in Jungle World Nummer.
Hence the enthusiasm of the German proletarians, with the exception of Johann Georg Elser, for their promotion to soldiers of labor, and for the fact that the emancipation of the body of labor from the all-sidedness of selfish interests, the political guarantee of self-preservation, promised to override self-sacrifice through war of annihilation. Adolf Hitler was the first immediate general German. This is the exact consequence if one only reads Marx's analysis of the value form, as it was then carefully explicated in the writings of Hans-Georg Backhaus, also in terms of political criticism, i.e. in the sense of the logical equal originality of economic and political forms. Just as capital as an automatic subject is the condition of the possibility of all economic forms, from the elementary form of the commodity to the crazy forms of interest and compound interest, so sovereignty is the condition of the existence of all political forms, especially the state still constituted in the form of the separation of powers. The value form analysis shows, against all Proudhonism and against all German socialism, that the commodity can only be itself when it confronts its own generality in the form of money, as materially as without concept, precisely in money as the general commodity. This concept of immediate, materially present generality is precisely what Marx attests to value in its monetary form. Money is a logical contradiction, which nevertheless occurs in material identity. It is immediate generality, the abstract set without mediation in a concrete material form. That is, the form of immediate generality according to Marx Das Kapital, Volume 1, page 82. This is the most general determination of money, as it drives forward from itself to the automatic subject, and the sovereign is, according to its concept impossible to the mind, nothing other than its political doubling, i.e., as Jean Bodin already knew, something that cannot contradict itself, because it represents the condition of the possibility of all logical antinomy, i.e., the inner and necessary connection between two apparently contradictory things, i.e. the necessary representation of the negative quality of the socialization of a species divided into master and servant in the form of the material, measurable quantity of money and the resulting, class struggles over its distribution. Ibid, page 235, cf. also page 787. And just as the history of all national economics is summed up in the dispute between the subjective and the objective theory of value, so is the history of political theory in the quarrel between subjective, democratic, and objective authoritarian state philosophy. It is this class struggle. Bill der Frau characterizes it, quite rightly, as follows. Impunity despite 320 million loss, but imprisonment for €5 fine, disenchantment with politics, doubts about justice, dissatisfaction is growing. Those at the top can do what they want, but the little ones have to believe it, say the people on the street, who are being driven towards the Volksgemeinschaft in the collapse of capital. Angela Merkel goes on to say, "It is about nothing more and nothing less than trust in our economic and social order." Dies. We geht Kreisbeitet auch dies Kreis ein Chance. Government statement on the situation on the financial markets on October 7, 2008. In Das Parliament No. 42/2008 of October 13, 2008. Value is summarized in money as its own material, immediate generality in the same way that it then becomes the spirally processing subject of itself in capital, as a real abstraction. Now it is necessary to draw the political critical implication from the fact that this abstraction is neither nominalistically generalized nor ontologically dictated, for the situation is rather as follows. It is as if, besides and apart from lions, tigers, hares, and all other real animals, which grouped together form the various sexes, species, subspecies, families, etc. of the animal kingdom, there also existed the animal, the individual incarnation of the whole animal kingdom. Such an individual, which includes in itself all really existing species of the same thing, is a general, like animal, God, etc. In other words, it is as if, alongside and in addition to the Müllers and Meyers, Jürgen Habermas and Karl Schmitz and all the other real Germans who, grouped together, form the various genders, classes, strata, etc. of German society, there also existed the German in and of himself, the individual incarnation of Germanness, i.e. the immediate general German as the sovereign of the barbarian community. In the philosophy of right, Hegel already defined the figure of the monarch as the general man, i.e. as the one who in his concrete body represents the general of the species in an immediate and tangible way and thus guarantees reconciliation in the relationship of state rule. According to Hegel, this is the concept of the sovereign. And Feuerbach even writes of the sovereign as the national representative of universal man. In the normal state of accumulation, the sovereign is invisible as a condition of the possibility of the existence of state apparatuses. But sovereignty as a pure relationship of order and command, as the unconditional duty to sacrifice and as the unconditional freedom to murder, as it is present in the general human being, emerges in the great crisis behind the state apparatuses and out of them, abolishes the separation of powers and establishes itself absolutely as freely beginning from itself, as an I will without derivation, justification or justification. Hegel, the concept of National Socialism, i.e. as the materialist Johann Georg Elser also sought to grasp it in practical terms, must therefore be developed from the perspective that Hitler emerged as the appearance of the general German, as the sovereign behind the state apparatuses and as a person immediately embodied everything that is German. This is where the critique of political economy and certain insights of psychiatry converge, for a barbaric society can only be represented and acted out by a subject who, according to his psychic constitution, is nothing other than the negative sublation of the subject, i.e., a barbarian without equal. If one reads Mein Kampf, not only as the ultimate revelation of all possible state philosophy in Germany, but also, which is no contradiction at all, as the document of a mental illness and, more precisely, as the record of a mental catastrophe that has destroyed the ego, the internalized subject, and escalated into schizophrenia, it becomes clear what the Germans of today have achieved with the cheap, rationalistic interpretation of Hitler as a strategically sophisticated Machiavelli and, unfortunately, a charismatic carpetbiter. So that they can keep it forever as their original property. But they don't do that, but instead shift the evil fascination to reading Carl Schmitt, whose cult of sovereignty allows the necessary separation and shift. Everyone knows what is meant when Schmitt expounds his theory in brochures such as Staatsgefüge und die Zusammenbruch des Zweiten Reichs, Der Sieg des Bürgers über den Soldaten, Hamburg 1934, and will not have to have it explained or even criticized by a book like Raphael Gross Carl Schmitt und die Juden, Frankfurt 2000. Admittedly, you have to be pretty lousy to become the leader, but not everyone who is suitable to be the material bearer, Marx, of sovereignty is invited en masse to actually pursue this career. Hugo Chavez, for example, is not, although the FAZ has passed on his powerful application in his own words, I am not an individual, I am a people. I am obliged to enforce the will of the people. Whoever wants the fatherland is with Chavez. Nevertheless, Hitler's oscillation in schizophrenia, his wavering between race and anti-race, as well as the delusion of persecution that empowers putative self-defense at any time, points to a schizophrenic personality constitution whose coercive commandments Hitler always incarnates immediately, but which, according to its structure, also expresses the hopeless oscillation in the antinomy constituted by the automatic subject. For the mediations of irrational forms, in which certain economic relations appear and practically summarize themselves, are, however, of no concern to the practical bearers of these relations in their change and transformation. And since they are accustomed to move within them, their intellect does not find the slightest offense in them. A perfect contradiction has absolutely nothing mysterious for them, at least not as long as the sudden shift from the credit system to the monetary system turns theoretical horror into practical panic. And then the agents of circulation shudder at the impenetrable mystery of their own relations, and search for the sovereign who presents their own occultism to them in a fleshly form, welds it together in its entirety and credibly vouches for its synthesis. It would therefore take a psychoanalyst critical of the state to resume the psychiatric reading of Mein Kampf, as the Amendian Dr. Wolfgang Treher did decades ago in his brilliant book Hitler, Steiner, Schreiber, Gast aus einer anderen Welt, Die seelischen Strukturen des schizophrenen Prophetentums. His results provide nothing else, but also nothing more, than the analysis of the split, as Moishe Postwan has done in terms of economic criticism. The figure of the immediate generality of the German, of sovereignty incarnated in a person, is the Archimedean point for whose concept materialist critique urgently needs to be instructed by psychiatry and psychoanalysis. Wolfgang Treher, Hitler, Steiner, Schreiber, guests from another world. Die seelischen Strukturen des schizophrenen Prophetentums, Emmendingen 1990. This was also recognized by the Freudian Walter C. Langer. There is an unprecedented similarity in thinking, feeling, and acting between Hitler and the German people, as if Hitler had paralyzed the critical functions of each individual and taken over their role himself. Thus, in an almost physical sense, he is part of every individual whose thinking capacity he controls. Here lies the root of the incomprehensible bond between the person of Hitler and the German people. This bond renders all appeals to reason and logic ineffective. Whoever fights for Hitler is unconsciously fighting for his own psychological integrity, so to speak. The Hitler Psychogram, an analysis of his person and behavior, written in 1943 for the Psychological Warfare Command of the USA, Vienna, Munich, Zurich, 1972, page 225f. As a consequence of the immediate appearance of the General German, a grandiose fusion of mass and power blossoms, the happiness of unmediated identity in an inverted society. It is as if the utopia of true German socialism, one could stamp all goods with the stamp of immediate interchangeability, i.e. turn all Catholics into popes, has been realized in the Volksgemeinschaft. The more intensely the will to murder is acted out, the more the relationship between people and leader leads to a borrowed, yet seamless identity, at least as long as even one Jew is still alive and the hunt may or must continue. This is why Israel is both a promise and a horror for the Germans. In other words, the last taboo of German foreign policy, i.e. the object of fear par excellence. Nazi fascism was a dream, that is the profit that Bobby Jar and Treblinka yielded the Germans, because in mass murder they had already appropriated absolute transcendence. The much-vaunted inability to mourn is based on the fact that one will never be able to forget the fusion and understands the state as the guarantor sine qua non of its possible return, i.e. as a promise. It is the hope of an organized pogrom that makes one immune to panic. This does not mean that the system of first pacified, then superficially parliamentarized madness of German ideology is not capable of remarkable insights into the future of the crisis, even if its speakers do not know what they are thinking before they hear what they are saying or read what they are writing, according to FAZ columnist Frank Schirmacher, who, presumably succumbing to Dietmar Datha's whisperings, has this to say: anyone who thinks that the current destruction of basic trust in the rationality of economic action will remain without consequences will find themselves disappointed by the next elections at the latest. Overnight, the world of money has been fictionalized. The flight to nationalization, led by the banks themselves, is the bankruptcy of the metaphysics of the market.
No neues Deutschland wird es so intelligently.
And further, now that there is a complete lack of clarity about what is and what is not, only the state can decree that something, and not rather nothing, exists. Frank Schirmacher, What Will Be Tomorrow? In FAZ, October 11, 2008, and Keep It Up. See most recently Ders, Demokratie ist Ramsch, in FAZ of November 1, 2011. We are still not talking about Jews but about the value of money, but everyone knows what is meant, namely the declaration of the top economist in the Wolf's Lair. In such somnambulistic but unerring stagings of statehood mania, the longing memory of an active hope for the renewed appearance of the immediate generality of Germany is invoked, because if the current emergency laws mean nothing less than a revolution from above, where is the Kyffhäuser? Where is the authentic German revolutionary waiting? It is this uncanny longing that has long united the left party with the right party, despite all the superficially different terminology, before they now, in the warming up extremism of the center, will find themselves in the popular front. At the same time, the reason why an out-and-out pre-fascist like the professor of business administration at Worms University of Applied Sciences, Max Ott, can praise Horst Kohler and Sarah Wagenknecht in the same breath and for the very same thing, for their program, become a people's capitalist. and for their appeal, "Put the money in our hands, because who, if not us, is the money?" The dream of German ideology is the transformation of the Volksgenossen into the living coin. In these fantasies of fusion, the renewed transformation of the bourgeois and proletarian property individual is slowly warming up into what Johann most aptly called the property beast, i.e. the self-consciously cynical fusion of individuals as homogeneous subjects with accumulation. The social center, i.e. the pivotal point of the false society as well as the zero point of its consciousness, has long since proclaimed G to G as its natural right and is now seeking revenge for the fact that no one knows the real value of the balance sheets. For, according to Marx, in interest-bearing capital the idea of the capital fetish is perfected, the idea that ascribes to money the power to produce surplus value in geometrical progression through an innate secret quality, as a pure automaton, so that it has long since discounted all the wealth of this world for all time as belonging to it by right and accruing to it. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, MEW 25, page 412. This is the historical mission of the property beast, that it no longer tolerates fetishism and the naturalization of social relations, as academic Marxism would have us believe, as the merely historical second nature, i.e. a mere backdrop and simulation of the as if, but wants to set and incorporate them as the first racial quality of Germanness. All the wealth of this world for all time, and this by the state and by right, says Marx, i.e. the millennial empire of happily successful accumulation in the finally accomplished final victory of complete self-racialization. To achieve this, the property beast not only needs a good dose of heroic realism, but also a resolute polemic against the slander of achievers and a prophet of pride culture, who, as things stand, can only be the Pomo professor and practicing Heidegger fan Peter Sloterdijk from Karlsruhe, so that statehood, which as such embodies the organon of the general interest, finally, moves the achievers of all sides involved into the center of social synthesis.
Peter Sloterdijk, Aufbruch der Leistungsträger, in Cicerone 11-2009.
The rigorous short-circuiting of the world as will and imagination with its reality, i.e. the racist liquidation of any difference and alienation between intention and result in terms of its content and perspective, is illustrated in the business section of the newspaper as well as in the research program of the universities and other ideological state apparatuses. Here, the logical compulsion to think and the narcissistic will to originality complement each other in the most fatal way. For example, when attempts are made to establish an intelligible connection between economic success and the physical constitution of the subjects. Then, in the Financial Times, under the headline, "Long ring fingers are more successful on the stock market," this should be noted and a lesson learned. The length ratio between the index and ring fingers reveals, at least in men, how successful the candidate can be in the investment business. The longer the ring finger is compared to the index finger, the more profit stockbrokers make, as a study by Cambridge University found out. The reason for this is a higher influence of male hormones in the womb. Earlier studies had shown that the length ratio of the ring and index finger is a measure of how much a fetus was exposed to androgens during pregnancy. A high concentration of androgens has an effect on brain development and promotes the ability to concentrate and react, which can be helpful in the stock market. The researchers measured the fingers of the right hand of 44 male stock market traders in London whose job, i.e. panic button pushing in algo trading, requires quick decisions and rapid physical reactions. The scientists compared the finger data with the profits and losses of the individual traders over the past 20 months. A longer ring finger measured on the index finger predicted greater long-term success, as well as longer job tenure. Financial Times Deutschland of January 13, 2009. However, this is an important indication for further research because with only 44 male brokers and then of Anglo-Saxon origin, it is highly questionable from a methodological point of view whether there is even an empirically valid sample to make such generalized statements, not least in terms of gender mainstreaming. It is true that other studies on the psychology of the trading world have long since shown that the behavior of the financial markets is influenced by men and thus by the level of their sex hormones. Women only have an extremely low level of the sex hormone testosterone. In view of the extremely low number of women in trading rooms, the hormone-distorting influence of the pill and the complexity of hormone fluctuations in the menstrual cycle, corresponding experiments with women will have to wait. But, despite all the desiderata of research, the following still applies. The higher the hormone level of the male sex hormone in the morning, the greater the profits that a trader could cash in on the market during the day. The relationship between intention and result has now become more or less reasonable, although valid studies on the interaction between testosterone and long fingers are still pending, but the gender gap continues to widen. It is precisely this problem that a mixed-gender research group from the Center for Financial Research in Cologne wanted to remedy and has finally written a study entitled The Impact of Work Group Diversity on Performance. large sample evidence from the mutual fund industry. The research approach was undoubtedly appropriate because it was expected, just as a hypothesis, that women contribute to team harmony due to their integrative and supportive behavior. One should therefore expect a positive influence of mixed-gender teams on team performance. Although the clarification was worth the effort, the overall result was devastating. The researchers already knew this beforehand, namely that some people can probably confirm from painful personal experience that communication between men and women sometimes proves to be difficult. But then, as a result of 3 years of methodically intensive expeditions into the deserts of empiricism, this emerged, and Michaela Barr from the Center for Financial Research, Cologne, Alexandra Neeson, visiting scholar, Kellogg School of Management, Evanston, Dr. Stefan Ruenzi, visiting assistant professor of finance, University of Texas, Austin, and another high Y were gobsmacked, but not speechless, because, on average, a team consisting of 3 men and 1 woman achieves a 1.2% lower return per year than a team consisting of only 4 men or only 4 women. FAZ of November 19, 2008. So it will be some time before economics moves from theory to practice and becomes capable of selecting human material. But for the time being, Professor Stefan Bornhold, physicist at the University of Bremen, may boldly jump into the research gap and announce, but it should rather be about the question at which point a system can slip into a completely different, unwanted mode. Like a magnetic piece of iron that suddenly loses its magnetic force at a certain temperature when heated. The individual atom cannot understand exactly when this happens because it is a system property of the interaction of all atoms. The financial world is a large experimental system. FAZ of December 9, 2008. The news is indeed very sobering that the individual atom, although intelligent in itself, is completely stupid, and that the organic theory-practice relationship guaranteed in the body of the monetary functionary must be there in itself, but has still not found its technology. But that is the Viagra of the sharp-witted cattle and the stimulant of an interdisciplinary research program, which is to bring together all these approaches and which, it is said, will soon be initiated in cooperation between the Institute of Sociology, Freiburg, the Center for Financial Research, Cologne, and the Bank für Lehen und Schenken, Stuttgart, all under the strict philosophical observance of Alain Badiou, Judith Butler, and Antonio Negri. It may be even more sobering when the single atom is constantly being thrown a spanner in the works, for example by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, the discoverer of the black swan, but that is no reason to despair, because his thesis on the occurrence of the Great Crisis, if a turkey is slaughtered after 1,000 days, the date of death seems unpredictable to the turkey, but not to the butcher, gives us hope that the executioner of the others will be a merciful sovereign. Bankers away, we need a revolution. An interview with Nassim Nicholas Taleb in FAZ, November 13, 2008. The chatter of German ideology sounds unintentionally funny, and somehow it is, because it is always amusing and always provides material for cabaret, Bay and Will or Gunther Jauch in the Bild newspaper or in the feuilleton for the educated middle classes, in Neues Deutschland or in the Deutsche Stimme to watch the economists and their teachers of constitutional law at work, refining and distilling into higher insight what everyone will have thought anyway when they hear what they are saying, namely the metaphysics of the Deutschmark, which unfortunately must now be called the euro. Marx put it this way: the vulgar economist in fact does nothing other than translate the strange ideas of capitalists caught up in competition, and since 1933 also of workers, into a seemingly more theoretically generalizing language and toil to construct the correctness of these ideas, i.e. to wallow in the beautiful theoretical dualism of the on the one hand, but then of course also of the other side of the antinomy. But the laughter at these shrewd idiots sticks in the throat, because in its completely unintentional comedy it betrays their utterly desperate efforts to appropriate and incorporate sociality in its negative inversion as first nature, to make it into a vitalized function, i.e. to make it their own in the interest of eternal humanity, i.e. to racialize itself in the interest of eternal accumulation, first in political opposition, then in the fight to the death against the parasites, against those who live without working and against the locusts anyway. This general mobilization, because the narcissism of the subject must not be neglected, and this social project that agitates people is undertaken in such a sustainable diversification as pseudo-antagonistic cooperation, as befits pluralism and cannot be otherwise, even on the ground of the FDGO. Everyone is allowed to do as they please. It is this infinitely pluralized form in which the general overhaul of what is well known as German ideology is currently taking place. The now definitely true socialism of the people is the dogmatic goal of this still somewhat chaotic search movement of the Keynesians and all other money fools. Because the necessary does not want to be done, the playground of self-realization opens up. Whoever considers reason to be dogmatic has enough sense to work out his hallucinations to the point of a total system of social reform. In 1848, materialist critics had attempted to gain an overview as economists, philanthropists, humanitarians, those who improved the situation of the working classes, those who organized charity, those who abolished cruelty to animals, those who promoted temperance were already competing to get true German socialism going. However, the sheer mass of corner reformers of the most colorful kind and the fatal vigor of their general competition doomed any attempt to compile a truly complete catalog to failure. The gruesome abundance of projects to practically overcome the ideology of money and greed alone, starting with Proudhon's idea of a people's bank through Silvio Gesell's inspirations to the now truly definitive breaking of the bondage of interest according to Gottfried Feder, makes every archivist despair. Here the imagination took over. The result is a nightmare. Marxist capital disciples first found an eco-bank and then merge with the anthroposophists. Barter rings are springing up, the Uckermark has finally been invented, and slowly one wonders why. If the validity of money stems from the psychology of trust, telepathic payment has still not been invented. Look me in the eye, little one, until the penny drops. Where everyone struggles to be a small light in a great darkness, where everyone exemplifies their utopia, people drive each other into general derangement and have fun doing it, like, for example, the well-known money researcher, barter ring activist and Silvio Gesell follower Margaret Kennedy, whose book Money Without Interest and Inflation, as the Süddeutsche Zeitung enviously notes, has already been translated into 22 languages. Alongside racism and sexism, there is Pecunianism, greed. For money, we have made sexism illegal, we have fought racism, we still consider Pecunianism to be legal. A money aristocracy rules the world. Everything flows to those who can lend their money. Unfortunately, the mass of borrowers are the new slaves who cannot see their chains. Margaret Kennedy. Borrowers are the new slaves. In Süddeutsche Zeitung, November 11, 2008. Pecunianism. You have to come up with that first. But maybe St. John's wort will help? Kennedy and her comrades still see themselves as a small radical minority and avant-garde, while their obsessive neurosis has long since reached the center of society. In Frankfurt's West End, Deutsche Bank, for example, now employs hundreds of people in its Sharia banking department. Because the slogan about breaking the bondage of interest is not yet opportune again, even Jürgen Elsasser's People's Initiative is censoring itself and wants to tackle debt bondage first. The Zeitung für Deutschland prefers to let it slip discreetly, that the social market economy and the Islamic economy have a lot in common, and concludes that both orders are more than just economic models and, with a social component, also social models that are strongly oriented towards solidarity and the social bond of property. Rainer Hermann, Auföffentlicher Grundlage, in FAZ of November 5, 2010. See also the article Was ist Gold? What is money? In Islamische Zeitung NR 13/2007. And the FAZ also fights against this so-called debt bondage among the esotericists of money by recently printing articles by the Occupy consultant Michael Hudson. CF Durs, was Sinn Schuden?
In FAZ of December 3, 2011, Es Welles Deas. Der Krieg der Banken gegen das Volk. In Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung of December 4, 2011, cf. Incidentally. Gottfried Feder, Das Manifest zur Brechung der Zinsknechtschaft, Munich 1919. And Ders, Kampf gegen die Hochfinanz, Munich 1935.
That the common good must take precedence over self-interest has always been the identifying slogan of true German socialism. That the Basic Law succeeded in continuing the Nazi-fascist social pact in Article 14(2) of the Basic Law, and in establishing the sovereign hidden in the state apparatuses as the trustee of labor, a fact to which left-wing Germany in particular refers. A fact invoked by left-wing Germany in particular. This opens up the prospects for the renewal of the historical alliance between the German sovereign and the Islamists' jihad against Israel. Because at some point, the property beast will realize how right Hamas is when it declares, the Jews are to blame for the financial crisis. Then the scales will fall from their eyes. In the meantime, the property beast still has a bit of bayonade, psychocracy, and life reform to do. But under the supervision of its intellectual acrobats, it is waiting for the cue from professors such as Hartmut Rosa from the University of Jena, who has razor-sharp diagnosed that the subjects have lost their inner ground, i.e. their grounding, and who now wants to counter the real time of capital with new, sustainable strategies of deceleration, and has therefore founded an Institute for the Social Therapy of Urgent Illness, because anything is possible in Jena. He sees 3 levels of time getting mixed up: everyday time, bus times, store times, appointments, lifetime, the overview of one's life and what one wants to do with it, and historical time, the view of oneself in historical time, which is because there is no longer a time-independent framework of values on which we can base ourselves. For the purpose of therapy, he recommends preferring the half-full glass in thinking and recognizing that one can never escape from the urgent illness through external changes, but only through an internal change, a revaluation of values, which initiates the perpetuation of value. Cunning idiots like Hartmut Rosa would have listened to the name Hanussen before 1933, laid out the cards for the Nazis and used astrology to calculate the right time for the Nuremberg Party Congress. And it was also because of the penetrating success of such intellectual revolutionary strategies that Nazi fascism was a resounding and lasting success. The transformation of the population into the "we are one people" doom has definitely succeeded in the wake of the Wannsee Conference and the Basic Law, and that is the reason why there are no panic attacks in Germany in the face of the crisis and the coming collapse of capitalist production relations, and no fear at all of Black Friday. The reason why no one wants to solve the logical riddle in which our money is invested other than by the means of sharp-witted cattle. The reason why this eerie silence, this silence that is as hopeless as it is pregnant with expectation, is just that, the silence before the shot is fired. For while Ulrich Sundman's dictum applies to materialist criticism, since Auschwitz the problem, the state par excellence in its wickedness. For the Germans their state, the governor of the sovereign, which guarantees the return of the general German, is nothing but a promise, good money for good work. The German Volk can only make revolution against itself. Quote, end. Quote, but no kind of banking legislation can eliminate the crisis. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, MEW 25, 507. The longing for the world sovereign springs from the crisis. In the correct feeling that one's own sovereign, the individual state, cannot master it, that it alone is not capable of forcibly asserting the unity of the opposites and of restraining the outward independence of the inwardly dependent, MEW 23, 127f. Germinates the false idea that it merely requires a sovereign, which comprehends all states and citizens under itself of whatever origin, to control the processes of capital without gaps and at all points of the earth. Only that one shies away from calling it by its name, and so there is mostly talk of a new world financial order, inaugurated at the next World Financial Summit. The inner resistance to grasp the crisis as the epitome of the whole is concentrated on the financial markets, in order to fall completely from here into the delusion that seizes the whole. One needs their fetish form so that one can brand these markets, or more precisely, their actors, as the originators of the disaster or the origin of all evil, and not infrequently, in the manifest crisis, the stock exchange traders and bankers accuse themselves as the culprits, because they want to explain at all costs what cannot be explained as such from their actions, the crazy forms in which they act. Unquestionably, the financial market is a special place in the process of reproduction of capital. Marx even calls it the mother of all crazy forms. MEW 25, 483. However, the craziness, wherever it appears, necessarily results from the context of the whole, of which no one can get hold of and which no one can pin down, because it is the capital relation, and Marx derives it from this all the time in the third volume of Capital, which is devoted, among other things, to the credit system. The financial crisis is only the consequence of a crisis of utilization. It expresses in its perplexly perceived forms the itself opaque overproduction, the circumstance that production overshoots the social need. If credit appears as the main lever of overproduction and overspeculation in commerce, it is only because the process of reproduction, elastic by its nature, is here forced to the utmost limit, and is forced because a large part of social capital is applied by the non-owners of it, who therefore go into the stuff quite differently from the owner anxiously pondering the limits of his private capital, so far as he himself acts. Ibid. 457. In a system of production where the whole context of the process of reproduction is based on credit, if their credit suddenly ceases and only cash payment is valid, obviously a crisis must occur, a violent rush for means of payment. At first sight, therefore, the whole crisis appears only as a credit crisis and a money crisis. And indeed, it is only a question of the convertibility of bills of exchange into money. But these bills of exchange represent, according to the majority, real purchases and sales, the expansion of which, far exceeding the social need, ultimately underlies the whole crisis. Ibid. 507. The fear of this owner corresponds to the power of the sovereign, although what Marx fails to point out here, those owners who have only their labor power as their property must also be added. But the non-owners, who go into the stuff quite differently on the stock exchanges and in the banks when they apply the great part of the social capital, see their special task in outwitting the sovereign, who alone guarantees property, and thus force the reproduction process of capital to the utmost limit, which is also the limit of the state. What was contributed from the circle of Marxism to the understanding of the relationship between state and capital in the crises after Marx was limited apart from Rosa Luxemburg, Heinz Langerhans, Alfred Sohnrethel and Franz Neumann to empty formulas. A compendium of such empty formulas for the present is provided by Joachim Hirsch, who knows no other way to help himself than to repeat as often as possible that things are becoming more and more complex, and by accumulating tautological phrases, aptly expresses the content of such complexity. For example, the political formation of the capitalist power bloc is taking on a much more complex form encompassing different levels and areas of regulation in the current transformation process of society and state. These soldiers of fortune, as Marx calls them, are really bourgeois descendants of those conquistadors who conquered the world in the interest of merchant capital, and they are therefore necessarily the target of the hatred of the opponents of globalization who are reviving the medieval ban on interest. The credit system accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the production of the world market, which is the historical task of the capitalist mode of production to establish the material foundations of the new form of production up to a certain level. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent outbreaks of this contradiction, the crises, and thus the elements of the dissolution of the old mode of production. MEW 25, 457. The problem of Marx's account lies only in the idea of a historical task of capital, as a kind of providence of humanity, whose redeeming role is attributed to the proletariat. Precisely for this reason it must not appear among those anxiously considering the limits of their property. The sinister side of this privileging to the redeemer is the demonization of the speculators in certain turns against the parasites and stock exchange wolves, which Marx does not omit next to the apt designation knights of fortune, as if he nevertheless also wanted to assure himself of the approval of those anxious owners. Conversely, however, in a strange parallel to the proof of God, there is also no justification whatsoever for the fact that the possibility of a new form of production, however abstract it may be, does not exist. To conclude from this that capital has the task of producing its material foundations only pretends that it is already irresistibly close at hand. Through the speculation on a providence, through the teleology of his philosophy of history, which operates with logically necessary successive forms of production, it was possible for Marx at all to develop the emancipatory content of his critique, that is, here, to place his bets on the world market and not on the sovereign, to see the progress that the development of world trade, accelerated by the credit system, signifies in relation to the individual state, and yet to know that it is a progress only in terms of possibility, which would still have to be realized. In this sense, it is already said in the Grundrisse that the world market is the encroachment of bourgeois society over the state. MEW 42, 188. When Marx says that the credit system accelerates the production of the world market, he is also formulating something of the promise of happiness of bourgeois society, which, however, can only be perceived by those who want a society that leaves the state behind and becomes a world society. Cannot be formulated without at the same time mentioning the crises, which in turn credit accelerates. Thus, the recognition that no kind of banking legislation can eliminate the crisis turns out to be only the negative expression of that promise. The delusion, however, which is trumped up in the crisis and which would like to deny it, and of which Marx had hardly the faintest idea, promises the encroachment of the state over the world market, in order to press the elements of the dissolution of the old mode of production together again and again into the old mode of production. What then happens to the states themselves formally compels us to see the horror vision of civil and gang war, which Hobbes once christened Behemoth, from the point of view of the categorical imperative after Auschwitz. For the policy that tackles the encroachment of the state over the world market is the inverted promise of happiness. It realizes the opposite of a stateless world society as a free association of individuals and yet pursues the offenbung of the state as Hobbes wanted it to be understood. It is up to a stateless community in which the individuals give themselves up, which therefore finds its unity only in annihilation. This disintegration, which experiences itself as a community, first of all destroys the monopoly of violence which guarantees the free movement of commodities, i.e. law, and this is exactly how critical theory once described the dynamics of National Socialism. Unable to reproduce itself any longer in free movement, that is, competition, society breaks apart into the diffuse barbaric multiplicity of immediate appropriation, the opposite of that reconciled multiplicity which alone would be a state worthy of human beings. In the mid-1930s, on the run from National Socialism, Walter Benjamin countered the aestheticization of politics that fascism pursues, with the hope that communism would now respond with the politicization of art. But as little as the concept of fascism could still grasp what finally prevailed in Germany, so little did the idea of communism that Benjamin formulated in response correspond to your socialism in one country, which was practiced in the Soviet Union. For this conception had already been wrung from experiences that the concept of fascism continued to suppress. Annihilation as totality, which forever forbids criticism any appeal to positive totality. You confess that you do not want to accept communism as a solution to humanity beforehand, Benjamin wrote on 26 July 1934 to Werner Kraft. But it is precisely a matter of setting aside, through the practicable insights of the same communism, the barren pretension to solutions for mankind, indeed of abandoning in general the immodest perspective on total systems, and of at least attempting to build up the life day of mankind as loosely as a well-rested, sensible man begins his day. Quote, end. It was precisely the perspective of total systems in which fascism in its original form and socialism in one country resembled each other, so that the politicization of art only amounted to the aestheticization of politics. As far as this equation is concerned, the theory of totalitarianism has its right, even if it does not lead any further, in contrast to Benjamin's rescue of the concept of communism, which incidentally teaches the most important thing about fascism. What fascism is cannot be grasped independently of how far communism has moved, how great the rupture is that prevents the turn for the better. It is the outer expression of the inner apostasy from communist liberation, precipitation of its negation by the left. Mussolini's mental physiognomy is the base but true caricature of Lenin, sketched at the end of the First World War and painted in the early 1920s. Fascism in Italy was a parallel action to socialism in one country. In the year Lenin died, the Soviet Union was officially recognized by fascist Italy, earlier than by any other Western victorious power. A trade agreement between the two states followed. And after the rise of Hitler, Stalin hoped to use Italy as a lever against Germany. In May 1933, they signed a new economic agreement. In 1936, when the Soviet Union had long since spawned its own caricature, the Duce also once approvingly referred to Stalin as a crypto-fascist. The PCI's Central Committee, led by Togliatti, finally invoked the very origins of fascism, appealed to the old guard fascists and the young fascists, and declared itself in agreement with the fascist program of 1919 as one of peace, freedom, and defense of workers' interests. We are ready to fight with you and with all the Italian people for the realization of the fascist program. And the Austrian Communist Party, at the same time with its concept of the Austrian nation, opened a similar policy towards the domestic fascists, the so-called Austrofascists. Fascism is thus the result of what had happened to communism itself. Instead of association of individuals, deification of collectives, instead of freedom despotism, instead of world revolution state at any price. To swear the masses to the sovereign was the common bond between Mussolini's and Lenin's politics, fascist and communist avant-gardists. The reason why George Sorel dedicated the fourth edition of his writing on violence to Lenin in 1919 and the revolutionary Russian painter and art theorist Malevich professed his allegiance to the fascist and futurist Marinetti as late as 1923. Fascism differs from this self-negating communism at first sight only in the determination to break with Marx, but nothing was left of Marxism but a misunderstanding concerning production. To enthrone it as an end in itself, to which everything was to be sacrificed, especially the freedom of the individual, with such an understanding of socialism the state could be made dictatorship of the proletariat as dictatorship over production. This was the conclusion the Bolshevik Party drew from the critique of political economy after the First World War crisis. Heinz Langerhans. But this meant nothing else than exploitation of value without private property, or more precisely, through a single private property, which belongs to the state and with which it participates in the world market, as if it were a corporation. The fascists drew the other conclusion from the special work of every crisis, as Langerhans conceived the destruction of non-exploitable value, in retrospect of the First World War and in foresight of the Second. While the state communists wanted crisis-free production by the sovereign as the sole entrepreneur of society and wielded political violence immediately in the service of this production, since such entrepreneurship excluded the free contract of labor, the fascists gave violence the same status as production, as if they wanted to perpetuate the world war in which, as Langerhans says, annihilation has become the object of a production increased beyond its own measure. Thus fascism represents the whole truth about the half-measure of state communism. What it means when the state pushes production at any price against the minimum of freedom of the individual citizen, it makes its own ideology out of it. According to it, not only production but also violence is the end in itself, and to take the latter into account, private property in its usual form becomes acceptable again, if only the individual does not get any chances for emancipation through it. It is to sacrifice itself for the community, which in one case is determined by production, in the other by war. The hour of sacrifice has struck for all. Those who have not given their blood will give their money. For the left, the ideal is the worker who toils to death. For the right, the soldier who falls for the fatherland and takes as many enemies with him to their deaths as possible. The most important thing is that he perishes and finds his self-determination in it. It is only logical that George Sorel, with his glorification of violence, perhaps the most important source of inspiration for the fascists, detests Hobbes. For the author of Leviathan had assumed that the purpose of the state was to protect the individual and to preserve his life. Indeed, that this individual could not be obliged to sacrifice himself for the state. And it is only consequent when Sorel also declares the core of Marx's critique of political economy, the value form analysis, to be superfluous. He wants Marxism, and in this it has also become the source of inspiration for the left to be a war machine against bourgeois democracy. Conversely, Hobbes appears in Lenin's war machine only as a representative of the materialism of the bourgeoisie in its Sturm und Drang period, but as a political thinker he interested Lenin just as little as the Duce. The states that both finally represented were also monsters of a different kind than the Leviathan. Fascism, says Benjamin, operates the unrestrained transfer of the theses of l'art pour l'art to war. In politics, l'art pour l'art means not least violence for its own sake. But when it is said here that fascism transfers this view of art to war, this is also an indication that it is precisely the unity of the state that is held on to. It is this unity that has to prove itself in war, a war that is thus still understood and waged in the sense of the 18th and 19th centuries, with clear war aims and a traditionally structured military order. Fascism really set itself the goal of militarizing society, and in this it appears old-fashioned compared to National Socialism, for which this militarization was only the means to another end. For fascism, Mussolini said, the state is an unconditional before which individuals and groups are the conditional. Giovanni Gentile elaborated this doctrine of fascism more systematically, eliminating the many inconsistencies that arose between anarchist, socialist, and nationalist elements in Mussolini's development and Marinetti's original manifesto by summarily defining the state as the proper individual, namely, the individual freed from all accidental differences. Thus, in the fascist view, the states faced each other like individuals, in which the real individuals had to be completely absorbed. In this, too, actually only the anthropological consequence was drawn from the state communist war machine, which generated the sovereign as the singular capitalist of society. We want to glorify war, the only hygiene in the world, militarism, patriotism, the destructive act of the anarchists, the beautiful ideas for which one dies, and the contempt of woman. Marinetti. Here also lies the origin of the various achievements, appearing civilizing, with which fascism could boast, for example in Italy, insofar as it advanced the productivity and modernization of the country. At first, they were not so different from the corresponding measures in the course of building socialism in the Soviet Union and could certainly impress enlightened intellectuals such as Benedetto Croce and Luigi Pirandello. Sigmund Freud sent Mussolini his published correspondence with Einstein with a personal dedication in 1933, and Franklin D. Roosevelt regarded the fascism of the Soviet Union as a civilization. Roosevelt, especially in his first year in office, considered Mussolini a friend of the United States and an important ally in Europe. What such distant friends of fascism could not or would not recognize, that all modernization came at the expense of the minimum of freedom that a bourgeois society allows to individuals as individuals. Fascism concedes it to them, for example, in relation to religion or the outmoded feudal forms of production, only as part of the mass, which it forms in the spirit of the unity of the state, and creates new, quasi-religious and quasi-feudal forms of consciousness and relations of dependence for it. From 1922 to 1939, the economy grew more than twice as fast as the population. Annual growth in manufacturing was 4%. By the mid-1930s, the value of industrial production exceeded that of agriculture. Leading Catholics in Italy, for example, were incensed by the religious tolerance laws of 1931 to 32, which gave Protestants and Jews greater freedoms than they ever had under liberalism and would have after 1945 under the Christian Democrats. Especially immediately after 1933, Mussolini's state appeared to more than a few of those persecuted by National Socialism as a bastion against the Nazi state, just as Stalin's Soviet Union did to others who tended toward the Popular Front. It had not been forgotten that Italy had entered World War I on the side of the Western powers, and that it was out of this war against Germany and the Habsburg monarchy that the fascist movement was born in the first place. The anti-Semitism of Italian fascism, before Germany gained influence, at first indirectly, then directly, and determined politics as a hegemon in that country as well, was roughly comparable to the early Soviet rule. Thus, it was quite possible for Jews to make a career in the fascist party. If Mussolini then acted on his own initiative against the Jews in Italy before he had to do so immediately and with quite different force for Hitler's Germany, it corresponded to the way Stalin borrowed from Hitler's policy, and quite independently of the fact that the one allied himself with Germany while the other was chosen as its enemy. 5 of the 191 founding individuals, Sansepol Christi, came from Judaism. Mussolini was publicly blessed by the chief rabbi in Rome. By 1938, the party had 10,215 adult Jewish members. By this time, however, fascist policy had long since shifted and was now directed more and more aggressively against the Jews. Hannah Arendt made explicit reference to Stalin's willingness to learn from Hitler in matters of antisemitism. in particular, a fictitious world conspiracy in the manner of anti-Jewish resentment, was suitable as propaganda in countries where anti-Jewish resentment was widespread. When Leo Strauss wrote from Paris to Karl Lowith in May 1933 that only from right-wing principles, from fascist, authoritarian, imperial principles, with decency, without the ridiculous and pathetic appeal to the droits imprescriptibles del homme, one could protest against the messine evil of National Socialism, the Hobbes connoisseur, similar to Freud at the same time, could not admit that those fascist principles characterize a state which, speaking with Hobbes, is not the better Leviathan, but neither Leviathan nor Behemoth, a sovereign situated somewhere between the two, and that as the weaker on both sides. Fascism can best be defined by its inferiority, which it tried to drown out with all its propagandistic hullabaloo, by the fact that it cannot exist, both in the face of Leviathan and Behemoth, both in the face of bourgeois society and its forms of mediation, and in the face of an unstat like National Socialism, as soon as the latter begins its totalizing campaign of destruction. Fascism knows totality at all only as an attribute for the state, but as such it helped the word to a great career, after it was once stolen from the liberal politician Giovanni Amendola, who had introduced it just to criticize fascism. Fascism wanted to be total within the borders of the nation, which included the perspective of colonial conquest. Not coincidentally, such an undertaking broke the back of Mussolini's state vis-a-vis Hitler's Germany. But it did not aspire to world domination according to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, but rather grotesquely developed its expansion plans along the lines of the Roman Empire. Characteristically, Mussolini conducted foreign policy by means of the normal system of career diplomats. Unlike Hitler, he did not create independent party departments for foreign policy. From the outlines of the nation, the populations of other countries were also divided into races, according to their value, whether as laborers or competitors, to their own state. The central political idea of fascism is the notion of a corporate state, writes Hannah Arendt. What Mussolini actually aimed at in his attempts in Italy was to establish a nation-state that would not be permanently endangered by a society divided into classes, but where the contradiction between state and society would be resolved by the nationalization of society, by the inclusion of the entire people in the state apparatus. When the Fascist Party had seized the state and fused state and party authority in the name of the nation as a whole, it proceeded to make the people part of the state. But this does not mean that fascism placed itself above the state. As far as the fascists were concerned, the movement had come to its end with the seizure of power, at least as far as domestic policy was concerned. The movement could now only move in terms of foreign policy in the sense of imperialist expansion and typical imperialist adventures. Quote, end. The total mobilization, however, was not a march on Rome. When Ernst Jünger took up the epithet and made it native to Germany, it took on another meaning which Benjamin, in turn, had already divined in his review of Jünger's writing in 1930. The forces that Jünger represented made the very failure of state power, which they themselves painted on the wall as the devil, their own. Thus, as early as 1934, the term total state, brought into play by Ernst Forsthoff, a student of Carl Schmitt, was controversial in Germany. To National Socialism, said Roland Freisler, the consideration of the state as a living entity in itself was completely alien. This would, as Alfred Rosenberg wrote in the Völkischer Beobachter under the headline Total State. 9-1. 1934. Little by little, the concept of the state as such would again move to the center, but the wholeness of the National Socialist worldview and movement should always be taken as the starting point. Fascism in its previous form could not offer this wholeness, for it was nothing other than the goal of exterminating the Jews. Situated between Italy and Germany, the direct transition from fascism to National Socialism actually took place only in Austria, whose internal development in the years between 1933 and 1938, however, at the same time best shows the constitution of National Socialist politics deviating from the fascist type. For its success, identification with the Volksgemeinschaft is more important than identification with the state. While the relationship between state and party institutions, state and Christian social organizations, as conceived under Dollfuss after the end of parliamentary democracy, largely corresponded to Mussolini's standards, and a facade of official politics and culture oriented itself in broad outlines and apart from the relationship to the church to the Italian model, the citizens of this state had long since identified themselves in their majority with the NS Volksgemeinschaft. The fact that they could only act accordingly on a small scale as long as the Austro-fascist regime existed further intensified their hatred of the Jews, who formed the core of the Volksgemeinschaft. When the hollowed-out structures and the fragile facade were finally removed in 1938, this hatred broke out in a violence unusual even for Hitler's Germany. Moreover, the fascist state cannot really be understood as the immediate precursor of the National Socialist unstate. Arendt writes, the Nazis distanced themselves most clearly from this fascist form of dictatorship, in which the movement serves only to bring the party to power, even before they seized power, and they did so by consciously using the party to drive the movement forward, which for its part, in contrast to the party, must have no determined, firmly delineated goals. Quote, end. The National Socialist movement rejected such goals because from the beginning it aimed beyond state and nation and operated on the basis of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. That is, aimed at world domination. Franz Borkenau wrote already in early 1939, German expansion is unlimited in its aims. It moves in the direction of the weakest resistance much more than in the direction of some definite object. But its final aim is world domination. Quote, end. This insight was only possible because Borkenau registered something of a tendency in the new German Empire without being able to elaborate on it in the analysis. The disintegration of all existing political forms is in fact considerable, and at the same time was no longer willing to relativize the central importance of anti-Semitism for the dynamics of the whole. It reveals that aggression is an intrinsic feature of Nazism. The conquest of the state by the nation, in which the movement hid itself, as it were, and the concept of complete autarky, which was envisaged for the economy, thus formed merely the first stage, but one that allowed the machinery of extermination to be established. Arendt writes, the more successfully the nation had conquered the state, the more impossible it was for the state to hold on to its position above all classes and parties. Thus for the state its old alliance with the Jewish part of the population, which like it had stood outside the ranks of society, lost all interest. Quote, end. However, this very process already began in the Weimar Republic. National Socialism did not develop out of a fascist state, but directly out of a democracy that Strauss characterized as one without the sword and in which Benjamin, after reading Junger's Total Mobilization, could already perceive certain contours of the Behemoth. Junger himself wrote that fascism was undoubtedly nothing but a later state of liberalism, a simplified and abbreviated process. For Germany, however, it was just as little made as Bolshevism. One could already hope of this country that it is capable of its own and stricter solution. In contrast to fascism and liberalism, the German movement is concerned with a new view, which seeks to penetrate into the depths not through abstraction but through the peculiar. Although this attitude, the new German attitude par excellence, need not concern itself at all with the Jew of civilization, it will certainly encounter him at every step it takes as an opponent who sees himself immediately endangered by it. For at the end of this will stands the figure of the German Reich as a power resting on its peculiar roots. Where in truth the German frontiers lie, what German literature, German history, German science, German psychology actually is, what war, work, dream, art mean to us. That this and much more should be seen and recognized, and thus become effective, that is the only danger threatening the Jews of civilization. Quote, end. These limits, in fact, do not exist at all unless the Jews are finally annihilated. The lecture of Heidegger from the winter semester 1933-34 reads as a formal paraphrase of Junger's text, which, however, almost sees through the mechanism that Junger blindly serves, when it says here that it is the basic requirement to find the enemy, to put him in the light or even to create him in the first place. As if to immediately deny the self-reflection that has crept in here, however, Heidegger continues, the enemy may have established itself in the innermost root of a people's Dasein and oppose and act contrary to its own essence. All the sharper and harder and more difficult is the struggle, for this consists, after all, only to a small extent in striking against it. It is often far more difficult and protracted to spy out the enemy as such, to bring him to development, to make no pretense toward him, to keep oneself belligerent, to cultivate and increase one's constant readiness, and to set up the attack for the long haul with the goal of complete annihilation. Quote, end. This is also the reason why Franz Neumann gained his most important insights into National Socialism from the contrast with Italian fascism, even if this reason remained completely hidden from him himself at first. The utter shapelessness that Neumann was already able to grasp more consistently than Borkenau, he always saw in clear contrast to Italy prior to Mussolini's downfall, while Borkenau in 1939 did not yet want to distinguish explicitly between National Socialism and fascism. If this Third Reich propagandistically also often adopted the fascist ideas of the state for self-representation, it more and more realized something else. Under Mussolini's rule, the fascist party was a subordinate part of the state, an institution within the state. The origin of the name does not mislead here. If the new movement called itself Fascismo, it was derived from the lictors bundles, Latin fasces, which were carried by the ushers, lictors, in front of the Roman kings, later the praetors and consuls, originally to make room in the crowd, later as a symbol of state power. Because the duce was also only a servant of the fascist state, albeit a particularly loud and aggressive one, he could be deposed again. At the request of the great fascist council, the king took over the supreme command, and Marshal Badoglio unceremoniously formed a government without fascist members. In Hitler's Germany, on the other hand, the supremacy of the state was rejected because the claims of the party conflicted with those of the state and were to conflict. Precisely therein lay its most peculiar principle as a unstate. Thus the leader, who alone embodied unity, proved to be irremovable even in the greatest defeat. His party had to be crushed from the outside. It was precisely the coexistence of party and state, the coexistence of the various instances and the overlapping of the most diverse competences that constituted National Socialism as a form of rule and also made up its internal dynamics. In a very similar way, Hannah Arendt describes total domination as a continuous movement that is virtually opposed to the conventional state order. In purely technical terms, the movement within the total domination apparatus moves in that the leadership constantly shifts the actual center of power, transfers it to other organizations without, however, dissolving the groups thus disempowered. Quote, end. According to this movement creates structurelessness in the state itself and against its unity, in order not to end up in the state like the fascist party. For this, the mere doubling of all offices and instances in party and state instances could not suffice. Arendt speaks of multiplication, and presents it in detail for the first years of Nazi rule very vividly. Thus, once they had duplicated territorial jurisdictions through the GAY, the Nazis immediately proceeded to carry out a whole series of other geographical divisions corresponding to certain inter-party divisions. Thus, the territorial jurisdiction of the SA coincided neither with the Gauen nor with the provinces and was, moreover, once again divorced from that of the SS. To the SA and SS territories was then added the zone which was authoritative for the Hitler Youth and which did not coincide with any of the divisions mentioned. Immediately after the Reichstag fire, all power rested with the SA, with which compared Gauleiter and other party officials possessed only apparent power. The shift of power from the SA to the SS took place following the liquidation of the Rum faction in the summer of 1934, and in that the SS was entrusted with the shooting of the SA troops. Within the SS, of course, the same game began again. Against the General SS, the Verfügungstruppen and then the Totenkopfverband were formed, against which the General SS again formed the facade. Neither the ordinary Volksgenoss nor the functionary or civil servant could know where the power was and what position he himself actually occupied in the constantly competing instances of party and state, of SA and SS, of SS and Sicherheitsdienst, etc., since there was no longer any clearly structured hierarchy by which one could have oriented oneself. In case of doubt, there was always only the Führer and the Volksgemeinschaft. Hannah Arendt speaks of a kind of sixth sense, which, however, the inhabitants of totalitarian countries develop extremely quickly, which could tell them whose orders they really had to obey and whom they no longer needed to worry about. On the other hand, those who had to carry out the orders that the leadership considered really necessary in the interest of the movement, and such orders, of course, unlike state measures, were entrusted only to the elite formations of the party, were not much better off. Such orders were too usually given intentionally vaguely in the expectation that the recipient of the order would recognize the will of the command giver and act accordingly. For the elite formations were by no means bound to obey the order of the leader in every case, this applied to all instances anyway, but to carry out the will of the leadership, and this, as one can convince oneself in the protracted hearings on defections before the party courts, was by no means always the same thing. The difference was only that the elite formations had learned, in training intended for such purposes, to read more out of intimations than is literally said. Quote, end. In Newman's eyes, this formless form of rule is not only not a constitutional state, it also no longer possesses the prerequisite for it. Instead of a formally or functionally unified, sovereign political power that could guarantee the law, it was a juxtaposition of gangs whose leaders are constantly forced to get along again after disputes. Instead of a unified coercive apparatus, such as the fascist party developed into a regime of terror within the Italian state, we are dealing with the disintegration of the monopoly into political powers, which, however, strike all the more brutally because their relations are not institutionalized and are merely carried out personally. Newman fell back precisely on Hobbes and his designation for gang and civil war because he wanted to avoid unconscious dissociation from the left, even from Horkheimer speaking of fascism in the case of National Socialism. He literally searched for a counterterm from a completely different sphere and a different age and found it only in Hobbes. The various theories of fascism that emerge from anti-fascism have their common denominator in ignoring these insights of Franz Newman and Hannah Arendt. Enzo Traverso's book, Im Bandergewalt, Der Europäische Bürgerkrieg 1914–1945, can be seen as their latest offspring. Traverso, however, still integrates the theories of Newman and Strauss into the traditional concept of fascism by erasing their opposition to Carl Schmitt. From the banality that all three were decidedly right to regard Leviathan and Behemoth as two figures of modernity, follows the equation of the two monsters. Europe between 1914 and 1945 had taken on the features of a gigantic behemoth, and experienced the time of chaos and civil war. Because Traverso is as unwilling to distinguish between National Socialism and fascism as between Newman, Strauss, and Schmidt, for him Behemoth and Leviathan are also arbitrarily interchangeable terms. It is not surprising that the question of the Holocaust, precondition to determine the terms, is only added to the book like a footnote. However, it is grotesque that just in it is deplored what the author himself practiced on the 300 pages before, the silence of the anti-fascist intellectuals about the Holocaust. It is possible only because, in the old leftist tradition, the extermination of the Jews is always seen only as the last culmination of domination located in the West, as the realization of instrumental reason and authentic product of the West. To Traverso, civilization and civilizational rupture are one, and so in his denunciation of the West he contributes to the continuation of the civil war he describes. The encroachment of the state over the world market, promised by fascism in crisis, leads to the dissolution of the state into ruleless competition and diffuse barbaric multiplicity of political gangs. It is as if these repressive collectives translate into immediate political violence everything that otherwise happens in the market precisely under contractual exclusion of violence. Despite his groundbreaking insights, however, the analysis of Behemoth, insofar as it seeks to prove that this unstate is nevertheless a capitalist state, remains wedded to the theory of fascism. Here Newman follows the theories of monopoly capitalism and imperialism, as the left has served them up since Hilferding and Lenin, and later, from Georgy Dimitrov to Reinhard Kuhnel, also stirred them together with the concept of fascism. In this guise, they finally served only as an alibi for remaining silent about the extermination of the Jews under National Socialism. The particular recognition that the Nazi state made it possible for individual companies in individual industries to make monopoly profits is meant to conceal what its general essence, its malaise, would be, and makes the community ideology appear as a propaganda phrase. National Socialism, like fascism, is seen as a strategy aimed at the oppression of the working class, and indeed, here as there, the formerly free disposal of labor power could be eliminated and the wage laborer, by virtue of coercive state regulations, could be seen and used as a single social labor power. But understood as a new form of enslavement of the proletariat, the identification with the Volksgemeinschaft, which made the individual act as part of the collective labor power not only voluntarily, but with the greatest commitment, is hidden, and thus also the point at which the paths of Italian and German fascism parted again, in the downfall. Mussolini could be forced to resign by the Great Fascist Council because that identification had broken apart under the pressure of military defeats. It lacked in fascism the decisive moment that enabled National Socialism to wage total war to the point of self-destruction. The German essence, which is supposed to be so tremendously positive, can nowhere show itself to advantage other than in persecution, cannot possibly present itself other than ex negativo in the search for the Undeutsch. And compared to this essence, it is less surprising that the Soviet Union and its descendants had a different end than National Socialism, so that their last representatives could go down in history as heroes of retreat, Hans Magnus Enzensberger. However, this end presupposed the death of Stalin, just as tendencies of the unstate developed in his state, as less Newman than Hannah Arendt could explain. But significantly, they asserted themselves primarily in the realm of the secret police, which did not necessarily mean that the state, in this chaotic and terrorist form, continued to stand above the party in the last instance, but it does indicate how little identification with the Volksgemeinschaft could guarantee unity here. Although Hannah Arendt assumes the same dynamics and multiplication for the Soviet Union as in the case of National Socialism, in her concretizing account the differences become clear on close reading. She first sees three strictly separate apparatuses: the Soviet or state apparatus, the party apparatus, and the NKVD apparatus, each of which contains an independent Ministry of Economics, a political department, a Ministry of Education and Culture, a military department, and so on. But to the original duplication of party and state in Nazi Germany corresponds in Russia the apparent power of the party bureaucracy against the real power of the secret police, and the multiplication occurs only because the secret police themselves branch out into an extremely complicated network of agents in which one department always has the task of monitoring and spying on the other. Technically, this is accomplished by attaching to each company its own special department of the secret police, which has to monitor both party members and other personnel. In addition to this department, the party itself maintains an espionage department, which in turn now monitors everyone, not excluding the agents of the secret police. Moreover, since both espionage departments work in secret, they do not even know the agents of the competition. In addition to these espionage apparatuses, there is also the trade union in the factories, which has to see to it that the workers meet the prescribed standards. But incomparably more important than these apparatuses is the special department of the NKVD, which in turn forms a kind of secret police within the secret police. Quote, end. Only in a remark in the second edition of Behemoth, which appeared in 1944, does Franz Neumann trace this mechanism of identification, which was the decisive factor in Germany. Persecution of the Jews, which is practiced at the order of the Nazis by ever larger strata of the German people, involves these strata in a collective guilt. The participation in so vast a crime as the extermination of the Eastern Jews makes the German army, the civil service, and large masses perpetrators and accessories in that crime, and makes it therefore impossible for them to leave the Nazi boat. Quote, end. This is almost the answer to the question that Neumann otherwise leaves open, the question of which forces hold the National Socialist Society together, although its innermost law was disintegration, whereby this entity, which could no longer even be called a state, nevertheless held together as if it were a state. And in this, the difference to Stalin's Soviet Union could also be fixed. What remained unique about National Socialism was that the practical implementation of the extermination of the Jews formed the unity of the unstate. It says a lot about how far Neumann was able to push the analysis that the first and to this day most important study on the extermination of the European Jews was written by one of his students, Raoul Hilberg. He first took over from his teacher, as he himself says in retrospect, the idea that in National Socialism there was a non-state, as Neumann called it, that the ruling elites did not operate on a uniform rational basis, such as we associate with a legislator or a constitution, quote, end. At the same time, Hilberg speaks of a bias related to his Neumann's Marxism. He analyzed Aryanization and the liquidation of Jewish property quite correctly as a means by which the concentration tendencies of German industry were increased, but he could not then fully face the fact that the Jewish people were annihilated as such. Quote, end. Hilberg took this step, and in certain respects his point of view was reversed. He viewed the process of the Third Reich from the German extermination effort, which he now presupposed, and deduced from it the splitting of society into independent groupings as a necessity inherent in the extermination effort itself. As this process of extermination progressed, its requirements became more complex. Its execution required an ever-growing number of authorities, party offices, business, enterprises, and military agencies. Quote, end. The extermination of the Jews, Hilberg writes further, was a total process. The machinery necessary for it could not be distinguished fundamentally from the German social fabric as a whole. Total mobilization is thus just another word for the German extermination effort. In contrast to the total state of fascism, it aimed at a total enemy, which it always already presupposed, which, as Junger says in 1930, it must encounter as an enemy at every one of its steps. And that is why it alone is right and meaningful for it, Carl Schmitt adds in 1937, when a pre-existing, unchangeable, real and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war. The enemy becomes total only by being forever a very definite one, not interchangeable. The enmity must be pre-existing and unchangeable. No matter how the enemy may behave, it will be destroyed. Only then is it possible to believe in redemption in annihilation, if at least this one is not interchangeable and at the same time embodies total interchangeability. This is the logic of the anti-Semitic madness. Before the capital relation was generalized to the world market, the Jews already embodied money in the early forms of this madness, but they were not yet regarded as the total enemy, whose imagination presupposes the capital relation that had become total. The motive of a conspiracy spanning the globe, which is inconceivable without this relation, can, however, no more be deduced from it by means of concretion than from any economic basis. Such materialism has always rationalized and trivialized the crime motivated by it. It cannot be deduced from it by any mediating steps, because it springs like no other ideology immediately from totality. It is the closed delusional, but in it complete consciousness of the fact that the self-valorizing value, which constitutes the unity of the whole, breaks. It remains inexplicable that individuals are capable of developing it, that is, that they are ready to make their own the potential of destruction that lies in the capital relation. The annihilation of the Jews has no other purpose than to put into practice the delusion of the world conspiracy of the Jews, is nothing but the unity of annihilation, the pure identity that remains of the whole. That is why analyses that do not take antisemitism as their starting point at all, or even remain silent about it, but instead focus all the more sharply on the fracturing of the whole, can only give a concept of the actual dimensions that this pathic projection assumes, and it is before them that all so-called antisemitism research, which tosses around mentality and prejudice, disgraces itself to this day. This applies not only to Franz Neumann's study, but also to Alfred Sohmrithel's contributions on developments in Germany in the 1930s. Sohmrithel conceives of National Socialist rule as a fractured form of capitalism, in which the entire formation of value and profit amounted to a fictitious bill of exchange, namely drawn on the profits of the future war, except that this gigantic bill of exchange, bursting all private capital, could be redeemed solely by immediate appropriation, not by the realization of surplus value, but by loot. Similarly, Newman saw that this whole system necessarily necessitates incessant aggressive expansion, the means of which, however, cannot possibly be acquired by trade with other states on the world market. This can no longer be accomplished by purely economic exchange, but only by means of political domination, which incorporates those states into the German monetary system. It is this elimination of the form of exploitation in favor of pure exploitation whereby the delusion of the world conspiracy sets out to conquer the world. Pure mediationlessness, violence no longer limited and restrained by any form, is to take the place of mediation that has become unmistakable. Marx writes, in contrast to commodities which only imagine the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, gold, the material existence of abstract wealth. It is general wealth as an individual. Quote, end. Why and under what conditions general wealth, as Marx says here, appears as an individual, abstract wealth assumes such material existence, is a question aimed at the sovereign, at the fact that there can be no capital relation without the state. But because sovereignty per se exists only in the form of individual, mutually delimited and equally friendly and hostile states, in which a world sovereign represents the squaring of the circle, it requires already for simple exchange of goods across the borders a common basis, as far as their respective different currencies are to be set in relation to each other. Gold appears as this basis. To the economists, who believe themselves committed to the Enlightenment and to progress, it is regarded as atavism. John Maynard Keynes spoke of the barbarian metal, as if they felt that here, in a mere natural substance, is reflected how little society has become society at all, that all its mediations, which are able to establish law within the states, are nevertheless based on relations of immediate force, if one follows Hegel's terminology, on social natural relations. And this is also the real reason why Marx, in his critique of political economy, insists on the fusion of sign and signified, does not abandon the unity of money with the money commodity, and thus snubs enlightened economists who do not want to know anything about Hobbes and Hegel until today. Michael Heinrich writes, the supersensible cannot exist sensually at all, it can only be designated by means of a sensual object. By linking his theory of money to the existence of a money commodity, Marx entangles the most abstract determination of money with a particular historical monetary system. However, at the level of the exchange process, it can initially only be a matter of money as such without concretization of a particular monetary system. Quote, end. He does not merely insist on the necessity that abstract wealth has a material existence in some money commodity. Rather, he is concerned with the constraint that lies in the fact that that wealth can only conditionally detach itself from this money commodity, cannot simply replace it by another. The intransigence that Marx also displays here ultimately proves how little he loses sight of the sovereign in the pure critique of political economy, how attentively, therefore, his critique must be read above all as one of the pure economy, as well. The material with which the sign is fused can be conceived in its sense only as a social act, as the presence of the state outside the state in circulation. But the state, insofar as it is reflected in gold, is always only the relation between states. Every critique of political economy which, in the interpretation of Marx's Capital, ignores this appearance of the sovereign fixed in the commodity of money or which merely accounts for it as a historical money system that has no place in the analysis of form, will therefore inevitably tend toward the nominalist conception of money, i.e., toward seeing in money a mere sign. Such a view, however, takes into account the development after the end of National Socialism, even if in the wrong terms. As early as 1944, the Bretton Woods Agreement had been concluded which, instead of a return to the immediate pegging of currencies to the gold standard, provided for the indirect pegging via the dollar on the basis of a system of politically regulated exchange rates to which the states of the Western Hemisphere were committed under the Pax Americana. Henceforth, the stability of the dollar and therefore of the international payment system was to be based not on the U.S.'s own gold reserves but on the willingness of European central banks, under U.S. pressure, to stop exchanging their dollars for gold. The disruption of the payment system was thus avoided by the fact that that money increased in the United States was no longer directly backed by gold, but mediated by political power. The barbarous metal is not replaced by another, but what it has lost in validity can be replaced by the sovereign commanding the victorious civilizing and civilizing military machine, by the hegemon of the post-war era. According to Marx's analysis, the political significance of the other commodities must be quite different. Like every commodity, they represent only the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, and are substitutable in this respect. This does not change even if a single one among them becomes the most important. As raw material in production, fuel for circulation, general primary energy source and industrial starting material in one, and thus predestined for unique strategic significance in the political. Not even when it proves this significance in the circulation of goods in such a way that, For example, the decision whether the petroleum business in a region is transacted in dollars or euros determines the political conflicts in that region. Indirectly, however, the role of gold comes into play again because of the paramount importance of this resource. Which sovereign's currency is able to guarantee what gold otherwise does? At the time of National Socialism, oil was already one of the most important raw materials, of immense political and strategic importance for state and society in peace as well as in war. The destructive power of National Socialism, resulting from the presupposed end in itself of annihilation, was carried out as a single frenzied campaign of military and paramilitary collectives on a large scale and really in one go. In it, the supply of commodities was an ever-growing necessity to keep this machinery of annihilation going. As everywhere in the crisis of exploitation, the decoupling from gold was necessary in National Socialism in order to gain free space for state intervention, which here served to build that machinery. This decoupling meant a tendency towards disentanglement in the economic relations between nations and continents, and this was not least a condition for the uniformity of the National Socialist campaign of extermination, for the clear fronts between hegemonic states or geopolitical Großraum, which divided world trade even if only for a short time. Individual companies such as Standard Oil and IBM nevertheless managed, despite investigations and proceedings by the U.S. authorities, to participate in the campaign of destruction across the fronts, at least for a time. The foundation of all commodity circulation by the income from oil production, which is what we are dealing with in the petrostates of today, on the other hand, opens up completely different forms of development for the political madness and the destructive power of regimes such as that of Ba'athist Iraq or the Islamic Republic of Iran. It allows disentanglement, for example, enforced from the outside by boycotts, with simultaneous intensification of world market relations, based on the unique status of oil which no boycott can withstand. A comparison with the effects of gold mining on the development of European absolutism or of early irrigation technology on that of Asian despotism is therefore of limited use. The contradictory integration of these crisis states into the world market, the status of the sovereign as a rentier of world production, anchored in the oil business, which predestines him to be the counter-sovereign, must in any case be regarded as the essential determination for the characteristic disunity, for the unclear fronts of the global combat, which today takes its starting point from the Near and Middle East. It took the advent of the Third Reich to remind modern man that the cold monster Leviathan is still capable of an exaggeration, wrote Ernst Frankl in 1942. Franz Neumann had given it the name Behemoth in his analysis of National Socialism, which Frankl reviewed here with great approval. Half a century later, the emergence of the jihad should remind us that, under the conditions of the world market, this exaggeration also always promises to take the form of the world sovereign. It is not a question of equating National Socialism and Islamism or Islam, but of starting from the correct analysis of what happened in Germany, in order to gain concepts for the political impetus of those who profess jihad in the first place. What they have in common must first be noted vis-a-vis fascism, but only as a starting point from which the differences are revealed. Like Neumann, Frankl refrained from calling National Socialism fascism for well-considered reasons. He preferred to speak of a theocracy without God. If fascism can be determined as a political form that takes into account the unity of the state, this means that fascism is based on limits, sets limits, and keeps limits. Seen in this light, National Socialism and jihadism are borderless fascism and designed to be formless. For unlike Italian and Spanish fascism, both the National Socialist and the jihadist movements have their origins in the delusion of the Jewish world conspiracy. They are basically only the politically practical, positive implementation of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. From Hitler's Mein Kampf to World War II propaganda and the last documents from the Führer's bunker, from the founding of the Muslim Brotherhood to Khomeini's revolution and Hamas's charter, the importance of the Jewish world conspiracy in general as well as the protocols in particular has remained unbroken. They want to establish Jewish world domination. Khomeini wrote about the Jews and their foreign supporters. To quote here just one of the many relevant statements on this from the environment of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. Kunzel also points in particular to the importance of Sayyid Qutb as a mastermind of jihadism, who in his 1950 writing, Our Struggle with the Jews, tailored the projections of the Jewish world conspiracy specifically to Islam. From their first day, Jews were the enemies of the Islamic community. The bitter war that the Jews have waged against Islam is a war that has caused its fire to flare up in all corners of this earth. In the recent era, Jews have become the masterminds of the struggle against Islam at every point of this earth. The Jews are also using Christianity and idolatry in this all-out war. However, to translate this biggest, most fervently believed lie of all times into political action, it is necessary to take into account the respective regional and national conditions, and here, as a consequence, the movements differ quite clearly. In both cases it was a matter of filtering out from the tradition those elements which allow to go the whole hog. In the case of the Germans this was the Christian-inspired vision of the leader and the racist belief in the dominance of the Aryans. In the case of the Muslims it is the political-theological conception of the Ummah and the as it were anti-racist doctrine of the House of War. Not state Dawla, but the community of believers, the collective identity of the Muslim community, the Ummah, is the central legal concept of Islam, connected with the Khalifa, Caliph, as its head. No equality of different communities, however justified, but superiority and universal expansion of Islam is in the center of canonical setting. From this follows a kind of dichotomous opposition between the Dar al-Islam and the Dar al-Harb. As the House of Peace, or of the Islamic region, and as the House of War, two legal spheres confront each other whose faith-based foundations are considered incompatible. In any case, the universally directed claim of Muslims is to bring the area of Dar al-Harb to Islam by means of conversion on the path of jihad. Just as in National Socialism the model of a completely self-sufficient state turns into the pipe dream of world conquest, the universal goal of the worldwide ruling Ummah arises from a universal division of the world into House of War and House of Peace, which is directed against universalism. At the same time, this totalization of the community outwardly means the disintegration of the state inwardly. National Socialism as well as jihadism operate in quite different ways, the dissolution of the monopoly of violence into a conglomerate of gangs, each arranging itself ad hoc and pretending the existence of a unified political entity only in terms of international law. In order to grasp the totalization, Norman Podhoretz also speaks of World War for a war that is now to be fought against the Islamo-fascists after the Third World War, which was directed at the Soviets and their sphere of power, but thereby misses the disintegration associated with the totalization. However, this is more than just a rehashing of the theory of totalitarianism, insofar as Podhoretz, following Bernhard Lewis studies, can perceive a development. The influence first of Nazism and then of Soviet communism had everything to do with the emergence of Islamofascism as a political force. Strictly speaking, the politics of the Soviet Union represent something like the missing link in the transition from the Nazi to the jihadist movement. Wandat Hag gives a good example of unity and contradiction in the interaction of pro-Soviet nationalism and unbounded jihadism in connection with Sayyid Qutb. Egyptian President Nasser, under whose government Qutb was executed, at the same time financed Khomeini's followers. Under Khomeini, Qutb's writings were then translated and their translator was the current spiritual leader of Iran, Khamenei. It could only take over this devastating mediation, provided that it had buried communism itself in socialism in one country, and at the same time, however, held on to the universalization, which, after all, is characteristic of the communist goal of world revolution. Instead of realizing the stateless world, it pursued the worldwide spread of socialism in one country. Instead of world revolution, the goal was socialism in all states. In this way, however, only the conditions were created everywhere for Stalin to be copied. Not only in the form of Mao, Tito, Haja, Pol Pot, Kim Il-sung, etc., but also in that of Nasser, Assad, Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, etc., with whom another copy template from the time before 1945 always clearly shines through. It is true that these countries assumed roughly the same function for the implementation of Islamofascism that Italian fascism had possessed for the Nazi regime. Beyond that, however, they for their part had been directly shaped by the Unstat of National Socialism. Based on such premises, today a new ideology of the theocratic can offer itself as the great synthesis of all that has become possible in terms of political crimes. The concept of theocracy seems historically far-fetched in view of National Socialism, and in view of Islamofascism it may again be too obvious. But it is precisely in the paradoxical formulation theocracy without God that it brings out the newness of National Socialism more succinctly than many others, namely that National Socialist ideology can hardly be a matter of religious consciousness in the traditional sense, as cultivated by Christianity, but of second-hand faith, unbelieved faith, which can no longer be limited in its political impact. Fanaticism and indifference become one in it. Nothing is really believed in, but this nothing is believed in all the more fanatically, and the leader embodies it. He may project images of a happy future in the midst of a realized Grossraumordnung, from which time the whole world would finally belong to the Germans as the Grossraum appropriate to them, images of a time after redemption, images that would seem like utopias or messianism, if only a second could be spared from their mediation from language and expression. The figures in which they are presented say everything about them. They are merely cover images for a hatred that no longer knows any boundaries. Background prospects for the total enemy that must be destroyed. National Socialism, wrote Franz Neumann, is capitalist and anti-capitalist at the same time. It is authoritarian and anti-authoritarian. It is for and against private property. Quote, end. Although private property in the means of production, if it is not in the hands of Jewish owners, remains largely untouched, the general law and the contract systematically disappear, replaced by arbitrary measures of the gang collectives. The community and leader ideology in the labor relationship uses medieval terminology to disguise the fact that workers' rights have been completely abolished with the destruction of the rationality of the individual labor contract. Quote, end. That this abolition itself knew quite different gradations, from the price freeze in wages to labor service to forced labor, belongs to the physiognomy of this unstate and to the course of its realization in the extermination campaign. Belongs essentially to a political entity that disintegrated into rackets and yet did not disintegrate as long as the extermination of the Jews was pushed forward. Theocracy without God means, in the terms of political economy, as far as these terms can still grasp something at all, of what was going on, mobilization of all social forces for the war of extermination against the Jews. Rearmament accelerated to the utmost in the name of the leader who had taken the place of God or of his son, possessed by his foresight in any case. The political theology of Islam is now manifestly a theocracy with God. But the invocation of God is too obvious for there not to be something behind it, and it is by no means the old form of theocracy that is returning, although the figure of the modern leader does indeed seem to be replaced by the Prophet Allah, to whom the jihadist actors must refer immediately in order to be able to act as leader figures themselves. In the political system of the Islamic Republic of Iran, for example, it is characteristically not so much the president as the spiritual revolutionary leader, not so much Ahmadinejad as Khamenei, but especially the late Khomeini, who still come closest to the old fascist and Nazi leader. The leader figure, who is the sole form giver in the extreme formlessness of political conditions, is enraptured as a prophet, and bin Laden more or less involuntarily imitates something of this enrapture when he stays in hiding and fabricates his video messages as if it were the Quran. In the end, wherever the Islamic state of God is favored, one is dealing with a celestial high command of the rackets, an irrevocably idealistic overall gang leader whose representatives can change, depending on place and time, without calling the whole thing into question, something that was unthinkable with Mussolini or Hitler. But just like the National Socialist leader, and here the Prophet of Allah suddenly belongs directly to the political reality of the Shoah, he is just the positive expression of the total enemy, which holds the gangs together as well as drives them to expand, the pre-existing, unchangeable, real and total enmity. That is why, as with the leader, it is dangerous to caricature him. This results quite independently of the religious prohibition of images in Islam from the political constellation to which the Islamo-fascist movement owes its breakthrough. The common ground between jihadist and National Socialist mania, however, consists first of all in the will to produce formlessness, numen, or structurelessness, arent. This is the principle of such different associations in such different countries as the Muslim Brotherhood and Jemaah Islamiyah, Hezbollah and Al-Qaeda, Hamas and Taliban, Sudanese horsemen militias and Chechen rebels, insofar as they know themselves to be in harmony with Islam precisely because of this. We do not accept any state monopoly on the use of force, says the Lebanese Hezbollah leader Abdel Fadlallah enthusiastically from the depths of his soul. He is not only addressing the task of his militia in Lebanon, but formulating the principle of jihad in one sentence, and all friends of appeasement and barbarism, from Neues Deutschland to the AG Friedensforschung of the University of Kassel to the anti-imperialist coordination in Vienna, reprint his statements unchallenged or emphatically. Provingly, this commonality of jihadist groups is most significant when they themselves appear to be state-bearing, as is the case with the so-called Revolutionary Guards in Iran. Similar to the SS, the Pastern form a state within the state in order to promote the very unstate within it, to which the monopoly on the use of force is crumbling. Thus, the Revolutionary Guards possess an independent economic and welfare empire, whose ramifications can be traced in the international arena, and, of course, their own secret service. Their special unit is called Al-Quds and names the mosque on the Temple Mount as the goal of such a revolution, the destruction of Israel. Ray Takey of the U.S. Council on Foreign Relations said of them, "They are heavily involved in everything from pharmaceuticals to telecommunications and pipelines. Many of the front companies engaged in procuring nuclear technology are owned and run by the Revolutionary Guards. They are developing along the lines of the Chinese military, which is involved in many business enterprises. It's a huge business conglomeration." Washington Post, 15/8/2007. In addition to the hundreds of managerial positions in the oil business, the Pastern have about 150,000 men under arms and can recruit millions of young fighters in all branches of arms if necessary. In this way, however, they rival other states in the unstate in various fields. They compete above all with the regular military of the Islamic Republic, with which they are linked only by a common high command not significantly different from Hamas and Hezbollah by the common high command of Allah and His Prophet. If the relationship of the Revolutionary Guards to the official troops of the Islamic Republic is reminiscent of that of the SS to the German Wehrmacht, the Basiji, Organization of National Mobilization, the POR, make one think of the SA. But while the SA and SS sprang from the civil warlike conditions of the Weimar Republic, the Pastern and Basiji are no older than Khomeini's state. The Revolutionary Guards were formed immediately in the so-called Revolution of 1979 to serve the spiritual leader who had been brought into the country. They were a child of the revolution. The grateful Khomeini then announced on all possible occasions. The Basiji are even more recent. They formed during the war against Iraq. Their protégés came from the villages and were mostly illiterate. Why they were not disbanded after the war, which no one won, lies in the logic of the permanent Islamic revolution. Their rackets persist as charitable organizations, able to perform their charitable deeds through the oil business and provide members with their social works spread throughout the country. The terror of the Basiji is directed more inward and is widespread here. Their thugs go into action as morality police wherever resistance to Islam arises. Ahmadinejad, raised politically in the Revolutionary Guards, eventually won the presidency as the Basiji candidate because he promised to eliminate corruption and infiltration by Western culture with a second revolution. Consequently, Basiji influence has steadily increased since the presidential election. In late July 2005, the movement announced an increase in its membership from 10 million to 15 million by 2010. The special units of this organization are to comprise 150,000 people by then. Accordingly, the budget for the Basiji was substantially increased, and they were given new powers as an unofficial special police unit. Pastoran and Basiji are not only joined by the Iranian Hezbollah, which has the new revolutionary leader Khamenei as its leader, but there is also, as spontaneously as systematically, one foundation after the other, called Staff or Foundation, committed to martyrdom actions as well as to the social question. Sedade Pasdasht Shohade Nazat Islami, Staff for the Martyrs Commemoration of the International Islamic Movement. Sedade Kamake Furi, Staff for Emergency Relief. Boniade. Mostasafin, Foundation of the Poor. Boniade Shahid, Foundation of the Martyrs. Boniade Maskan, Foundation of Housing. Jihad Sazindagi, Struggle for Construction. Boniade 15. Kordad, Foundation of June 5, 1963, in memory of Khomeini's exile, etc. Wahid Wandathag mentions that there was discussion of turning one of these non-governmental institutions, Jihad Sazindagi, into a ministry, and speaks of them as non-governmental foundations only in appearance. In this way, he wants to make clear how much they formed the institutional backbone of the state from the very first hour, since he invokes a concept of the totalitarian that means the complete nationalization of society and not, as in Newman and Arendt, the transformation of the state into a formlessness that could no longer be grasped as a state. David Menashri's analysis initially captures the peculiarity of this process more precisely, for in it the groups and institutions are conceived from their origin as originally spontaneous, semi-autonomous, and as centers of power in their own right. However, Menashri's investigation also does not simply boil down to the fact that they were brought under greater government control in the 1980s. He fails to answer the question of what governmental control can mean in this context other than the total rule as characterized by Hannah Arendt. A continuous movement virtually opposed to the state order, in which the actual center of power can be shifted again and again, transferred to a different group or instance in each case, without necessarily dissolving the organizations thus disempowered. If Menashri goes only a little deeper into the political processes, he confirms, against his thesis of a growing government control power, the existence of such a total movement, for example when he describes Khomeini's role at the end of the 1980s. Khomeini has not unequivocally endorsed one or the other. In his most heart, he probably supports the more radical view as he did over the war, but the exigencies of the present situation dictate otherwise. This meant supporting the more pragmatist leaders such as Rafsanjani and Khamenei rather than radicals such as Mousavi. But when Mousavi was under real pressure, Khomeini came to his rescue. Quote, end. The false concept of totalitarianism to which historians and political scientists adhere repeatedly leads them away from the correct analyses that they can conclusively conduct on the material. For example, Menashri wants to identify an entrenched hierarchy and keeps looking for Iran's most powerful man after Khomeini. He finds him at the end of his 1990 study in Rafsanjani, notes with relief that the pragmatic interests of the state have now clearly gained the upper hand over the radical philosophy of the revolution, and hopes that Khomeini's death will reshuffle the cards. But at least he leaves the paradox. The greater the deviations from revolutionary dogma and the concomitant adaptability to new realities, the greater is the likelihood for the Islamic regime to continue. Quote, end. The competencies of the authorities, commissions, councils, etc., traditionally regarded as governmental, hardly overlap in the real existing Islamic Republic any differently than in the non-existing Palestinian state the numerous and boundless secret services, party and army factions, so that there can be no uniformity in the division of powers, but rather agreement on decision-making power can only ever be reached on an ad hoc and personal basis. What the will of Allah is must first be proven in the direct confrontations between the individual leaders and their rackets. The spiritual leader is closest to this will, but the way he governs is also the most obscure. He says, as Khomeini did in 1988, in our country the law should follow Islamic doctrine. However, if necessary, priority will be given to government decision over doctrine. Quote, end. What is necessary, however, remains an open question, because there is a permanent state of emergency in which the political gangs are required to constantly rearrange themselves. Under the spiritual leader there are not only the President and the Islamic Assembly Council, the actual parliament and the state ministry, but also the Guardian Council, the Assembly for the Recognition of System Interests, the Supreme Council of National Security, the Expert Council, the Executive Committee of Elections and the Central Observation Commission. Just as, in addition to the individual ministries, there are 23 permanent commissions, namely for the revolutionary institutions, for the investigation of the laws of the Revolutionary Council and the laws before the revolution, etc. What trades here as investigation, observation, detection, etc., can be nothing but rivalry between groups as long as there is no abstract law based on equality to which any control must refer. In the Islamic constitutional state, as this behemoth, washed in all the waters of democratic jargon, labels itself, the separation of powers is only the appearance behind which the real dissociation of the monopoly on the use of force is concealed. As under National Socialism, the fragmentation of jurisdiction, Newman, is symptomatic of this. In the Islamic Republic, the Supreme Court, the civil courts, and the criminal courts are undermined from the outset by the special courts. In each case, the revolutionary courts, the jurisdiction of the Revolutionary Guards and the Basiji, the court for the justice of the bureaucracy, the special court for the clergy, the press courts, etc. function independently alongside the military courts. What Otto Kirchheimer described, quite similarly to Franz Neumann, for the legal system of National Socialism, acquires constitutional status in the Islamic Republic. The general legal bond to a generally applicable civil law disappears, and thus an outsourced instance is dispensed with, to whose authority a group member, in the face of an unjust group decision, is really able to turn. The community ideology deprives the group member of the right to appeal to an outside authority that could provide balance within the group. Carl Schmitt wrote in this sense that in a people stratified according to estates, by which he meant, precisely in fascist jargon, the rackets of the Volksgemeinschaft, a plurality of orders always prevailed, each of which had to form its own jurisdiction of estates. Thus, it is by no means only in an emergency, i.e. in the great crisis of the state, that the claim to absoluteness of the divine will, which strikes out to restore unity, then, after all, one could speak of a real constitutional state and a real separation of powers. Rather, in every small political decision of everyday life, rule is already at stake, and it is precisely here that the state of exception reigns, which allows everything. At any time, the immediate threat, the use of force, which is not delayed and broken by any law merely disguised as law by the Sharia, can tip the scales in conflicts, just as an unveiled woman or a homosexual couple must constantly expect to be attacked and beaten on the open street by a more or less randomly present commando of the guardians of virtue. It always depends only on who, which gang, which rectangle, is on the spot and has the necessary force, armed with this claim to absoluteness of the divine will, to assert itself in any question, in any conflict. The unbroken position of the Basiji in the Islamic Republic of Iran can be seen as another indicator of the special nature of the newer theocracies. For this storm division is apparently as much to be disempowered as it is to dissolve the oil monopoly that directly or indirectly finances it. Whereas the early disempowerment of the SA in the Nazi state was the condition for swiftly carrying through industrial rearmament and for not deterring the Wehrmacht from collaborating in annihilation, conversely, the further expansion of Basiji power shows that the returns from the oil business permit an entirely different political economy of the rackets. Instead of industrial armament and huge military apparatuses, martyr brigades and suicide bombers, albeit en masse, and a single bomb suffice for the new divine judgment of total war. It is the return of the werewolf romanticism in Islamic guise, to which the dream of the wonder weapon also belongs. Accordingly, the Islamic unstate is also capitalist and anti-capitalist, authoritarian and anti-authoritarian at the same time, but it is so in a different way. Its position with respect to private property in the means of production is changed insofar as this private property exists only to a limited extent in the form of industrialized relations of production. The general law and the modern terms of contract have also disappeared here. As far as the Sharia rules, the arbitrary measures of the Rex and the community ideology make use of a medieval, feudal terminology, but all this is not so much aimed at the labor relation as at its immediate precondition on the side of the subject, the individual reproduction in the family. Hitler's Germany, for example, after the annexation of Austria, saw to it that church and state were separated in this country, which had just been characterized by clerical fascism. Secularized marriage laws now made divorce possible here, too, independently of church rights, a measure which, incidentally, on the surface seems to suggest that it is better to call today's Islamic-dominated states clerical fascist than to relate them to National Socialism. However, this measure, like everything that National Socialism is so fond of crediting as an achievement, served only to execute the Nuremberg laws. Thus, secularization of German provenance once meant the most perfidious emancipation of women imaginable. Otto Kirchheimer pointed out the legal betterment of women under National Socialism, which became noticeable, for example, in a rapidly increasing divorce rate, by emphasizing the unconditional purpose of such emancipation. Every woman becomes an official instrument of procreation, marriage a business relationship whose success or failure is measured by the production of soldiers and future mothers who meet the physical and intellectual requirements of the Third Reich. Finally, German women were able to gain their new sense of self-worth in industrial work as deputies for men removed for extermination and in the countryside as peasant commanders over the displaced forced laborers, which was then echoed by their daughters in the German women's movement. The repressed or revised secularization in the Islamic-dominated countries of today, on the other hand, corresponds to a condition in which the compulsion to work seems to be concentrated again on the domestic sphere, and in this restricted sense the woman is ostensibly demanded as a voluntary forced laborer, for which the headscarf stands. It is, however, forced labor in the reproduction of what is no longer needed labor power. Reproduced is in the ideal case of the Islamists also not the labor power, but the power for martyr operations. That is why reproduction is made a public matter and the subject of propaganda. The woman is put in the center and targeted, becomes an institution, because it is she who provides the martyrs for the unstate. And should the women, especially in the families in private, have already won a free space for development, also against the domestic forced labor, at some point and have taken off the headscarf, as once in parts of the Iranian society, the pressure exerted on them by the rackets in public is all the greater. See the contribution by Fathia Nagibzadeh, who clearly points out this contradiction, that here, in contrast to Saudi Arabian society, traditional and bourgeois forms of family and private life can offer protection from the otherwise omnipresent coercion of the mullahs, which results from the production of martyrs and to which women are defenseless in public. In fact, sexuality is not simply condemned under Sharia law either, as long as the woman apparently submits and openly lived homosexuality is shunned. There is even a fetishism of potency. The almost only possibility that a woman may divorce is the impotence of the man. As far as one can speak of asceticism in Islam at all, it is of a psychotic nature, as it were. Every need is not limited by neurotic thriftiness, but is beset by the preparation for self-sacrifice in the jihad. This can be seen just as much in the clothing regulations that are effective in everyday life as in the bizarre video clips of the martyrs or the outlandish testament of Muhammad Atta. The male body, consecrated to death or already dead, may not be touched by women. The bodies of women are to be withdrawn from the gaze of men. The asceticism of Protestant Christians, on the other hand, knows mediation and thus rationality. It is a matter of restricting oneself in the satisfaction of needs so that the God-given purpose of capital accumulation can be taken into account. Therefore, it took a separate political movement and the large nationally oriented organizations for this rationality to completely give way in the crisis of heroic death lust, and for asceticism in the Volksgemeinschaft to become the psychotically acted-out delusion of collective self-sacrifice. The psychotic asceticism in Islam was never intended to contribute to the accumulation of capital, but always only to accept the lack of accumulation as God willed. The individual would rather be nothing than question God, who has imposed the lack on him. Thus, without the need for politicization, he immediately becomes the individual carrier of collective narcissism. Homosexuals are therefore persecuted in a completely different way than under National Socialism, which made them disappear in the camps with the silent consent of the Volksgenosse, one of which did not bear the motto "Work makes you free by chance." In the Islamic societies of the present day, they are preferentially executed in public, as are all those who act contrary to the imposed order of the sexes, at which the mob is supposed to become intoxicated. On the other hand, murder and manslaughter often carry neither the death penalty nor imprisonment, but compensation payments. The libe that is injured and killed is not the point. Human beings are treated demonstratively, as if there were no commodity labor power. The human body is therefore nothing. Human rights, which, like all emancipation up to now, owe themselves to the commodity labor power, can be taken back. This is what is on display here, particularly memorable when people are hanged from construction cranes, as is the preferred practice in the Islamic Republic of Iran. If now the post-Nazi consciousness is distinctly hostile to the Muslims as a whole, as far as they want to settle and live in their own country and in their own Großraum, then one has to do here with a hatred in agreement, on which the critique of political economy can throw some light. While the Nazi state had the commodity of labor power absorbed into labor for the purpose of destruction, Islam is already fixed in its calculation that labor power, which becomes a commodity, is politically meaningless. Thus, labor assumed an ideal significance for the folkish state. That is, its permanent invocation is indispensable here and is understood as a service to the community, as an everyday form of sacrifice that was supposed to attune to annihilation. In Islam, on the other hand, it was and is not an issue. The Ummah community is based on sacrifice without labor, and the forms in which it prepares for annihilation are familial. It is precisely this difference that then enables the post-Nazi friends of Nazism to appear as critics of Islam, and creates the appearance that they are arguing in the spirit of the Enlightenment, of civilization against barbarism and regressiveness. But they argue only in the sense of Alfred Rosenberg, who, on the one hand, warned against the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem as the completion of the counter-race, and, on the other hand, sensed the great rival in the fanatical spirit of Muhammad, who could possibly incite the races against National Socialism. Their sexual morality, which makes them revile Muhammad and the Muslims, is also actually repressive in a different way than that of the reviled. They calculate the value of the commodity labor power for destruction as well as for production. They fetishize labor itself in this double sense, and that is why they perceive as hostile in Islam everything that contradicts their work ethos. That is to say, in this way, these false enemies of Islam can perceive Muslims as a political opponent in the first place, as a power hostile to them in their own country, and they really do perceive it as a political entity, that is, as a formed collective and thus as a constantly growing competitor to their own identity, a problem they do not have, for example, with blacks, for these are not accorded identity at all. They personify what appears to be the chaotic diversity of nature, which always rises like a dragon's seed, while in Muslims the unity in faith beyond their racial affiliation is already perceived as the threatening thing. Non-Islamic immigrants are persecuted with the usual racist accusations. In the case of Muslims, that political dimension is added. One defends the creative capital, not only from the onslaught of people who are regarded as at least second-class human beings, who are feared as displaced, naturalistic beings, but at the same time from the onslaught of a religion that is feared because it can triumph worldwide without any creative capital of its own and without a Nazi past, and which, nevertheless, with the best will in the world cannot be accused of being an instrument of the world conspiracy of Judaism. Thus, the post-Nazi consciousness returns to the Grossraum theory, which now, however, no longer turns into the aspiration to world domination as it did in the National Socialist ideology and practice. Rather, one wishes Islam victorious there, in the other Grossraum, where it is a matter of destroying Judaism in its state, but wants it the less in one's own Grossraum. The hatred of Muslims is thus limited in itself and cannot be put on the same level as world conspiracy theories aimed at Judaism, as the talk of Islamophobia implies. Only that hatred in post-Nazi societies always appears together with these world conspiracy theories. For the consciousness that is loyal to National Socialism, production is ultimately only the means to an end, the creative capital only the starting point to destroy the grabbing, the total enemy that presents itself to it again and again in the world conspiracy of Judaism. A distinction is made between productive achievements and heinous crimes of National Socialist modernization only because the apology of annihilation has become the transcendental subject that must be able to accompany every thought here, and so pride in the greatest achievement is always accompanied by pride in the greatest crime. In the Austrian election campaign for the European elections of 2009, the Freedom Party demanded that there should be no EU accession for Turkey and Israel. Significantly, therefore, when the Austrian Freedom Party speaks out against the Islamization of Europe, it does not profess its allegiance to the West, but to the Occident. Occident in Christian hands, the invocation of the West would make America the focal point as well as recall that there was a Western front for the National Socialist Reich. The designation Abendland, on the other hand, has served since German Romanticism to deny the significance of the American Revolution, and it achieved its greatest popularity in the last phase of National Socialism, which was directed toward the unification of Europe under the sign of the extermination of the Jews, in order to identify Germany and Austria immediately thereafter as the heart of European humanism. Spengler's incantation of the decline of the West was already ambiguous. A warning of decadence and a barely concealed wish that Judeo-Christian civilization would finally come to an end. Where today the mouthpieces of civil society use the term freedom of religion to court Islam of all things, the only religion that is not only unable to achieve the internalization and privatization of faith that turns a confession into a denomination, but aggressively refuses to do so. Spenglerian doom-mongering once again prevails, poorly disguised with the claim that they are defending a basic civil right, because it is precisely this right that Islam uses to establish its counter society in accordance with the law. The obvious need for self-orientation of the Occident must be countered by the fact that no defense of the West can do without a defense of the Occident, because Western secularism and the internalization of faith as a private matter for the individual have been achievements of the great Western religions, which Islam, for which profession of faith and barbaric deed coincide, declares war on. This is precisely why criticism of Islam is not a variant of criticism of religion, but a defense of Judeo-Christian thought and life against a form of confession that has not yet managed to become theology, i.e. to elevate its own nature to an object of reflection and criticism. The debates currently being conducted by the political mainstream on the future social treatment of Islam and its followers make one thing clear time and again. The left is, increasingly categorically, not open to criticism of religion in the sense of Marx, Freud, and Adorno. The real left is divided into two camps. On the one hand, there are those who, in the name of anti-racism, cannot get comfortable enough with the practice of Islam, whereby the Islamophilia on display corresponds to a pronounced anti-Christian resentment that suggests a good deal of self-hatred. On the other side, and this also includes the so-called left-wing anti-Germans, are village atheists, for whom secularism is the most advanced form of secular separation of state and religion, i.e. one that has yet to be realized, especially in Germany. This means a consequent equal treatment and thus also equalization of all religions and their symbols, whether one values the Abrahamic religions equally in principle, for whatever, against the background of Lessing's completely misunderstood ring parable, or rather rejects them equally in principle as obsessive neurosis, superstition, expression of black pedagogy, etc. According to this camp, practical criticism of Islam, such as bans on headscarves in schools and public authorities, would only be tolerated or welcomed if the cross and kippah were also removed from the relevant rooms, if the state cleared up the remnants of the privileged status of Christianity, i.e. stopped collecting church tax, denied the churches the status of public corporations, removed their representatives from advisory boards and committees of broadcasters, etc. Conservatives and right-wingers or right-wing populists, on the other hand, are accused by those same left-wingers and especially left-wing anti-Germans of two opposing tendencies, which in reality are marginal here and instead are mainly found among currently marginalized Nazis. The outward use of enlightened criticism of Islam for vile xenophobic racism and a love-hate relationship with Islam, which is fed by Islam envy, i.e. from the assumption that the Islamist world is not a right-wing populist, i.e. from the assumption that in Islam there is still authentic religiosity or an intact gender relationship that is trivialized as conservative, that Muslims still have something like a healthy cultural identity and that they are, as Nietzsche was wrong in Antichrist, who did not recognize their penis envy real men, uninhibited by a Christian conscience that is effeminate. Or in Hitler's words, if Karl Martel had not won at Poitiers, if we had already taken the Jewish world upon ourselves, Christianity is such a vapid thing, we would much sooner still have adopted Mohammedanism, this doctrine of the rewards of heroism. The fighter alone has the seventh heaven. The Germanic tribes would have conquered the world with it. We were only prevented from doing so by Christianity. The current hegemonic conservative criticism of Islam by the CSU and the official AfD in the debates they have recently initiated. Islam does not belong to Germany. Headscarf ban for schoolgirls and compulsory crosses in Bavarian offices has nothing to do with either of these tendencies. The practical result, the effect of such measures, however justified and motivated, would initially only be a self-confident and unmistakable state privileging of Christianity, and incidentally also Judaism, against Islam. An unequal treatment of religions that simply does not allow Islamic patriarchalism, contempt for humanity and hostility towards life to pass as an expression of religiosity that could benefit from religious freedom. Objectively, such measures would be a defense of the West and its achievements, which could at least be perceived as a defense of the Occident. For example, the Bavarian State Cabinet's decision to require a cross to be displayed in every public authority in the state from June 2018 was justified by the fact that this is intended to express Bavaria's historical and cultural character, and be a visible commitment to the fundamental values of the legal and social order. In view of certain formulations, one can of course smile at Bavarian local patriotism, and of course the affirmative reference to homeland, without which Islam-critical initiatives from the conservative camp generally rarely get by, is worthy of criticism. However, it is not the job of critics to complacently and pettily criticize a fundamentally reasonable view of things, which the left-wing establishment is in any case, and as expected, covering with malice. Yet Soter, for example, was not just a feast for the left's individualistic hedonistic vulgar atheism. Even from the other side, i.e. the decidedly Christian side, he was accused by liberals such as Lindner and church representatives such as Cardinal Marx of profanation of the Christian cross. When Cardinal Marx goes so far as to claim that Soter's decree and not Islam, to which the decree is a reaction, has triggered division, unrest, conflict, this only shows how much even the Catholic Church, despite all the pretended warnings against a politicization of religion, and in self-betrayal, has already become a constructive part of the political left-wing cartel, which, according to the Emnet survey, is in agreement with the majority of the German population when it comes to rejecting the cross. They are united in their repression of both the profane meaning of the cross and the sacred meaning of the civil legal order. there may once have been reasonable objections to the concept of the Christian Jewish West. For one thing, Christian Jewish assumes a historical harmony that eschematizes the history of Christian anti-Judaism, which is why even today witty polemicists like to point out that the hyphen should basically be read as a minus sign, i.e. Christian minus Jewish. On the other hand, the term Occident does not do justice to the secularization that characterizes bourgeois society, and Christian dominance cannot be identity-forming for bourgeois non-denominational Christians and Christmas tree Christians. In contrast, the concept of the West had the advantage of emphasizing liberalism and the American pursuit of individual happiness more strongly, thus also conveying an objection to anti-Semitism and religious and other collectivism, which is why it also enjoyed some popularity among ideological critics. In the meantime, however, West has degenerated into a cipher for what post-bourgeois society considers to be the most progressive and liberal, and in which it also believes it has learned the right lessons from Auschwitz, anti-racism and religious freedom. This leads to the actually paradoxical situation that the anti-civil Islamization of Western European societies is taking place under the guise of defending civility, which is why even where this development is not welcomed but rejected, something like a paralyzed fatalism prevails, expressed in self-tormenting phrases, such as what sense a consequent fight against Islam would have at all if one had to curtail freedom rights, i.e. deprive oneself of one's own Western and liberal identity. In reality, there would be nothing historically or logically contradictory in the relationship between practical criticism of Islam and consequent defense of the bourgeoisie if we finally became aware, again, of the decidedly Occidental character of the bourgeoisie. Nowadays, Marxist ideological criticism therefore has the task of helping the conservative declaration of war against Islam, whose representatives, in contrast to the left-wing camp, are proving to be responsive in principle to get off the ground. In Soder's speech about the basic values of the legal and social order, symbolized by the cross, there are only faint echoes of what the Western myth of post-war conservatism had a comparatively clear idea of at the time. Theodore Heuss, for example, declared in 1950, "There are three hills from which the West originated, Golgotha, the Acropolis in Athens, the capital in Rome. The West was spiritually formed from all of them, and all three must be seen as a unit." Soder could also have referred much more topically to Pope Benedict XVI's speech in the German Bundestag on September 22, 2011. Ratzinger said, "The culture of Europe emerged from the encounter between Jerusalem, Athens, and Rome, from the encounter between Israel's faith in God, the philosophical reason of the Greeks, and the legal thinking of Rome. This threefold encounter forms the inner identity of Europe. It is true that every myth involves transfiguration and idealization, which require self-enlightenment. In this case, however, it seems more likely that the connection between civility and Judaism or Christianity is much more compelling in terms of real history and concepts than most conservatives and even faithful Christians ever realized. There is, in fact, something like a transhistorical cultural dispositive of the Occident, the concrete determinations of which emerge clearly, especially in differentiation from the Islamic Orient. This concerns above all, both individually and in mutual interdependence, the sphere of law and the sphere of the regulation of instinct as a civilizing de-threatening of gender relations. In short, Sharia law recognizes neither the ideal of legal certainty and a mediated monopoly on the use of force nor the concept of passive individual rights, which basically means that Islam and an emphatic concept of law are categorically mutually exclusive. In terms of sexual politics, Islam does not hold men responsible for the denial of male drives, it does not know sublimation, as the West does keywords, Odysseus myth and Sermon on the Mount, but rather women whose over-sexualizing desexualization results from serving the husband as an object of drive discharge and being sexually invisible to all other men. Islamic hostility to the law and sexuality dispositive are condensed in the headscarf as both a means of domination that inscribes itself into women's bodies and a double symbol, a sign of the phallocentric patriarchal gender relationship itself and the Islamizing appropriation of public space, an aggressive declaration of war on all unveiled women and a visible establishment of counter-sovereignty. It is performatively absurd and therefore doomed to failure to want to educate girls and boys of autochthonous and migrant origin to become modern citizens in a space in which the veiling of girls is tolerated. Such toleration is not state neutrality, but its opposite, taking sides against those girls and betraying their civil rights, thus bourgeois self-dismantling. From a historical perspective, the development of a bourgeois social sphere and the emergence of philosophical monism and Jewish monotheism in Greek antiquity in the 5th century BC are phenomena whose simultaneous appearance is anything but contingent. There is much to suggest that the latter has its material basis in the former. The experience of the money-mediated exchange of goods, i.e. that all individual commodities created by humans are regulated and circulate via a principle, a one, be it gold, silver, or coinage, may have prompted the question as to whether all natural things, including humans, are to some extent traceable to a principle to which they owe their existence and inner connection. In the midst of a world of polytheistic myths, Aristotle thus suddenly and abruptly, from a purely intellectual historical point of view, philosophically arrives at the one unmoved mover of all beings, and the Jews religiously arrive at the one creator God. Even the later Christian Trinity is not a softening of or a violation of monotheism, but rather, precisely in its mysteriousness and mysticism, should be an adequate and plausible expression of the sensed but incomprehensible Trinity in the constitution of exchange value, i.e. God 1. Abstraction of value equals Holy Spirit. 2. Sovereignty setting the right of exchange and exercising sovereign control over the monetary commodity equals Father. And 3. The coin itself as an abstraction that has become sensual equals Son made flesh, sensual supersensual thing. Insofar as the money-mediated exchange of equivalents, the comparison of unequals, not only indirectly provides the experiential background for Aristotle's considerations, but as such forms the object of analysis, Aristotle reflects on the necessary legal equality of the exchangers as exchangers, i.e. an equality that, as a rejection of the social rank of the persons, is at the same time limited to the act of exchange itself. In contrast, Judaism develops an idea that transcends the immediate reality of the exchange of equivalents. Just as money, as a monetary commodity or coin, in foreign trade basically represents a universal principle of international understanding. In contrast to predatory warfare, the Jewish monotheistically conceived God no longer functions as a particular tribal god of the Jews, but as the God of all people, before whom and whose law all people are in principle equal, synonymous with the idea of an undivided humanity and the likeness to God of each individual person, whose life is therefore sacred. Thus the law, covenant, and treaty conveyed through the exodus of the Hebrews from Egypt always refer to a fundamental objection to the institution of slavery, indeed to the rule of man over man in general. Regardless of the specific content of the Jewish law, which anticipates later bourgeois legal principles of modernity in essential questions, the relationship to sovereignty, law, and order is embedded in a theory of the messianic, making it both affirmative and critical at the same time. On the one hand, the law as such and in its content is an expression of the unreconciled state of humanity with itself, God and nature, and guarantees, quasi as a compromise, the best possible life, bearing in mind precisely this general irreconcilability. In the reconciled state, on the other hand, the law would be superfluous or abolished as an external and literal law that has been realized and internalized by human beings according to its spirit. Incidentally, Marx conceives of the transitional society between capitalism and communism to be established by a revolutionary act according to this pattern, in which the bourgeois legal form initially continues to exist under new property relations, i.e. on the basis of socialized means of production, just as the products are distributed by means of money like labor money, until the legal, commodity, and monetary forms have become completely superfluous. While early primitive Christianity considered the Messianic time to have come with the first appearance of Jesus and therefore proselytized the Gentiles and softened the Jewish law in its sacramental unity because it had already been realized, the later, socially victorious Christianity was left with nothing in view of the delay in the parousia, that is, the obvious absence of the second appearance of Jesus, and thus the world that was still not completely redeemed, the later socially victorious Christianity had no choice but to re-establish the law in the form of canon law, which, historically mediated, now represents a syncretism of Jewish and Republican Roman law. From a purely theological point of view, it may favor an inferiority complex towards the original religion, which then translates into anti-Jewish resentment, to wait for the second appearance of the Messiah instead of waiting for the first, like the religious original, and thus to weaken the significance of the death on the cross, even to profane it in its legal necessity. In terms of human history, however, it is this theological construction that compensates for the error of the near expectation of salvation, with which Christianity first Judaized, i.e. civilized, the Greek and Roman pagans, and then the European barbarians, from which a Christian self-confidence enabling freedom from resentment towards the Jews could have been drawn. In any case, it will be part of the irony of the later bourgeois revolutions that they were launched against religion, the Catholic Church, and the clergy as allies of the nobility, and appear as secularization, while they de facto enthroned canonical canon law, which until then had been developed and practiced in the shadow of secular European pagan customary law, as secular bourgeois law in the first place, the exchange-mediated equality of all citizens before the law, the replacement of corporal punishment based on the ius talionis with punishment based on the principle of equivalence, the separation of powers inspired by the doctrine of the Trinity, mitigation of punishment based on confession, i.e. confession, and repentance, etc. and so on. If Islam, and not just Islamism, is to be criticized, then please do so in the spirit of Karl Marx's materialist critique of religion, as is regularly said from the left, whereby the reference is systematically reduced to crude atheism. Marx, on the other hand, distinguishes political from human emancipation in one of his best texts on the Jewish question. Against Bruno Bauer, who argues that the Jews must emancipate themselves from Judaism in order to become fully fledged citizens, Marx defines political emancipation as the emancipation of the state from religion, which means the abolition of Christianity as the state religion and the degradation of every religion to the private quirk of the individual citizen, whereby Judaism and Christianity become equally valid to the bourgeois state in several senses of the word. The liberation of the individual from religion as a private shrine or of society from Judaism, a phrase often misinterpreted as anti-Semitism, is only a matter of human emancipation. In this context in particular, however, it should be made clear that the often circulated statement from the introduction to Hegel's Critique of the Philosophy of Right, according to which the critique of religion is the prerequisite for all critique, i.e. that one should work one's way from the critique of religion to the critique of law, the state and capital, applies at best to political emancipation. For human emancipation, the reverse is more true. Because religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the consolation of desolate conditions, the illusion about conditions that require illusion, the critique of religion as a practical critique of capital aims to create a reality that no longer oppresses the creature and therefore eliminates the sighing from the world. An atheistic critique of religion, on the other hand, which plucks religion apart as a flower on a chain so that man can endure his enslavement without illusion, is, according to Marx, contempt for humanity that has nothing to do with emancipation. Adorno also thinks in orthodox Marxist terms when he establishes a kind of messianic materialism in negative dialectics. Materialism agrees with theology where it is most materialistic. Its longing would be the resurrection of the flesh. The vanishing point of historical materialism would be its own sublation, the liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. Only when the bodily urge is satisfied would the spirit be reconciled and become what it only promises as long as it refuses to satisfy material needs under the spell of material conditions. Ideological criticism, whose vanishing point is always communism, even and especially when it is not confessionalized in the face of disguised practice, is thus a secularizing translation, if you will, of Judeo-Christian messianism. In other words, an approach that could hardly be more occidental in its substance. At the time, Marx brought the USA into play as the country that had most progressively realized the political emancipation of the state from religion. The American Declaration of Independence should be examined in more detail, because its preamble contains an explicit theological reference, and this is no contradiction which is also doubly constitutive. Firstly, in general, for the self-understanding of civil law in general, and secondly, in particular, for the attempt to legitimize the breach of law of political resistance against the mother country with the law of the mother country, a law, however, before which positive law and its interpretation in both nations has to justify itself. The decisive first sentences of the founding charter of the USA of July 4, 1776, which was largely written by Jefferson, certainly go like this: "We hold these truths to be established, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments have been instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, founded on such principles, and constituted with such power and authority, as to them shall seem most proper for preserving their safety and happiness." The level of self-reflection in these statements is remarkable. The following points should be emphasized. Firstly, there are such things as inalienable positive basic rights that all people, as individuals who are equal to one another, are entitled to: life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. These rights come from God. Secondly, but since God himself does not provide the earthly assurance of these rights, secular, i.e. state power is required to enforce them, which points to the paradox or the friendly illusion of the historically later declared human rights, problematized by Marx in the Jewish question, later prominently again by Hannah Arendt, namely that, on the one hand, fundamental rights go beyond mere civil rights in terms of the idea, because they are supposed to apply to all people regardless of their nationality, but on the other hand are practically worthless if there is no sovereign who declares himself responsible, from which it follows: those who have civil rights do not need human rights. Thirdly, although secular power should derive its legitimacy from the consent of the governed, the right of resistance has nothing to do with a formally opposing majority will or voluntarism in general, because a resistant will of the people is only legally compliant if the government systematically violates inalienable fundamental rights, which legally excludes content-indifferent majority dictatorships against minorities, and in this respect sets itself apart from any formalistic democracy and electoral law drivel. Fourthly, the idea that positive law itself could be, or should be, legally founded in a higher law that is transcendent to itself and to human arbitrariness, is quite old and was negotiated under the concept of natural law. However, since social rights can hardly be derived from nature as such, the theological interpretation refers to God, who after all also created nature itself. Of course, one could now say that citizens make use of this construction of God and increasingly secularize him as a placeholder and guarantor of civic reason. On the other hand, the Judeo-Christian God has always potentially been this, and the bourgeoisification of humanity, however imperfect and fragile, is therefore also its Judaization or Christianization. If a historical dialectic of Catholicism, Judaism, and Greco-Roman antiquity unfolds in the formation of canon law, to put it in a nutshell, the legal philosophical reflections of modern constitutional states arise from the entangled relationship between Catholicism and Protestantism. As a persecuted minority, Protestants seeking protection from Catholic persecution brought with them a fundamental willingness to submit to the secular law of protecting princes, which required them to theologically underpin the separation of secular politics and religion that had always existed in Christianity. On the other hand, sects that break away from established institutions often tend to have comparatively democratic internal structures, so that Protestant groups in particular, where they were among the first to establish political communities, as in the USA, transferred their quasi-inner civic nature into politics, a connection that goes beyond the fact that the authors of the American Declaration of Independence were devout Protestants and also beyond the compatibility of Protestant beliefs and capitalist imperatives, keyword, work ethic, established by Weber. That is why the special, positive civil right of religious freedom together with the associated idea of religious tolerance is genuinely Protestant. In its historical and political origins, it was a protective right against the Catholic Church, and tolerance was first and foremost granted to competing Protestant sections. Even if religious freedom became more and more generalized in the course of civil progress, the concept of religion itself, i.e. what was to be understood by religion in general, always had a Protestant tinge, religion as primarily a belief and inner attitude that did not essentially take place in external actions that could conflict with civil law. And even ritual and ceremonial religions such as Catholicism and Judaism could be assumed that practices such as confession or the observance of dietary laws did not represent a challenge to secular civic sovereignty. In other words, private freedom of faith, public freedom of confession, and private and public freedom to practice religion are comparatively unproblematic in a process that can be described as the bourgeoisification of religion or the Christianization/Judaization of society, despite all the contradictions and social struggles. This is why there has never been a specifically religiously based Judeo-Christian contempt for women, which was to be enforced against bourgeois society in the name of religious freedom. In relevant areas, the ancient church was no more patriarchal than society as a whole, and the later overcoming of patriarchy ultimately also encompassed the Western religions, more or less sluggishly and smoothly. It is therefore more than strange that the members of the left-wing cartel justify Islamic patriarchalism, which puts the old Western patriarchy in the shade, where they do not justify it in anti-racist terms, with the Western concepts and ideas of religious freedom, secularism, and that the only socially perceptible civic resistance to the obvious Islamization is formulated from the right, just as the best speeches against anti-Semitism and Islam and for Israel are given by politicians such as Geert Wilders. In contrast to the self-proclaimed sovereignist Orban, with whom he has made common cause for some time now, Geert Wilders still seems at times to base his political demands on the tradition of Western sovereignty. Affinity with such a concept of Western politics may also have prompted Geert Wilders, for example, not to accept the invitation to a pan-European meeting of right-wing populist parties organized by the FP in Vienna, and not to sign the Jerusalem Declaration of the FP, Vlaams-Belang, Sweden Democrats, Danish People's Party, Italian Lega Nord, Slovakian SNS, and German Civil Rights Party. In an interview with the Swiss weekly Weltwoche, August 2017, shortly before the elections in the Netherlands, he argued in favor of banning the Quran by equating the book with Hitler's Mein Kampf. He could even have invoked Churchill here. And when he calls for mosques to be closed, he does so on the grounds that Islam is not a religion but an ideology. At the same time, however, he avoids the problem that this ideology is considered a religion and must also be considered a religion according to the rule of law. This is why the Quran differs from Hitler's book in terms of how the danger it poses is organized, and therein lies a danger that Mein Kampf can hardly achieve today, except as one of the many components of jihadist propaganda. Just as this propaganda presupposes National Socialism, the essentially asymmetrical Holy War already begins with the dissolution of state unity, into which the striving for economic self-sufficiency in National Socialist Germany had politically turned in order to bring its war of extermination against the Jews to an end. Wilders, on the other hand, sees salvation, if not in economic self-sufficiency, then in political isolation. referring to a study by Amsterdam University, according to which 10% of Muslims in the Netherlands are prepared to resort to violence for their religion. He calculates that this figure of around 100,000 people is twice as high as the number of Dutch soldiers. But he only uses this to justify isolationism. Africa's population is exploding. By the end of this century, that billion will have quadrupled. For billion people, according to a UN study, a third of them want to emigrate to Europe. Anyone who takes the lives of our children and grandchildren seriously must therefore guard the borders. The entire detailed discussion in Weltwoche acts as if foreign policy no longer exists. The conjured-up life of our children and grandchildren is merely the emotional expression of the fact that from now on, the options of a hegemonic foreign policy in the spirit of the West are to be kept completely silent. Wilders and his European partners such as the AFD, FN and FP believe they are in line with the former president of the USA, from whose electoral success they also want to profit. And the media that turn against them cannot assert this transatlantic identity of the right-wing populists often enough. However, the isolationist card that Trump played during the election campaign and continues to play despite the missile strike against Assad's regime in Syria is a different game to the one we know from Europe, at least from a historical point of view, as are the alleged efforts to achieve self-sufficiency. While the propagation of such aspirations can in principle serve the USA to reposition itself as a hegemon or even just to exert pressure on allies, at least in the heart of Europe it only ever points to an inner kinship with jihad, which outwardly takes appeasement into account either as an active one, as in the anti-Zionist expressions of solidarity of the left, or as a passive one which, apart from unacknowledged sympathy, automatically results from the general withdrawal of the right from foreign policy. However, as the isolationists of the 1930s such as Lindbergh showed and as some developments among Democrats on the one hand and Republicans on the other today reveal, the USA is not necessarily immune to this either. The condition that they are is simply that they do not want a closed trading state, ficta, no matter how big it is. That is why the "again" in the slogan "Make America Great Again" still inspires a certain amount of confidence. Although I am certainly of the opinion that measures such as more restrictive border controls, deportation of certain groups of people, a return to the individual right to asylum in combination with immigration according to criteria, video surveillance, border bollards at Christmas markets, making intelligence and police work more effective and the like, let's say, right-wing populist issues could also be discussed soberly without automatically serving so-called Nazi discourses. I would like to emphasize this realpolitik proposal, the headscarf ban for schoolgirls or a headscarf ban in all state authorities. My arguments for this have always been more traditionally Republican, i.e. anti-racist and feminist in a reasonable sense, because this is about the civil rights of migrant women, which are violated by the headscarf in an individually practical and socially symbolic, aggressive and promotional way. Because it undermines and counteracts any education of native and migrant girls and boys to become sexually self-determined citizens. The headscarf on girls is tolerated during this instruction. Since the Islamist racket puts pressure not only on girls and women, but also on liberal fathers and mothers, my argument goes, a state ban would also support the right people in intra-Islamic struggles and not the wrong ones, as is the case now. Since the entire Islamic sexuality dispositive, including the concept of honor, is symbolically and practically condensed in the headscarf ban would be a first and decisive step towards dissolving the fatal connection between honor and shame, and thus also towards avoiding a specific identity crisis that manifests itself in specific crisis resolution strategies. I'm not saying that this would solve all problems overnight, I'm just saying that it would be the beginning of a long-term process of non-Islamist socialization, of dismantling a counter-society, and of making it clear where local society sees its own essential achievements. It is doubtful that the Hungarian attitude to the refugee issue is primarily based on a defense against anti-Semitism. However, pointing out that Judaism is lived much more openly and visibly in Eastern European countries than in Germany and that, unlike in Germany, Jewish institutions do not have to be under permanent police protection is in any case correct and particularly important in Germany, because the need for police protection for Jewish institutions is fatalistically accepted here as a reality that cannot be changed, i.e. it is no longer pursued as a goal, and it is discussed that this could be different in the future and how it could be made to be different, while at the same time acting as moralizers towards Eastern Europe. Following Trump's example with regard to Israel, i.e. freezing all funding for UNRWA or moving the embassy to Jerusalem, would indeed be the least that could be demanded if politicians' declarations of solidarity with Israel were to be taken seriously, as they would certainly have the power to take appropriate measures. The election success and Trump's policies are also driving the left among the Friends of Israel into a homemade identity crisis, the main symptoms of which are their hysterical commitment against right-wing populism and the denunciatory labeling of a Western ideological critique as right-wing that unwaveringly follows Marx, Freud, and Adorno. Against this madness, It should be noted that without a decidedly positive reference to the Western world with its Judeo-Christian connotations, no concept of bourgeoisie can be set against the self-destructive tendencies of post-bourgeois society, let alone anything even remotely communist. If, according to the political class, the lesson to be learned from the National Socialist orientalization of the West is to promote its repetition under the sign of Islam, then it is high time to lead the crusade that was neglected in 1933. It is debatable in what proportion stupidity, cowardice, ideological proximity to socialism, economic and geostrategic interests justify the Islamophilia that determines the corresponding domestic and foreign policies of the respective Western states. The condition of their possibility undoubtedly lies in this: a repression of reality and conceptual acrobatics that has been systematically pursued for decades by institutes of Oriental studies, Islamic and cultural studies faculties and gender studies under the sign of postmodernism has succeeded in achieving the almost unbelievable, namely to make a political stance capable of hegemony in the midst of the bourgeois intelligentsia, according to which trivializations and whitewashing of the obviously barbaric can be regarded as an expression of anti-racist and even feminist do-gooderism, while a consequent criticism of Islam based on civil rights is denounced as Islamophobia allegedly related to anti-Semitism. The former Social Democratic candidate for Chancellor and Finance Minister, later chairman of the Left Party, drew attention to himself in the winter of 2006 with the following statement: "There are overlaps between left-wing politics and the Islamic religion. Islam focuses on the community, which is at odds with the exaggerated individualism whose concept threatens to fail in the West. The second point of contact is that the devout Muslim is obliged to share. The left also wants the stronger to help the weaker. Thirdly, the prohibition of interest still plays a role in Islam, as it used to in Christianity. At a time when entire economies are plunging into crisis because ideas about returns have become completely absurd, there is reason for the left to engage in a dialogue with the Islamic world." Neues Deutschland, February 13, 06. The popular socialism of Lafontaine, like that of all opponents of globalization, has nothing to do with Karl Marx's critique of capitalism. It is neither a theoretical simplification or shortening of complex interrelationships nor a strategically necessary realpolitik reformist curtailment of the revolutionary goal. The propagated anti-individualist alms capitalism without interest and the world market is categorically not the preliminary stage of a stateless and classless world society, which has abolished private property as a barrier to individualism, Oscar Wilde, so that everyone can be different without fear, Adorno, or be valid, each according to his abilities, each according to his needs. Marx, but its opposite. Marx, but its opposite. Lafontaine's personal preference may be the already sufficiently disgusting Chavez dictatorship, but from the point of view of his socialist idea, no reasonable objection can be raised against its realization in the form of Stalinism, Islamism, or National Socialism, nor against the anti-Semitism that is not coincidentally constitutive of all these regimes, albeit with different consequences, once a positive reference has been made to the Christian ban on interest. Orthodox communists, on the other hand, after Auschwitz, in view of the history and present of the left and of bourgeois society, and precisely in order to preserve the revolutionary goal, are forced in theory and realpolitik to sing the praises of interest and defend civil rights. The attitude of wanting to abolish capital and the state because they stand in the way of a far-reaching realization of the promise of individual happiness preserved in interest and civil rights, among other things, is identical with the obligation to fight the anti-capitalist enemies of this promise both right and left. Western Islam apologetics has two particularly perfidious manifestations. On the one hand, the pseudo-enlightened egalitarianism of the three monotheistic religions, as advocated by the pro-religion apostles of tolerance and the village atheist haters of religion, who are nevertheless apparently so hostile to each other, under opposing signs, whether the former, with reference to Lessing's ring parable, conjure up an identical humanistic core of the religions, which is to be turned triologically against the respective fundamentalisms, whether the latter, in the face of an ominous return of religion, are relying on a secularism that may push back the cross, kippah, and headscarf in equal measure to protect the allegedly endangered species of non-denominational people. On the other hand, the uniqueness of phallocentrism, which is alien to Judaism and Catholicism and which prevented the development of a humanistic core in Islam, will have to be insisted upon. Apart from the fact that the actualization of Lessing's interreligious commandment of tolerance from the 18th century regresses to a social order. Apart from the fact that the updating of Lessing's interreligious tolerance commandment from the 18th century regresses to a social order in which state and church, unlike today, are not yet separated and religion is not yet the private sphere, i.e. private matter, of the individual, it suppresses what is only historically true about the ring parable. It does not provide a secular neutral view of the three monotheistic religions, but is, at the moment of danger, an expression of Jewish Wishful thinking that Christianity and Islam might take Judaism's self-referential and self-critical character as an example and therefore compete with it exclusively in perfecting their own piety for God's pleasure and for the good of humanity. Conceived by Sephardic Jews in the 12th century, Lessing consequently puts his version of the ring parable into the mouth of a Jerusalem Jew named Nathan, who was oppressed by both Muslims and Christians during the Third Crusade. Since God's chosenness in the Jewish self-image means that only Jews have to bear the burden of the Torah, i.e. only Jews are bound by the 613 mitzvot, commandments and prohibitions of the Torah, while non-Jews can attain salvation if they adhere to the 7 Noahide laws, a light version of the Decalogue, and missionary work is not a matter for Judaism. There was never any threat to non-Jews from Judaism at any point in history. This alone makes a mockery of the popular phrase of the supposedly enlightened and enlightened that all religious fundamentalism should be equally rejected. The relevance of Lessing's enlightenment for today's questions lies rather in the fact that he took the claim formulated in the ring parable seriously and focused on a universal perspective, namely a comparative examination of the specific contribution of each religion to the education of the human race. Lessing's answers in the book of the same name are, of course, inadequate. On the one hand, he leaves Islam out of the equation, and on the other, he falls for the Christian ideology of a new covenant that has overcome the old Jewish one. However, the universal and humanistic perspective as a standard for comparing religions could be saved, although it would have to be modified. But neither the cultural trialogists nor the new atheists around Richard Dawkins want to know anything about this. Secondly, postmodern feminism, in short post-feminism, as taught by gender studies in line with the anti-modern thinkers Michel Foucault, Judith Butler, Frantz Fanon and Edward Said, which accomplishes the feat of resolving the contradiction in the reason of state between Islamophilia and gender mainstreaming on the one hand in such a way that gender mainstreaming is declared to be a matter for white women, while Oriental women, as the supposedly beloved marginalized others, are to be handed over to Islamic phallocentrism for the purpose of emancipatory preservation of their identity, i.e. to remain marginalized and different, and, on the other hand, to present the white, almost racist protection of vested rights that appears in this as the pinnacle of a critical reflection of one's own whiteness, as perfect anti-racism and feminism. Christina von Braun and Bettina Mathis, 2 prominent representatives of German post-feminism, write, "We don't want to wear headscarves either," in a book, page 17, that has since been distributed by the Federal Agency for Civic Education and has won several prizes, compiling 400 pages of arguments for wearing headscarves and accusing migrant women who take them off of betraying their culture. The others are supposed to desire it as an expression of Oriental feminism, which rightly repels white feminists. Finally, an enemy enlightenment that takes sides with the smallest social minority there is, namely the individual, is therefore forbidden to make any uncritical commitment to the real existing West. For what makes Islam immediately dangerous is the willingness, reproducing itself in the middle of bourgeois society, to betray the central achievement of its own history as well as the Judeo-Christian share in it. Quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments have been instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, founded on such principles, and constituted with such power and authority, as to them shall seem most proper for preserving their safety and happiness." The preamble to the American Declaration of Independence of 1776 contains 3 pleasingly anti-ideological ideas that are difficult to surpass in their dialectics. Firstly, it is to be considered true, and not provable, that a transcendent principle, Creator God, standing above mankind, endows each individual with inalienable rights of freedom. Secondly, the protection of these rights can only be guaranteed by innerworldly power, government, state, not by the Creator himself, which basically speaks against his existence. Thirdly, even if the legitimacy of the government is derived from the will of the people, popular sovereignty, democracy, conversely the will of the people itself remains bound to the overriding principles, which means that on the one hand not every subversive outrage can be called constitutional or every people's state, just because it is possibly based on a majority of the population, but on the other hand God comes into play again as the originator and guarantor of the principles. The individual and civil society therefore need the will of God, which is considered to be true, even if they are not religious. The paradox is morally and philosophically compelling, because otherwise the Hamas government, for example, would be legitimate, i.e. it could not be resolved academically and scientifically without falling into relativistic voluntarism. Critical thinking that does not stop at progress, wrote Horkheimer and Adorno in 1969 on the new edition of the Dialectic of Enlightenment, demands today that we take sides with the remnants of freedom, with tendencies towards real humanity, even if they seem impotent in the face of the great historical procession. Horkheimer/Adorno 1995. 9. This sentence undoubtedly formulates a program that every present has to reinterpret for itself if it wants to do justice to it at the height of the times. For Horkheimer and Adorno's today has long been a thing of the past. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the political division of the world into oversized blocks that are objectively driven to clash is obviously no longer a confrontation between capitalism and real socialism, but between Occident and Orient. The conflicts in the Third World mentioned by Horkheimer and Adorno and the renewed growth of totalitarianism were already condensed in the shadow of the Second World War and the systemic conflict into the anti-colonialist Islamic revivalist movement that is currently sweeping the world with its terror of suicide and virtue. As correct as it is to understand Islamism as a modern anti-modern reaction to the crisis of capital relations, the sole recourse to the litigious value is unable to shed light on the concrete form of Islamic hatred of civilization and the Jews. It is not possible to determine what distinguishes the Islamist suicide bomber from the Japanese kamikaze pilot, the Muslim virtue terrorist from the puritanical moral guardian a la Oliver Cromwell, by resorting exclusively to the fetish chapter of Marx's Capital. For Horkheimer and Adorno, at any rate, it was natural to reflect on the National Socialist transformation of the false whole into the full evil of Auschwitz in the context of Western history from the ancient Greeks to the present day. The stage on which they traced the historical philosophical drama of the dialectic of enlightenment, of nature and the mastery of nature, i.e. of drive, law, sacrifice and individuation, was set in the West. In view of the fact that the headquarters of the barbaric revivalist movement, of which National Socialism was the prototype, has shifted to the East since the end of the Second World War, we should broaden our view of the drama of the history of civilization in the Orient, of which Islam has been the director since the 7th century. The Oriental dialectic of the Enlightenment will not only reveal its specificity in the confrontation with bourgeois society, but already in Christianity, which Horkheimer only rediscovered for himself on a large scale in his late writings. The updating of the critical program proposed here, the attempt to write a dialectic of enlightenment for the Orient and to relate it to that of the Occident, can only be outlined below using selected examples as it is only just beginning. Among other things, an attempt will be made to show that the assertion widespread by postmodernists and postcolonialists since the publication of Edward Said's Orientalism 1979, at the latest, that the Occident has always constituted itself in distinction to the Orient as its very other, is quite true, despite its anti-Western intention. It should also be directed against the so-called undogmatic left's betrayal of critical thinking. In Phase 2 in Jungle World, for example, self-proclaimed anti-sexists of all people, some of whom no longer know how to distinguish between Leviathan and Behemoth, between bikini and burqa, seriously discuss the extent to which anti-German criticism of Islam and the defense of civil rights is about the instrumentalization of feminism for a racist and sexist peace with the German conditions, and to what extent the Islamic patriarchy may be defended against this. And even the most delicate criticism of Islam now seems to be exclusively permitted in concrete, for example, as long as it is flanked in two ways. Firstly, by inflating and rejecting the socially completely irrelevant misappropriation of criticism of Islam for ordinary xenophobia, and secondly, by attacking Christianity. K. Sokolowski is primarily responsible for this at concrete. C.F. Sokolowski, since the original Nazis of the NPD, for example, like their historical predecessors, tend to be conspicuous for their Islamophilia, the right-wing foreigners' out hatred of Muslims, which incidentally usually has little to object to Islam in the Orient, can at most be based on a milieu that, however permissible, includes the activists of pro-NRW, pro-Köln, politically incorrect, and the civil rights movement Pax Europa, together with their respective followers, reach an average of less than 5% of voters in elections and can only bring a few hundred people onto the streets at national and international mobilizations for rallies. In view of this negligible influence on the events of the Republic, in order to be able to rant somewhat consistently about an Islamophobic and racist danger, the demagogic denouncer Sokolowski simply assigns Islam-critical and liberal authors, such as the German Turks Kalek and Atesh and the Jewish Germans Broder and Giordano, to this right-wing camp. Traditional anti-racism, including that of anti-sexists, cannot be blamed for the fact that it is obviously overwhelmed by the predominantly East zonal no-go areas for foreigners, the conditions in deportation prisons and, in some cases, at immigration offices. However, he can be accused of using Islamophobia to construct an opponent for compensatory reasons, which, because it is non-existent or only marginally existent, at least appears to be defeatable. Because the alliance of leftists, citizens and Sharia Muslims that is forming against it is certainly more threatening than the few right-wing critics of Islam. With a delay of 2 to 4 centuries, the birth of the New Orient took place in the form of a poor copy of Europe's constitution. Both here and there, the barbarians of the hinterland, i.e. Germanic tribes, Goths etc. here, Arabs there, militarily overthrew the respective advanced civilizations of the Old World, i.e. Rome here, Persia there, with monotheism, i.e. Christianity here, Islam there, becoming the central social ideology. However, the sequence of events in this process already showed a striking and momentous difference. In Europe, the Romans had in fact long since and voluntarily Christianized themselves when Rome succumbed to the invading barbarians, who then, fascinated by the cultural heights of the defeated civilization, also voluntarily converted. War and violence in the name of Christian mission subsequently remained episodic and regionally limited practices that were always theologically controversial as deviations from the Christian ideal. They therefore never attained the systematic status of dogma. In the Orient, on the other hand, the Arab barbarians were Islamized first, who then organized their campaigns of conquest as civilized Muslims in order to murder or Islamize the defeated polytheists and subjugate the owners of the scriptures. Critics and apologists of Islam agree that Muhammad's simple and tautological monotheism acted as an ideological bond that united the Arabs, who had previously cultivated competing tribal polytheisms and fought each other, into a community of one God believers. The religious war against non-Muslims not least channeled the traditional anarchistic economy of plunder and war to the outside world and thus created the possibility of inner peace. At the same time, this peace was guaranteed by replacing Arab customary law, such as blood revenge, with Sharia law. Alongside the adoption of slavery, the introduction of patriarchy and dimitude, jihad was thus a central subject of Islamic jurisprudence and eschatology from the very beginning. It is not only the Islamic combination of war and salvation, i.e. the Shariatization of the world as a prerequisite for the last day, that is a new concept that is still completely alien to Judaism and Christianity. Thus, the Judeo-Christian blood witness or martyr, who passively endures persecution, torture and death in steadfastness for his God, and whose self-sacrifice is a vicarious atonement for the sins of his own collective, is replaced in Islam by the Shaheed. The Shaheed sacrifices himself without having to take the detour via the punishment of the grave, the primitive variant of purgatory, in active struggle against foreign collectives for privileged and immediate access to paradise. When Horkheimer and Adorno write about the Counter-Reformation and Reformation, Horkheimer/Adorno 1995, the atrocities of fire and sword were committed not as an exaggeration but as a realization of the principle of faith itself. This is at most a polemical exaggeration, whereas it applies to Islam in its entirety. Hitler recognized this difference. If Karl Martel had not won at Poitiers, if we had already taken the Jewish world upon ourselves, Christianity is such a bland thing, we would much sooner still have adopted Mohammedanism, this doctrine of the reward of heroism. The fighter alone has the seventh heaven. The Germanic tribes would have conquered the world with it. Only Christianity has kept us from it. Quoted from Cameron et al. 2000. For Heidegger's philosophy, whose idolized actual being toward death, incorporates the frontline experience of the German soldier in the First World War, cf. Leto 2001, the idea of reward is of course too primitive because an egoistically motivated sacrifice is of no value to it. For Heidegger, however, the real and true self-sacrifice consists in being absolutely devoted and purposeless. Thus it says in the epilogue to What is Metaphysics? Heidegger 1987. From 1943, the addiction to purpose confuses the clarity of the fearful timidity of the courage to sacrifice. While Winston Churchill described Hitler's Mein Kampf as the new Quran of faith and war, pompous, long-winded, formless, but pregnant with its message, Being and Time and Heidegger's subsequent writings are more like the Quran for intellectuals. While Jews and Christians also cherish allegorical fantasies about paradise itself or the earth after the Last Judgment, according to which people who have overcome death will once again live in harmony with God and all creatures on a higher level than before the fall, redemption in Islam means something else. The expulsion of the spirit from a land of milk and honey, which is characterized by the unrestrained and commitment-free penetration of virgins. Stripped of all earthly social and ritual regulations of coitus, wine and sperm should flow in streams instead of milk and honey. In the Islamic eschatology of war and copulation, nothing remains of Jewish messianism, which Christianity still retains in the paradoxical form of a Messiah who has already come and is expected again. The protest against earthly misery, against the false arrangement of the world, which Marx negligently credited to religion per se, and whose secularization justified his categorical imperative as a consequence of the critique of religion, gave way in Islam, whose God explicitly declares his pleasure in blood, to the doubling of earthly misfortune. If the transition from nomadic life to sedentarization, from communal property to individual property, takes place while preserving androcratic continuity, then property must not only be protected from robbery, but its male line of inheritance must also be guaranteed. From a historical perspective, this necessarily led to the destruction of matriarchal forms of socialization through the establishment of patriarchy, which essentially obliged women to monogamy and chastity. This went hand in hand with the legalization of intimate marriage and the demonization of extramarital sexuality. However, Islamic patriarchy, especially when compared to the Western patriarchy that had been overcome by bourgeois society, has numerous peculiarities that can be traced back to a purely phallocentric solution to the dichotomy between the rejection of sexual urges within marriage and the renunciation of sexual urges outside of marriage. The socially required regulation of drives is declared to be more or less the sole concern of women under the primacy of male potency. In Islam, coitus within marriage is not only legal, but its maximization is a religious obligation for two reasons. Firstly, procreation and with it male potency as well as female fertility are politically and eschatologically stylized as a birth jihad. For Muhammad al-Ghazali, the most important theologian of Islam, the great jihad, i.e. to endure with women and children, is just as meritorious as the small jihad, i.e. to fight in holy war, not least because the great zeal provides the necessary human material for the small one, marry and multiply. He quotes from the Sunnah in his Book of Marriage, "For on Judgment Day I will make state with you before the rest of the nations, even with premature birth." Accordingly, for the sexual union with his wife, the Muslim is credited with the reward of a son who fights and dies for the holy cause. Secondly, Islamic theology understands coitus within marriage as one of two decisive contributions to abstaining from extramarital sex. Since men are assumed to have a stronger desire than women, the duty of copulation is primarily a woman's disposal of erections, i.e. female sexual service. In this way, the wife can only apply for a divorce with a chance of success if she is able to prove publicly that her husband is abusing her, satisfying her less than every 4 months, proving to be impotent or incapable of procreation or ceasing to support her. Her husband, on the other hand, can violate her at any time and without bureaucracy as soon as she refuses to obey him, for example by refusing to consent to the sexual act. Every Sharia-compliant marriage contract therefore centrally seals the exchange of male maintenance obligations for female obedience with the bride wealth. In order not to overburden the individual Muslim woman with the attenuation of her husband's sensuality and as a seed field, and to compensate for the potential lack of men in a warlike society, Islam combined female monogamy with male polygamy from the outset, with a man's prerogative to the costly conventional polygamous marriage and the inexpensive pleasure or temporary marriage. The second decisive contribution to the renunciation of extramarital sex is not content with the taboo on adultery typical of patriarchy, punishment, public stoning. Nor is it satisfied with the additional criminalization of sexual intercourse, even among unmarried persons, punishment, public flogging, which makes the unconditional preservation of female virginity until the first marriage the central Islamic commandment. Rather, any situation that could lead to adultery and fornication, i.e. even the mere social encounter of unmarried and related men and women, is to be excluded. The gender apartheid that arises from such rigid consequentialism thus materializes in a cage of virgins and chastity that is erected around the demonized women, because otherwise they would cause unrest qua their pure femininity like the incarnate one, seduce to zina and thus plunge the ummah back into pre-Islamic chaos. Apart from vaginal mutilation, the role of menstruation in marriage and penetration law, and the intertwining of hymen and family honor, which transform the vagina into a seedbed and battlefield of major and minor jihad, religious zeal for virtue is institutionalized in the domestic isolation and public veiling of women and in their chastisement. As is well known, this chastisement can even lead to honor killing in cases of insubordination. The same urge that the Muslim woman has to satisfy permanently in private, even on the back of a camel, sunnah, according to al-Ghazali, must not be aroused in public, i.e. with other men, by desexualizing her own body. Even before prayer and other religious rituals, the Muslim woman therefore ennobles her character in the great jihad against the ego, Ibn Juzay, by being a willing, obedient, grateful, serving and obedient son factory to her own husband, who otherwise behaves chastely. Conversely, the ego-stripping that the man has to accomplish consists in the removal of instinct, including rape, for the purpose of producing offspring, the dampening of sensuality and relaxation for the ritual, as well as in the selfless material entertainment, education and chastisement of his loved ones in order to save them and himself from hell. While the Christian paternalistic patriarchy halfway recognizes the woman as a person and secures her materially, for example through the divorce taboo, male monogamy, virilocality, the ideal of love, the reduction of sexuality to reproduction, and the female right to self-determination is already enshrined in Kant's bourgeois marriage contract, the Oriental patriarchy completely subjugates women to a sexist triad of money, violence, and coitus. The term pig has always been used as a derogatory term for people whose sexuality deviates from the social norm and who therefore appear to be animalistic, natural, and libidinally inhibited. As Horkheimer and Adorno assume, This attribution was probably made on the one hand due to certain similarities between humans and pigs in terms of anatomy and the taste of meat, and on the other hand due to the sense of smell which is still dominant in pigs and has gradually been suppressed and repressed in humans. However, the happiness of this sense, which is as close to sex as to the memory of the past, is already distorted in the image of the pig to unfree sniffing on all fours. In Homer's Odyssey, at any rate, Kirk transforms the civilized men who fall prey to her into pigs as punishment. In contrast, Odysseus' self-control as the suppression of the instinct that makes him a self and separates him from the animal, is paradoxically rewarded with what the disinhibited desire in vain and for which they are punished: sexual intercourse with Kirk, which resembles their submission. In this way, the myth conceives of dominion over oneself, i.e. the taming of inner nature by means of reason, as a prerequisite for dominion over outer nature, and the women identified with it as the enigmatic image of irresistibility. The same applies to Odysseus' struggle with the sirens. However, Horkheimer and Adorno place the emphasis here on resisting or outwitting fate as a condition of individuation. Furthermore, it remains unclear whether Odysseus, who is tied to the mast while his crew rows with their ears plugged, is rather renouncing or sublimating when he is prepared in this way to surrender to the siren's song, i.e. to allow himself to be bound by it without simultaneously giving himself away and unleashing himself. What remains, however, is the longing of the one who passes by. Islam, on the other hand, avoids such individuation dilemmas and kills longing by, conversely, silencing and binding the sirens, i.e. the women. Thus, veiling itself is described as a traditional shackle by the post-colonial mastermind Frantz Fanon, who affirms it as a weapon in the fight against the voyeuristic gaze projected onto the colonizers. Even Fatima answered the Prophet's question about what is best for a woman, that she sees no man and is seen by no man, an answer that delighted Muhammad. By this I know my daughter. Sunnah, according to Al-Ghazali, after all, under Islam, a man should be allowed to remain a pig or a goat even where he is required to renounce his sexual desires. With the veil and the demand to lower one's gaze and not to send any acoustic signals, i.e., to remain silent and refrain from clicking heels, the Muslim woman is made invisible, inaudible and blind to others at the same time, so that desire may not even stir, wherever the unleashed gaze of Muslim men may wander. It is true that this brutalization of gender relations and sexuality dehumanizes the Sharia-compliant Muslim woman into a ghost and a sun factory. However, by becoming the guardian of public order internally and the producer of jihadists externally, she is able to eroticize her own submission, i.e. to desire the headscarf or the sun as her phallus beyond measure. Self-confident and educated headscarf wearers therefore do not speak for the harmlessness of the headscarf or against phallocentric oppression, but for the loss of the very self whose existence is all the more fervently insisted upon. In contrast, the destructive tendency of the progress of male self-mutilation in the West is to establish the domination of people over people, especially of men over women, and to overcome or break nature by means of self-aggrandizing renunciation instead of reconciling it. Cf. Ibid. 79. This is expressed most strikingly in the castratism of the early church fathers, who took the Sermon on the Mount a little too literally. You have heard that it was said, "You shall not commit adultery." But I say to you that anyone who looks covetously at a woman has already committed adultery in his heart. Therefore, if your right eye causes you to sin, pluck it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. For it is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to go to hell. Matthew 5 verses 27-30. However, Western progress itself, especially in contrast to the Islamic Orient, is thus also clearly evident, namely the de-threatening and humanization of gender relations and sexuality, just as the undressing of the Western female body, lamented by post-feminists e.g. Christina von Braun and Bettina Mathis, is also inconceivable without the disciplining of the male gaze and instinct. Odysseus confronts the inevitability of fate by means of his self-assertion. He is neither in bondage to Kirk nor to the sirens. This is the initiation of individuation and Western civilization that Horkheimer and Adorno sympathize with, despite all the sadness about the price that had to be paid for it. In stark contrast to this, Heidegger's actual existence stands for regression, as it only realizes itself as soon as it fully belongs to fate as an authoritarian community of people and destiny. In the Odyssey and the Sermon on the Mount, we see what Norbert Elias sees as decisive for Western development, that the centralization of political power in the public sphere corresponds to a centralizing control of effect, superego formation, within the individual. The rhetorical question posed by Cologne cabaret artist Jürgen Becker as to why Muslim men do not wrap women's headscarves around their eyes to protect themselves from female charms therefore sums up the fundamental and momentous difference between Oriental and Occidental drive regulation in all its simplicity and banality. Sharia law differs from civil law, which is firmly anchored in the traditions of the West, even before it is defined in terms of content, in three essential prerequisites which, remarkably, hardly play a role in public discussions. Firstly, against the legal principle of the abstract equality of all citizens before the law, both the legal expression of the Judeo-Christian equality of all people before God and the repressive egalitarianism of commodity society, which must abstract from the particular in order to make it comparable. Sharia law commands that the equal be treated equally and the unequal unequally. The Central Council of Muslims and legally trained converts such as Murat Hoffman repeatedly refer to this principle with some pride, as if it were an objection on behalf of the concrete and unmistakable individual against being reduced to the general, and not merely the legitimization of the unequal treatment of groups of people under rule, of men and women, patriarchy, believers and non-believers, dhimmited, slavery and jihad. Secondly, in this sense, the concept of passive individual rights is completely alien to Sharia. Instead, it merely claims to assign all conceivable human actions in political, civil and ritual life to the 5 categories of obligatory, recommended, forbidden, frowned upon, and permitted. Rights are therefore always and automatically identical with the obligatory acts of others, such as the husband's right to female obedience or the wife's right to male maintenance. This is precisely why Islam cannot recognize the individual right to physical integrity, for example. On the contrary, it punishes the most minor offenses with the barbaric corporal punishments that the Western public alone seems willing to accept as typical of Sharia law, e.g. chopping off hands for theft, flogging or stoning for alcohol consumption, fornication, and adultery. However, the torturable Leib, Bertolt Brecht, the creatureliness of the delinquent, is not just a matter of archaic sadism. There are explicit precautions to avoid debauchery and excess. Rather, the public chastisement is understood as a ritual purification of the best collective on earth. As the repayment of forbidden lust in the coin of pain, Farida Kashbom, is carried out by the crowd blow for blow and throw for throw in the case of stoning actually, in the case of flogging mimetically, all those involved cleanse themselves of the guilty and impure, split off parts of their own ego that are projected onto the delinquents. In addition, the third characteristic of Sharia law, the thwarting nature of criminal procedure, stands between the fantasy of punishment and its actual execution. The conviction of capital crimes, for example, requires a confession to be made 4 times by the offender or 4 male eyewitnesses to the offense. Even a merely unproven, i.e. not a proven false, accusation is considered slander, which in turn is declared a capital offense. Any witnesses were therefore already guilty without trial if fewer than 4 dared to testify. At the same time, the Oriental God advises against confession. Everyone in my community, Ummah, may count on the forgiveness of their sins, with the exception of those who confess their sins. Sunnah, he seeks to bribe or pressure any witnesses into silence by means of eschatology. Whoever covers the sins of his neighbor in this world, God will cover his sins on the last day. Sunnah, or those who wish that something abominable that is said about the believers should become public knowledge have to expect a painful punishment in this world and in the hereafter. Quran 2400 hours 19. Both Islam-critical Sharia experts such as Christine Schermacher and Islam apologists such as George Clauda, who goes about his business on the internet as Lysis, want to see humanity guaranteed in the Sharia's renunciation of expansive criminal prosecution. The one interprets the elasticity of criminal law as an attempt to mitigate or circumvent draconian punishments, the other the self-restriction of the monopoly on the use of force as a gain in freedom for individuals in private and in secret, over which Allah imposes his protective veil, Sunnah. Both fail to recognize that this practice fully exposes the barbaric and despotic character of Sharia. The punishment of Sharia contradicts the concept, the idea, the form of law and justice as such, because it shifts its goal and loses its predictability. Legal certainty, and thus a rational relationship between the law and those subject to it, i.e. the subjects, is not even sought by it. Finally, the punishment, once it is actually carried out as an exemplary exception in order to maintain the threat of punishment, no longer applies to the original offense itself, but either to the confession of this offense, which appears 4 times repeatedly as an unabashed confession of sin and thus becomes the actual offense. Or, in the absence of a confession, it is directed against the lack of secrecy or cover-up of the sin committed, so that 4 male eyewitnesses feel compelled to testify. In contrast to the Western legal tradition, to canon law, confession, and the Inquisition, which prepared the ground for civil law, confession and the truth do not mitigate punishment in Islam, but are themselves criminalized. According to an Arabic proverb, When the hidden sin is 2/3 forgiven, the awareness of injustice is no longer directed at the offense in and of itself, but only at its becoming known. Only then do the Sharia courts strike, and relentlessly at that. The elasticity of Islamic criminal law, which fascinates Schirmacher, results from the indeterminacy of the boundary between the hidden and the public, which is constantly shifted by daily political interests and the mood of the collective, and thus obeys no law except that of arbitrariness. In the private sphere protected by Sharia law, which Claude hallucinates as a refuge of individual self-determination, the law of the strongest lurks from the outset, because the Islamic State's renunciation of its monopoly on the use of force is identical with its highest legal good, the mainly self-regulating honor of the collective and Allah, in whose name the greatest abominations that the faithful do to one another are to be covered up. It may be a sin in Islam to beat women and children half to death or to rape them. However, perpetrators, victims, and non-involved relatives have to deal with such shameful acts within the family, because otherwise they would bring shame on the community of believers. In general, the relationship of Sharia law to the earthly monopoly on the use of force to state sovereignty is already characterized by a memorable tension. On the one hand, the ideal of the unity of religion and state pervades the history of Islam. According to this ideal, Muhammad's rule in Medina, transfigured into a golden age during which the laws of Allah ruled on earth, is to be restored. On the other hand, this ideal cannot be realized on the basis of Sharia law. Firstly, the canonical texts not only contain no concrete provisions on the legitimate succession of Muhammad, but also no references to preferred forms of government, such as the obvious theocracy. Therefore, if the Sharia calls for state rule, but at the same time leaves the question of the legitimacy and institutional constitution of political power unanswered, then any concrete earthly form of government and legal practice can be attacked as un-Islamic with the Quran and Sunnah, which is why anarchy, despotism, and palace revolts do not characterize the real history of Islamic statehood by chance. Secondly, the Sharia still has the monopoly on the use of force itself, declaring its judicial and executive application to be the task of every single free and male Muslim. You are the best community that has been created for mankind. You enjoin what is right and you forbid what is wrong, and you believe in Allah. Quran 3:110, cf 7 hours 71 minutes. 9:112, 2241. Here, state power in the ideological sense of representative democracy is not supposed to emanate from the population. Here, the monopoly on the use of force is decentralized and multiplied against its concept in vigilante justice. The alleged laws and rights of the Sharia, which are supposed to be static in their conception and should amount to legal certainty and truth, thus already have the ideal character of dynamic measures that can be adapted to the respective situation or the respective interests and moods of the collective with a short period of validity, as Arendt, Newman, Adorno, and Horkheimer have worked out in relation to the National Socialist unstate. The Behemoth, Hobbes, which is characterized by the absence of reliable sovereignty, does not reproduce order, but keeps the community in militant motion, i.e. disorder, in order to execute the law of nature, as in Nazism, the law of history in Stalinism, and the geopolitical order of Allah in Islam. To insist that the Arabic term Sharia is not translated, as is usually done, as Islamic law or Islamic law, but is instead translated literally as way to the trough, is not based on pedantic philology. On the contrary, it is an imperative of the matter. After all, the telos of Islam itself is expressed here unapologetically. To set in motion a herd of mutton that willingly and resolutely submits itself and the world to Sharia so that the last day can come, whereby the individual is always sacrificed to the collective. In contrast, Western state theorists, Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, Augustine, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, Hobbes, consistently regarded despotism or tyranny as degeneracy, however authoritarian their respective ideal state may sometimes appear. To accuse Islam primarily of not having produced a doctrine of two powers, secular and divine, as a starting point for the later secular to secularist separation of state and religion, in contrast to Christianity and Judaism, not only obscures the view of the much more relevant despotic character of the Islamic understanding of law and state. Rather, the actual civilizing achievement of canon law is also suppressed from the cultural memory of the West. Until the bourgeois revolution, this consisted less in the power politically necessary division of earthly jurisdiction than in the preservation and further development of Roman, and thus the preparation of bourgeois law against the pagan customary law of the Germanic, Gothic, etc. barbarians. Barbarians, the Church and its representatives, not princes and emperors, spoke the more progressive law in the pre-civil Occident. From Jesus saying, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." Matthew 22, Augustine's theory of the state, the medieval two swords theory, and Luther's two kingdoms doctrine. Christian theology reflects the real historical non-identity of ecclesiastical and secular authority. In the Talmud, Diaspora Judaism subordinates religious law, Torah, to the prevailing secular law. The law of the state is law. The terms I, ego, self, and subject were admittedly used here in a somewhat general and vague way. This is due to the shifts in their meaning which cannot be broken down in detail here depending on whether we are talking about family and education, social morality, law, or the state, for example, with regard to the Islamic conditions of individuation or socialization, for the elucidation of which both psychoanalysis and the unstate theory, cf. Above all Gerhard Skeit's texts of recent years, should be applied. In contrast to pre-Islamic customary law, Sharia thus creates legal subjectivity for women in particular, insofar as women are no longer merely objects of the law. Nevertheless, it is not possible to speak of subjects in the emphatic bourgeois sense. It is true that an actual internalized, bad conscience can be assumed, which differs from the Occidental one in its collectivist despotic character. However, a real internalization of external authorities in the form of the superego probably does not take place, or only precariously, because libidinal bonds between parents and children are not very pronounced or interpersonal obedience is not overcome. Even if, in a gender-complementary way, Muslims are supposed to remain the givers or receivers of orders, or both, throughout their lives, so that no self-responsible, autonomous individuals emerge. Did the right-wing Atlanticists of the 1950s, Adenauer, Pious, link their policy of westernization with the unfortunately forgotten ideology of the Occident, a synthesis of the three hills Acropolis, equal, freedom, reason, Greek philosophy, capital, equal, Roman law, i.e. the rule of law, and Golgotha, equal, Christianity, i.e. equality and compassion? The historically continuous in the Orient is rather explained by the contrast between the desert, equals, deprivation, renunciation, barrenness, suffering, this worldly life, and the oasis, equals, fulfillment, breaking of the fast, rejection of urges, life in the hereafter. It is in keeping with the spirit and letter of Sharia law that cost-effective vigilante justice takes precedence over state intervention as a means of preserving collective honor. Thus, the murderers of apostates or adulteresses have been and still are acquitted or only mildly punished by the official courts of the Islamic world. And so, in typical patriarchal fashion, the male heads of families continue to act towards women and children as the legislative, judicial, executive, and welfare state in personal union. In contrast to the Sharia courts, which may strike arbitrarily but are nonetheless bound by confession or witnesses, a rumor is enough for the virtue terrorists because, whether true or false, it already scratches the reputation of the family. God loves jealousy based on suspicion, as Al-Ghazali tradition has it. If, for example, the victim of an honor killing turns out to be innocent in retrospect, this is no reason for the murderer to feel remorse or shame. Their victim should not have behaved in such a way as to give rise to rumors. The consequences of this awareness of injustice for the individuation and subject formation of those subjected to it should not be underestimated. Even the most authoritarian legal state relies on the certain fear of its subjects because the causal relationship between disobedience and state consequence remains stable, and thus rationally calculable. Adaptation, for example, to the most rigid sexual morality, at least guarantees survival. In contrast, the instability of the despotic chaotic state of measures destroys any possibility of rationality in anticipatory obedience and thus creates undefined fear in those subjected to it. As the reality of all actions has to be subordinated to public appearances, not only do lies and dissimulation become the moral virtues of socialization under Islam, moral subjectivity per se becomes necessarily precarious. Unlike the guilty conscience of the Western subject, which, like the Christian and Jewish God, whose internalization it is, sees and judges everything, including the hidden, and thus serves exclusively as a guide for one's own actions in albeit limited rational form, the guilty conscience of the Islamic subject is necessarily directed towards something that categorically eludes its rational control, as it were, the rumor about one's own actions as well as the activities of those who affect the group's honor. The internalized collectivist code of honor is thus not aimed at subjects who adjust their actual actions to an awareness of right and wrong and take individual responsibility for them. On the contrary, the law of good reputation requires the individual to take responsibility for the public perception of the actions of others, whereby such appearances, even with regard to one's own actions, can only be individually responsible to a limited extent. On this basis, moral objects rather than moral subjects inevitably emerge, who, whether perpetrators or victims of the terror of virtue, always believe themselves to be driven by circumstances. In Turkey, for example, honor killers are unsurprisingly called victims of fate. This despotic spirit, which pervades classical Islamic society from the arbitrary God who has been freed from reason and thus from theodicy, to Sharia law, from forms of government to child education, and which determines the relationship of individuals to sin and delinquency, therefore does not mark a difference in morality, but between morality and amorality. For example, Article 12 of the Islamic Declaration of Human Rights issued by the Islamic Council for Europe in 1981 interprets the passive right to freedom of expression in the light of Sharia law as follows. Everyone may think, believe and express what he thinks and believes without interference or hindrance from another, as long as he remains within the general limits prescribed by Sharia. What is not permitted is the spreading of falsehood and the publication of that which serves to spread shamelessness or weaken the ummah. If the hypocrites and those who stir up trouble in the city do not stop, we will certainly cause you to take action against them, and they will then be your neighbors in it for only a short time after that. A curse will be on them. Wherever you get hold of them, you will seize them and kill them ruthlessly. With his polemics against the Occidental confessional animal or the hermeneutics of the self as a regime of truth, the totalizing expansion of pastoral power or the seizure of the body by the soul, which are still influential today, the postmodern philosopher Foucault only seemingly criticized the destructive nature of progress, i.e. the renunciation and refraction of nature. For by either not taking note of the increase in legal certainty, rationality in the relationship between subject and law, as well as the de-threatening of sexuality and gender relations, etc., or by identifying them exclusively with the subtilization of power and domination, he also does away with the remnants of freedom, the tendencies towards real humanity, individuality and reconciliation, i.e. progress in the history of Western civilization. If one absolves his thinking of evil intentions, then it is the abandonment of materialist dialectics propagated in the spirit of postmodernism that mediates between Foucault's micropolitics of de-individualization, which he initially claimed to be at least anti-fascist and critical of domination, and his later Islamophile kowtowing to the authoritarian truth and reason-hostile collectivism of the Orient. The three intertwined imperatives central to socialization under Islam, the doctrine of jihad and martyrdom, the phallocentric regulation of instinct in patriarchy and despotic group honor as the vanishing point of Sharia law and morality, all of which amount to forms of sacrifice by the individual for the interests of the collective, are also reflected where Islam is considered to be comparatively harmless. In ritual, the so-called 5 pillars of Islam. For example, as easy as it is to become a member of the Ummah, all that is required is a profession of faith in front of witnesses, first pillar. It is supposedly impossible to leave the community of believers alive again, i.e. to weaken the collective. Apostasy is punishable by death. In general, the sophisticated monotheistic rituals can be interpreted as overcoming and sublimating archaic sacrificial cults, as an objection to the, as Nietzsche says, disgusting barbaric form of guilt sacrifice, which is always the sacrifice of the innocent for the sins of the guilty. Thus, the human sacrifice of the firstborn in the Hebrew story of Abraham and his son Isaac is replaced by the animal and pars pro toto sacrifice of the foreskin. The self-sacrifice of Jesus in the New Testament abolishes animal sacrifice, indeed the practice of sacrifice per se, which is recalled in the ritual of the Lord's Supper, among other things. Judaism and Christianity also internalize, individualize and rationalize the archaic renunciation of instinct of the firstborn, the first fruits of the field and one's own livestock, and the cunning that motivates it. After all, the gods are to be bribed and swayed by means of purification rituals, dietary laws, fasting, prayer, confession, preaching, etc. Such a progression of enlightenment is not to be found in Islam, which persists in its fundamentalist claim to have restored the original and authentic, Abrahamic, i.e. pre-Jewish ritual. In this sense, Oriental monotheism stands in contrast to Judaism and Christianity, and not only to this day for animal sacrifice. In the form of the sacrificial feast at the end of the pilgrimage ritual, the 5th pillar, it even forms the highlight of the religious calendar. Every year, hundreds of thousands of animals are slaughtered simultaneously for the millions of pilgrims in Mecca, whose blood then soaks entire streets and is used by the pious to smear their white robes. The archaic human sacrifice, on the other hand, is neither propagated nor practiced by Islam. In the traditional jihadist who falls in the fight against the infidels, in the modern suicide bomber who celebrates the murder of the Jews as suicide, in the honor killer who risks his freedom by slaughtering his own daughter or sister, in these practices accompanied by rituals or even ritualistic traits and legitimized by eschatology, it survives in a transformed form, as a willingness to sacrifice oneself and others for the collective, as a disregard for the life of the individual, as a longing for death. In this way, the biblical story of Abraham and Isaac contains a decisive innovation in its retelling in the Quran. In contrast to the Old Testament, the son agrees to his imminent death after being informed of it. Then we gave him the good news of a gentle son. When he was old enough to work with him, he said, "O my son, I see in a dream that I am slaughtering you. Now look, what do you think?" He said, "O my father, do as you are commanded." you shall find me, Allah willing, among the patient. Quran 37:101f. Just as the Jew, according to the Quran, is more attached to life than anyone else, the exemplary Muslim is not at all. Islam also ascribes great importance to fasting in the form of Ramadan as the fourth basic religious duty of Muslims. However, while Jews and Christians generally only abstain from certain dietary and leisure activities, meat, alcohol, etc., for the duration of the fast or sometimes for a relatively short period, Muslims fast by abstaining from all food and drink, smoking, sexual intercourse, and other earthly pleasures for a whole month during the day, only to then indulge all the more extensively from late evening onwards, until they can distinguish a white thread from a black thread at dawn, and the rigorous renunciation begins all over again. Ibid 2:187. This peculiarity of fasting confirms and reinforces two strands that are relevant for the socialization of individuals under Islam as a whole. On the one hand, the despotic discretion of God, who does not want to know or even cover up what the believers do. The first is the despotic discretion of God, who does not want to know or even covers up what the believers are doing in the darkness of secrecy. The second is the disciplining technique of rule, which constantly keeps the Muslim's body in extreme tension between the poles of total denial of impulses, outside of marriage, and total rejection of impulses, within marriage, two variants of desublimation. In contrast, prayer, the second pillar of the rite, is exclusively characterized by the renunciation of drives, submission, and the stripping away of the ego in the political struggle collective. Whereas in Judaism and Christianity it was still the sigh of the oppressed creature, Karl Marx, and, apart from collective festivals, above all a personal, individually varying dialogue between the individual and God, Islam exorcises every remnant of individuality from prayer. The individuals are merged into an egalitarian prayer crowd. According to rules that are formally defined down to the last detail, it is performed in the same way worldwide, even synchronously in the mosque, and at the same time, which is determined by the public call of the muezzin. Jews and Christians, according to the explicit Quranic reproach, do not even join each other in the same direction of prayer. Quran 2:145. This exercise of discipline, which must be completed 5 times a day, structures and rhythms everyday life, and, in addition to the small or large ablution of the believer immediately preceding it and the ritual cleansing of clothing and prayer place, takes up almost half the day in total. Bearing in mind the ritual dichotomy of bodily purity and impurity, prayer times are therefore the only periods in which Muslims can feel comfortable in their own skin, in purity with their body, the community, and God. The repetitive monotony and the dullness of the verbal, the content of the prayer hardly goes beyond the umpteen times repeated assurance that God is one and the greatest is doubled physically. The pious Muslim makes a total of 17 bows and 34 prostrations every day. This so-called proskynesis is both a regression to the progenitor Abraham of Genesis and a confession of ancient Oriental despotism. While isolated attempts to make the gesture of submission known from Persia an integral part of court ceremonies and/or religious rituals only proved successful for the ancient Greeks and Romans, in the Eastern and above all the Western Church, either for a short time or limited to certain rooms or dignitaries, Islam succeeded in generalizing it completely. The mosque is, according to its literal translation, the place of this prostration and traditionally a multifunctional house, nekla kalek, in which business is conducted, the political doctrines of the respective caliphs are proclaimed, and both small and large jihads are called for. The social levy, third pillar, is collected for the purpose of feeding the poor, building mosques, or financing jihad, and homage is paid to God and the Ummah in order to constantly reconstitute the collectives. Resolve and determination as a unity of Allah worship, ritual purity, business and politics. Those who kneel down, writes Gerhard Skeit, still have to put their heads on the ground, and instead of the one great vicarious self-sacrifice, which is worshipped kneeling because redemption has already occurred in its name, death for the community of believers is presented to each individual prostrate as a worthwhile goal. No passive suffering of the necessary sacrifice by the predestined Son of God, but joyful achievement of the predestined goal of a whole host of chosen ones in the war against the unbelievers. Jungle World 45/2006, Quranic verse 37, which deals with the eschatology of heaven and hell, the battle of faith, the right and Isaac's consent to his own sacrificial slaughter, is then also called as Safit, which means those who stand in rank and file. Accordingly, the later Turkish Prime Minister Erdogan proclaimed at an election rally on December 6, 1997, "Democracy is only the train on which we climb until we reach our destination. The mosques are our barracks, the minarets are bayonets, the domes are helmets, and the believers are soldiers." The Nazi collaborator and former Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin el-Husseini, commented on Islamic rites in his day as follows: "The various cults of Islam serve to educate order, obedience, and discipline. Prayer, for example, is an excellent exercise in this sense. Muslims must perform prayer in orderly ranks under the leadership of the imam, like orderly soldiers under the leadership of their superior. It is correct to describe Muslim prayer as a daily military demonstration before God. The other cults of Islam, such as fasting and pilgrimage, also serve to educate order, discipline, and obedience. It may be in the logic of the world market that it produces a disproportionately greater degree of material and spiritual misery in the peripheries than in its centers and metropolises. On the one hand, however, the concrete form of local misery is also due to how the respective traditional culture of domination integrates the requirements of capital accumulation and transforms itself in the process. On the other hand, the specific nature of the respective spiritual and material misery is also dependent on which real or invented traditions a possible pathological crisis consciousness can mobilize against the negative side effects of the same social upheaval process. Two things are significant for the Orient. Firstly and fundamentally, the collective experience of impotence of the impoverished masses here, in marked contrast to the dependent regions of Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, or Asia, for example, collides with the internalized omnipotence fantasy of the Islamic Herrenvolk ideology. Instead of relying on secularization against the symbiosis of traditional despotic Islamic rule and capitalism responsible for the misery and fighting with and against modernity for the appropriation of its achievements, the Islamists declare the apostasy of the believers and their societies from the supposedly pure Islam of origin to be the cause of the misery. They propagate the re-Islamization of the Ummah as a panacea. However, by trying to cast out the devil with the Beelzebub in this way, the innovators are creating nothing more than an ever-increasing apocalyptic endless spiral of impoverishment. Their telos is the modern suicide bombing, in which the traditional small jihad against unbelievers and apostates and the traditional great jihad against one's own instinctive soul become identical in the nothingness of annihilation and celebrate their wedding night, as Sufism already glorified death. Secondly, the material misery that the negative crisis solution of the Islamic revivalist movement always presupposes and at the same time generates is based on the crisis of the specifically Oriental regulation of drives that is inevitable in view of the totality of the world market. For classical Islamic phallocentrism organizes the renunciation of extramarital drives not only through the desexualization of the public woman, so that the male drive is not incited in the first place. Rather, and even more importantly, the passion or devilish power aroused by foreign women is to be banished in coitus with one's own wife. Consequently, as long as marriage is a stable institution, the renunciation of sexual urges is first and foremost a rejection of urges. The great jihad against the ego therefore does not require a great sacrifice, and even the small jihad to enforce the chastity imperative against women does not have to be carried out particularly rigorously. However, if the economic crisis transforms the solvent patriarch into an unemployed good-for-nothing, then it is not only the collective honor that gains in importance for him compared to his declining individual reputation. Moreover, with his income, the husband loses the moral and legal right to enforce his wife's sexual obedience, just as the young man loses the means of marriage altogether. To the extent that the great jihad against the lower instinctual soul thus demands the total renunciation of instinct, it is reduced to the terror of virtue against the now incomparably more threatening women. This terror can no longer tolerate moderation, because suddenly one's own body must appear as a potential collaborator of all those who seek to seduce it and awaken its sensuality, which can no longer be repressed. According to the Delusion, these are women but also the Jews and the West. If you stroll through the streets of Kreuzberg, you will notice a certain sympathy for the triumph of Islam, writes Iris Haneke in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung on April 11, 2006. However, she does not base this thesis on the high number of donation boxes in the shape of the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the counters of many local snack bars, donation boxes which, incidentally, were confiscated by the Berlin police during a major raid in the summer of 2006. This sympathy for Islam, which according to Ms. Haneke had started a long time ago, is more evident in the clothing chosen by the young Turkish women in the district. This sympathy began back in the 1980s, when Islamic forces prevailed in Iran after the revolution of February 1979 and the structures aligned with Islam were consolidated. It took a while for this sympathy for Islam to manifest itself in the appearance of young women in Kreuzberg. This fashion had already existed years before September 11, 2001, but it was only that day that helped it to break through. For a while, everyone seemed to dress like that, which is no cause for criticism for Ms. Haneke. On the contrary, the young Turkish women in Kreuzberg, Haneke continues, not only find being radical, i.e. the politics of the gangs of Al-Qaeda, Hamas, and Islamic Jihad, one must add to Haneke's perfidy, chic, but also want to be radically chic at the same time, which they then manage to do masterfully, with the help of hairpieces stuffed under their headscarves, which would give them a head shaped like Nefertiti's and various scarf combinations. They are wonderful women, is her verdict on the spiritual sisters of the 9/11 murderers, who are also much prettier to look at than their German peers, who also like to wear belly-bearing shawls, because the veiled women are much more attractive, which clothed women always are, but of course only if they are aiming for a lasting relationship. So they are not women whose free lifestyle leads to the assumption that they could be despicable whores. Hanukah's fascination not only with the consistency with which the young women not only of the former Berlin District 36 profess their faith, and since this is Islam, this profession is always also a political one, but also with their veiling itself, is shared by many and is certainly fed by various sources, only one of which will be considered here. Instead of recognizing the veil as a symbol of the oppression of women in Islam, as even the European Court of Human Rights has done, many women, especially left-wing women, cherish their own fantasies about life behind the veil. Like Anais Nin, they also glorify the lives of Islamic women. I too loved to veil myself, and behind the veil, rich and inexhaustibly labyrinthine, I lost myself in ever new visions, a passion for the secret, the unknown. 1983, 78, writes Anais Nin, thus expressing a widespread wishful thinking. The veil offers women protection from the gaze of male lechers. Hidden beneath it, they can develop their spirit freely, without the pressure of having to conform to the current ideal of beauty. They can assert themselves in competition. This desire for a life beyond the demands of the perceived hostile outside world, with which the man is always associated, and this always means the desire for a sexuality liberated from the phallus, has its cause in the special constellation of what Alexander Mitscherlich called the fatherless society of late or better, post-bourgeois society. The rule of the father, who in Freud's time was still the representative of social reality in the manageable world of the small child and demanded adaptation to the former, was replaced by the rule of what Marx called the automatic subject, the rule of the law of value. The real father, if he still exists at all, no longer appears in so-called Western societies as the owner of the mother, but as a pale imprint of an abstract principle. For the adolescent girl, the disempowered father therefore increasingly ceases to be an authority for rationalizing the deep grievance of definitely not being able to possess the mother in a phallic way. And because the post-phallic transformation of desire can no longer take place, the displeasure of having one's own genitals recognized as inadequate for phallic purposes no longer initiates a change of object in many cases. The latency phase into which the girl enters is therefore of a different nature to that once described by Freud. The object of desire, the mother, is not lost to the father, but held on to but anxiously and suspiciously against the outside world, which now claims the working mother as well as the father. In the desexualized mother-daughter dyad, the outside world is feared as a mother-taking troublemaker, as a superior sexual competitor, as a reflection of one's own sexual powerlessness. The overpowering outside world appears as an abstract phallus that no longer offers the girl's art of seduction a tangible object, so that the idea of being able to receive a child from the father, with whom the girl in classical development according to Freud rebuilt penislessness and penetration into an acceptable, even desirable idea, fades into nothingness. The abstract, incomprehensible outside world is now not only unable to give the girl the love she sought to obtain from her father, but also demands further denials from her. Without the possibility of taking possession of her mother and deprived of the change of object, the girl now often completely renounces the libidinal occupation of an object other than her mother. Her sexual desire is transformed into the need for the unsexualized closeness and tenderness with which she was connected to her mother after the discovery of her own supposed phallic inadequacy. Without post-oedipal object attachment and thus without the possibility of being able to develop genital sexuality at all, the girl's sexuality freezes at the pre-oedipal level. In the case of this abstract castration, so to speak, the little girl no longer perceives her own phallus as all too inferior, so that her clitoral sexuality is not as thoroughly extinguished as it was in the case of her development described by Freud. Thus, fatherlessness, the abdication of the patriarch, also harbors liberating potential, which can hardly be developed as long as the immaterial imposition of commodity exchange prevents object attachment and the girl is forced to remain at the level of mitigated but nevertheless unconquered phallic frustration. Throughout psychic puberty, the sexual imagination remains at this stage of development, in which the active parts of the girl's drive, i.e. the aggressive expressions of drive that aim to establish unity with the object of desire, i.e. to transgress the ego boundary of another person, predominate over the passive ones, which are the prerequisite for being loved with pleasure but are forbidden and repressed. The tendency to perceive the penetration of the penis or something else perceived as phallic into her psychologically undeveloped genitals as a transgression of her ego boundary, i.e. as an overpowering, has its drive historical basis here. Like the change of object, the girl's process of identification often fails. The working mother, integrated into the utilization process of capital, can only offer her the model for imitation that she had already shied away from in her failed search for an alternative object to occupy libidinally, the identity of an equal among equals, that of the isolated commodity monad. Nevertheless, forced to leave the desexualized mother-child dyad, it constructs an armor to protect itself, which constant fear commands to be kept impenetrable. Every approach is met with suspicion. Every advance becomes a nuisance because it evokes memories of the penetration by the outside world that causes discomfort. Every shock is feared. Everything male appears as a danger, since the phallus that finally appears reactivates the phallic frustration that has been transformed into such fear. The need for mere closeness and tenderness, in which the frustrated impulses are shut down, therefore necessarily makes the intrusion and confrontation with everything supposedly male, and this attribute is projected onto all impositions of commodity-producing society, appear as potential overpowering and any zone that is supposedly devoid of all male demands as a protective space, as which the life of Islamic women, life behind the veil, is also fantasized. Entangled in this wishful fantasy of a supposedly female-dominated parallel culture in Islam, as if the hammam were a place of tender debauchery and not a washhouse in which the body-hostile, rigid Islamic cleansing rules are complied with and potential marriage partners for one's own offspring are examined and selected, not only do some women convert to Islam, but some more, especially women from the so-called left-wing spectrum, forget what they themselves once advocated and what the Quran is against, for the right of even female members of society to freely choose their lover, for the right to self-determine sexuality, which also means for the right to refuse intercourse and for the right to abortion, for the punishment of violence, including in marriage, for the free choice of profession and, above all, against the assignment of any kind of gender-specific role. For the veil thrown over the head neither protects the body from patriarchal heteronomy, nor does it provide the space in which intellectual development is possible. The veil, wrapped around the woman's head, is rather the symbol of the immaturity of women in the Islamic world. Women who wear it are, as it says in the Quran, recognized as respectable women and are not harassed. Surah 33 verse 59. It therefore indicates either that a woman already belongs to someone, that it is forbidden to look at her or even touch her, or, if she is a girl or child, that she is available for the marriage market, in which her virtue, her modesty, and above all her virginity determine her value. The veil on women's heads reduces the woman to a sexual organ, Javan 2005-19, writes the exiled Persian Chardat Javan. It indicates that a woman is a good Muslim wife or is suitable to become one, and is willing to give her husband many and especially male offspring in accordance with his desires. The duties of women are based on the surahs of the Quran, the sayings of the Prophet, the hadiths, and the legal texts of the Sharia, as are all other norms and laws that regulate the life of the Islamic community. Although the social status of women has at least partially converged with that of women in the West in the course of the attempted secularization of many Islamic states, the reforms that were intended to break the rule of the Quran over all areas of life were neither greeted with joy nor accepted, and in recent decades the corresponding decrees have even been banned from the law books. Those who, following the words of Wahhab, are fighting for an idealized Islamic community as it is said to have existed at the time of the Prophet, have gained popularity and influence and continue to do so, so that the position of women in the Islamic community today is similar to that which they held in the early Middle Ages. Men are rulers over women, Surah 4, verse 35, and are one step above women, Surah 2, verse 229. So says the Quran, and these sentences are decisive for the position of women in the Islamic community. Although women are not animals, they are not fully human either. The message of Islam assumes that humanity consists only of men. Women stand outside humanity and are even a threat to it, writes Fatima Mernisai, who is considered an Islamic feminist. And threats, as we know, must be controlled. The rights granted to women are therefore few and far between. She is allowed to object to her spouse's parental choice, demand shelter, body covering, and food from her husband. Luxury goods are dismissed as superfluous and decadent. She may also object if her spouse mistreats her excessively and inherit both her husband and her parents, albeit the latter to a lesser extent than her brothers. In return for the concessions, however, she must be prepared to satisfy her husband's sexual desires at any time, because, as the convert sister and from the Al-Nur Mosque in Berlin Nukoln quotes her imam, if a man asks his wife into his chamber, then she must fulfill the holy order, because it is an order from Allah. Welt, May 25, 06. In addition, she must show obedience and humility towards her husband, do all the work of the house, bear children, bring them up according to traditional customs, and must behave chastely and purely in all this, so as not to arouse anyone else's desire and thus sully the honor of the whole family. If she is unruly and refuses to have sex with or obey the man she is married to before Allah, she may be punished with blows. If she proves to be barren, and she is already considered barren if she only gives her husband daughters, she can still be cast out today. Even filing for divorce is only permitted in a few countries. And even there, such women lead the life of lepers from then on. With the handing over of the bridal gift, the man still acquires the title to his wife to a certain extent, but the Islamic father is no longer a classic patriarch. Where once in line with the prevailing feudal mode of production, the man was indeed the almost omnipotent ruler, the pater familias within the family. Today's macho man himself, merely a more or less superfluous commodity like everyone else, is only a caricature of his former figure, playing himself up as the despot of the family rather than as its head somehow still invested with dignity. He follows the desire to resurrect the long-gone circumstances in which he was still who in the community of the village or the neighborhood, at least within the framework of the family. But the claim to disposal without responsibility bears infantile traits. Hardly better off than a slave, ordered around by a puffed-up macho, a second-hand patriarch. Resistance, one would expect, should be stirring among Islamic women, but unfortunately the opposite is too often the case. Instead of fighting for their freedom, more and more women in Turkey, for example, are demonstrating to finally be allowed to wear the headscarf again everywhere, a symbol of their immaturity, advocating the punishment of those women who threaten to evade Islamic rules, screaming loudly and en masse for those who have fallen in the fight for even more Islam and even committing suicide attacks in its name. Their lives are characterized by reluctance and subordination, but it is precisely this that is the source of hysterical enthusiasm. A paradox. How can it be that these women act against all their interests, at least those that reason would presume? Interest in development, in freedom of movement, in equal rights, in legal security in general. Criticism of religion that assumes such rational interests will gnash its teeth at what Adorno calls unbelieved theology. Instead, it must try to shed light on the paradox of how pleasure arises from displeasure, how libido can attach itself to its suppression of all things. Domination and power alone, which do not enter into the fate of the individual's drives, which do not amalgamate with needs nurtured within, could not endure. If there were an unmediated contrast between oppression on the one hand and the desire for liberation on the other, the appearance of a faith that does not believe in itself, and in this respect National Socialism and modern Islam are very similar, would be inexplicable. The gain they promise lies in the fact that they have incorporated the hostility to culture, which the failures of culture impose on the individual, into culture itself. Unprocessed social impulses from the earliest childhood phase of every human being have been transformed into pseudo-religious prescriptions. Pleasure consists in punishing one's own desires in others, in elevating a sociality to the basis of sociality. The fate of girls' instincts, i.e. the way to failure in the Islamic community, is necessarily different from that of those living in the Western Hemisphere, and therefore the drive structure of the adult woman there is also different from that of the majority of Western women. In Islamic families, the little girl is breastfed by her mother for as long as she has no younger brother to whom she has the privilege of breastfeeding. Brother to whom she has given priority to the privilege of the mother's breast. In any case, breastfeeding only lasts as long as the mere survival of the female infant requires it. The girl's chances of satisfaction are far lower than her chances of survival. She must learn to give up the breast she longs to suckle at an early age. Since her body, which is an object of pleasure for her as a whole, is also not frequently cradled, caressed, and stroked. Also the privileges of sons. The little girl learns even before she can fall for the idea of the supposed inferiority of her own phallus that she is tainted by birth. Her Oedipal conflict has already been decided long before it actually occurs. After the early weaning, the little girl concentrates her search for pleasure on another object. She enters the anal phase and obtains an autonomous pleasure by means of defecation, which can only be controlled by her, and to which her already damaged, self-sufficient narcissism attaches itself. But soon, qua maternal authority, this source of satisfaction is also taken away from him. In exchange for the mother's praise, it must learn to give up the product of satisfaction, the excretion, when the mother demands it. Previously disregarded, it now realizes that only the renunciation of its own pleasure satisfaction will secure it at least the benevolent attention of the mother. A lesson he will take to heart from now on. However, stubborn, albeit weakened, instinctual demands still persist. In the phallic phase, it tries one last time to obtain autonomous pleasure, clitoral satisfaction. But this source of pleasure also becomes a forbidden one. On the grounds that her sex is dirty, she is forbidden to touch it, look at it, even think about it. Branded as impure herself, she discovers that she lacks what her brother has and on which all the attention and affection she seems to depend. A penis. Unlike the little girl of Western origin, who now realizes that she lacks the instrument to reestablish the longed for unity with her mother, the world, the Muslim girl, however, has long before ceased to maintain this drive. So she shifts her libido to the father, who is almost invisible to her in the Islamic world, but appears to be omnipotent, since only he is allowed to give orders to the mother, who is everything to her. However, he shifts his libido in the knowledge that there is only one possibility open to him to secure the at least benevolent attention of his father and his followers: the renunciation of his own drive satisfaction. A pattern that continues throughout the rest of his life, in preserving his virginity, in restraint towards his husband and chastity towards strange men, in enduring sexual intercourse, in bearing whole armies of sons, regardless of whether his body is already exhausted from the many births or not. However, all this renunciation will never be enough to eradicate the birth defect, that of being born a girl, but at least it gives the woman, albeit subaltern, social acceptance. The woman has given up her own phallic desires, the satisfaction of her own instincts, and experiences them only as a male domain, something to which one must bow in the case of one's own husband. Her desire can hardly be aroused, and thus she cannot be disappointed again. Separated from the public world of men, only her own husband is allowed to come face to face with the woman. She now lives in a world full of women and children, free from the impositions of adult, manifest sexuality. Perhaps this is also what attracts many Western women. If she remains undemanding, she is at least assured of a material livelihood. If she bears enough sons who, as her surrogate phalli, represent the only connection to the world of men apart from married life, she can end her life as a respected, albeit secondary, member of society. It is therefore no coincidence that the Western way of life appears to many Islamic women as an immense threat, and their aggressive rejection of all Western ways of life is at least explainable. The education promised by the West, the promised participation in the competition of equals, the supposedly libidinous promise emanating from the unveiled and sometimes demonstratively and provocatively displayed flesh of Western women often seems to remind them above all of the pain of repressing their own claim to the satisfaction of their urges so strongly that they seem to prefer existence in gracelessness to confrontation with these long-repressed claims. Most Muslim women living in Islamic countries, in contrast to at least some parents of immigrants to Western countries, will therefore not even fight for the laws that would allow them to change their position in the community, since the fight would be accompanied by the loss of their space protected from instinctual demands. In contrast to the Islamic girl, who learns to give up her claim to her own satisfaction at an early age, the boy knows nothing else. He is breastfed until he is 3 to 8 years old. This is where the individual sects of Islam differ. In addition, he is the apple of his mother's eye, for whom only the birth of sons finally brings social recognition. He is constantly rocked, cradled, pampered and spoiled by her, as he only learns to give up the object of his lust very late in life through weaning from his mother's breast. He experiences the world as one that seems to serve only to satisfy his urges. His infantile fantasy that the world is one with him, that he is therefore the world, is not broken. His infantile claim to omnipotence remains unbroken. Thus his search for pleasure in the transition to the anal phase does not exchange a new source of pleasure for a lost one, but rather opens up an additional one. Although his mother also demands that he go to the potty when she wants him to, this command influences him in a different way than it does the little girl. He, who is everything to his mother, is not dependent on bartering for her affection. Rather, he learns the satisfaction of storing up his excrement and only releasing it when his desire is at its greatest. However, since he is also forbidden to let go of the visible product of his satisfaction, the excrement, whenever he pleases, and is even punished if he places his poo then and there as he pleases, displeasure attaches itself to this material product of his pleasure. From now on, every form of externalization of himself comes under the prohibition with which the first, pleasurably experienced one is from now on covered. Throughout his life, he will derive the greatest satisfaction from incorporating the outside world, similar to the mother's breast, and at the same time being and remaining completely with himself, i.e. not allowing anything of himself to penetrate to the outside. In short, to continue to regard oneself as the world and therefore the outside world necessarily as the enemy. At every opportunity, the family gives the little boy the feeling that his birth was a blessing from God, and since he, in contrast to the little girl, is encouraged to pay great attention to his genital area, he soon realizes what it is that establishes his preeminence. His penis, which is not only a source of pleasure for him, but is also admired, patted and stroked in the hammam and at home by his mother, sisters, cousins and aunts, while they simultaneously glorify his future virility in song. Since the penis is the source of his magnificence, the little boy is allowed to play with it whenever he pleases. The threat of castration suggested to the little boy in Western civilization when he is overly preoccupied with his penis is absent for the time being. The little boy does not want to follow in his father's footsteps, as can be observed in Western societies, but it seems to him that he is already replacing his father. For the boy, who believes himself to be omnipotent, his mother will remain the object of his most secret erotic dreams for the rest of his life, because after all, the key to paradise lies at the feet of his mother, Muhammad. However, even he, who in his younger years ruled and disposed over the female members of the household, sooner or later collides with the incest taboo and his father's authority, including his actual disposal over his mother. The threat of castration is not only expressed by the father towards him, whose genitals have received the most attention to date, but is even partially carried out by means of circumcision. It is still suggested to him that his seductive power lies in the length and nature of his genitals, and he wants to join the cult of the phallus, which is henceforth called stick, pointed saber, or concave. However, he must channel his incestuous desire in other directions. The mother is stylized as a symbol of aseptic purity, the sisters as the ideal of modesty. Only in this way can the prince, who has been cast off the throne, bear the fact that he cannot and may not satisfy his urges in the words of Freud in the newly won sense, i.e. in the manifest sexual sense. The overstylization of female chastity ensures that no one else is allowed to do what he is denied. A breach of honor by the mother, which is rather unlikely to be voluntary in Islamic communities anyway, would be the deadliest of all insults. The virtue of the sisters is to be defended with the backing and support of all patriarchal authorities. Anyone who addresses them breaks into the former prince's enclosure and encroaches on his spiritual possessions. Conversely, if the sister actively seeks a boyfriend of her own, as is not uncommon among the female offspring of migrant families in Berlin-Kreuzberg, for example, she betrays her brother in his eyes. Not only is he denied what he incestuously desires, no, the faithless soul even gives it to a competitor, a slight that can often only be atoned for with violence against both. The desire to hide the mother and sister from the world is therefore an expression of the Islamic boy's or man's will to continue to possess them alone. It is therefore no coincidence that many women from Muslim families who turn to a man other than the one intended by their families are raped by their relatives or the abandoned husband. As with the virgin, they also try to take possession of the abandoned woman again in the act of penetration. If this is not successful or sufficient, murder remains to deprive the woman of any access by other men. Unconsciously, however, doubt always gnaws at the Islamic man. Do not the mother and certain women who perform the sexual act commercially, as Freud writes, actually do the same thing? Are not all women whores? It is true that it is the duty of every believing woman to allow the man she has married before Allah to have intercourse with her if he wishes to do so. In return, however, the man must give of his wealth, as it says in the Quran, Surah 4, verse 35. Simply paying the bride wealth is not enough, as this is only a sign of his liquidity. If he is unable to provide for his wife adequately, she may leave him, an immeasurable disgrace for the man left behind. Due to their rather insecure financial situation at a young age, many Islamic men are therefore only able to marry a woman in later years and consummate the act with her in a manner pleasing to God. Living in a society in which women only appear behind the curtain, purdah, the man's desire is therefore often directed towards his own sex. The secretly practiced rejection of desire in the context of a homoerotic relationship is not uncommon in Islam-dominated areas. One's own desire is also turned projectively. In the imagination of men, the successors of Eve become horny slaves to an instinct that they alone would hardly be able to control, and who must therefore be locked away and confined all the more rigidly, so that their beguiling sensuality does not lead God-fearing and chaste men into temptation and disobedience against Allah. This is why, according to former Iranian President Rafsanjani, women are the greatest security risk for Iran alongside Israel and the USA. The emancipated women of the cities or those who live in European or North American countries. Such women who have shed the veil and learned completely normal professions appear to the Muslim man, as do the women of the so-called Western world, like the sirens in the Greek legend, who only attracted men in order to hand them over to death. The American woman is well acquainted with the seductive capacity of her body. Wrote said Kut about the ladies of the Truman era, not really known for debauchery. She knows that it is all about her face and her beautiful expressive eyes and thirsty lips. She knows that being seductive is about full breasts, firm buttocks, shapely thighs, slender legs, and she knows all this and does not hide it. As Leon de Winter writes, this description speaks of the pious Muslim man's schizophrenic desire for the very forbidden lewdness that Kut must hate in order not to succumb to it. Cicero, July 2005. But if the honor of the man and thus that of the patriarchal family consists in the negative disposal of mother and sister, i.e. in the fact that the man removes them from circulation in both the social and immediate sexual sense, then the modern labor market is the greatest because anonymous enemy of honor. For not only does the emancipated woman present herself to the believing man as desirable but forbidden fruit, His hatred of her is also fed by a second source. She, who is not only beautiful and self-confident, also seems to increasingly succeed at what he fails at, successfully asserting himself in the competition of equals created by the market. Even in countries such as the Arab League, whose total gross national product is below that of Spain, where those who have any work at all and are not dependent on welfare payments are mostly employed in the unproductive state sector, which is inflated by oil rents, women, if they are admitted to universities as in Saudi Arabia, quickly outperform their male counterparts. And in European cities in particular, male offspring from families with an Islamic tradition usually look rather pale in comparison to their more ambitious sisters who are trying to free themselves from tradition. The traditional fields of activity of men from Islamic communities are no longer available to them. Wars such as the one between Iran and Iraq or even the Ba'athist Iraqi invasion of Kuwait can probably be seen as the last desperate attempts to expand their own domain through raids, to annex the world, and thus to achieve honor and wealth without having to spend themselves productively. But instead of striving to increase the value of his own labor by means of diligent study and thus make himself attractive to the market, the man usually remains in an infantile pose. The fact that access to education for women and other disadvantaged sections of the population is the opportunity to learn a qualified profession of their own in order to lead a financially independent and self-determined life is a banal observation. It was not without reason that the demand for access to universities, alongside that for the right to vote, was one of the most important demands of the women's movement of the late 19th century. And so it is hardly surprising that Islamic women in particular who live in Europe or in large cities are eager to seize this opportunity in order to escape a dreary existence on the other side of the curtain. In the USA, for example, after Black Americans, both male and female, were granted the same civil rights as whites in the 1960s, a black middle class gradually emerged. After the success of the civil rights movement, the legal equality of blacks, a new movement began to establish itself there as in the Islamic-dominated world after the decolonization and thus independence of the individual states, that of the Islamic revival. As it became clear that equal rights did not automatically lead to prosperity and a better social position, since even the crisis-ridden American market only had and has use for a limited number of new qualified workers, black men in particular refused to compete from the outset, said goodbye to alcohol and, after some of the traditional civil rights movements had dissolved or were in the process of dissolving, joined the Nation of Islam or other obscure Islamic sects with explicitly political aspirations instead of going to college. Not only did they merely exchange one ticket for the other and could easily continue to feel at one with the oppressed of all decolonized countries, exposed to misery because of the rulers' greed for profit and racism as they have always been. Moreover, such behavior is based on a special psychological dynamic. Like the child who already suspects that his skills in tennis, for example, are not sufficient to win the coveted victory, and therefore decides to find the game stupid from the outset, these men also refuse to compete in a competition of which they suspect that their own skills, motivation, and what they have learned at home might not be sufficient to assert themselves in it. And converting to Islam has further advantages. With the faith, the believer also receives a free explanation for his misery. It is not the lost competition that is to blame, according to the preacher Farrakhan, but only the Jews in Wall Street and the White House. According to every radical Islamic imam, if a Muslim only prays enough and denies himself lust and love, he will at least be victorious over the unbelievers in the afterlife. They will then burn in hell, while he will be flattered by counted hurists in paradise. And Islam also promises the man a lot in this world. He, the container of labor power with uninteresting contents for utilization, is allowed to mime the patriarch at home, ordering his wife and daughters around like a slave driver once did his property. Islam as a spiritual refuge for the deformed superfluous. This is the only way to explain why, especially in times of crisis, this religion has an influx like no other in both the West and the Orient. Like the individual, so whole societies, true to the motto of the Quran, I have not the power to benefit or harm myself except as Allah wills, Surah 7 verse 189. Whole societies freeze in inactivity and, like the Quran, turn away from all earthly pleasures associated with effort and sacrifice and turn to prayer in order to secure the favor of Allah and to persuade Him to bestow prosperity, success and health in this world by means of invocation. It is therefore not considered honorable in areas where Islam shapes the culture, and in this point these communities differ from those in which the Islamic community is only one church among many, to achieve a position by virtue of one's own ability and thus gain respect for oneself and others. Just as people in this country used to serve the German state with a snappily recited, "Our honor is called loyalty," and hoped that it would act as a guarantor of their own honor, the devout Muslims submit themselves completely to the arbitrariness of their God, because whoever honors Allah will be honored. But let's go back. The adult anal sadistic character, as Freud calls him, can only imagine his genital sexuality in categories that correspond to his infantile sexuality. The introject maternal authority, coupled with the guilt consciousness of still having felt a desire for anal satisfaction even after the prohibition, makes every bodily secretion that penetrates the Muslim man a forbidden excrement that must be removed quickly, because it is unclean and dirty. Thus, it is the duty of the devout Muslim to cleanse himself of sweat, farts, belches, and excrement by means of this small ablution, if he intends to fulfill the sacred obligations of the Muslim prayer, fasting, entering the mosque. The great purification must be performed if the man wishes to make love to his wife. If coitus occurs, both must scrub their entire bodies. If it is dispensed with, it is sufficient to wash the parts of the body that have come into contact with the partner before going back into the mosque. Consequently, a man who washes himself frequently is considered to have great potency and is admired by all. The former forbidden pleasure of postponed defecation, which is no longer felt intensely by adults, now finds its equivalent in ejaculation. Due to the mechanism of lust, prohibition, and guilt, semen now becomes something that must be removed as quickly as possible so as not to leave behind any evidence of the forbidden act. Women's menstruation, the uncontrollable rejection of blood and mucus, is therefore regarded as particularly impure, just as if a woman's monthly bleeding did not cause pain, but rather a pleasure experience that breaks down all boundaries. Consequently, menstruating women are not allowed to take part in daily prayers, enter the mosque, or fast, as their constantly flowing blood defiles all these sacred processes. Prayer and purification, obedience, and a sense of guilt are essential in order to achieve what Al-Ghazali traditionally formulates as the believer's highest goal: peace of mind and mastery of the body, which does not tolerate any externalization of itself. The anal, hermetic isolation of one's own body from the outside world and the oral urge to incorporate this outside world without limits are the two basic traits of the infantile sexuality of the devout Muslim. Thus, it is essential for the grown man to be the first to take possession of his beloved in the act of penetration, which is regarded as impure but nevertheless necessary. The fact that the woman is often much younger than the man and, apart from the hair on her head, has to be completely hairless, shows once again that it is not the aim of the Muslim husband to lose himself ecstatically in the game of lust with a partner who is his equal, but that he merely craves to incorporate something that appears as childlike as he is. She should become pregnant during the act, the woman, and bear eloquent witness to the man's potency with the birth of 1, 2, 3, or many sons. After all, the Quran says, "Your wives are a seed field for you. Go to this seed field whenever you wish." Surah 2, verse 224. He should till them, although physical work, ultimately also an externalization of himself, was and is otherwise considered an imposition, and the arduous field work was traditionally the woman's occupation. The Muslim man has always liked the role of the small trader and the great cafe philosopher and politician better, and with good reason. To avoid any misunderstanding, the author does not subscribe to the ideal of productive work, nor does she consider the Islamic man incapable of work. Her only concern is to explain that he lacks any psychological affinity for work and progress, as both would result in the alienation of himself. The Muslim man must not allow anything to contradict himself, nothing external to irritate him, nothing coming from him to penetrate to the outside. His holy scripture must be a model for him. The Quran is free of contradictions and in harmony with the laws of science and nature. His instincts should also be without contradiction, permitted but strictly regulated, tamed but still wildly desired. The society in which he lives should be without contradiction. The traditional community should be accepted unquestioningly. Traditions should not be broken under any circumstances. It should be rigid, his life without aspiration and change, without progress, because progress ultimately only arises from contradictions. What must not be, cannot be, and must be fought against. The irritation caused by laboriously controlled instincts. The partner during sex must not be someone who asserts herself as someone else, demands satisfaction for herself, and thus contradicts the man's unified persona, but must be a submissive object. And there are many forbidden personal desires. All forbidden dreams are projected onto the world of the unbelievers, the Western world. All aggression arising from one's own failure, the coveted forbidden and the forbidden desire is concentrated on the classic symbol of Western decadence. The Jews, the Israelis, from whom, as said Kant says, the entire Western world has learned to liberate sensual needs, and who intend to push the devout Muslims into the dirt, who have transformed the barren land of the Middle East for centuries into flourishing landscapes through physical and spiritual alienation, and whose society, which has become a state, permanently presents the people of the Arab community with a contradictory, progress-oriented culture whose members strive for individual happiness. Since they cannot repress the Western world, concretized in the Jews, like their own instinctual demands, but rather push with all their might for redemption, they cannot ignore them, the Jews and the West. Destroying what is desired is then again the only remaining approach to the object. That is why the Islamic world will not be able to let go of Israel, of the Western world in general. But the fact that first and foremost the Jews must be driven into the cleansing waters of the sea, that is the quintessence of the Islamic renewal, which is in the process of forming the greatest psychopathological collective the world has ever seen. The promises of happiness of modernity, prosperity, individual freedom, love, happiness, which cannot be fulfilled, not even partially under Sharia law per se, become the object of obsessive hatred. The suicide bombing promises redemption from the potentiated but unmanageable inner ambivalences, and at the same time the elimination of all enemies of Islam. The murderous self-disembodiment is libidinous, ritualistic, and eschatologically charged, as it seeks to draw its energy from the earthly failed drive itself. It is directed towards the infantile and perversely distorted fulfillment of the hated bourgeois promise of happiness in the afterlife. Thus, it is ultimately the promised eternal desecration of virgins for which Islamic suicide bombers ritually cleanse their penis before the act and wrap it in a kind of sheath. The Madrid suicide bombers' slogan, "You love life, we love death," sums it up, the negative sublating of Oriental phallocentrism on its own terms. Among the most disturbing footage of the October 7th massacre, which is also available to the general public, is the murder of a Thai worker by Palestinian civilians. It is a 47-second film sequence from the cell phone of one of the perpetrators. The soundtrack alone tells of incomprehensible barbarity. The voices come from various men grouped around the victim lying on his back on the ground, bleeding and losing consciousness. Excerpts: "May history bear witness that this is the first person I have ever killed. Give me a knife, give me a knife. I swear. I am the one who will kill him. I beg you, let me kill him. I swear. I will cut off his head. I beg you, let me kill him. Allahu Akbar." Now one of the men hits the victim with a spade. Another shouts, give me. Take a picture of it, he's a Jew. Take a picture of it, says the next man, before he begins to strike the victim's neck with 8 blows with the spade, accompanying each blow with cries of Allahu Akbar. Then he throws the spade at the victim. Let history be a witness. In fact, the sequence exemplifies a historically new dimension of anti-Semitic murder, moments in which the Islamist work of extermination differs from that of the National Socialists. The first moment is cheerful sadism. The phrase was coined by Lord Weidenfeld, the British journalist, publisher and diplomat of Austrian Jewish origin, who died on January 20, 2016 at the age of 96, had fled from the Nazis to England in the 1930s. In one of his last interviews, 4D Welt am Sonntag, December 13, 2015, in the lowest circle of hell, he said, "The Nazis organized the extermination of their enemies, first and foremost the Jews, as an industrial measure. It was a disgusting, cold murder without much emotion. The Bolsheviks killed millions anonymously in organized famines, murderous resettlements and executions. Horrific enough. But now these jihadists come along as cheerful sadists and also declare war on the free way of life. What are they doing? They behead and castrate their victims, ravish women at will, crucify people and systematically mutilate them, all with obscene sexual pleasure. For me, this is morally the lowest level of humanity." What George Weidenfeld said about IS at the time also applies to October 7th. The obscene sexual pleasure, which of course did not play no role at all in the Holocaust, but was not central either, is an essential moment of jihadist horror. The perpetrator enjoys the physical proximity to the victim in the bloodbath, in the literal slaughter. The second moment is the display of the deed. The murderers record themselves and their barbaric actions in photos or videos and disseminate them via social media. In doing so, they not only cause fear and horror, they not only torment the relatives of the victims, they also brag about their deeds and advertise their cause in order to recruit new followers and accomplices. Reporter Douglas Murray recently drew attention to this moment in a much-discussed interview. This is another way in which the Islamists differ from the historical Nazis, who tried to hide the genocide of the Jews from their own people and the world. Perhaps not so much because the Nazis, as Murray said, were ashamed of their deeds, whereas the Hamas terrorists and civilians involved act shamelessly. It is more likely that the Nazis knew, because of their Christian and/or bourgeois socialization, that they were crossing a line every conscience. This is what is meant when it is said that the Nazis sprang from civilization in both senses of the word. Since the Orient, on the other hand, was largely spared such Christian bourgeois civilization in the sense of Norbert Elias, the disinhibited barbarism of the jihadists can be described as a regression, if at all, a regression from a lower level of socialization. In any case, the Nazis replaced the traditional pogrom, at least in tendency, with a bureaucratization, industrialization and delegation of extermination, which they camouflaged linguistically and locally, for which they only marginally employed sadists to the exclusion of the population, who knew little about it and were expressly not supposed to participate in the murder. In the perverse self-image of the National Socialist elite, the extermination of the Jews was also a kind of burden that they took upon themselves for the good of humanity, something that they had to struggle through and overcome. Indeed, the heroic aspect consisted precisely in the steadfastness with which they endured the horror they had set in motion. This becomes clear in Himmler's Posen speeches, in the pride of having remained decent in what one had to do. For the jihadist, the ideology of overcoming oneself, great jihad, applies less to the murder of others, which one enjoys and does not endure, than to the desire for one's own death, either immediately in the suicide bombing or indirectly in the deliberately provoked Israeli reaction. The combination of archaism and modernity therefore works differently for the Islamists than for the Nazis. Hamas combines the classic pogrom involving civilians, taken to a totally bestial level, with the latest technology. Cyber know how to overcome border fences, smartphones, body cams, and social media for their monstrous version of propaganda of the deed. The feeling of guilt becomes a challenge to put the annihilation into action particularly thoroughly. And philosemitism, which arises post festum in not a few of the relatives of the perpetrators, fellow travelers and spectators, attempts to return, as it were, to the division of powers in the subject and to detach the bad conscience again from the context of the Volksgemeinschaft, into which it was integrated as a unique incentive. Now the Jews are considered unique. The jihad has no need to work with the feelings of guilt. There is no separation of powers in the subject in Islam from the outset. Thus, it skips the means and is more honest in it in certain respects. It does not need production as a transition to annihilation, it only needs explosives and the bomb. Instead of rushing real industry into action, it goes straight to the industry of death, to quote an expression of Hassan al-Banna, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. The jihadist settles down domestically in the house of war with the unambiguous sexual morality of Islam and its uncomplicated relationship to violence and simply waits for the time to destroy the same total enemy, but almost completely independent of Nazi ideology. What threatens him outside the rackets and consigns him to superfluity, what suffering befalls him as an individual, whether he gets too little of the big cake of the oil business or whether she, as a woman, is subjected to the worst oppression, one endures the fate of sacrifice, like the headscarf, even with collective pride and communal dignity, by identifying with the Palestinians, that is, by desiring the extermination of Israel, even at the price of one's own annihilation. Here, in the final act, the Islamofascist community then also meets, with regard to the capital relation, the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft, which had devised still other, more bureaucratic methods of extermination. The opposition of the commodity, the opposition of exchange value and use value is dissolved in one's own Leib. The individual must be ready at any time to extinguish the use value he offers, the labor power as a sacrifice to be made for nation and Ummah in the struggle with that Gegenvolk. Only that this Gegenvolk has meanwhile taken another political form and is now persecuted as the Jew among the states, as a counterstate. The extermination mania changes accordingly. If the Jews were persecuted face to face in the Third Reich, they are now named as a state and threatened with annihilation. In the Islamic country they are allowed to live as long as they have no connection only to this Zionist entity. And just as the rebellion of the workers in the Third Reich can only be shown in breaking with the pathic projection of hatred of the Jews and stopping the machinery of extermination, so today the protest against the disenfranchisement of women and the persecution of homosexuals can only become real resistance together with the commitment to Israel. All reformism is only a deception as long as the enmity against Israel continues, just as, conversely, it is only through it that the alliances of the jihadist forces across the differences of Shiites and Sunnis and regardless of all tribal structures and geopolitical peculiarities are possible at all. But whoever is best able to organize the hostility and to stir up hatred of Israel most effectively rises to become the hegemon of the jihad, that is, the counter-hegemon, the force that holds out the prospect of world sovereignty more convincingly than others. The greatest density and consistency in this can be seen in the Islamic Republic of Iran, whose rackets have meanwhile been able to bridge the gap to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and link countries such as Syria, Sudan, Qatar, Eritrea, and Somalia. In support of Somalia, Pashtun and Al-Qaeda finally meet after somatic jihadists allied with Al-Qaeda assisted Hezbollah in the 2006 war against Israel. David Menashri rightly sees this as the continuity of the Islamic regime in Iran. White Iran has retreated from revolutionary dogma in many areas. Its animosity toward Israel remains uncompromising. In Iran's view, Israel is an enemy of Iran and Islam, and a threat to mankind. Iran's revolutionary goal is unequivocal. Israel should be eliminated. Here, Wahid Wandathag encounters the unity that has stood the test of 30 years. In Iran, the two wings, reform Islamists and hardliners, are united in the cause of denying Israel's right to exist. Again, the destructive force results from the presupposed end in itself of annihilation, whereby a political subject makes the blind destructive potential of capitalist crises its own cause with a seeing eye. The anti-Semitism of Islamic politics, the fundamental logic of suicide bombing, and the uniquely repressive morality of the political gangs and theocracies that organize it leave little doubt about this. The economics and technology of its deployment, however, are as varied and dispersed as the various projects of the Nazis in the last and very last days of the Third Reich. And, unlike that last German contingent, they are credited by the whole world. If it were solely politically motivated and sociopolitically camouflaged grants, like those from the pots of the UN organizations and the EU, the danger for Israel would probably be manageable. But it is to be understood literally that the anti-Semitic extermination actions are globally financed by the United, but just by the capital relation United Nations, namely in the form of the yields which flow from the worldwide oil trade into the states of the Near and Middle East. Before that, the state, whether it took over the big companies or not, had to gain independence from world trade in order to develop its crisis management potentials, and then, for instance, had to appropriate the commodities directly through war. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait was also reminiscent of this. This explains the break in the development of National Socialism. The foreign economic policy of National Socialist Germany was autarkist in orientation, and this not only in a domestic economic perspective, but as a conscious antithesis to world market universalism. Initially, it was elevated to the status of the only appropriate economic form for the nation-state, which believed itself to be absolutely sovereign. The autarky program itself, however, urged territorial expansion, which Germany, poor in raw materials, had envisaged for the sake of its gigantic armament program alone. Not to mention the Nazis' racial ideological policy of expansion and subjugation, as it was later to come to pass. Now, however, the countries rich in raw materials are striving to join world trade all the more closely, to make up for any disconnection by relying on their raw materials, and precisely here to compensate for the lack of military clout. This establishes the continuity in the relationship between the House of War and that of Islam. The petrostates form cartels, as in OPEC, to stand up to the international corporations and themselves to become global players. But no state acts as mere capital would act. When it comes down to it, the shares are only considered as entrebilets for the arsenals. The competition and the fight against Israel cannot be separated, at least since 1973, in the price agreements. The unstate of National Socialism still contained real industry, but it was financed less and less by the world market and more in advance, Heidegger, by the war profits to be expected in the future. This resulted in the compulsion to strike out immediately, which Hitler, raving madly imbued with the divine foresight and incapable of any longer-term consideration, corresponded to in everything. The unstate of today, which gets the oil rent and pursues industrialization only selectively, unites apathy and activism, inexhaustible lamb patience and spontaneous readiness for sacrifice, trust in God and longing for death. The blissful grin at the threatening gestures of the mullahs gives a concept of it. Above all, the temporal unpredictability results from this. The weapon of mass destruction can be used sometime, perhaps immediately, perhaps in a few years or even decades. Those who identify some particularly vociferous leader of jihad with Hitler do not initially run the risk of trivializing the instantaneous threat. There is, however, the possibility of underestimating its endurance and persistence. This annihilation mania can strike at once, and it can wait. Another leader may eventually take its place at the top, or this top may be occupied only by ever-changing rackets in which the leader's role remains opaque, since there is, after all, the ideal total gang leader, the heavenly high command of all rackets. But the mere threat of the atomic bomb would already be capable of substantially limiting Israel's political ability to act, its sovereignty, so that the rest could then be done by the gangs on the ground. Nuclear weapons in the hands of the Iranian mullahs, says Stefan Grigget, would make it impossible for any Arab regime in the future to seek a peace deal with Israel. Israel would no longer be able to react adequately even against massive rocket fire from its Iranian allies in the south or north of the country, i.e. Hamas and Hezbollah, in the face of the threat of the Tehran bomb, whereupon almost the entire population would have to flee into the interior of the country. And without firing a single shot, Ahmadinejad or one of his successors could force a depopulation of Israel. Already, 27% of Israelis are considering leaving the country once Iran has nuclear weapons. Die Presse, September 8, 2007. While on the one hand the oil boom of Islam in contrast to the rearmament boom in Nazi Germany goes on, as long as world trade demands the raw material and thus enables the alimentation of the gangs as well as the purchase or the construction of weapons of mass destruction, On the other hand, the front of the West, which is invoked against terror, is not able to close. This is ensured not only by the global interconnection of capitalist relations but also by the modernized German ideology. For the argument that is quite irrefutable in all boardrooms, whether in the US or in Europe, must also be taken seriously for the state chancelleries in view of the conditions that have meanwhile established themselves. Especially in Europe, it reads, "If we do not do business with the axis of evil, then the others will do it." The political collaborators put on the economic character mask and speak of practical constraints. The argument could actually be refuted in the state chancelleries by subordinating economic competition to political reason and simply forbidding the boards of the respective companies from doing business that promotes jihad, just as the Roosevelt administration once forbade trade with Nazi Germany. This would, however, presuppose a sovereign who is there to secure the exploitation of capital in his sphere of interest and there in the long run, and to this end insists on his violence, the only reason available to him. As far as a vacuum of sovereignty is created, however, the urge grows visibly to speculate politically on its crisis besides the economic safeguarding of the utilization, and to already plan in an unspoken way the destruction which is inherent in capital as crisis potential, and in which the unreasonableness of the whole terminates. There is then a factual constraint of its very own kind, which no rationality can cope with, the mere inclination to political crime in democratic Europe. No single deed or misdeed, whether it realizes or helps to realize that potential, can therefore be derived from capital itself or justified with it. This always requires an individual and his, in whatever way conscious, decision to put the mischief of the whole into political action, be it active in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard or in a German party. Nevertheless, it can be seen with almost scientific certainty how much the repression of the sovereign in Europe contributes to the fact that nothing is done to counter the worst that threatens. On November 24, 2013, the Stop the Bomb Alliance in solidarity with Israel published a press release entitled Geneva Nuclear Agreement with Iran, Kneeling Instead of Freezing. It foreshadowed the type of information they intended to use to create a critical counterpublic. Quote, "Stop the Bomb criticizes Geneva Agreement as appeasement. The alliance Stop the Bomb condemns the outcome of the Geneva negotiations between the Iranian regime and the UN veto powers and Germany. There can be no question of a freeze on the nuclear program. On the contrary, dangerous concessions have been made to the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime is allowed to continue the expansion of the Iraq plutonium reactor under slight restrictions. Centrifuges will not be dismantled and uranium enrichment can continue." Political scientist Matthias Kunzel has pointed out that the agreement is a step backwards from existing UN sanctions, which in 2006 called on Iran to cease all plutonium and uranium enrichment activities. Stop the Bomb spokesman Michael Spaney criticizes the threat to the painstakingly built sanctions architecture. The suspension of sanctions is a fatal signal of appeasement. Iran will have more enriched uranium in 6 months' time and will have further expanded the Iraq heavy water reactor. Political scientist Matthias Kunzel concludes, "The genuflection in Geneva has made the hope of a peaceful solution to the nuclear dispute with Iran considerably more difficult. The consequences are unforeseeable." Quote, end. Leaving aside the fact that appeasement critics here pretend that they ever really shared the hope of a peaceful solution to the nuclear dispute with Iran, and that the talk of considerably hampered hope is also linguistically questionable window dressing, a fundamental contradiction is being constructed between the Geneva Agreement and the previous UN sanctions, as if they had not sprung from the same appeasement as this one. The article by Matthias Kunzel linked to this press release, on the other hand, states accusingly, "The 5 veto powers in Germany overrode the United Nations sanctions resolutions concerning Iran, and the first victim of this prostration is the United Nations." In a lecture organized by Stop the Bomb Austria on February 17, 2014, Kunzel becomes even clearer and scandalizes the agreement as a total devaluation of the United Nations. This is what arouses Kunzel's indignation. The fact that it is the 5 veto powers in the UN Security Council of all people who declare the series of UN resolutions to be a waste of time makes the Geneva Agreement unprecedented. It is a turning point in world politics. With this turning point, not only the United Nations but also the International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) as a UN organization will be partially devalued. Quote, end. It is of course factually correct that the dangerous concessions now granted to Iran soften what the UN resolution of 2006 had demanded, and for the enforcement of which the sanctions architecture against Iran has been successively tightened in recent years, namely, to suspend not, refrain from, all plutonium and uranium activities. However, Kunzel fails to mention what the UN's resolutions and sanctions were ultimately about even back then. This can be seen with desirable clarity in the interview on Deutschland Radio from August 7, 2008, which was linked some time ago by Stop the Bomb under the heading Oliver Thrannert, disarmament expert at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP, calls for tougher international sanctions against Iran. Here, the disarmament expert sums up the aim of the sanctions as follows. First of all, the central issue is that a demand is made of Iran, a demand that is also legally binding and demanded by the Security Council in several resolutions. Iran should initially abandon uranium enrichment and its heavy water programs and suspend these programs for a certain period of time in order to regain the international trust that Iran itself has gambled away by launching a program that has not been reported to the International Atomic Energy Agency in all its aspects, as actually required. That is why the International Atomic Energy Agency does not know whether this is really a peaceful program, as the Iranians keep claiming, or a military project. Accordingly, the document from which, according to Stop the Bomb and Matthias Kunzel, the Geneva Agreement is to deviate in the form of a global political caesura, Resolution 1737, 2006, adopted at the 5612th session of the Security Council on December 23, 2006, already stated, among other things. The Security Council, reaffirming its commitment to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, stressing the importance of political and diplomatic efforts to bring about a negotiated solution guaranteeing that Iran's nuclear program is for exclusively peaceful purposes, declares that Iran must take, without further delay, the steps called for by the IAEA Board of Governors in its Resolution GOV/2006/14, which are essential to build confidence in the exclusively peaceful purpose of its nuclear program and to settle outstanding issues. In plain language, this means that the United Nations sanctions, which had to be welcomed as damaging to Iran regardless of their objective, and their relaxation, which must of course be rejected as a danger to Israel, were and are about nothing other than the diplomatic integration of Iran into the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty via international trust. This in turn, however, means the recognition in principle of Iran's right to a nuclear program for peaceful purposes, including limited uranium enrichment, as long as the IAEA's control of Iranian research appears to be guaranteed. The Geneva Agreement is therefore, in the worst case, a shortcut to the path that the United Nations has long since taken anyway, of making Iran a single dangerous concession beyond military threats or even forced regime change, support for the development of a nuclear program subject to civilian purposes. It was Matthias Kunzel himself who, in 2009, knew that this was precisely the problem and said so. Although he had already said everything there was to say about the relationship between the UN and Iran's nuclear ambitions, he obviously needs to be reminded again. Routinely, the Ahmadinejad government is called upon to win back the trust of the international community. Once again, new access rights for IAEA inspectors are being demanded. Compliance with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is being diligently insisted upon. Every country, including Iran, should have the right to the peaceful use of nuclear power, as President Barack Obama declared in his famous Cairo speech, if it complies with its obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The Non-Proliferation Treaty, established in 1968 and signed by Mohammad Reza Shah in the same year, aims to promote international détente and strengthen trust between states. According to its preamble, it aims to stabilize the international system. Tehran is pursuing the opposite goal. The Shiite Islamists do not want to stabilize the secularized world order, which they describe as satanic, but to unhinge it and replace it with a Sharia-based system of international relations. A theocracy, as has existed in Iran since 1979, could never bona fide have joined the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. If the mullahs nevertheless did not terminate their membership, this betrays tactical skill. Why not take advantage of the privileges that this treaty offers its signatories for as long as possible? The less well-informed public assumes that the blocking treaty blocks the path to the bomb. In reality, however, the opportunities it offers bomb aspirants are enormous. This is primarily due to Article 4 of the treaty, which allows its signatories, for example Iran, to produce all components essential for a nuclear weapon under IAEA supervision, as long as those components are not assembled into a nuclear explosive device. The significance of this loophole was explained in April 2007 by Hossein Shariatmadari, a confidant of revolutionary leader Ali Khamenei. A country that has acquired the knowledge and technology of uranium enrichment is only one step away from producing nuclear weapons. This additional step is not a scientific or technical step, but a matter of political decision. Article X of the Non-Proliferation Treaty extends this loophole even further. Anyone who has stocked up on all the most important components of a nuclear weapon under the cover of the treaty can then legally leave the treaty in order to detonate the bomb. According to Article X of the treaty, This withdrawal only has to be justified by exceptional circumstances and announced to the Security Council 3 months in advance. A state that complies with its obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in accordance with Obama's wishes can therefore make all preparations for the bomb and then, after withdrawing in accordance with the treaty, declare itself a nuclear power. America's President Bill Clinton was therefore well advised when he denied the mullahs any form of nuclear energy in the 1990s and did not care about the fated Iranian signature to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. In 2009, Bill Clinton was praised by Council for his, as one might say, total debasement of the UN and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, because he simply denied the mullahs the rights of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, thus also the rights to a nuclear program serving peaceful purposes, virtually against international law and against the UN. Therefore, if there is anything about the Geneva Agreement that represents a turning point in world politics, then it is not the possibly contradictory fine-tuning within the UN's appeasement policy, which, as already mentioned, is heading towards a more or less adequately controlled Iranian nuclear program, but the tones that the changed American foreign policy is now striking in harmony with the UN against Israeli criticism of the Geneva Agreement, a development that is already hinted at as a possibility in Council's 2009 text. It therefore seems that in the Stop the Bomb environment, the original identification with the effects of the UN sanctions has now turned into an identification with their goals, due to the focus on the social center and the German obsession with the UN. The UN itself never aspired to a denuclearized Iran, but one that formally complies with the organization's more than lax nuclear rules. So if we are to speak of a turning point, then it seems to be emerging in the intervention policy of a pro-Israeli lobby. It cannot be in Israel's interest to use the United Nations, of all places, as an appeal body against the Iranian bomb and thus openly legitimize this anti-imperialist World Committee. How often has Israel been reprimanded by the UN? How often has the self-defense of the Jewish state been condemned by the General Assembly of this high house? The USA alone has so far prevented any practical consequences, such as sanctions against Israel, from arising from the UN's presumptions. Therefore, real or alleged violations of UN resolutions, which are generally anti-Israeli anyway, cannot be the subject of pro-Israeli interventions. Instead, these should primarily address the changing US-Israeli relations under the Obama administration, although this would again put us in a worse position with the milieu from which German peace movements are regularly recruited. Without ifs and buts, it should at least be clear that lobbying that relates positively to the UN would no longer be lobbying for Israel. To respond to the threat to Israel by calling for sanctions, without at the same time holding fast to the primacy of force for international relations and calling wars for freedom, Hannah Arendt, to mind as the ultimately decisive possibility of saving Israel, is no more than a pious wish. But this wish has nothing to do with Kant's self-critical capacity, insofar as it suggests at all costs that the peaceful solution is possible and treats the delusion of the jihadists as if it were the racial ideology that once prevailed in South Africa. There the sanctions were apparently successful, and that too, at any rate, only in the context of the modernization of rule of law conditions demanded by the country's own economy. The delusion that threatens Israel is of a different kind, and those who talk about sanctions but prefer to remain silent about military force are, at best, engaged in propaganda or, at worst, have already succumbed to it themselves. In any case, they yearn no less for the global sovereign and hope that worldwide sanctions legislation will curb the jihadists and eliminate the Middle East conflict, just as, according to the ideas of the opponents of globalization, worldwide stock market legislation could curb the speculators and eliminate the financial crisis. Insofar as the EU, the focus of such wishes, is shaped by Western thinking, it still has to be defended against any form of anti-imperialist nationalism directed against the USA. What mobilizes against it in Germany and Austria seems like a parody of decisionism. The sovereign invoked serves this movement only as a placeholder to establish gang rule in the constitutional state. Provincial demagogues like Jürgen Elsasser, Volksinitiative, or Martin Sellner, Identitärbeugung, are consummate caricatures of Carl Schmitt. Ordinary Marxists are only interested in culture as a surface phenomenon. Nothing more than an ideological reflection of the relations of production, they regard it as a false appearance that deceives individuals about the perversity of society and their own unsatisfactory existence. The task of the critic is to shatter such appearances and somehow catch up with the utopian promise of happiness with which they entice those seduced by them in empirical existence. However, catching up never really worked out. The cultural work with which various social democratic popular educators today want to secure fair starting conditions for the educationally disadvantaged classes, in the competition for the most mindless form of self-exploitation, teach people with a migration background about the enriching power of cultural differences and promote a civil society in which everyone can contribute as a creative mind is just the latest manifestation of the mixture of fetishism and contempt with which the thoroughly Protestant German left has always treated all cultural phenomena. On the one hand, these must never be perceived and taken seriously in their purposeless autonomy, as this could lead to succumbing to their false appearance. On the other hand, one wants to catch up with what culture promises in the wrong way, and this is not possible without hard work on oneself and others. This is why cultural work on the left has always been difficult to distinguish from national edification culture. Both glorify internalization and renunciation. Both believe that culture must give you something in order to legitimize its existence. Both despise the purposelessness and unregulated nature of aesthetic expression. And for both, culture is a pedagogical counterprogram to civilization. Would anyone with a political vocation ever come up with the idea of founding civilization associations in which civilization work is carried out in order to educate the classes remote from civilization, which undoubtedly include the elites first and foremost, to maturity? Anyone who made such a suggestion would automatically be accused of arrogance, while talk of a lack of education could become an unchallenged commonplace. According to the general understanding, no one needs to strive for civilization because it prevails anyway. It is the abstract principle to which one has to adapt in order to achieve one's own goals, but which, unlike culture, one never has to make completely one's own. Civilization is outside, culture is inside. Civilization is cold and objective. Culture is loved precisely in its irrational and misanthropic aspects as an autochthonous heart-warmer. Those who declare themselves defenders of civilization are considered imperialists. Those who defend their culture are immediately given their own support association. Hatred, on the other hand, always flares up when civilization penetrates inwards and culture penetrates outwards, when the supposedly intrinsic proves to be a facade and the seemingly inauthentic turns out to be a manifestation of individuality. The contempt for the so-called educated bourgeoisie, which has become a routine phrase, was never mainly directed against their concept of culture and education, but against the fact that it had irrefutably become a facade. Left-wing cultural work wants to do better than the bourgeoisie, wants to appropriate culture, which the bourgeoisie had turned into pompous decoration and hollow pathos, in life-reforming zeal as a vital impulse of everyday existence. That is why, after the final disappearance of the bourgeoisie, their worst enemies are the bourgeoisified migrants who have betrayed their culture, which is supposed to be their own, to civilization. The latter are at least ahead of the depraved remaining bourgeoisie, who still insist on their long-since flimsy values and achievements, in recognizing that freedom and happiness are not a ground that can be fenced in as a secure possession, but rather something that can happen to you if you try to go beyond what is only your own, and therefore narrow-minded. There is no guarantee of success. To be worthy of the name, all happiness must also be successful, i.e. be able to allow for chance. In the pursuit of happiness, the basic formula of liberalism, the truth of which the bourgeoisified migrants took as seriously as only the early bourgeoisie itself, this accidental moment of all success is captured, which belongs to civilization like cultural work belongs to civil society. Anders Breivik, who committed his mass murder in the midst of a political community that had itself just been engaged in anti-Zionist cultural work, is for his part a culturalist in heart and soul. What he castigates as multiculturalism in his 1,500-page world political tome, which obsessively exaggerates the psychopathology not only of some Nazi groups but of a large part of the population, is actually a product of the failure of cosmopolitanism, which, in the first place, has made it possible for the Islamic communities, which offer themselves as reliable trustees of the crumbling institutions of the welfare state, to be enviously eyed by people like Breivik as competitors in the competition for the most popular form of self-denial and renunciation. Those who already see a terror against multiculturalism on the horizon are warning against it all the more panically, the more violently the realization must be suppressed that multiculturalism was not the concrete realization of cosmopolitanism, but the ideology of its sellout. Precisely because the cosmopolitan world society has not become reality, but the regression to pre-modern forms of socialization has become impossible due to the state of development of the world market itself, the primacy of ethnicity, of community, of culture, is reinstalled in the mode of multiculturalism at the level of the heteronomously organized, globalized civil society. The delusional expression of this constellation is Breivik's mania for annihilation, which seeks to blindly homogenize a society that has long been a patchwork of forcefully homogenized particular communities of frightening uniformity. In this delusion of homogeneity, which is not simply directed against foreign cultures, but against the supposedly disintegrating principle that mixes them together, he is in agreement with those whom he, as a counter-jihadist, declaredly wanted to copy. Breivik's name for this principle is cultural Marxism, and the theorists of the Frankfurt School, meaning early critical theory, are hallucinated as its most important agents, the Jews, and not contemporary Islam, whose supposed dominance is, on the contrary, seen as a consequence of the dominance of this culture-destroying thinking. In his use of the term, the Wikipedia Universal Scholar proves to be a Nordic heir to the Christian fundamentalist wing of the U.S. Republican Party. Its most prominent exponent, Pat Buchanan, who considers, among other things, AIDS to be a retribution of nature and migration to be an invasion that endangers the white world, has been campaigning for decades against the idolization of the global economy and the impending death of the West as a result of declining birth rates, immigration, and mass democracy. In contrast to the radical liberal neocons, against whom he explicitly distances himself and whose pioneers he sees as representatives of a rootless East Coast intelligentsia, very similar to European and U.S. leftists, Buchanan does not understand the West to be the new America, but rather the old Europe, from which the United States also descended and whose heritage it persistently denied. By contrasting the new America, supposedly degenerated by globalization and ethnic mixing, with the more genuine Europe, which is denied by its American descendants, Buchanan and his fellow campaigners succeed in pitting culture against civilization within U.S. society. However, foreign cultures are not to be integrated into civil society as homogeneous particular communities, as propagated by democratic multiculturalism, but are to be kept outside. In this, at least, Breivik agrees with the Republican inventors of the insulting term cultural Marxism, which Buchanan, William S. Lind, and others repeatedly use as a catchphrase for the threatening cosmopolitanism of the global economy, against which the old European West, Christianity, the family, and marriage must be saved at all costs. The only difference is that Breivik lived out this delusion in an environment that has hardly even been touched by this cosmopolitanism to this day. The fact that the first paranoid anti-globalization knight, who took up arms himself in hallucinated self-defense, was at the same time able to invoke a still-living tradition of Nordic Aryan heroic legends as a matter of course does not make him ridiculous, but even more dangerous. Breivik's use of the term cultural Marxism has nothing to do with the Anglo-American school of thought of cultural Marxism, whose representatives he, like many others, nevertheless quotes. Rather, their history itself bears witness to the decline of Marxism and the betrayal of its universalist claims. Raymond Williams, the founder and to this day the most interesting representative of cultural Marxism, was, like his French contemporary Henri Lefebvre, still concerned with the ideology-critical exploration of manifestations of everyday culture and the establishment of a materialist concept of culture that was intended to shed the legacy of German idealism. His postmodern successors, above all Stuart Hall, who seriously celebrates the survival of Bavarian folklore in the USA as an example of cultural hybridity, only no particular collective identities that are to be strengthened in their minoritarian uniqueness against any hint of universalism. To this end, they are to attain the relative cultural hegemony that is so often spoken of in these circles in reference to Antonio Gramsci, whom right-wing culturalists like to invoke just as much as left-wing ones. The postmodern cultural Marxists themselves have long been engaged in the apology of a world that only knows cliques and no individuals, only cultures vegetating side by side instead of the longing for a free world. Breivik, whose obsession with imaginary uniforms identifies him as an anti-civilizational civilian who, as a self-proclaimed radical citizen, is prepared to destroy the bourgeois state if necessary in a society in which soon only gangs will be fighting against vigilantes. But the European Union itself is as ambiguous as the Weimar Republic once was, especially with regard to the West. This ambiguity is not only reflected in such concepts as world interior policy, but has taken organizational form in the structure of the Union, limbo between a European alliance of sovereign states and a sovereign of Europe. If the West is nothing more than a term for the attempt to preserve political reason in the midst of an unreasonable whole, world interior policy consists in the idea of always being simultaneously inside half and outside the West. It is the conundrum that ideologies offer today. To see how it turns around and how the invocation of Western values serves as a means to collaborate with the enemies of the West, forms the precondition of ideology critique and trains the distrust that is necessary in order not to fall for political actionism, i.e., neither to let oneself be made stupid by the power of others, not by one's own powerlessness. There is no collective unconscious, but politics, playing world sovereign, functions as if it were. In exact contrast to logical thinking, it allows contradictions. In decisive difference to dialectical thinking, it loses the consciousness that it is about contradictions at all. It is such that, as in the unconscious of the individual, there is no negation. According to Freud, strivings with opposite goals exist side by side in the unconscious, without a need for their harmonization. Either they do not influence each other at all, or if they do, no decision comes about. Thus, insofar as unconscious thinking lacks a process comparable to judging, The ubiquitous loss of judgment that makes the Western concept of the sovereign impossible seems like a purposeful simulation of this thinking that is not one, as if politics wanted to imitate the dream. The mass media and the political actors mediated in them take over, as it were, the dream work, which consists in condensation, displacement, secondary processing of the materials of the unconscious, but above all their transformation in consideration of representability. They exercise a dream censorship, and yet their confirmation of the judgment function happens only in appearance. It is not so much a thinking performance as the disguised fulfillment of a suppressed, repressed desire. The coincidence of politics and dream in this case, however, is more than just an analogy. The public sphere of post-Nazi society appears with inner necessity as a dream event. For that collective unconscious, which cannot exist in the strict sense of psychoanalysis, ultimately results from the mass psychological identification, which has been explained by psychoanalysis very well precisely from the fact that the individuals have put the political leader in the place of their ego ideal and have consequently identified with each other in their ego, in this way taking back their ego themselves. In this way, that secondary unconscious, that inauthentic dream of the collective, was formed and reproduced. The panic after the loss of the leader lives on in the appeasement policy towards the jihad. The fact that under these conditions the worst becomes more and more probable is already the only thing that ideology criticism can say about the future. Incidentally, it does not make any forecasts, it merely systematically assumes this worst, the more concrete the better, and in this very fact it knows itself committed to memory. This is what the categorical imperative after Auschwitz demands. It is just that memory sometimes has to take tortuous paths. Franklin D. In the first half of the 1930s, Roosevelt was still regarded by the Germans as a sovereign inspired by the idea of Volksgemeinschaft. The Völkischer Beobachter was almost enraptured by the Americans and the new man at their head, with unusual leadership gifts and leadership power. Elected as the new leader by a popular current, Roosevelt had finally broken with the outdated idols of American politics, June 7, 1933 and March 23, 1934, and Hitler congratulated him personally, as it were from Führer to Führer, in March 1934 on a year of successful work in eliminating the world financial crisis. There were certain hopes that now also in the USA a different policy towards the Jews could take effect, that the true, good, down-to-earth America of the farmers of the Midwest and the America of Charles Lindbergh, who openly sympathized with the Nazis, would prevail over the Jewish-stippled high finance of the East Coast. The president's successful struggle would be followed by the entire German people with interest and admiration. The Herr Reichskanzler agreed with the Herr President that of duty, sacrifice, and discipline must govern the whole people. These moral demands which the president made on each and every citizen of the United States were also the quintessence of the German state constitution, expressed in the motto Gemeinnütz geht vor Eigennutz. From about 1936 on, it was then lamented that there was a lack of consistency in America despite great approaches. All attempts to break the position of the Jewish-owned corporations by means of decree or law had failed. Flying hero Lindbergh, for example, publicly referred to the Jews as main agitators for war, and criticized their influence in our film industry, our press, our radio, and our government. According to polls, between 1938 and 1941, 30 to 50% of Americans felt the Jews had too much power in the United States. Some things in the U.S. seem to confirm these hopes. However, what was then called a different racial policy is what is now hoped for from the U.S. as an anti-racist policy, in which one can rather count on the left on the East Coast. And if one once favored the isolationist currents in the U.S., which were congenial to German ideas of a new Großraumpolitik, one now wants to see multilateralism realized in its relations with the other powers. The Jewish-linked high finance is now identified as the Israel lobby. This corresponds exactly to the logic of the modernized anti-Semitic delusion that persecutes Israel as a Jew among states. But if one thinks of Rosenberg's remark about the creation of a Jewish center in Jerusalem, it is not so new. The future of the really existing Jewish center, which will have to defend itself against this mania of annihilation, will be decided in how the U.S. and the West will react to its military actions, while the Shoah became possible, despite the U.S. entry into the war and the Western Front, because the Jews lacked the means to defend themselves. Ideology critique does not make predictions, it assumes the worst in order to prevent it, and that is, to oppose the trivialization of the present conditions, without, however, excluding the possibility that individuals may decide differently. Indeed, ideology critique exists only so that they may decide differently. Ideology critique exposes the preconditions of decision and eliminates the illusions on which the effectiveness of ideologies lies. The delusion of the world sovereign forms today the top of the thinking of progress. To demolish it has become the condition to criticize this thinking without making concessions to the barbarism that relies on immediate domination beyond the contractual relations. Such a critique of the concept of progress, reflected in itself, on the one hand always sees the worse in the defense against progress, and on the other hand knows that since the primitive accumulation of capital everything that appears as progress presupposes the sovereign, consequently cannot be generalized and always remains to be grasped only negatively. Every new possibility to emancipate oneself from personal relations of dependence, and in this consists in essence what is called civilizational standards, opens up only if state power covers it, and the individual can also realize it only if capital valorizes itself through this realization. The conception of the world sovereign is delusional in that it projects the emancipation from immediate coercion and arbitrary use of force, which is held out in prospect only within the sovereign, outwardly onto the relationship between the states, and thus creates the appearance that they could renounce of their own accord, as states, immediate coercion and arbitrary force in their relationship to one another, while in their unbroken, continued existence lies the condition of the possibility of renouncing such force and coercion within the state, i.e. the condition of the capital relationship. Thus the concept of progress becomes an instrument of trivialization on a world scale. It systematically prevents thinking of the threat in its real dimensions as soon as it excludes the realization that the progress and possibilities, which crystallize only in the interior of sovereign states, always also contains progress in destructive potential, which threatens to be realized precisely when sovereignty is surrendered. Politically, there are always only two options: either the exit from self-imposed immaturity or the use of political force. The exit from immaturity leads to mature individuals who alone can carry out what the delusion of the world sovereign expects from the states: that there must no longer be a lord over life and death in order to guarantee peaceful living together or side by side. The use of political force, which is necessary as long as immaturity exists, has to defend the sovereign, as far as he stands up for the negative generality of the law as lord over life and death. For the liberation from immaturity, encouragement can be imparted which helps the individual, and always only the individual, to dare to take the step. Violence can only be brought before the eyes by explicit threat before it has to be applied in the last instance. Exit from self-inflicted immaturity thus means the greatest possible clarity in the question of sovereignty. The ability and willingness to destroy the delusion of the world sovereign are at the same time the only possible, the negative expression that development of reason can only be expected from a world society without a sovereign. Such a unity would no longer have a counterpart against which it could and would have to prove its sovereignty, which would force it into the state and posture of gladiators, having their weapons pointing and their eyes fixed on one another. Only nature, their own bodily conditions,